Chapter 2001, Clear Aura. Me? Get up? Can't you see how tired I am? I don't have the energy, Leonel suddenly yawned, his eyes even watering to complete the effect. He really seemed as though he might collapse and begin a long, comfortable napping session at any moment now. Veins bulged across Exavnik's forehead. His composure was entirely thrown into the wind. Those who had had great opinions of him in the past couldn't help but begin to second-guess their judgment. Was this really the Exavnik they had come to know? Leonel was right before him. Why wasn't he attacking? Although it could be argued that Leonel was still sitting and it wasn't honorable to attack, it also wasn't honorable to lurk in the shadows and wait for their battle to finish first. If Exavnik really cared about being honorable, rather than trying to force Leonel to get up right now, he would instead allow him to rest. But it was clear and obvious that Exavnik didn't dare to do that. He wasn't trying to be honorable, he was scared. Scared of Leonel's nonchalance, scared of what trump card Leonel might have waiting for him in the shadows. To Exavnik, the fact that Leonel dared to continue to sit down and be so casual meant that he had another plot waiting to be sprung. The moment he took action, he would fall into it. He didn't believe in himself anymore, and he was entirely reliant on Leonel's actions to dictate his own. The more relaxed Leonel was, the more uncomfortable he felt. The more Leonel acted like this, the more he felt that he was missing something. It had to be remembered that when Leonel defeated him earlier, it wasn't even Leonel who took action. It was rather the formation of the Skies family. That was a formation of 10,000 seventh-dimensional individuals, fused into one and amplified further. Exavnik could easily defeat 10,000 average seventh-dimensional existences on a normal day. Well, easily was an exaggeration, but he was sure that he could do it. The problem with the formation was that it managed to fuse their strengths into a single strike. Exavnik would have to be literally 10,000 times more powerful than a normal seventh-dimensional existence to have come out unscathed. In truth, the fact he survived at all was a great surprise to Leonel at the time. Now, he remembered that memory very clearly, and he was hesitating about taking even a single step forward. The Shadow Woman grit her teeth. She was a demon, she was very used to manipulating people, it was one of her favorite pastimes. Often, just to relieve her boredom, she would do such things to Exavnik, but she had never succeeded before. Seeing Exavnik in such a state, and being aware of the tactics of other demons, she knew that Leonel was doing this on purpose. She could almost see the horns growing from his head, that devilish glint in his eyes. He was taking pleasure in it. Her heart couldn't help but shudder as the image of a certain demon race flashed in her mind, but she shook her head immediately. Those demons loved to do this sort of thing. They were exceptionally powerful in body and could defeat most with a flick of their hand, but they preferred to use their minds instead, taking people down long, winding paths until they lost their minds entirely. Even if it would take years to accomplish what a fist could in a second, they would still prefer to take the longer route. They found pride and accomplishment in it, but she couldn't accept such a thing, she most definitely couldn't, because it was impossible for Leonel to be among such a reclusive and small clan of demons. And yet, even so, she found herself hesitating to attack as well. At that moment, though, her gaze turned sharp. She knew the reason why her mind had wavered. It wasn't because of Leonel, but rather because that clan of demons left a shadow in everyone's heart. So long as you had heard of them, you couldn't escape. Even when you thought of them, they would be aware of it. The Shadow Woman was about to attack when Leonel suddenly looked at her and smiled. She shuddered from head to toe, her body freezing for a moment before she released a violent screech. "Di!" She rushed forward. Rather than backing down, her demon blood seemed to have been provoked and her power soared. Even as many were entranced by the physiques of her body moving with such little clothing, they were even more shocked by the strength. When she had said that she was more powerful than Amery, no one had taken her seriously. She was an unknown existence, and Amery was the sword deity. How could they possibly be compared? But at this moment, they swallowed their words. This woman, less than 100 years old, and yet already in Tier 4 of the 7th dimension. Her power surged wildly, and her hand formed a clawing motion toward Leonel's head. Her body became incorporeal, becoming a lengthy stretch of shadowy dark force that encompassed the world. There simply didn't seem to be a place to dodge. Her claw expanded to over 10 meters from palm to curled finger, ripping through the kernels of space in her path as she sought for Leonel's death. And yet, bang! The Shadow Woman felt as though she had been hit by an immovable object and an unstoppable force all at once. She was sent flying back with even greater speed than she had come with. The solidified claw of darkness she had become dispersing, like misty drops of water in a howling storm of wind. Oh, yeah. Exavnik's lip trembled as he slowly looked toward Ina. She simply lowered her palm without much expression on her face, unmoved. Ina's aura was finally clear and nothing short of shocking. She had entered the 7th dimension. Chapter 2002, Aghast. Chapter 2002, Aghast. The human domain had fallen into silence for a long while. Ever since Amery and Leonel's battle had begun, probably around 70% of all observers had been entirely focused on them. In truth, that number actually seemed quite low. But it wasn't even lower than that. That was because to many, the battle was a joke. The idea of a 6th-dimensional existence defeating the sword deity was asinine. The viewership was only that high due to how excellent Leonel's performance had been until now. Those who had come to watch had felt that maybe Leonel had a trump card that he would be ready to spring, one that would catch them off guard like all those other times. However, the longer the battle went on, the more shocked they became. They hadn't actually expected that Leonel would be able to fight Ameri head-on at all, and yet they were proven wrong time and time again, until the moment that Ameri broke through and entered the Cosmos realm. Many had believed the battle to be over, but even so, they would continue to watch if for nothing other than the fact they felt Leonel deserved at least this much for coming so far despite only being in the 6th dimension. Or rather, they would have had something else shocking not happened. Aina, yet another 6th-dimensional existence and a newly crowned Queen Beauty, had actually gone off to challenge the #1 Queen Beauty, the heiress of the spirituals religion Syria. This shocking change left the human domain speechless. Two 6th-dimensional existences, both challenging the greatest geniuses of their respective genders and within their generations. Wasn't this a bit too ridiculous? But then the battle began, and they were shocked once again. The 70-30 split that had become over 99% in Leonel's favor once he showed that he could actually keep up with Ameri suddenly became 50-50, with many even jumping back and forth between the two battles. The strength that Syria displayed was beyond their imagination, placing her firmly on the same level as Ameri, at least in the beginning. But then she unleashed a lineage factor that simply took their breaths away. At that moment, the gap between the human race and the spirituals race was on full display. For such a thing to be an ability that was simply and casually passed down through blood wasn't something that the humans could fathom. It made the most powerful lineage factors of the human domain seem like nothing more than child's play. It was then that they came to understand that Syria wasn't on Ameri's level. She was actually a step or two beyond. But then the situation changed again when Amory broke into the Cosmos realm and they were suddenly on equal footing once more. And, unfortunately, unlike Leonel, Aina didn't have a technique that allowed her to touch upon the 4th layer in such a short period of time. Aina unleashed a demonic form that took their breaths away, but it still wasn't nearly enough. She was easily suppressed and beaten and battered until she suddenly broke through. None present had ever seen a breakthrough into the 7th dimension be so easy nor so smooth. Her power skyrocketed in an instant. Many thought at that moment that they might get to witness an even battle, a nice exchange of movements, but no, it had become a one-sided slaughter. Syria, despite being in Tier 3 of the 7th dimension, couldn't survive even a single strike from the Tier 1 Aina. She had been completely crushed. There was no suspense at all. In the recent days, because of Leonel and Aina, many had begun thinking that the gap between the 6th and 7th dimensions wasn't so large after all. If they put in more effort and took their training more seriously, they could maybe be like Leonel and Aina, but Aina's breakthrough crushed all those hopes. The gap between the two realms was a wide and inescapable chasm. If it wasn't, how could Aina have improved so much after taking just a single step forward? And now, the cruel reality was that in these air wars there simply wasn't anyone who was her match any longer. Above the air wars planet, an illusory woman stood. She was absolutely expressionless, and many who didn't know her would think that she was unreadable because of this, but everyone who had seen her before would understand that she was absolutely infuriated at the moment. This woman was none other than Syria, the heiress of the spiritual religion. Her body had been destroyed, but as a half-spiritual, she was able to exist with her soul alone. To spirituals, their bodies were only flesh puppets that could be reconstructed with some effort and resources. It was extremely difficult to truly kill them, and they were practically immortal. But, even so, in their race, having one's body destroyed would both regress their strength and be a great humiliation. She had been in the human domain since her birth, but no one had ever dared to disrespect her in such a way. Wherever she went, she always had a lovable smile on her face that no one could ever bring themselves to hate, and that was part of the reason why it was so shocking that her expression was so placid currently. But in her mind, she had every right to be infuriated. She continued to look at Aina, almost as though she was trying to sear this memory onto her soul. Leonel smiled and hadn't moved a single inch from his sitting spot. He had already felt that these air wars were over, but now that Aina had broken through, he didn't even really need to put much effort in any longer. So why couldn't he be leisurely? Why are you glaring at me so fiercely? Leonel asked, putting a hand on his chest. I scare easily, you know, and my wife is very good to me. Those last words about his wife were very clearly a threat that made Zavnik shudder. Aina rolled her eyes, but she couldn't help but be amused. She thought of how she'd definitely be able to teach Leonel a lesson later and felt much better. Zavnik stayed silent for a long time before he suddenly grit his teeth. You actually want to rely on a woman to win the air wars? Don't you feel ashamed? Ugh, Leonel spoke, seemingly aghast at the accusation. Don't be mad at me just because I'm better in bed than you are. Leonel sent a meaningful glance toward the shadow woman who was spitting up a mouthful of blood one after another, struggling to stand. Aina choked on air. Zavnik's mind snapped, suddenly seeing red. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. Chapter 2 2003, A Poem. Chapter 2 2003, A Poem. Aina's head snapped toward Leonel, her glare quite vindictive. She looked as though she wanted to teach Leonel a lesson right here and now. He was truly too much. It didn't matter if he teased her like this in private, but why with so many people listening? The worst part was that her parents-in-law were definitely watching, and who knew, maybe her father was out there somewhere, watching too. How was she going to face people now? Her face blushed down to her neck. It likely went much further than that, but the spinning black metallic feathers were moving so fast that nothing between her knees and collarbone could be seen clearly. In the past, this transformation had completely ruined Ina's clothing. Leonel had long since created something for her that could survive the change, but that didn't stop these feathers from acting much the same as they always did. Ina couldn't seem to stand still anymore, feeling that her embarrassment was about to boil over. However, how could she vent her anger on Leonel? Obviously, the two to suffer would be the Shadow Woman and Xavnik. Xavnik didn't even know what hit him. He barely registered a crimson-black glow, and then he felt as though his body was streaking through the skies even faster than any meteor shower he had ever laid eyes upon. He was stunned. He couldn't imagine why the gap was so large. Weren't they both in the seventh dimension? He was even quite confident in his strength. He had met so many powerful enemies, and he had defeated them all, but how had things ended up like this? He felt that if it wasn't for the fact that he had deployed his divine armor at the final second, he would have been pierced right through. As he flew, his armor finally slid into place, but a huge dent had appeared in his chest plate, deforming his blackish-green armor and shattering his ribcage. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze turning redder and redder as he flew. How had things ended like this? How had he turned out to be so pathetic? How could he lose like this? Xavnik was so agitated that the beating of his heart pushed against his shattered ribcage. When he rebounded against the ground, he didn't seem to feel anything. The whites of his eyes turned entirely black, and his bronze irises seemed to streak with lightning. The Shadow Woman, who was still coughing up blood herself, was trying to stand when she sensed this change. Her own expression warped, and she didn't seem to be happy about what was happening. The demon blood running through Xavnik's body wasn't pure. Technically, the strength of the demon race was that they could reproduce with any race, and the mutations that occurred would allow them to come out much stronger on the other side. It also helped them to not be bound by the same weaknesses as humans. However, not every such mutation would turn out to be extraordinary. Xavnik was lucky in that the Morales bloodline had strong ties with demons to begin with. As such, the other half of his lineage worked even better than usual. But what was happening right now was an unexpected variable. It was none other than something that Leonel was quite intimately familiar with, bloodline deviation. When Leonel had first awakened his metal synergy lineage factor, he hadn't been well informed on how things worked. As a result, he had tried to awaken it far too early and before he had developed all 9, or rather 10 of his nodes. Back then, he had almost failed, and the bloodline deviation caused a crimson character to appear within his lineage factor. Even until this moment, he wasn't quite sure what it was, and it was still with him to this day. He didn't really think about it much because it didn't seem to affect him much. However, when he had the conversation with Adorth's father, he began to speculate that that crimson energy was likely related to the Morales family's fiery tempers. It was probably the case that Leonel's bloodline deviation had caused it to appear much earlier in his life than it did for most others. However, there was something else that had happened that day as the elders of the Morales family observed Leonel's breakthrough. The violet winds rise north. Those words were meaningless to Leonel. After all, he hadn't been there when they were spoken, and he wasn't even aware of them, but they were currently a shadowy whisper, almost as though an echo of another reality was speaking into his ears. This aside, it was Xavnik's changes that had triggered this memory within Leonel. He seemed to have lost himself to rage, the hidden danger of the Morales family's lineage factor fusing with the intricacies of his demon bloodline. GNI. His body was filled with an endless amount of vitality, his divine armor even quickly repairing, but his mind wasn't clear. Large plumes of black fog came from his body, pushing his body up from the ground and standing him up. He looked as though he had been possessed by an abyss of blackness. The Shadow Woman grit her teeth and suddenly vanished, entering Xavnik's shadow. Her aura vanished entirely, and Xavnik's own multiplied several times over. Some clarity returned to his eyes, but a fiendish, menacing hint of something extra was still hidden within. He howled to the skies, a spear twice the height of his body appearing in his hand as he suddenly struck out. Ina stood in silence. From start to end, she didn't seem to feel the need to act at all. Suddenly, a towering crimson manifestation appeared to her back. She struck out a palm the moment it formed, the manifestation and her real body moving as one. Bang! The newly strengthened Xavnik froze, a powerful pressure descending upon him from above. Under the astonished gazes of those watching, his divine armor began to disintegrate, fluttering into the wind and leaving behind nothing but a naked Xavnik. Chapter 2004, Subdue. Chapter 2004, Subdue. The wildness in Xavnik's eyes vanished, their blackness disappeared, and the whiteness that returned enveloped his entire iris. He had entirely lost consciousness, standing there wide-eyed and unable to believe it. He slowly fell backward, collapsing to the ground with an anticlimactic thud. Ooh, scary, Leonel shuddered. Ina was more powerful than even he had thought. The moment her manifestation came out, her strength soared. It seemed that it was even more powerful in the 7th dimension than it had been in the 6th. It might as well have been an entirely new ability. The most shocking part was that she hadn't even used her battle axe or her blood sovereign abilities. Although she was in her demon form, one of her more powerful abilities, it seemed to have been a lingering change from her battle with Syria. She just hadn't bothered to disperse it. Leonel had a feeling that victory would have been just as easy with or without it. Leonel stood with a smile, seemingly about to pat Ina's shoulder. But before he could, one of her black feathers zipped by, forcing him to retrieve his hand. Leonel laughed. It seemed that she was still a bit mad. Ina harumphed, walking away. Wait, wife, don't leave without me. Ina continued to ignore him without a care in the world. Her speed was exceptional. Unless Leonel used his spatial force, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up with her if she didn't want him to. Without a choice, Leonel could only laugh and give up, returning to the battlefield. Mary still seemed to be in the process of healing, having not even regained consciousness, while Exavnik and the Shadow Woman had separated again. Leonel stood in silence for a long while, wondering what he should do. Exavnik was a difficult choice, obviously. Although he had deduced that he was a problem, killing a member of his own family under the eyes of so many would be difficult to explain. With Zavnik defeated, it was clear that the winner of the patriarch position of the Morales for this generation was none other than himself, Leonel Morales. If he chose to kill Exavnik right now, especially when Ina was the one to have defeated him, it would be hard to convince others. And since the Shadow Woman was obviously Exavnik's close companion, it was also difficult to kill her just because. Ina had obviously known this. Since she was so much more powerful than the two of them, if she had still ended up killing them, then she would be seen as cruel. As for Mary, Leonel's reason for not taking action immediately was very different than it was for Exavnik. He didn't fear what the backlash would be for killing him, he was ready for war. Plus, it was he who had defeated Ameri with his own hands. That was clear and obvious to everyone. In addition, he had already said that aside from his family, anyone who landed in his hands would die. Even with all of this set aside, he was also tempted by Ameri's Gaia Force innate node. He didn't care much about the Dark Force innate node, but if he had this Gaia Force innate node, it would be a game changer. This issue here was actually his conscience. Setting aside what the Swihard family might be wrapped up in, Ameri was someone worth his respect. He had had an advantage in strength for a long while, but the only time he had targeted Leonel was when only one of them could continue forward in the Dimensional Cleanse trial. Of course, that was only because Ameri looked down on him and was extremely arrogant, but wasn't he also extremely arrogant? Someone who could stick to their principles like this, even after suffering a humiliating defeat with their strength suppressed, was someone who would definitely become someone great in the future. Someone like Ameri was needed for the coming storm. Leonel believed there was a very good reason those running this simulation had allowed him to meet those of other simulations during the tribulation. There was a very good chance that this wouldn't be the last time, and when that time came, those geniuses wouldn't have their lineage factors and ability indexes suppressed. Leonel could tell by Ameri's sword force that he had experienced the same tribulation as himself. He too was a true sword sovereign. If not for this, how could he push Leonel so far? In addition, this was obviously a key to survival. Leonel was certain of it. There was a reason they were being pitted against one another in the tribulations. Leonel felt that this was just an appetizer to the bigger cause and effect. If he was correct about these simulations being created to deal with a much larger threat, then it was obvious that only the best of the simulations would survive in the end. This was an obvious case of survival of the fittest. Having Ameri alive would be more useful than not. Had he died beneath Leonel's blade, he wouldn't have been worthy of this consideration, but the fact he had actually managed to survive made Leonel second-guess things. That said, there was a very clear flaw to all of this thinking. The Swihard family's relationship with the Three-Finger Cult and Exavnik. This one thought should have caused everything else to be thrown out of the window. Leonel suddenly smiled. With a thought, he brought out a snow globe and put Ameri inside. The Swihard family, who were already sitting on tenterhooks, were in an uproar when this happened. Had Leonel just captured their greatest genius, their future patriarch? Leonel didn't care about the reaction of others. His scope was far beyond that of others. Soon, not to mention the human domain, the entire dimensional verse would be under his control. Who cared about what plans and schemes the Swihard family had? Just like when he had captured Old Hutch's grandson for his own uses, and just like how he had teamed up with Era, those that were useful to him could live, those that weren't could die. The geniuses he had killed until now were worthless in his eyes, but Ameri wasn't. He had far more potential to grow much stronger, and Leonel had all the confidence in the world to subdue him. Leonel walked toward Zavnik and the Shadow Woman, storing them away in snow globes as well. As for these two, just because he wouldn't kill them, didn't mean he would allow them to run amok and cause him future trouble. Now, these air wars were soon to be finished. The only enemy that remained was the Oman family, but if his calculations were correct, they would fall without him even having to be present. After all, he had sent the Cloud Race along with James and the others after them. However, just as Leonel was feeling complacent, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He flipped a palm and took out a communication device. His eyes turned red with fury and he took a step and vanished. The injured Leonel moved so fast that the air itself seemed to be torn into shreds. Chapter 2005, Shameless. Chapter 2005, Shameless. The distance between the territory of the Swihard family and that of the Omans wasn't small. It was easily thousands of kilometers. In addition to this, Leonel hadn't expected to need to take action himself, as he felt that the measures he had handed to James and the others were more than enough. While he was fighting against Ameri, he had sent Exavnik's army to attack the spiritual's religion. Due to this, Syria had believed that she was being attacked by a joint force of Leonel, Exavnik, and the Pious family on top of that. Due to this, she didn't even have the presence of mind to consider the fact that Amory might also be in trouble. On top of that, because Amory saw that Leonel was the only threat before him, he hadn't cared to report this matter to Syria either. Like this, the two supposed allies were separated like this. Because Exavnik never showed up personally, Syria kept waiting for the other foot to drop, not knowing that the black-green armored army was nothing more than a Fossarod to keep her pinned down. While all of this was happening, Leonel had sent the others to deal with the Oman family. In his opinion, the Skies family and Oryx, with the help of the Cloud Race, was an undefeatable force. It had to be remembered just how powerful Maya was. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was the most powerful existence in these air wars. Maybe only if Leonel broke through to the 7th dimension and then teamed up with Aina could they defeat Maya with any sort of confidence. This wasn't because Maya was so talented, but rather because she had used the special ability of the Cloud Race, exchanging her stored-up years for immediate strength and power. As a result, while she had only experienced about 20 or so years of life, she had the strength of an absolute genius of the Cloud Race that had practiced hard for decades longer than that. If Leonel had been willing to put her out in front, he might have won this war on day one before anyone could do a thing to stop him. The reason he hadn't was that, as he had said, this wasn't his end goal. As he saw it, the air wars were only the beginning, and its purpose wasn't just for him to win either. The air wars was the stage for him to show off his abilities, for the human domain to become aware of who Leonel Morales was and the kind of strength he held. That way, when he conquered them in the future, they would have a deep-seated respect for him in their hearts already. He couldn't do that if he just let Maya run amok from the very beginning. In addition to this, Maya was a trump card he didn't want to reveal too soon. He wouldn't have even traded for her in the first place and brought her into the air wars if it wasn't for the sake of wanting to make sure the Cloud Race stayed in line and followed his orders. The talent of the Cloud Race when it came to controlling the mind and related matters was too high. Leonel wanted a foolproof plan to control them, so placing seeds into their minds wasn't enough. He thus took control of Maya's sons and then used Maya's prestige to keep the others in line. This was all to say that with Maya present, it should have been impossible for the Oman family to turn the tides. According to Leonel's orders, Maya should have only acted if it was strictly necessary. But, should things go left, he gave her permission to display her true strength. This was why he had been so confident. But what he hadn't expected was for the Oman family to be so shameless, though he should have. Rather than calling these the Air Wars, it was more like a battle between Leonel and the most powerful families of the human domain. It was absolutely ridiculous. The Air Wars were meant to test the connections of the younger generation and their abilities. It wasn't a place for powerful families to flaunt their resources. Everyone already knew that they were powerful, but they didn't seem to care about this. Leonel had caught a glimpse of this shamelessness with the Leo family. He knew for a fact that Conan and Gunter hadn't raised those beasts themselves, but they still brought them forward as though they had. And now, the Oman family had placed their full effort behind Chronoman, the supposed best force crafter of the younger generation. This time, it wasn't just a small horde of beasts at the end of their lives. The Oman family had provided the heirs of the Oman family with all the resources they needed to build a Tier 2 starship. It had to be remembered that when Leonel stole a Tier 2 starship from Shield Cross Stars, Cross Elder Avon had been enraged to the point of throwing a tantrum. That kind of wealth was astronomical. It was enough for even an organization of that size to feel the pinch. They even sent an 8th-dimensional ancestor after Leonel to try and get it back. Leonel had used a Tier 2 starship to destroy not just one but 4 of the great families, each of which had had several experts that could have fought the likes of Maya. The strength of such a vessel shouldn't have appeared in the Air Wars, and the rules had made it so as well. Everyone knew that Leonel had stolen a Tier 2 starship from Shield Cross Stars, so there was a limit on the kind of vessels and war weapons that could be traded for. If Leonel could just hand over 10,000 points and activate his flagship, the war would have been over. The Morales had agreed to these stipulations. In years past, they hadn't needed such a rule because no one in the younger generation had the resources to build such a vessel. But they felt that it was a good rule to add as well since it would no longer be just the Morales participating now. But obviously, the Oman family had taken advantage of a loophole themselves. Rather than trading for such a vessel, they built it from the ground up. The more Leonel thought about it, the colder his expression became. He activated his starry light domain, and his body began to leap through hundreds of kilometers at a time, flickering and vanishing with a speed that put the wind to shame. Only several minutes later, he saw the battle over the distance. The ocean seemed to have been extended by several kilometers, large swaths of flooding waters filling the once grassy plains. Bodies, or rather what remained of them, floated in the water. The large rain beasts collapsed one after another. Every time they did, a large flood of water would be expelled, drowning out the formations of Leonel's army that were stuck on the ground. Up in the sky, a looming flagship floated. It was much smaller than Leonel's flagship, which could match a moon in size and couldn't possibly fit on a small planet like this one. But Leonel was certain that Ina wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. Somehow, despite its much smaller size, this was no weaker than a Tier 2 starship. In fact, it was even better than one. It was faster, more agile, and had more concentrated strength. Not only could it destroy a planet, but it could fight a relatively smaller scale battle like this one without destroying everything around it. Laying eyes on it, Leonel was even more infuriated. That was because this wasn't just an example of the Oman family spitting in the face of the core of what the Air Wars was meant to be by providing juniors with so many resources. But Leonel was also certain that there was no one in the younger generation with the skill to blueprint such a monstrous flagship. There was no doubt. This was a self-created product by none other than the scorned Queen Beauty, and the Oman family was actually shameless enough to use it in the Air Wars. The more enraged Leonel was, the calmer his gaze seemed to become. The smoldering crimson of his eyes flickered in and out as he continued to move. Bang! A light that split the skies shot out from a cannon on the flagship. Leonel's expression changed as he rushed over. This light wasn't aimed toward him at all. Ina's roar filled the skies as her manifestation appeared once again, this time easily tens of times more powerful than what she had used against Xavnik. She swung her axe down with a mighty force, resisting against the blast. To the astonishment of those watching, she actually managed to hold it back for a brief moment. But not even a split moment later, she and her manifestation were enveloped. Ina catapulted backward, her body flying like a broken arrow. She couldn't seem to gather up her power again as the laser blasted by her obstruction, swiftly catching up to her body and seeking to destroy her entirely. Standing on the bow of the flagship, Kron stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his arrogance towering. These air wars were over. Sword deity, bow deity, the Morales, the Suiyard, the spiritual religion, all of them were worthless in the face of the greatest crafting family of the human domain. Announcement below author's note. Just one chapter today and tomorrow, everyone. Sorry about that. But according to the bylaws, signed into being by the Dimensional Verse Regulator, it's stipulated that Author San is freed from public lynchings so long as his birthday is within one business day of said follies. Cough runs away quickly. Chapter 206 too late. Chapter 206 too late. Leonel's expression changed. His speed hit a completely new state, a wild surge of light force and spatial force spreading over his body. He seemed to lengthen, his body becoming a blurred afterimage spreading across the skies. He caught Ina just before the beam appeared before them, but already felt too late to do anything after it. It almost looked as though he had rushed forward just to die along with her. At that moment, Leonel unleashed a furious roar, his bronze aura erupting from his body and forming a gravity field that crushed everything in its path. The ground, or rather large body of water below him, suddenly exploded, a pillar of invisible force crushing it as though a mighty fist had suddenly slammed against its surface. Bang! The beam of light smashed against Leonel's defenses and seemed prepared to destroy them even faster than they had Ina's. But right then, the wild fluctuation of golden and silver energies wrapped around Leonel's body suddenly surged as well. However, it was all helpless. Say shoo! The laser shot past, the end of its body blinked before waning like the final drip of water from a faucet. It shuddered out of existence and the beam of light disappeared into the distance, far out of the reach of their sight until, boom! A mountain range in the distance had a hole that was at least a half-kilometer across, burnt right through the center of it. It didn't even seem as though it had been hit by anything, the laser having long since vanished. But it wasn't until the shock waned that people realized that the laser had moved so quickly that it had long since left the range of the mountain before they were aware of the damage that it had caused. The time it took for light to travel back to them was actually delayed enough that they didn't see the changes until after they heard the sound. This sort of impossible phenomena was too difficult to wrap one's mind across, but very few picked up on this subtle difference as most had fallen into silence. Just moments ago, Leonel and Ina were standing tall, crushing everything in their path. They were two geniuses that the human domain had grown to root for, and no one seemed to believe that they were as arrogant as they had previously presumed. Their entrance just weeks ago was imprinted onto their minds, and they replayed it again and again, feeling that this sort of grandeur was only right for two geniuses of their level. But they had actually died, just like that? Subconsciously, many began to feel some animosity toward the Oman family. While the lowest level families wouldn't understand what it meant for a Tier 2 starship to appear, the middle tier families definitely did. The high tier families didn't care about fairness because Leonel had humiliated them all and even killed so many of their geniuses, but the middle tier families, which made up the majority of the human domain, felt very different. This sort of indignance was something that had been in their hearts for the longest time, and now it was on full display before everyone, and it left them feeling both helpless and enraged, until suddenly a pillar of water that had ascended beneath Leonel's might collapsed. Leonel stood in the skies. His breathing was heavy, but his gaze was impossibly cold. He looked down at Ina in his arms, and her breathing was shallow and pained. Just the aftershock of the laser, without even hitting, was devastating. It superheated the air to the point that only someone with such high fire force attainments as Leonel could ignore, and it hit like a truck. It was one thing if you didn't resist, you just might die immediately. But the moment you did, the result could only be said to be devastating. The air subtly trembled around Leonel, his heavy breathing becoming the only thing he could hear. He looked down at the waters below. Corpses were strewn about, some face down, some face up, all floating and not a single one complete. There were limbs, incomplete torsos, there was even an individual who was nothing more than a head. Leonel took all of this in and finally looked up, his gaze matching Kron's, who was still slightly stunned that Leonel had actually survived. It had been close. However, in those final moments, Leonel had used his gravity field along with his spatial force and light force to slightly bend the laser around him just enough that he had the space to dodge. It was impossible to know if he could do it again, especially considering the state of his body. Although his current lineage factor allowed him to use instant recovery many times a day, that required him having a huge store of light force he had practically used the entirety of just now. He would need at least an hour to gather up more, or he would need Anastasia to give up a pure force crystal. Unfortunately, the segmented cube wasn't with him. It was still in his ocean territory. The only other option was to use the Dark Star half of his instant recovery ability, but that required sucking people dry, and the only people he could do that with were on the starship before him. Even knowing all of this, Leonel continued to stare at Kron, the coldness in his gaze growing to the point the space before his eyes crackled like shattered glass grinding beneath a boot. Kron continued to stand with his hands clasped behind his back. He was quite intelligent, so he had figured out how Leone had survived. It was an easy enough deduction to make, but it was surprising nonetheless. Even so, once something before him was within his realm of comprehension, he had no need to fear it any longer. The upper hand was held by the Oman, and if there were no other tricks, they would be the ultimate winners. Better yet, this Leonel was right before him now. The only worry was whether or not he would shatter his badge before he could kill him. The Oman family had already made it clear that this young man had to die, but the original plan was for a sudden sneak attack that Leonel couldn't react to. He hadn't expected for Leonel to come to him like this. Seeing how enraged Leonel seemed to be, though, Kron sent a secret signal with his hands clasped behind his back, and his dignified expression turned into one with a sneer. Leonel Morales, I presume? I can't tell if you're simple or stupid. Did you believe that sending your headless subordinates here would be able to deal with the Oman family? Leonel didn't respond. Holding Ina in his arms, it seemed he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly for fear that he might hurt her more. But even so, his gaze never left Ina. This is your woman? Kron asked with a smile before looking down. Those are your brothers? Kron shook his head. A pity they were led by a fool. Are you really the best that the Morales have to offer? I've already scanned this continent, and none of you remain here. I hope for their sake that there are others waiting on the Dayside supercontinent. Kron didn't seem to care whether Leonel responded or not, but his words were sinister. They didn't carry the crassness one might expect, but they instead hit the nail on the head again and again. By targeting the Morales family, even if Leonel felt that it was all right to leave now since he had already secured the Morales' airship, Kron's words made that accomplishment seem meaningless. Suddenly, the cannons began to pulse. Kron's sneer deepened. Leonel took a step forward, and Kron erupted in laughter. In truth, he didn't believe that Leonel was so stupid. He felt that Leonel probably thought that he could rely on his spatial force to make it here, but he would be sorely mistaken. Back during Earth's second large-scale war against the Umbras and Radix families, Leonel had assaulted a frontier on his own. Even the Radix family, a mere sixth-dimensional family, understood how dangerous spatial force wielders were, and had measures that made it impossible for him to teleport, let alone crafters on the level of the Oman. The distance between Leonel and the ship was over a kilometer, and even if Leonel managed to dodge this barrage of the lasers, the fluctuations of force in the area would become so volatile that even his badge wouldn't work anymore. This is why Kron had sent secret signals as he provoked Leonel. What he wanted was for Leonel to be unable to react by the time the larger cannons fired, but these larger cannons took time to warm up and shoot. Now, it was already too late. However, Kron, although he knew information like Leonel's use of spatial force, he clearly didn't know Leonel well enough. That was because, from the very moment Leonel had stepped foot into these air wars, he didn't plan on anything weaker than first place. And the moment Ina had shed blood, Kron's life was already forfeit. Chapter 227, Mysterious Ability Index. Chapter 22727, Mysterious Ability Index. Leonel's figure flickered to the side. He moved before the final pulse of cannons echoed through the air. It felt like an Armageddon was descending, the piercing lights enveloping everything as they crossed to meet toward Leonel's location. Kron had already seen Leonel's movement, but his sneer only deepened. Now that these cannons had been fired, the region was far too volatile to allow the badges to work properly. Let alone the badges, even controlling force would be difficult in this environment. Now, he just wanted to see how much time Leonel would last for. There was nowhere to escape. The starship was far faster than any one human. Even eighth-dimensional existences wouldn't be able to easily outrun them. There was no winning. The starship was too powerful. Any one of its strikes could threaten the life of an ancestor. There was only despair to be had. When the lights faded, all others saw was Leonel calmly strapping Ina to his back. He moved slowly and with purpose, too scared that his abrupt movement could injure her further. Just moments ago, this woman stood at the top of the world, casually defeating all the geniuses in her path. This was the glory she deserved, a glory that Leonel was more than willing to give her. She was his woman, the one he loved. It didn't matter to him even if others downplayed his achievements because he had relied on her in the end. When she smiled, he was happy. When she frowned, he felt sadness. When she was angry, he felt enraged on her behalf. And when she bled, his fury could burn even the stars. Leonel's gaze had sharpened, his expression becoming so dark that it was difficult even to see his eyes clearly. The last time he had been forced to strap Aina to his back like this, he had caused a city to fall from the skies, crushing the enemy that had dared to make her feel fear. Back then, the puppet master hadn't even laid a hand on Aina yet. Only because of her reaction, Leonel had caused two powerful cities to crumble beneath his might. What he would do to Kron and the Oman family would be far worse. Leonel flickered and vanished. To the astonishment of those watching, rather than turning and running, hoping to find a way to exit the range of the volatile force and crush his badge, he instead shot forward like a blazing meteor. At that moment, streaking through the skies felt like swimming through a vat of oil. Using force felt like pushing a boulder up a hill. Many who weren't even present found it difficult to breathe. It was truly the hot-bloodedness of youth. Facing such a ship, even ancestors would have to turn away. Back then, even the hot-tempered cross-elder Avon had only targeted Leonel after making certain that he had lost the ability to use the starship against him. But now, against an upgraded Tier 2 starship, Leonel was actually moving forward like he had lost his mind entirely to rage. Kron was stunned for a moment as well. He had only meant to use provoking words to delay Leonel for a moment so that the cannons could fire. He hadn't expected to provoke Leonel to the point that he would actually attack. The way he saw things, Leonel might be stupid enough to not crush his badge immediately out of pride, but when he saw the situation, he would make a move nonetheless. But the reality showed that Leonel was far more foolish than he had thought. Kron suddenly began to laugh. This is indeed the difference between the Morales and the Oman family. This hot-blooded foolishness killed many of your ancestors. It killed your grandfather, and it will kill your father very soon, but I guess that you won't be there to witness that day. This time, Kron wasn't speaking just for the sake of goading Leonel. He spoke from the very bottom of his heart, his disdain practically taking physical form as it exuded from him. The other geniuses of the Oman family couldn't help but sneer after awakening to the truth as well. Van Lamar, Erdal, and Garfin, 3 gold-grade crafters only beneath Kron in terms of crafting skill within the younger generation. The 4 of them had worked themselves to the bone in the last several weeks, making sure that everything was absolutely perfect, and now it seemed that it would all work out. They manned the lasers, shifting them toward Leonel's next location and firing. This time, they weren't worried about power. Even at 5%, these lasers were more than enough to grind a 7th-dimensional existence to ash. At that moment, the starship displayed its power. The lasers were continuous, blotting out the skies. Although they were far thinner than they had been in the past, they fired continuously, an endless supply of power coming from their rumbling fusion core. The rest of the Oman family members flew around the ship like headless chickens, making sure that everything was in order. Even though they were being worked to the bone, they grinned with wide smiles on their faces, the pride they felt in their families growing to the point of manifesting like Kron's disdain. Leonel couldn't even approach. He continuously flashed to the side, trying to get closer. But every time he succeeded, he would actually be forced to retreat. That was because the closer he got, the higher the density of lasers would be, leaving him less and less room to dodge. The human domain sighed. By now, the domain of volatile force had increased to the point that even if Leonel managed to rush hundreds of kilometers away, he wouldn't be able to escape. But how could he even begin to put that kind of distance between himself and a starship? At that moment, in the starry skies, a body was suddenly surrounded by several figures. It was a young woman who had had her legs and one of her arms blown off. Even her beating heart could be seen. But she was indifferent to it all, looking toward the floating images before her. This woman was none other than Cynthia Oman. Chapter 208. Over Chapter 208. Over Cynthia didn't care about the state of her body, nor the Oman family elders trying to sustain her life around her. She felt that since she still had her consciousness, her survival was inevitable. She would get her revenge in due time. What she cared about now was the death of Leonel. She had given Kron a blueprint she had spent the better part of the last few decades on. It was a machine that would allow the Omans to rise to the top. No one would be able to compete with them. This was nothing more than an appetizer. If before she didn't care much about Leonel and only wanted him dead for the sake of avoiding accidents, she now wanted to see Alianor's face when she learned that she had both survived and was the cause of her son's death. Although Cynthia's expression was unmoved, the viciousness in her heart was practically like crawling, black-scaled snakes, imprinting themselves throughout her veins and arteries and turning her thoughts dark and gloomy. No one knew what her thoughts had been like in the years since Velasco didn't show up to their wedding. No one even knew whether she had loved Velasco or not. The world could never read anything from her expression, and even when she was on the brink of death like this, she had given nothing away at all. In truth, though she wanted to see Eleanor in pain, she was actually partially grateful. Much like no one knew what her true emotions were, even fewer knew what her ability index was. But this time, that was because even Cynthia herself hadn't been aware of what it was. All her life she had assumed that it was just a minor ability index that boosted her strength or speed, but this was unexpectedly not the case. Just now, she had truly died and been reborn. If she already stood atop the world before, she would supersede even this world in the future. And the first step toward that glory was the death of this thorn at her side. Leonel's moves became more and more erratic. In the end, this was the first time the Oman had used this starship. They were yet to become used to it. The more they fired, the more accustomed they became, and the sharper their attacks and their aiming became. The only reason Leonel had survived for this long was because he was moving before the cannons fired, basing his movements on the aiming of the barrels rather than waiting to time the trajectory of the lasers themselves. But the sharper the Oman family became, the more and more difficult this became as well. However, no one noticed that Leonel's gaze had become akin to the sea god's trident, cold and merciless, enveloped the chilly depths of the dark ocean. And then Leonel suddenly moved forward. This time, there was no sideways movement to his steps at all. He barreled forward as though he had given up on life and sought to die in a blaze of glory. Kron's smile deepened until it suddenly froze. There was only a kilometer that separated himself and Leonel. This was nothing more than child's play in terms of distance at their strength, but it hadn't mattered because Leonel couldn't even get close. In fact, Leonel had even been pushed back until there was over a 10 kilometers distance separating them. But Leonel suddenly closed the distance to 9 kilometers, crossing a distance that should have gotten him killed immediately, and he was still moving. Leonel's flickered and moved like the pieces on a chessboard. Every time he shifted to one location and the cannons reacted, he would shift again, sliding into an impossible-to-target blind spot. All barrels had their limitations. These limitations came in terms of how fast they could move, their recharge time, their recoil, and the final limitation was that of the experts manning them. With this fast rate of firing, the reload time was not even half a second. The recoil was minimized not only by the design of the barrels, but also the thickness of the lasers. Although they were far thinner now than when they were fully charged, that was only relative. As for how fast they could move side to side and up and down in order to re-aim, that was even smoother. They were being manned by the geniuses of the Oman family. Their speed of calculation was out of this world. However, in Leonel's eyes, a half second was still a period of time. Recoil, no matter how minimal, was still minimal. Thickness, no matter how thick, wasn't infinite. And calculations, no matter how fast they were done, couldn't possibly be done faster than his own. After just 3 minutes, a map of the location of the barrels, their limitations, and what regions they could currently attack had all appeared in Leonel's mind. Every time he moved, he would force the barrels to overextend themselves, then suddenly step into the nearest blind spot they couldn't react fast enough to. His movements were agile and his steps were confident. He halved the distance to 5 kilometers in an instant. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was already less than half a kilometer away. It had all happened so fast that Kron almost couldn't react. Leonel was akin to a fish in water, the coldness in his eyes suddenly piercing through Kron's soul for the first time. But just because he was a bit slow to react didn't mean he couldn't. Kron calmed and waved a hand, a shield activating that blocked Leonel's path when he was just 100 meters away. Even normal mortals could see across this distance clearly, let alone two individuals of their stature. Looking into Leonel's eyes, Kron felt that it was far too close. "Kill him," Kron said coldly. This shield was even stronger than the shield Leonel had used to protect himself from Cross-Elder Avon. This battle was over. Chapter 2209, A Practical Joke. Chapter 2209, A Practical Joke. The lasers charged, and suddenly there was no place to dodge. With Leonel being so close, Kron changed his command. Rather than firing at the fastest speed possible, they delayed the onset, charging it up from 5% to over 50%. The thickness of the lasers would increase 10 times over. At this distance, if all the cannons fired together, the entire range around Leonel would be enveloped. There would be no blind spot because all of the lasers would cover for one another. Suddenly, Leonel, who looked as though he was about to turn the tide, faced his death. Van Lamar, Eardal, and Garfin reacted even faster than Kron could give the order. They were all absolute geniuses in their own right and were only a small bit worse than Kron. If the Oman family had their own air wars, there was no doubt that these four would all be their own respective heirs. Due to this, the order came even faster than Kron had expected, and the sneer on his face deepened. If there had been a delay due to the time it took for him to give the order, Leonel might have had a 10% chance to escape, but now, those odds had fallen to 0%, and even that was Kron being reserved. If there was a way for him to give Leonel less than 0% chance, he would. But his pride as a crafter and scholarly man wouldn't allow him to do something so meaningless. Many looked away, unwilling to see such a scene. Leonel's death would mean Ina's death as well. Such a young couple, a life-grade crafter and force pill crafter, would actually die in this way? Of course, Kron had no idea about all of this as he didn't have the viewer's perspective and hadn't seen what the two had accomplished. As far as Kron was concerned, he was unmatched amongst the younger generation in force crafting. He had no equal. Even though he was currently relying on Cynthia's blueprint, he didn't feel any shame. In fact, he only felt endless amounts of pride. He, as a seventh-dimensional existence, had actually led a team to complete a life-grade craft. He had already stepped through the threshold of becoming a life-grade crafter, and he was sure that within the next 3 years he would succeed. To him, the crafters of the Morales family, especially those of the younger generation, were nothing more than jumping clouds. With his hands clasped behind his back, he met Leonel's cold gaze. Just 100 meters separated them, but it might as well have been an endless cavern. This is my skill. This is what the power of a crafter can bring you. What meaning is there to be a group of fighting apes like the Morales, unable to focus on anything and having the tempers of children? You'll die, and your parents will come to accompany you soon. Kron's intent blazed, and his force actually surged. Beneath the rising might of the laser barrels, his power actually improved. He stepped across the threshold of Tier 3 of the 7th dimension and stepped into Tier 4. His force flowed with an impossible smoothness, and the smile on his face was calm. He felt like everything in the world was in the palm of his hands. The difference between him and Leonel was akin to the skies and mud. He had just broken through a barrier no one in the younger generation could touch, and Leonel's journey would end here. Wasn't it all clear? Boom! The lasers fired and enveloped the world. As expected, Leonel was entirely swallowed. There was nowhere to dodge, no blind spots to take advantage of. It was over. Kron looked away complacently, a bright smile on his face. You've all done well. This is the Oman family's glory. Prepare the ship. We'll go to kill off the rest of the heirs and finish this farce. Long live the Omans. Long live the Omans. The roar of the geniuses on the ship was deafening. They too had had a helping hand in completing a life-grade starship. How could they not be endlessly prideful? Maybe soon, like Kron, they would sense the threshold of the life-grade as well. Van Lamar, Erdal, and Garfin were all feeling prideful as well. Unlike the others, they were right on Kron's heels. They had already sensed the threshold as well. Although Kron had gone beyond them and entered Tier 4, he was always slightly older than them. Soon, the Oman family would have 4 new rising geniuses. This was the power of Cynthia's blueprint. But at that moment, amidst the roaring adulation, the gentle sound and feet landing on the ground was deafening. It should have been a sound that was entirely drowned out. A sound that was so minuscule and unimportant that it would have been washed away by the deafening boom of their happiness. And yet, it echoed in their ears like thunder, because they were all too familiar with that sound. It was a sound they had heard thousands of times in their lives, the sound of someone descending from the skies. But the problem was that none of them had been in the skies just now. They all looked back, their eyes widening as they found Leonel standing there with the same cold expression. This time, the biting wind of his gaze reached them, the hollow sound of chilly wind echoing through their heart, resounding in their ears like the creaking doors of an abandoned home. Kron's expression changed. His head whipped back so fast that an aching pain spread through his neck. However, he couldn't seem to sense this at all as his eyes landed on Leonel. Leonel didn't say a single word as the entire ship was enveloped by darkness. At that moment, even the human domain couldn't see a single thing. All they could hear was the echo of screams, a shuddering, heart-wrenching, blood-curdling symphony that they would never forget. When the darkness cleared, Leonel held Kron's throat in his hands as he breathed his final few breaths. Kron's eyes suddenly lit up with enlightenment, a wash of relief flooding his body. That's how you did it, Kron chuckled, the excursion causing him to cough up the final strands of blood in his body. To the horror of those watching, everything beneath his waist had actually already been separated from his body. The ship could only be described as the bloodier reincarnation of hell. Limbs, headless corpses, random assortments of legs, bones, and inner organs. Blood painted the deck and dripped down the sides of the once proud starship. It could be seen that Leonel hadn't spared even a single person, not even the most minor of characters from the Omans had lived, because they were all responsible for Ina's injuries. And yet, the leader of them all was laughing such a mad laughter as he breathed his last breaths. He found it all to be absolutely hysterical, a wild tale of the most epic proportions. That was because he felt that his title as #1 crafter of the younger generation had been nothing more than a joke the human domain had played on him. Chapter 20110, Silence. Chapter 20110, Silence. There was nothing but a void of silence. The way Leonel stood, it looked like he was still infuriated, tossing aside Kron's corpse as though he was dissatisfied that there was no one left to vent his fury on. Indeed, Kron had managed to figure it out at the last moment. His shock and awe had nothing to do with Leonel's divine armor. As he watched his fellow family members die one after another, suffering horrible, cruel deaths, all he could think about was what could have possibly led things to come to this point, and in the end, as he breathed his last, he finally grasped it. But even then, he found it hard to believe. Hard to believe that such a crafter could exist in the younger generation, because it was hard to believe that such an existence could even exist amongst the older generation. It felt that none of it made any sense. Everything hinged on one matter, the protective formation itself. When one thought about it, what did it mean for a starship to be able to defend itself and attack at the same time? How could it both stop Leonel from approaching, while also attacking Leonel? It seemed that the only way for that to be possible would be for the cannons to be outside of the formation, but in that case, the cannons would be too easily targeted. Of all the blind spots that Leonel had risked his life to calculate, there existed some that even toddlers would be able to figure out was a safe region, and that was the location of the barrels themselves. If the cannons had been located on the outside, it would be easy for Leonel to protect himself. However, there would never be such an obvious design flaw. The formations of the starship were designed to allow one-way pass-through, to block from one direction, but allow easy access from another direction. It was like this the ship was able to both protect itself and attack at the same time. It didn't need to be an example just how difficult doing such a thing was. The level of force art mastery that was required was on a completely different level. It was one thing for it to be a simple pass-through, or to maybe allow a person or two through, but to maintain its integrity while powerful cannons like those lasers were firing, it was almost impossible. It could be said that the greatest feat of engineering on the starships was this formation that could block eighth-dimensional existences from one side and kill them from the other. To Leonel, however, this was nothing more than a flaw to exploit. The weakness of such a force art was that the amount it could let through at once was limited. Kron wasn't a fool, he was well aware of this. As for the protective force art, it was designed to be just fine even if all the cannons fired at once at 100%. If it could do this, it wouldn't be a feat of engineering. Even so, there were still flaws, and it had only taken Leonel a moment to find them. During his approach to the starship, Leonel had already been targeting one region in particular. However, those that were intelligent would see that there was a problem with all of this. The cannons, fired at 50%, had lasers so thick that they covered the entire range of Leonel's escape options. How could Leonel target a single flaw if the lasers spanned hundreds of meters? And if the flaw spanned hundreds of meters itself, it wouldn't have even been a feat for Leonel to succeed because the force art would have long since collapsed. But once again, the starship was designed to take the cannons fired at 100%, even all at the same time, so something wasn't adding up. Originally, Kron had thought of this possibility and simply threw it to the back of his mind. It wasn't until his final breath that he remembered what Leonel had done right at the beginning of the battle, and it all clicked for him at once. In order to survive the first strike of lasers and save Ina, Leonel had redirected the lasers, using his gravity field, light force, and spatial force to bend light as though he was a crystal prism. This time, Leonel did it once again, but on a far larger scale. He had realized that the protective force art was no different from a polarized lens. It allowed objects to pass through from one direction, but didn't from another. So long as he got close to this lens, he could tweak it just the slightest bit. On his own, Leonel could only shift the laser's light a few centimeters. With the help of the protective force art, he forced the lasers that spanned hundreds of meters in thickness to concentrate onto a single point, targeting the weakness of the force art. While passing through the force art, the lasers immediately overloaded the protective formation. The formation was rated to handle 100% cannon fire with ease, but after Leonel took action, it was as though the power of the cannons had increased 1,000-fold, shooting far past what the force art could handle and shattering it. At the same time, because the laser was concentrated into a single point chosen by Leonel's manipulation of the protective force art, he knew exactly where to stand to avoid being hit. As though this wasn't terrible foresight enough, because the lasers had to be filtered through the force art first before their beams could be shrunk. From Kron's perspective, it looked as though everything had gone perfectly because all he and the rest of them could see was a blinding flash of light that enveloped everything ahead. Leonel controlled it all perfectly. He overloaded the force art just enough that it only shattered after all the light had passed through. Then, he calmly stepped forward through the now shattered force art, and before it could even be reported that the protective force art had issues, he landed on the desk of the starship. Now, he stood alone, and it all began to sink in for the spectators. These air wars were over, and the #1 genius of the younger generation had been crowned. His name was Leonel Morales. Chapter 20101N, not Earth. Chapter 20101N, not Earth. The silence of the human domain very quickly became a raging uproar. Not many understood how Leonel had done it. It relied on concepts of force crafting that even life-grade crafters might not understand, let alone the general masses. But what they were all aware of was that Leonel wasn't just lucky. Unlike Kron, they had a bird's-eye perspective of what had happened. They saw Leonel place his hand on the protective force art. They saw the large, thick beams of lasers converge and come out the other side in a far thinner line. They saw Leonel dodge it with ease, and they watched as it shattered beneath its own power. At this point, in the eyes of those watching, Leonel was practically omnipotent. He had just taken down a starship that even ancestors feared on his own, and yet he hadn't been injured during the exchange even a single time. In fact, he had entered the battlefield tired and drawing on his final dregs of stamina, and yet this was the result. If it wasn't for the fact that Kron and the others had lost their lives as a result of this matter, some conspiracy theorists might have thought that this was all a show put on by the strongest powers of the human domain just to shine a halo upon Leonel. It all felt too exaggerated. From the very moment he stepped onto the Air War's moon, it could be said that he was in first place from the very first breath, and in the end he finished off in first place. Despite the winding twists and turns, and even when it seemed that he had nowhere to go and had finally reached a dead end, he broke through time and time again. Nothing was able to pause his steps. The Morales heirs watched on in silence, their expressions unreadable. They too had begun to feel the sort of bitter sweetness that the heirs of the past had felt. For Adaworth, sometimes when his father got drunk and complained about the things on his plate and how being patriarch was exhausting, he could hear the undertones in his voice. That year, Velasco hadn't participated, and Montez, as though trying to prove something, had entered the air wars with no backers other than his own spear, believing that he was no weaker than his elder brother and he didn't need the help of others. The current patriarch of the Morales was the first winner in their history that didn't feel the pride in his victory. Every time he had more work to do, every time another thing was shoved onto his plate, every time his temper wanted to flare up but he was forced to suppress it, he would remember that this was a job that others hadn't even wanted, so he ended up with it, and it made it all the more bitter. Adaworth had wanted to win, to defeat his fellow heirs in the most talented generation of the Morales with his own hands, so that he could take some of his father's pride back. But that satisfaction had already been stripped from him. The moment the human domain forced Leonel to participate as a sixth-dimensional existence, he had been enraged, although he didn't show it. What good was it if he defeated Leonel like this? What was it worth? Could he take his father's pride back? Could he help their branch of the family set their hearts at ease? This rage, however, wasn't aimed toward Leonel. He wanted to vent it on the other heirs of the human domain for daring to stain something he had worked so hard for. But now, seeing Leonel stand victorious, a smile couldn't help but spread across his face. This was what Leonel deserved, what the Morales deserved. All the humiliation he had felt, that they had felt, that every Morales had been forced to shoulder for the last several months, was washed away in a single instant. As fiery as all of their tempers were, they grinned from ear to ear, their bodies rumbling and their blood boiling. One after another, the howl of the Morales spread through the human domain. There didn't need to be a projection for the powers, weak to strong, to hear it. The stars aligned and a constellation that spanned countless light years appeared above their heads, taking the shape of a spear roaring with the howl of a blade. The commotion was larger than a single domain could encompass. The echo spread across the dimensional verse, the stars aligning as though in worship of the birth of a new existence. The spear lengthened and grew, its mighty body shuddering and shaking as though it wasn't satisfied with this alone. The doors that gates the Morales lineage factor were flung open one after another. A raging torrent of Starforce accumulated and descended upon their territory. Everyone with even the slightest Morales blood rushing through their veins felt a connection with the roaring stars in the skies. Their understanding of Starforce and what it truly represented seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, and their gazes lost their sharpness, the vague hue of enlightenment filling their bodies as the commotion continued to grow. Boom, 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 boom. The Morales Holy Land rumbled. The ground cracked and large plumes of violet smoke came out from its depths, filling the region that had already been extremely thick with force with larger and larger amounts of it. And then, suddenly, it was as though a pane of glass had shattered, a ceiling made of the most pure and transparent crystal being crushed as an artificial glass cap was erupted through. The Morales lands trembled, their skies thundered, and all of the stars within the thousands of galaxies they commanded seemed to surge with life. Every existence in the dimensional verse was alerted all at once. The human domain finally had an eighth dimensional territory, and it wasn't Earth at all. Chapter 2112 Howl. Chapter 2112 Howl. Howl. The howl of the Morales resonated with their spear constellation as it morphed into something entirely different. A hand of stars appeared from the vast nothingness, grabbing a hold of the spear as the rest of his body quickly formed. A magnificent armor formed of a rainbow assortment of stars and galaxies took shape. The man raised his foot and stomped it downward. A wild pressure spread in all directions, the howling blade of the spear piercing through the veil of the universe. The man's spear steadied, straight and unfathomable, steady and unmovable. And then it all fell into silence. The rolling blood of the Morales continued to tumble. They felt their bodies strengthening by leaps and bounds. Whether it was the heirs or the lowest of the talents, their so-called bloodline shackles were shattered one after another. Even without being consciously aware of it, the Morales seemed to understand that they would never have to awaken their lineage factor step by step again. However, even this wasn't the most shocking part of it all. Their metal synergy lineage factor and their spear domain lineage factor had seemingly fused into one, becoming an entirely new lineage factor more substantial than it had been in the past. And, as though that wasn't enough, every Morales alive on this day had received it. In the past, the fifth door of the metal synergy lineage factor had been a tightly guarded secret, one that the Morales hadn't been willing for outsiders to understand. But when the sixth door was awakened by Leonel, the uproar within their Holy Lands was devastating, though many had assumed that it had been done by Velasco. Now, however, it had all changed. Doors? They didn't have them anymore, and let alone the sixth door that they had to suppress information about had entirely vanished. The two lineage factor standards that had become the deciding factor as to whether or not one could become an heir and compete for the patriarch position had vanished, fusing into one and forming an entirely new lineage factor that existed on a plane of its own, at least in the human domain. The other families that were witnessing this felt shaken to their core. At this moment, one had one very important question to ask themselves. Why was it that only 12 were known as the constellation families? Why was it that word of the Morales family, or the Oman family, or the Swayard family having constellations not spread? It didn't seem to make any sense. The influence of these constellations was so heavy that even the people of Earth had heard of them, to the point that they had even named them properly down to the final word. If the influence was so great, then why was it that these families had to join up in alliances just to match up to the Swayard and Morales families? Why were they so weak, relatively speaking? Of course, to the people of the human domain, these families were absolute behemoths, but they still didn't sit upon the apex. So what was the reasoning for this? The harsh truth was that very few knew or understood, but there was some speculation, and that while it required a powerful family to form a constellation, if a family was too powerful, it would be even more difficult than a weak family trying to form one. While there were many medium to large families that had formed constellations, the pinnacle of the dimensional verse had never managed to do so, until now. The Morales constellation seemed to take up the entire skies. No matter where you were in the dimensional verse, no matter how bright your sun had just been in your skies, there was nothing but darkness except for the shining radiance of this constellation. The howl of the Morales, rather than getting weaker, only seemed to get stronger. Their boiling blood only grew hotter and hotter, their skin growing flushed. A spear radiance shot from their bodies, piercing toward the stars as though in acknowledgement of the man wielding a spear above them. Even their ancestors couldn't seem to hold back, howling along as though they were in the prime of their youth once again. The human domain was entirely silent outside the roar of the Morales. Many had thought about the fact that should the Morales have won these air wars, their morale would have reached unreachable peaks, but they had never expected for it to be this exaggerated. They felt that if they truly attacked the Morales now, even if they could deal a devastating blow, destroying them would be entirely impossible. Their gazes couldn't help but fall onto a single young man, standing amidst a sea of blood and carnage. It was he who had caused all of this, he who from the very beginning had shattered their expectations one after another. It was he who, even on the first day of his role as patriarch, had gathered up the Morales into a single unified front even without breathing a single word. The Void Elders of the Void Palace couldn't believe what they were seeing. Void Elder Wymark, Void Elder Galien, and Void Elder Lisbeth had unreadable expressions, their gazes shifting from the constellation in the skies to the young man basking in Starforce. They had been infuriated by this youngster time and time again, but they had never been able to get their revenge. They had thought that they could at least watch him fall on his face during these air wars after offending so many, but he had shattered their expectations again and again. It was truly suffocating. Before any of them could decide on a word to speak, the Void Palace suddenly rumbled. Their expressions changed. The last time this had happened, the Cataclysm Zone had descended and swallowed them whole. It couldn't be that. The Void Battlefield. The barriers have been shattered. The expressions of the Void Elders turned pale all at once. This only meant one thing. The other domains were invading. Erdul's note. I really enjoyed this Air Wars arc. What about you guys? Chapter 211-13. Drawbacks. Chapter 211-13. Drawbacks. Leonel opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat vacant. In truth, he wasn't entirely in the mood to worry about the changes happening to his body, nor the changes occurring outside this planet, but he didn't really have much of a choice. He might have still ignored it if it was a change to his lineage factor alone, but during these last few moments, he had suddenly gained enlightenment on universal force. It had come in an unexpected way, but also in a mode that made perfect sense. He had never thought that the constellation families would be so related to the universal forces, but now that things had been laid out this way, it almost felt too obvious. Of course they would have to be related in some way. Even so, the fact that his lineage factor had actually evolved was beyond his expectations, and his breakthrough was even more unexpected. Leonel had found breaking through the realms of the sixth dimension incredibly easy. He improved by leaps and bounds what felt like almost every day. And yet, his universal force and comprehension of universal cycles was still stuck at a fifth dimensional standard. It didn't seem to make much sense. That said, Leonel understood why this was. He had suddenly upturned his entire understanding of universal forces and what they were meant to be, and had even tied that in with dimensional cleanse. The complexity of taking even a single step forward now couldn't be understated. What Leonel had neglected was the fact that since his universal force had fundamentally changed, the method by which he had to approach his next breakthrough should likewise change, but he hadn't been flexible enough. Now, he realized where his mistake was. He had already fully comprehended the sixth-dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse. All he had to do now was use it as a prism to comprehend the natural light realm, and everything would flow smoothly. The moment he had this thought, it happened. The world of his ethereal glabella changed entirely, and the shifting tides of night and day came with a surge of universal force that was all too easily masked by the commotion of the human domain as a whole. Leonel was so distracted by these changes to his universal force that he didn't pay much attention to his body. He already had improved his lineage factor greatly, and he hadn't thought about what benefits this matter would bring him. In fact, he was actually lamenting it. Why were the Morales so powerful? It wasn't just because of their lineage factor, but rather because of the skills that they had paired it with. The metal synergy lineage factor didn't come with divine armor by default. It had to be remembered that the divine armor creation technique was one that passed down to Leonel from his father. It and techniques like metal body were the real reason that Leonel and the others were so powerful. If the lineage factor changed too much, these techniques that had taken countless generations to produce would become useless. Even if the floor strength of the Morales had skyrocketed and their ceiling couldn't be seen, the time it would take for that improvement to be seen would be extremely long. In fact, if those techniques truly became useless in the immediate future rather than becoming stronger, the Morales would actually weaken by a substantial margin. This is why Leonel wasn't very excited about these matters. He had already lucked out once by the improvement of his lineage factor not interfering with his metal body and the like. He didn't know if he would be lucky enough to succeed again. These reasons were also why he had held back in improving his Northern Star lineage factor to the next stage either. If he casually did so, the synergy between the light and dark halves might vanish, and things like the Lotus Domain that he had grown to like very much would disappear as well. Leonel shook his head and sighed. It seemed that only time would tell. After his enlightenment ended, he swept through his body once and sighed a breath of relief when it seemed that his divine armors were still there. However, although they were still there, they felt somewhat empty. They had had such a perfect fusion with Leonel before, but now it felt that there was something missing. The situation in Leonel's body, oddly enough, was actually quite similar to what the other Morales were experiencing as well. This was surprising because Leonel's own lineage factor had already deviated from their own, and his divine armor had changed a great deal. Leonel's gaze sharpened. He actually felt that he could expel his divine armor from his body now. Others weren't aware, but Leonel very much understood how he had managed to reforge his divine armors. It required literally being eaten alive. Although it wouldn't have had to be so exaggerated if he wanted to do it again, he would still have to take the step to destroy his own body and reforge it like a spiritual would. That wasn't a fun process, and he could only do it because he had succeeded in separating his soul. But now, it seemed that he could actually do it at will. Maybe the drawbacks won't be so bad, Leonel felt hopeful. However, he didn't smile too quickly. He knew that with these sorts of subtle changes, it would take time to pick out all the new issues they would have to deal with. At least with how things stood now, his divine armor was definitely no longer perfectly suited to his body. He would have to do something about that sooner rather than later. Exhaling a breath, Leonel looked up. It seemed that it was time to leave. He took a step, and the starship rumbled. The corpses that had fallen into the ocean were all taken by him. When Leonel pierced through the atmosphere of the Air Wars moon, there probably wasn't a single person who didn't have their eyes on him. All at once, the animosity that had built up so long came flooding forth like a tide. This was truly their last easy chance to kill Leonel. Chapter 2114, Brat. Chapter 2114, Brat. These people never got the chance to act. Let alone his parents, the Morales all moved in unison. However, people soon realized that it was entirely unnecessary. This brat, the Morales ancestors, shook their heads. Even in this situation, it seemed that Leonel didn't care to rely on others. He had exited the Air Wars riding on the starship that the Oman were so proud of. They had been so excited by the various emotions they had experienced in the last several moments that they had entirely neglected this point. Who here could even harm Leonel? They would have to turn their own flagship cannons toward him first, but the agility that the Oman's new prototype had shown was on a completely different level. Their large starships took time to warm up and prepare for action, and took even longer to accelerate into movement. After all, they were all the size of a planet at the smallest. But the Oman's, or rather Leonel's now, was only about 3 or so kilometers in length. It might be small, but it was no less powerful, and they would probably be crushed before they even knew what happened. Even now, Leonel didn't need any sort of protection. He had the pride that a patriarch of the Morales family should have. Leonel stood quite stoically. He didn't seem moved by the killing intent of those around him. Even those of his generation that had managed to escape, lucky enough to have never run into him, lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his sweeping gaze. Whether it was the arrogant Conan of the Leo family, or even Simona, who had just been Leonel's ally, they felt that they were at a loss for words and didn't deserve to stand on the same plane as him. One might wonder why it was that Simona was already among the spectators, but the truth wasn't all that difficult to decipher. She had charged toward the Omans to deal the final blow along with Leonel's brothers and his armies. However, the moment she had seen the starship, she felt that the situation was helpless. Without hesitation, she crushed her badge, leaving the others behind to fend for themselves. Leonel's army was only about 20,000 deep. The millions of soldiers that had been under Exavnik were all in the territory of the spiritual religion. It could be said that Simona and her people had been the absolute largest force, but they had left even without a fight. It was hard to blame her. What could she do in the face of a weapon even ancestors would be helpless against? But when Leonel swept a gaze past her, unsurprised by her appearance here and treating her just the same as every other genius he had trampled beneath his feet, she felt a hollowness in her chest. Looking toward the beauty calmly resting on Leonel's back, Simona thought she saw a slight smile on Ina's face. Even so injured, even in such a helpless situation, the moment she had felt Leonel's touch, she seemed to have entered a state of incomparable ease. She didn't care if the skies were falling, her man would be there to hold it up. Simona adjusted herself and calmed down. Looking at the puppy by her legs, she relaxed entirely. In some time, she would dazzle the world as well. It might be later than her peers, but that time would come. The helplessness of this day would reverse soon enough. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before Leonel with a swift speed. Leonel, who wasn't in the best of moods, couldn't help but smile. He didn't move as two soft palms pressed his cheeks together. Compared to Leonel's mood, Eleanor's mood was even worse. If not for Velasco, she really would have stopped the air wars and attacked directly. Everyone could see how unfair the situation was. The Oman family was actually so disgusting and shameless. Seeing that her little lion was okay, the heavy boulder on her chest had finally been placed down. Even so, it was quickly replaced by an erupting fury. She wanted nothing more than to charge into the Oman family's territory and slaughter them down to their last man. Leonel chuckled. "Mom, don't frown so much. It'll age you." Eleanor was stunned out of rage with Leonel's words, and she suddenly gave her son a light palm to the forehead. "Look at you. Mom has neglected your education. Don't you know how to talk to women?" Leonel grinned. "I think I did okay." Eleanor rolled her eyes. Although Leonel didn't pick up his father's playboy habits, he had definitely picked up that glib tongue and arrogance. With a gentle swipe, Eleanor's palm descended on Ina's cheek as well, but this time there was a swell of light force. Very soon, the paleness on Ina's face vanished entirely. Eleanor's brows jumped. She hadn't expected healing Ina would take such little force. That could only mean that Ina was more than 50% healed by now. Such self-healing capabilities for a Tier 1 7th-dimensional practitioner was more than exceptional. She could only be said to be a little monster. Leonel looked past his mother's shoulder to see that his father was still lying lazily, and he couldn't help but roll his own eyes. He hadn't seen this old man in over half a decade. In fact, to this old man, it probably would have been over 3 decades since he last saw his son, but he was still trying to act cool. Before Leonel could say anything, the rage seemed to have boiled over. It seemed that what would come would come. The Gold-Dark family, the Tor family, the Gemin family, the Libra family, the Quarius family, the Pisk family, more enemies than Leonel could even count, were all infuriated. Of them all, the matriarch of the Gemin family, that vindictive young woman's mother, seemed to be the most pressuring. Seeing them really about to do something, Leonel suddenly held up a finger, as though he was telling them to wait a moment. Chapter 2115, Extortion, Chapter 2115. Extortion. Leonel's actions stunned the surrounding elders before they were suddenly infuriated. Patriarch of the Morales or not, since when did a 6th-dimensional junior have the right to speak to them in such a way? No, he hadn't even spoken to them. He waved at them like a nobleman might a doorman. Leonel seemed to remember something at that moment and took out a silver tablet. Before anyone could understand what was happening, his eyes glowed a fierce violet light and the corpses that he had brought up with him began to vanish one after another. Ina, who was having a good sleep, subconsciously mumbled something and the blood force responded, surging into the silver tablet. After a moment, Leonel began to revive them. Under the astonished gazes of the human domain, Leonel's people came back to life one after another. His brothers, who had experienced this once before, looked at their bodies and shook their heads, a feeling of helplessness welling up inside of them. As for the members of the Skies and Oryx families, they jolted feeling as though everything was surreal. Many thought they had entered some form of heaven or hell, until they looked around and realized that it was all as they remembered the real world to be. Were they hallucinating? But soon, Leonel's next words seemed to have awakened everyone to reality. Then, he looked toward the families that were clambering, and every one of them seemed to understand what this matter meant. They looked toward the silver tablet in Leonel's hands, their gazes practically burning. This was a gathering of the strongest powers of the human domain. It wouldn't be unlikely that 1 or 2 of them had seen such a tablet before. In fact, the Morales might even have one. But what was clear was that none of them had ever seen it used like this. The reason was simple. Which of them had the ability to control and snatch souls before they disappeared like Leonel did? The answer was that no one but Leonel had this ability. Not even his mother did. That was because the golden tablet of the Emperor's Might lineage factor that held all the secrets of their power's uses was with Leonel. Even if they knew the tablet had such an ability, they wouldn't be able to use it in such a way. Only Leonel could, and that was thanks to the amazing soul-controlling ability that they had seen him use on those lowly disciples of the Libra family. Leonel's gaze blinked as he looked toward the patriarchs, matriarchs, and ancestors who had been ready to clamor. None of them seemed to know what to say because they suddenly realized that Leonel was their only hope at ever seeing their young geniuses again. Eleanor gazed at the silver tablet silently for a moment but didn't say anything, simply standing by her son's side. Suddenly, it became obvious why Leonel hadn't used one of his greatest trump cards during the Air Wars. He had already exposed his ability to control souls, so why had he only used it once but never again? Wouldn't it have been useful? And the answer to that was that after he resurrected a soul, it would only last for 24 hours before vanishing. At that point, forcing it to rise wouldn't be possible again, and said person would be officially dead. This was something even the snow globes couldn't stop. But by only keeping their corpses, he could freeze them in the moment of death and force their soul to stay put until he was ready to force it to rise. Leonel suddenly grinned. It seems that you're all very eager to see your geniuses rise again, huh? Leonel's words made their bodies tremble, but no one said a single thing. Suddenly, everything felt like a joke. They had done all of this to stop the Morales from monopolizing an eighth-dimensional world, but now the Morales territory itself was an eighth-dimensional world. They didn't even have to overextend themselves anymore. As a crafting family, the built-in defenses of the Morales territory were beyond what most could imagine. And now, the youth that was both the prince of a world about to become an eighth-dimensional world and the current patriarch of an eighth-dimensional world was sneering at them while they could only come with a hat in hand. It's very simple. I'm willing to trade the life of an ordinary genius for a gold-grade weapon. It doesn't even have to be a good one. Hearing this, the expressions on their various elders softened considerably. This might sound like an astronomical price, but a gold-grade treasure for a genius that had entered the seventh dimension with the God Path was more than worth it. In fact, Leonel was suffering a huge loss. These powerful families could probably pay that price with a single one of their main cities with just half a year or so's revenue. Of course, that was if they were exchanging for all of their geniuses at once. However, the smile on Leonel's face was anything but comforting. For a medium-level genius, a half-life grade weapon. These will be geniuses that had been in leadership roles beneath the heirs and their trump cards. The elders remained silent. The price was getting far steeper. Life-grade weapons were exceptionally rare, and half-life-grade weapons, although a step down, could be considered the pinnacle of what most experts would wield. Only in the hands of ancestors could you find life-grade weapons, and even that wasn't guaranteed if the family was on the weaker side. For high-level geniuses, geniuses on the level of the likes of Gunter who were the right-hand men of your operations, or the partner that your heirs brought in, I want the revenue of a capital city for 10 years. The elders choked, their gazes becoming gloomier and gloomier. That price was enough to build a Tier 2 starship. As for your heirs, your beloved geniuses, I want the revenue of 100 years, or 10 years from 10 capital cities, whichever you so choose, Leonel said with a bright smile. You're extorting us, Matriarch Gemin roared. Yeah, and? Leonel asked, blinking as though it was only a matter of course. As for you, because I particularly dislike your daughter, the price is double. On top of that, if she dares to appear before me again, I'll directly kill her even if she says nothing at all, so you'd better protect her well. Chapter 2016 Acting Cool. Chapter 2016 Acting Cool. The smile on Leonel's face was one those elders present wished that they could wipe away with a single slap, but whether it was the starship or due to Alienor, they knew that such a thing was a pipe dream. But the ask alone wasn't why they were in such a tough situation. They had witnessed Leonel's cunning a long while ago. They had even felt enraged on behalf of their disciples, but when it was suddenly turned on them, they felt even more suffocated. Compared to the revenue of 100 years for a single disciple, a single gold-grade weapon was less than nothing. It might as well be an ant by the side of the road. So, why was there such a disparity in the price? Of course, the heirs were worth a great deal more, but surely it wouldn't be millions of times more, which was the range that they were working with here. The only explanation was that Leonel had done it on purpose. While one gold-grade weapon wasn't worth much, just how many disciples had they sent in? Any who wanted to have even a small chance of winning would have to send tens of millions in, and that was the bare minimum. Those that were like the Tor family that had died early on were still relatively luckier. That was because they had only had a few thousand disciples to start when their road had come to an end. But how could this be the case for them all? Leonel hadn't made a distinction between people he had killed with his own hands and those that had died at the hands of others either. That meant it was a wide-open opportunity for all of those here, and after the shock that they could be revived subsided, the sinister nature of Leonel's words settled in soon after. This was because of one simple reason. If they saved one, they would have to save them all. No, even further than that. Even if 99 of 100 families refused this deal, just one of them nodding their head would force the hand of the rest. The Tor family, for example, was one such existence that was very likely to agree. Armand was their one heir-level genius that had died. If his partner was taken into account, they would have to exchange 110 years of revenue in addition to a few thousand half-life grade weapons. After all, the first few thousand disciples to be traded for would have been their absolute best. This was a steep price, but it was relatively easier to swallow compared to what the Gemin and Libra families would have to pay, or the Pius and Quarius families after them. This might not sound like a big deal, just exchange for less people, right? But any patriarch or matriarch who would be willing to make such a decision never deserved their position in the first place. That wasn't because of some sanctimonious moral high ground, but rather because they would be far too stupid. If you traded for some lives but not others, how would their people react? Didn't those geniuses have their own parents? Didn't they have grandparents? Siblings? How would such individuals react to knowing that the family could have revived their loved one for a mere gold-grade weapon and yet refused to? What was the value of a human life? This was a question that Leonel had been pursuing the answer to for all his life. But right now, the answer seemed quite clear. To the right person, it was priceless. If these leaders and ancestors wanted their absolute geniuses back, they would have to exchange for everybody, or nobody at all. And if they took the latter option, they would have to hope that no other families took Leonel up on his deal, or else their higher-ups would look both weak and heartless in comparison. That was the reality. Although Leonel was seemingly giving them the option to refuse, the guillotine was already above their heads. His sly smile held all the meaning in the world. They were already caught in his net the moment he had taken action. And now, these families were in a situation where they had no choice but to fund the Morales family's war efforts. And considering the skill that Leonel had displayed, and the special armors he had created that could allow soldiers to share their power amongst one another, this was the worst thing they could do. Leonel smiled and didn't say anything more. He didn't care to waste his breath on these people. He had already given them a way out. He had told them already that anyone he saw would die under his hand. They hadn't believed him. They had thought he was too weak and far too arrogant, and now they were paying the price for it. With a slight nudge, the starship moved forward, the various ancestors having no choice but to move out of the way. Eleanor shook her head when she saw where Leonel was going. Leonel landed on his father's silver boat and unceremoniously threw out a kick. Those in the surroundings were once again stunned, and each of them wore odd expressions. Once again, everything they knew about Velasco's character said that he wouldn't stand for such a thing even by the hands of his own son. As expected, before the kick could land, a shield magically appeared and Leonel's foot was blocked. "You have a lot of nerve disturbing my nap." Velasco's voice boomed like thunder, the various starships in the surroundings tumbling and groaning. Even the protective force art of Leonel's newly acquired starship rumbled and cracked. A shield that should have been immune to the attacks of an ancestor almost fell beneath a single shout. Everyone's expression changed once again. However, Leonel's next words made them choke. "Are you done yet, old man? Give it up. Your beautifully sculpted image has been tarnished. I mean, I could tarnish it a little bit more if I revealed what was in." Velasco suddenly scrambled to get up. Chapter 2117, Degenerate. Chapter 2117. Degenerate. Leonel's next words were covered by Velasco's hand. The latter looked like he had a fiery rage in his gaze, but before he could do anything more, Eleanor landed silently by Leonel's side, throwing up an eyebrow. "Reveal what, exactly?" Leonel sent his mother a helpless glance, as though to say that his mouth had been sealed by the criminal before him. He was helpless to do anything before this kind of power. How could he continue to explain? "Nothing, dear." "This little rascal is just making things up," Velasco hurried to explain. "Is that so?" Eleanor said lightly. "Interesting." Velasco coughed, trying to regain his dignified bearing. He sent another glare Leonel's way, but the latter seemed to have been consumed by his amusement. His father had a fascination with anime during his time on Earth. Just like any self-respecting weeb, he had fallen down his own rabbit holes and ended up basking in the degenerate side of the culture. That poor man, within his wife by his side for a whole 17 years, he fell into complete depravity. He was a reformed playboy, but his libido hadn't magically vanished. It was impossible for Leonel to find something that Velasco wanted to hide normally, but the trouble was that Earth had very strict rules before the metamorphosis. Such content had very strict bans on them, and the methods by which one could get their hands on them was very long and grueling. Of course, Velasco didn't fear the punishment of the people on Earth. But the trouble was that in order to partake in that culture, one had to use the systems of Earth, obviously. That meant that he had to use the same devices as everyone else. Velasco's main focus on Earth originally was taking in their knowledge about healing the body. Earth might have been primitive at the time, but they were unmatched in talent, and when it came to curing the ailments faced by third-dimensional existences, it probably wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had become number one. Velasco was originally a crafter. He didn't know anything about biology initially, and because he was so focused on the biological side of things, his tech savviness lagged behind. In such a situation, an old man with minimal knowledge or care, faced with a youth of the younger generation who knew the ins and outs of such devices, he never stood a chance. It also didn't help that Velasco was arrogant, and felt that everything was beneath his notice. It only took a single slip-up, and Leonel had grasped his weakness. Originally, Velasco had already wiped this memory from Leonel, but after Leonel's dream force had reached a certain standard, he was even able to remember his mother's face, let alone this. Thinking to this point, Leonel's grin only grew wider and wider. Seeing that his wife was now ignoring him, Velasco really wanted to shake this son of his until he couldn't see straight anymore. If before Leonel had already tarnished his well-earned reputation, it had all come crumbling down now. "Eleanor, baby, it's not like that, really." Velasco let go of Leonel and moved toward Eleanor. However, he knew it was helpless. Eleanor wouldn't talk to him until he explained what Leonel had wanted to say, and knowing her character, she wouldn't let Leonel tell her. She would want to hear it from Velasco himself, making it even more embarrassing. How could he say such a thing out loud? "I was just speaking nonsense, Mom. You don't need to worry about it," Leonel said slyly. "You." Velasco nearly cut Leonel's tongue out. Saying such a thing only made it worse. This son of his was more than smart enough to know that he had definitely said it on purpose. Leonel started to laugh hard, so hard that he couldn't even breathe properly. This was what his father got for trying to act cool. Leonel seemed to be having the time of his life. It didn't look like he had just fought a life-and-death battle at all. All of his gloominess had vanished. He felt that life wasn't so bad right now. He looked toward Ina's side profile. She still rested on his back, lost in a deep sleep. Yeah, life wasn't so bad right now. The rest of the human domain weren't quite sure what they were looking at. Seeing the kind of relationship that Leonel had with his father, and that Leonel truly dared to tease him to this extent, they realized how foolish it was to try and separate Leonel's death from Velasco by using the younger generation. They had thought that no matter how in love Velasco was with Eleanor, when it came to his own bottom line, he wouldn't cross it no matter what. There were many relationships like this where the man would take the docile position until it came to a matter that he had a stern position on. That was why they weren't too worried about Eleanor pressuring Velasco into taking action. But now, it seemed that maybe all this time Velasco's love for Leonel was a bit too understated, and maybe that had been done on purpose by Velasco to force his son to grow without his shadow and looming presence, and the results were all too clear. Between a Mary who had been protected from birth and Leonel, which one of them was better? They didn't believe that Leonel was so much more talented than Amory. The gap between them lay between what they had experienced to reach this point. The Morales ancestors looked quite gratified. For a long while, Velasco, despite being one of the Nebula generation, was practically a separate entity from the Morales due to his independence. But now, it felt like the human domain had been reminded of where his roots truly lay, and it was ironically due to his son. It seems that we'll need to prepare for a grand coronation ceremony, Ancestor Alvaro said with a bright smile. However, at that moment, their expressions all seemed to change at once. Chapter 21118, Unity. Chapter 21118, Unity. The rumbling of the human domain wasn't something that could be ignored. It was a trembling that originated in the depths of space, as though a monstrous existence had grabbed hold of the folds of reality and began to whip it about. There was only one thing that could cause this, and that was a large change in the domain barrier. The domain barrier wasn't much of a barrier. It was instead the very void battlefield that Leonel had been to once before. The trouble was that the deeper one ventured into the void battlefield, the thicker that anarchic force would become. At a certain point, it would thicken to the extent that even ancestors would find it difficult to make their way through while maintaining their lives. It was possible to make it through, but it required a great deal of effort. This process usually required a large amount of force that scaled depending on the number of individuals that were being transported through. Leonel had been to a Rapax nest before, but that Rapax nest was located in human territory, on their side of the barrier. It was just unfortunate on the part of the Rapax that their once-in-a-generation genius happened to be born there. But this was due to the fact that Rapax were particularly war-hungry. They spent the majority of their lives on the battlefield, and many joked that the Rapax domain was probably empty because the rest of them were all fighting domain battles on the void battlefield. This aside, the point in mentioning this was that movement through the barrier was infrequent, but it wasn't rare, so many were used to it. However, for the commotion to be this large, it could only mean that an impossible number of enemies were storming through all at once, possibly even from multiple domains at once. When those present thought to this point, their hearts lurched into their throats. Suddenly, the reason settled in for them all. All this time, those races had mostly left the humans alone because they didn't have any land worth conquering. For those monstrous races, they had too many seventh-dimensional worlds to care about waging war to get more. All they cared about were eighth-dimensional worlds. If they could claim a few human territories with ease, they would take some, which was why there were still other races on the void battlefield. But if it took too much effort to the point of not being worth it, they wouldn't bother. But now, everyone looked toward the Morales. This had all happened even faster than they had expected. The sudden breakthrough had caught them all off guard. They were ready for Earth to promote in the next coming years, but no one had been ready for the Morales to do it first. It had to be remembered that the Morales world only had seventh-dimensional potential to begin with. If not for the sudden formation of their constellation, all of this wouldn't have happened. Many wanted to blame the Morales. They were already enraged with them as it was due to Leonel, but what could they do in this matter? At best, they could use it as an excuse to try and force the Morales to take on the most difficult missions. But after they had this thought, they couldn't help but take a look toward Velasco, who was still trying to appease his wife as though he couldn't feel the commotion at all. In fact, his silver boat was surprisingly sturdy in the roaring waves of space. They hesitated and grit their teeth. The Void Palace was the front line, but they knew that they would have to act to help soon. The strongest of the human families were surprisingly unselfish in this matter, as they were well aware that if things went wrong, it would be they who were finished. Like this, many of the starships vanished into the horizon. Many swept another glance toward Leonel, but seeing that it was absent-minded, they felt that the warning in their glares fell on blind eyes. He simply didn't seem to care. Soon, only the Morales were left, but they realized the seriousness of the situation as well. It was unknown how long the Void Palace disciples would be able to last. There was no doubt that the domain-ranked disciples would take action now, as this was their main purpose, but many of them were out on missions, and it was hard to tell how organized they would be. This matter dampened their mood considerably. Those that were sharp knew how much this matter would influence the Morales' place in this war. It was one thing for Earth, which was perceived to have little power of its own, to trigger this war, but for it to be them, as one of the apex families of the human domain to do so, it had a completely different connotation. Little Nova, it seems that your coronation will have to be put on hold, but for all intents and purposes, you are the patriarch of the Morales family now, Ancestor Alvaro said lightly. Suddenly, a rare female ancestor among them stepped forward. Indeed, Little Nova is now our patriarch, but isn't it about time that you released Third Nova? The air wars are over, and any grudge you two have had during them should be over now. Ancestor Alvaro subconsciously nodded. Indeed, those were the rules of the air wars. It kept the peace in the family. And since a domain war was about to be waged with the human domain being assaulted from all sides, unity was more important now than ever. The female ancestor went by Ancestor Issa. She had a petite frame and was getting on in her middle ages, but she still had a youthful, sharp look in her eyes. Female ancestors were quite rare among the Morales because the metal synergy lineage factor wasn't particularly suited to them. However, Ancestor Issa was one of the rare few women who had been an heir candidate in the past, although she hadn't won. Leonel sent a calm gaze toward the ancestors. Indeed, to these old fogies, the patriarch position was only the figurehead of the family. The true authority rested on their shoulders. This could be seen by the dissatisfaction even the impartial ancestor Alvaro had felt when he thought that Leonel was ordering him to capture Richard. But how could Leonel release Third Nova so easily? Second Nova frowned. He knew that Leonel knew something, but if he took too firm of a stance without evidence, it would cause far more harm than good. He knew that Leonel was a bit hard-headed, but at the same time he believed that Leonel wasn't a fool either. It was hard to tell how he would approach this situation. Just when Leonel was about to respond, a dashing streak of golden light came from the distance, and it unfurled into a long, white gold scroll. The expressions of the ancestors changed once more. This scroll, it was the fastest communication method the Void Palace had access to. They thought it was fine at first, just alerting them to what they already knew, but the actual news shook them to their core. It only had one line. The first line has been breached. The human domain of the Void battlefield only had 3 main lines of defense, and in just a few moments, the first had already been charged through. This matter was impossible to understate. The domain-ranked disciples they had thought could hold on for at least some time had already fallen into chaos. Chapter 21119, Complex Feelings. Chapter 21119, Complex Feelings. The ancestors were all shaken. No matter how fast the others invaded, they believed that the Void Palace should at least be able to hold on for a few days, at least 2 or 3 on their own, in the best-case scenario, and if the other races had reservations of their own, even a few weeks wouldn't be impossible. It couldn't be forgotten that the Void Palace was the protector of humanity against foreign races. They weren't just a random power. It could be said that if they weren't neutral, they would be the strongest power in the whole of the human domain. For them to have already lost a line of defense was ridiculous, but then it hit them like a ton of bricks. To Leonel, the matters of the Cataclysm Zone were only less than a year ago, but to the people of the human domain, it was over 20 years ago, and much of those matters had already long since settled down. Even for these ancestors who had experienced so much life, 20 years was definitely not a short time by any stretch. It had made them neglect a fact. The current Void Palace wasn't the same Void Palace of the past. Not everyone had made it out of the Cataclysm Zone. In fact, the casualties were heavy. It had to be remembered that just a normal beast Lena came across had almost taken his life, and before he left, he could already be considered to be better than most galaxy-ranked disciples. If just a single beast had put Leonel in that position, let alone the strength of that small village he had run into, what chance did many of the others stand? But this was something that should only affect the disciples at and below the galaxy rank, right? Unfortunately, this wasn't even remotely the case. After adjusting themselves, many had concluded what Leonel had. A rampaging zone had trapped them all, and now they would suffer the same fate as others that had failed to clear subdimensional zones. As such, many had thought that they would have to adjust themselves and live out the rest of their lives in this place. They had tried to contact civilization, to become a part of their cities and their culture, but just how many would have died in such an environment? Leonel had only spent 1 day in a city before he practically became a slave to a noble family. The outcomes for the others would have been even worse. Many wouldn't have even been able to make it to the city. They would have died in the forests before reaching it. They would have died at the hands of the villagers who couldn't enter the cities, and even if they made it to the city, they would have fallen from the chain bridge before they could cross it. This was the cruel reality. Many didn't even have spectacular deaths. Some even spawned directly into demon territory and were shredded to pieces by monsters one would only see in nightmares. The true weight of the lives lost was hard to quantify only because those that had survived had come back in such a trickle, so many could hope that the rest were still on their way. However, with Leonel's return, that hope was dashed, but the Void Palace had taken advantage of the lag to not promote their losses as it would shake the human domain's resolve in their abilities. But now, they were seeing those effects firsthand. It didn't matter if they tried to control it now, the Void Palace wasn't even 50% as powerful as it used to be. Many Void Elders had died. Many domain rank disciples vanished never to be seen again, and even more disciples beneath the domain rank that had died couldn't even be counted in numbers that could be visualized. This delayed onset of the severity of the matter hit much harder than if they had been fully prepared. Leonel stood in silence, watching the reactions of the ancestors carefully. He had already guessed that this matter would happen, but even he was caught off guard by the sudden promotion of the Morales territory to the 8th dimension. That said, he had been prepared for a war to break out the instant the air wars erupted. It was just that this was a much different war than the one he had been waiting for. Even so, war, was it not? Leonel reached out a hand and suddenly snapped his fingers. His second starship, the much larger of the two, rumbled as the sound echoed. Under the shocked gazes of those present, the skies suddenly began to ripple. One warrior after another appeared. At first, there were only thousands, but then there were tens of thousands, then hundreds of thousands, then millions, then tens of millions. By the time they had all appeared, there were billions of them. And, somehow, the ancestors didn't sense them until Leonel had snapped his fingers. "Board the ship," Leonel commanded coolly. The billions of troops filed onto the starship. Despite their numbers, the starship didn't even begin to show any signs of being overloaded. In fact, it could probably house 10 times more warriors with absolute ease. The Morales ancestors looked toward Leonel with an incredulous gaze. "The rewards for winning the air wars, can I have them, please?" Leonel turned toward Ancestor Hito and asked. Before Ancestor Issa could bring up her request again, Ancestor Hito actually waved a hand. The Morales weren't easy to force into a corner. Long before the air wars began, they had already forced those families to hand over the rewards. That way it would be impossible to back out in the final moment. Leonel caught the spatial ring. "If you want to use the Morales pools, you'll have to go there, though," Ancestor Hito said amiably. Leonel smiled. "There'll be plenty of time. For now, I'm more eager to slaughter those that want to stand on my land." The gaze of the Morales family flashed. Chapter 2120, on par. Chapter 2120, on par. "Mom, old man, are you two coming with me?" Velasco, who was still trying to appease Eleanor, snorted. "Why would I stand on such a shabby ship? Do I look like a beggar to you?" The Morales ancestors couldn't help but wear weird expressions. Velasco sounded much less overbearing than he usually did. He sounded more like a big brother teasing his little brother. They found it hard to believe, but indeed, the relationship between Leonel and Velasco wasn't as it had seemed. "Of course, Mom will come with you," Eleanor said immediately, as though Velasco hadn't spoken at all. Velasco was speechless, but as the starship vanished into the distance, he could only climb into his own silver boat and follow behind, mumbling something to himself. The Morales ancestors watched in silence, their feelings complicated. This Leonel was somehow both very much like his father and very different. They were both supremely arrogant, but while Velasco didn't care to accumulate power, believing that he himself alone was enough, Leonel was different. He had supporters, he was more than willing to leverage his bloodline to command their resources, and he even had no qualms about being shameless and relying on the support of others. In a way, Leonel was even more dangerous than his father was. Just as talented, but less restricted by his own personality and demeanor. Seeing him take out billions of soldiers this way, right after the youths had already put everything they could into the air wars, was baffling. Though most of them were older than 100 years old, there were definitely a large number that weren't, and yet he didn't even care to use them. That was because his goal had never been the air wars in the first place. From the beginning, his vision was beyond that, and it seemed to be that he didn't care whether the Morales fully supported him or not. The former heir candidates looked toward one another silently, but the ancestors were the ones who really didn't know how to deal with this matter. Leonel couldn't be controlled, he couldn't be constrained. It was difficult to tell just what would happen to the Morales family under his control. In fact, it seemed that their usual traditions were in jeopardy. They had just been really happy, but they weren't sure now. When it came time for the next generation to take up the patriarch position, would Leonel willingly step down as all the others before him had? His ambition didn't seem to allow for this. There had been one other time this happened in Morales history, and it had caused divisions that lasted until this day. Could they allow it to happen again? The ancestors looked toward one another, their expressions unreadable. How could they remove Leonel from the patriarch position after all that had happened? Maybe even some of the ancestors wouldn't agree. How would the human domain react to such a farce? And further than that, what kind of retaliation would Leonel give them? Leonel could guess the thoughts of the ancestors. The funny part was that they were right to worry, because he truly had no intention of stepping down. He truly had a knack for getting himself into trouble he deserved, but he didn't care very much. By the time it was time for him to step down, he would have already united at least the human domain. It would no longer be the Morales family, it would be an empire. If the Morales tried to kick him out ahead of time, well, good luck. Leonel spun the spatial ring he had received in his finger before he forgot everything around him to send his mind into it. He didn't have as much time as he thought he would, so if he wanted to maximize these resources, he would have a very short time. The silver tablet only worked on those below the 8th dimension. He couldn't just use it as a get-out-of-jail-free card. And even when it came to using it on 7th dimensional experts and lower, there were limits, or else he wouldn't have had to purge the souls that had remained from the trial. Relying on just being able to revive everyone would only get him so far. He needed real power. He had prepared a great deal already, but in his opinion, there was no such thing as too much preparation. These resources were rare, and he couldn't easily get his hands on them. They represented the accumulation of the most powerful families of the human domain. He would be a fool to not try and make use of it immediately. With the help of the suspended reality pods of the segmented cube, he could extend this next day into almost 100 days. He had only displayed 1,000 pods during the Air Wars, but that was only so that others would be fooled into thinking it couldn't be scaled. In reality, he had 1,000,000. This was enough to fundamentally change an already elite troop. Leonel didn't edge himself. He moved his mind directly to the most powerful treasures, or rather, what he assumed to be the most powerful, the Suard family, the Oman family, and the spiritual religion. It had to be remembered that the treasure they were trying to match up to was the transcendent pool of the Morales. This allowed someone with no training to enter the 7th dimension of the conventional path in just one day. The Morales wouldn't let those families bring out anything weaker than that. Of course, the resource itself wouldn't be given to Leonel, that would be ridiculous, but the amount necessary to use it once would be. To most, a quantity of one for an army of billions was far too little, but Leonel had his own thoughts. His mind landed upon the Suard family's treasure and his eyes narrowed. Indeed, it seemed that the Suard family was worthy of being on par with the Morales family. Chapter 22121, Boost. Chapter 22121, Boost. Leonel took out a stone. It was only as large as his palm, but its heft almost caused the back of his hand to hit the ground. This might not be too surprising if it was others, but Leonel's raw strength now had almost caught up with Ina's before she broke into the 7th dimension. His future wife was practically a dinosaur in the body of a lovely woman, so this metric alone was enough to paint just how powerful Leonel was. The fact this stone was so heavy, though, only surprised Leonel further. That was because he could somewhat already guess what it could do. This stone was designed to train weapon forces. One would sink their weapon force into the stone, and in return, it would be shattered. This process would be fed back to the individual using the stone, and the weaknesses of one's weapon force would be reflected to them. This was a truly magical thing. If Leonel had seen such an item back in the Cataclysm Zone, he would have definitely taken it for himself, even at the cost of giving up the other things that he had exchanged for. Leonel didn't know how useful it would be for him since he had already formed a sovereign spear force. But if he was correct, this sort of stone should be one of the best that the Suard had access to. Depending on the talent of the person that was using it, helping them to form true sovereign weapon force wasn't impossible. The Suard family simply called it the Whetstone, an apt name for its function. Leonel hesitated. While he was curious to see if he could lower the required strikes to display 4th-layered spear force, he didn't act immediately. After his recent increase in Dream Force, he had gone from needing almost 1,000 strikes to only 333. If he used this stone, he might be able to lower it further. If he could lower the requirement to just 100, he could probably use it for longer periods of time in battle. But there was also the chance that the stone would be useless on him. After analyzing the stone on its own, Leonel realized that there was actually a small introduction to the treasure. This made sense. The Morales would obviously force the families pressuring them to teach them how to use their treasures as well. After all, many of these were top secret, and very few outside the top echelon of the families would know everything about them. I see, according to the introduction, this whetstone was able to do one of two things depending on the focus of the user. The first was to allow one to comprehend universal weapon force. The second was to increase the base power of one's weapon force itself. There were various grades of whetstones, just like there were various grades of Morales pools as well. However, this was the highest transcendent whetstone, so there was no need to consider anything else. The only requirement to use the stone was that you had already formed your weapon force. After that, the result was based on one's talent. That said, according to the introduction, even those with the weakest of affinities, assuming they started with 3rd-dimensional weapon force, could increase their weapon force to the 5th dimension at worst. Of course, the benefit would be lesser depending on where one began, but so long as you were below the 5th dimension, you would be guaranteed to form a weapon force 2 dimensions above. If you had a 5th-dimensional weapon force, however, you wouldn't be guaranteed anything if you had poor talent. This logic was the same for universal weapon force. Someone in the Four Seasons realm could instantly comprehend the heavenly body realm, but anything above wasn't guaranteed. These effects seemed lackluster compared to the Morales pool, allowing one to enter the 7th dimension of the conventional path instantly, but this wasn't the case. This was almost akin to increasing one's affinity for a force instantaneously. It was much more complex than just increasing the strength of one's body. Even so, Leonel frowned. After a long while, he made a decision. Emna. Leonel's voice echoed, and it drifted to one particular beauty. At the moment, Emna, even while seated in silence, felt like an unsheathed blade, but her aura was far too obvious. Emna was the only one of Leonel's subordinates that Leonel felt stood firmly shoulder to shoulder with him and Ina. Her talent was that extraordinary. If not for wanting to keep her as a trump card as well, she would have displayed far more strength during the Air Wars. Leonel couldn't imagine what would happen to her strength if she managed to become a true blade sovereign. Leonel had wanted to give her the sword domain ring, but then he realized that he was too naughty. The sword and the blade were two wholly different disciplines. It wouldn't help Emna, it would hinder her. So, instead, he would give her this opportunity instead. If there was a Blade Domain ring out there, she would definitely be the one to receive it. Emna appeared before Leonel in a streak of sharp light, even leaving a faint white mark on the solid surface. Caught off guard, she caught the stone Leonel thrust at her. Leonel explained things simply and concisely. Then, he began to describe force manipulation to her and gave her a few pointers on what to focus on while using the stone. Then, he let her go. Whether she could become a true Blade Sovereign or not would be up to her. Leonel had succeeded in becoming a true Bow Sovereign without a domain ring, so he was certain that it was possible. He turned his attention toward his other rewards. He didn't regret not being able to use the whetstone. In fact, even if he didn't have fate with any of these treasures, he would still grin ear to ear because that would mean he had given each one of his subordinates a huge boost. Chapter 2022. Ping. Chapter 2022. Ping. Leonel took out the Oman family treasure and he was surprised. He had been certain that it would have some relation to crafting, maybe something that would help flame spirits evolve, or maybe a spirit of a different kind since the Morales had a monopoly on metal spirits, but it was nothing of the sort. The Oman family actually has such a treasure related to combat. Why are they so weak then? In Leonel's palm lay a bronze disc. It had a slight taper to it that didn't allow it to sit on Leonel's palm perfectly. Its outer edge was a separate mechanism from the inner, the outer being layered with complex runes while the interior was perfectly smooth. This was yet another surprise, because Leonel had been expecting a consumable item, but then it clicked for Leonel. Given the plans the Oman had for the air wars, would they even consider the possibility of losing? They were very weak overall outside of their crafting abilities, and it could be said that Cynthia's appearance and her high combat strength was an anomaly of their family. As such, they didn't invest in large consumable products like the Swiard family's whetstone or the Morales family's pools. At the same time, the items they had that could help spirits evolve were the greatest secrets of their family. They wouldn't easily hand them over to the Morales because even if the Morales lost, in the time that it had spent in their possession, it might be reverse engineered and they wouldn't stand for that. So, in the end, they had given this item instead, and its introduction was very brief. Reversing Disc. Inject your force and it will expel the opposing force. Resist the change to train your force. Leonel's brows jumped. Wasn't this exactly like his Lotus domain? His eyes narrowed. This matter definitely wasn't so simple. He activated his internal sight and scanned the disc in its entirety, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. It seemed to do exactly what the description said. But Leonel did find something else that was shocking. This was definitely a life-grade treasure, but more importantly than that, it gave off a sort of familiar energy that Leonel recognized. The Cataclysm Zone. Leonel's heart skipped a beat. This was definitely the unique air of the Cataclysm Zone. It reminded him of the other treasure he had in his possession. The Cataclysm Zone wasn't just ahead of their simulation in terms of fighting prowess, but their crafting was on a completely different level. From what Leonel had seen, even their standards for black, bronze, silver, and gold grade couldn't compare. This is why, even until now, Leonel was still using the force crafting quill he had gotten from them despite technically being able to forge a better one with his life grade status. Though, of course, quills weren't that easy to forge because they required special materials from living creatures. This disc fell into a similar category. It was of the life grade, but it was a life grade that existed on the standard of the Cataclysm Zone, and as a result was in a plane of its own. It was no wonder the explanation was so simple. The Oman didn't believe that the Morales could find more information about it through normal means. Leonel flickered and vanished. Anastasia, start an analysis on this treasure. Reverse engineering was an ability that Anastasia definitely had. In fact, if given enough time, she might even be able to construct a replica. The reason why Leonel had to forge it himself first before she could mass-produce things for him was that it greatly simplified the process, because then she would only have to copy him. However, it could be said that reverse engineering was the foundation of this mass-producing ability. Although he spoke these words, Leonel still deployed his own dream world. As Anastasia was completing the task, he was deducing on his own, picking the treasure apart. A diagram appeared in the air, formed of his emulation spatial force. He weighed the hand, and the disc suddenly split into countless pieces. Leonel's heart skipped a beat. This overly simple interior that looked like the workings of a watch or an analog computer they reminded him of. Leonel waved a hand and a familiar silver disc flew into his hand. PAH. His thumb rubbed the outer surface of the disc and he frowned. This was obviously the dictionary that his father had left for him. It had been a long time since he had needed to use it, especially after he gained Y-Star Order and then read all the books and research papers of the Void Palace. He was no longer that NIHV boy who didn't know anything. But he had still wanted to take apart this silver dictionary one day. Unfortunately, he still didn't have the skill. He couldn't even spot his father's peak. It was a bit exasperating. It was clear that there were large gaps between life-grade crafters as well. That said, why was the interior of the silver dictionary and this reversing disc so similar? Could it be that his father had learned crafting techniques from the Cataclysm Zone, or was this just the natural progression of crafting? Leonel was a bit frustrated now. He knew that if he asked his father about it, he would be brushed off even in normal situations, let alone right after he had exposed him in front of his mother. Suddenly, he grinned. "Hey, what's this disc and what's its relation to the way you were crafted?" A familiar, somewhat robotic version of his father's voice began to speak. Leone's grin widened. As expected, the dictionary was just designed to do as it was told and answer questions appropriately. He had thought once before that it had already reached its limit, but maybe that was just him thinking too much. Usually, highly important information or information that his father thought he was too weak for would be redacted, but without noticing, Leonel's strength had reached a point where most of the information he hadn't been able to access before was laid out bare before him. Ping defensive support treasure item life grade, first star inferior uses, reverse force, absorb force, dispel force, suppress force, train force responding to seed. There is no relation. Leonel's brows jumped. First star inferior? Wasn't that a grading system of the Cataclysm Zone? Why would this silver disc use it? Chapter 2123 Humble Servant. Chapter 2123 Humble Servant. His father's silver dictionary responded with the grading system only seen in the Cataclysm Zone, but it had still concluded that there was no relation. Leonel frowned for a moment before he remembered something. This silver dictionary was known for being a tricky mistress. Unless he asked a hyper-specific question, it tended to skirt the issue. But when he thought about it, it made sense. At least, it made more sense to him now than it ever had before. The silver dictionary probably didn't store answers like a huge database would. Rather, if Leonel was correct, it deduced answers on the spot. The scanning function Leonel had taken advantage of to understand the missions of zones wasn't just an auxiliary function, it was the foundational function of the silver dictionary. The only stored information within the silver dictionary were the voice messages and video messages left behind by his father that would either help him complete certain training modules or activate when he asked a particular brand of question. When Leonel had first reached this conclusion, this made the silver dictionary countless-fold more complex than he had originally given it credit for. It was like it was built with a foundational understanding of the world, and then could deduce everything based on this foundational information, almost as though it was a kernel of the universe itself. Knowing all of this, Leonel made his question more specific. These two items seem to have been forged using very similar techniques, and their inner components resemble one another. Why is that? To his surprise, though, Leonel didn't receive the answer he was expecting even after all of this. Ping, these two treasures do seem to be built upon the same principles, but they are a product of convergent evolution. They are very similar, but entirely unrelated. The shock in Leonel's heart was even greater upon hearing this. The implications were almost too much to accept. He couldn't help but grin. Divergent evolution was when a species branched into two, forming different traits and eventually becoming two novel species of their own. Of course, it didn't have to be as exaggerated as that. It could also be as simple as polar bears gaining white fur while black bears gained black. Convergent evolution was the opposite. It was the process of two entirely independent species, unrelated to one another, gaining the same or very similar traits in order to combat the very same environmental factors. This could be any number of traits. In this case, the Silver Dictionary seemed to be implying that his father had independently created this form of crafting that was very much in line with what the Cataclysm Zone called their own. In that case, his father hadn't necessarily been to the Cataclysm Zone before, but this only made his feat all the more astounding. Even with these two items before him, Leonel couldn't even begin to comprehend them. They were on an entirely different level, but his father had created it on his own. What form of crafting is this? Leonel asked. Ping, this form of crafting is known as simplistic convergence by Father Overlord. It takes the rule that a craft with more parts is more complex and reverses it, attempting to minimize the number of moving parts and creating a maze of layered blueprints that can allow a simple mechanism to be responsible for many actions at once. The Silver Dictionary continued to ramble, but the most important part was in the first. Indeed, according to Leonel's understanding, the more parts a craft had, the higher level it tended to be. In fact, this was part of the difficulty of forming a life-grade blueprint. To have so many moving parts be of one mind and body was a tall task. It was no wonder these inner mechanisms reminded Leonel so much of a watch. On Earth, the mechanical watch had never been phased out despite the fact it was maybe the most primitive technology still alive, aside from the wheel itself. Instead, watchmakers took pride in making so-called in-house movements that were increasingly more complex and yet served just a single purpose, to move a second hand at a set and steady rhythm. Some watches might include moon and star cycles, but they were ultimately all following the same fundamental principle. Then it all hit Leonel at once. He wondered, did his father gain inspiration for this form of crafting from Earth as well? Now that Leonel thought about it, there were two things his father never took off. The first were his glasses, and the second was his watch. It was an old leather watch with an incredibly simple white face. It was thin and unassuming. But as expected, after seeing his father for the first time in so long, it was right there. The shocking reality awakened Leonel, and he felt enlightened and yet confused at the same time. He realized that this level of crafting was still impossibly far beyond him. There was simply nothing that he could do to understand this right now. However, more carefully than ever, he stored the silver dictionary away after asking it all the questions he wanted to. Then he called James forward. "O mighty Emperor Leonel, thank you for calling thy servant. Your humble knight is here to serve you." James bowed low, but in return he got a kick for his efforts. "I'm sorry, Emperor, I'm sorry. Please forgive this humble servant." James begged for forgiveness. Leonel was exasperated. All right, I get it. I called you here for a reward, but it seems that you don't want it. Maybe I should just call someone else." James suddenly appeared by Leonel's side. "Leonel, old buddy, old pal, you wouldn't do that to your boy, right? We were raised in the same crib practically. We peed in the same bed. I didn't meet you until I was 4 years old." "Potato, tomato, now gimme," James grinned, snatching the bronze disc. Leonel laughed and shook his head, letting James take it. Chapter 224, Protective Mechanism? Chapter 224, Protective Mechanism. Leonel chuckled as James left. That annoying guy had a way of making him feel better and yet annoyed at the same time. Once again, he didn't hesitate to give something so valuable away. In fact, this might even be more valuable for James than the transcendent whetstone would be for Emna. That disc didn't seem to be very related to James, but if one thought about it, it was essentially James's ability index in treasure form. It could take in force, absorb it, expel it. James's strongest ability was nerfing a specific type of force within a certain region, and the treasure also had that ability as well. The only thing that James couldn't do was convert one force to another type of force, but with that treasure he could obviously use it as a medium to do so. That said, Leonel didn't want James to rely on the treasure like a crutch. Rather, what he wanted was for James to study the runes of the treasure and gain a deeper understanding of them. Then he could use the treasure as a jump-off point to improve his own ability index and lineage factor. It had to be remembered that both Emna and James were sparks. Emna had a taller mountain to climb and more hurdles to jump over, which was why she was so much more powerful than James. As for James himself, his hurdles were lower because he was already born with great talent as a person of Earth. He wasn't a particularly introspective person either, so much of his advancements came naturally and without much effort. If he made full use of the bronze disc, his abilities should take a massive leap forward. By then, he would become the second person on par with both himself and Ina. At that point, they would truly be unstoppable. If one added Ilorin, Old Hutch's grandson, and a Mary to the equation, the core of Leonel's formation would be nigh undefeatable. Ilorin may have lost handily to James, but Leonel wouldn't necessarily say that James was undisputed. James just happened to be the perfect counter to Ilorin. That said, Ilorin ran into similar problems as James, but for different reasons. Ilorin was very introspective and had grinded every day to improve himself. His issue was that his ability index was far too special, and it took him walking 10 miles to see through what someone would see walking one, and that was despite having impossibly high talent already. As for Ameri, his problem was only life and death experiences, but very soon he would get much more of that. These weren't things that Leonel was worried about. Instead, the true problem with these two was whether or not they would follow him without causing problems. The more powerful a person was, the more difficult it was to guarantee such a thing. I wonder, though, why didn't the Suyard family force me to hand back Ameri immediately, unless they assumed that it was useless to ask until they brought forward compensation? This was indeed an odd situation, but Leonel felt that that answer was probably true enough. Regardless, he felt that investing in those around him so that he didn't always have to do everything himself was an excellent bet. He hadn't given nearly enough to his brothers and those around him. After a slight nod to himself, Leonel took out the Oman family's treasure. This was the third of the treasures he was most looking forward to. Although the Pious family was a bit interesting, with how low profile they were constantly, Leonel didn't believe that they would put forward anything of great shock. And, since Shield Cross Stars and the Void Palace weren't participating, this was definitely the top of the line compensation. That said, Leonel didn't really expect very much from the spirituals' religion either. With their pacifist tendencies, they didn't seem to have entered the air wars for victory. If they were planning to lose, what could they have brought forward? If Leonel had to guess, this treasure was one of two things. It was either completely useless, or something that they were certain that only spirituals could use. And sure enough, Leonel took out an orb. The moment he touched it, he felt a familiar feeling. It was the feeling of his soul trying to be sucked out of his body. The last time he had felt this, Wise Star Order had been trying to trick him into learning a technique of the spirituals. Back then, Leonel had had no idea that the spirituals protected all of their techniques so that all non-spirituals that tried to use them would be harmed. However, Leonel wasn't the Leonel of the past. Aside from a slight tug, he felt nothing else. His soul strength surprised even himself, quite frankly. But there was something else more curious. Why didn't Ancestor Hito warn him about this? Leonel's gaze flickered, but he shook his head after a long while. That old man is quite something, Leonel thought with a chuckle. He didn't believe that Hito was trying to harm him. In fact, he was certain that that old man knew what would happen and allowed it anyway because he was confident in Leonel. After Leonel looked at the introduction, his brows shot up. Interesting. So this isn't just a protective mechanism. This so-called soul extraction orb is precisely designed to pull your soul out from your body. Is this how Amory succeeded in separating his own? Leonel only knew a single crude method for separating the soul from the body. Whether it was himself or Raelian, both of them had to destroy their bodies first before succeeding. But it seemed that the spirituals had a far more elegant method. I see, so I've wrongly accused them. They weren't trying to harm me at all. That said, this item is pretty useless. Without the methods of the spirituals, separating your body and soul only allowed you to be a bit more immune to death than the usual person, but it doesn't grant you anything else. Maybe? Leonel pulled out the silver dictionary again. Chapter 225. Extraction. Chapter 2025. Extraction ping soul. Extraction orb. This item is used to separate the soul and body. In lower life forms, the soul is omnipresent and impossible to detect and sense. As a result, when the body dies, the soul dies. The only exception are those with special ability indexes or those of higher races. Some races, such as the spirituals, are even born with their souls alone and then construct their bodies after birth. Leonel had asked what the object and what the significance of soul extraction was, but he didn't expect this answer. Did that mean that humans were the only lower life forms without the ability to separately sense their souls? Why is the omnipresence of the soul within the body classified as low level? Ping replying to Seed, the soul is formed of soul force. Soul force is unique from person to person. When this soul force is diffused into the body, it becomes further tainted and further removed from the origin of dream force that birthed it. This makes it more difficult for higher class talents to be born, and even those of equivalent talent will be weaker in this state. Leonel's brows couldn't help but jump as he had a bad feeling. What happens if you separate the soul from the body, after birth as a lower life form? Ping Gif being born with soul and body separate is first class, and being born with them fused is third class. Then separating them after birth would be second class. But even then, the progress will be slow and only occur over the course of a long time as the cells of the body turn over and the person in question trains. The damage to affinity and talent has been mostly done after birth, and it is difficult to reverse. Leonel sucked in a cold breath. This was what he had thought. He had been hoping to hear something else, but clearly it wasn't in the cards for him. When one thought about it, it made sense. The spirituals were born with just their souls, but as a result, they were able to construct perfect bodies for themselves. All of the talent that they had was stored within their souls, so whether they would have innate nodes or not, for example, was already predestined. It could be said that the body was just a projection of what the soul was, and if they were born as one, then the soul couldn't do its job properly. The spirituals were the highest form of this, but there were several other races who had their souls birthed within the womb first, before their bodies were constructed, and as such could stand almost shoulder to shoulder with spirituals. Also, it was hard to say which among these races and the spirituals had it better. That was because not every spiritual would have access to the perfect resources to construct their bodies, while not every body formed within the womb would be perfect for the soul it was bonded to. Either way you sliced it, though, the spirituals at the very top, the noblest of them with access to all the resources in the world, would have access to the greatest and most perfect bodies. In addition, from time to time, those among races with bodies constructed after souls in the womb would hit the lottery a few times a generation with geniuses with perfect bodies as well. As for humans, well, humans were essentially screwed at that front. There was simply no lottery to hit for them. Leonel chuckled. Although he had reconstructed his body, he had done it with instant recovery. It just reformed his body based on the previous blueprint. Nothing had changed. As for Raelian, his situation was similar. Unless one could figure out what was wrong with their body ahead of time, no amount of reconstruction would change anything. At best, separating one's body and soul would allow slow improvement over time, but perfection would be impossible. There was another problem as well. Ina had told him that his father had a sort of seal on him. He felt that that seal had finally been entirely undone. But it also left him even more at a loss of what to do. He didn't even know the first step to take. His soul was already tainted. How could he cleanse it? Suddenly, Leonel froze. The spark shot through his dreamscape was so violent that lightning almost manifested in the real world. His clones, which were manning the starships, rippled wildly, almost dispersing. Cleanse? Dimensional cleanse? Was it a coincidence? Was he grasping at straws? Ina, Leonel suddenly spoke. Not long later, Ina strolled in with a raised eyebrow, but Leonel only tossed her the soul extraction orb. Use it. Ina blinked but didn't think much. Soon, she felt a weird pressure coming from within. She felt as though the deepest part of her being was being ripped out from her. The pressure coming from Ina suddenly doubled, and then it doubled again. The look on her face became somewhat pained, but she didn't stop. For Ina of all people to show such an expression, Leonel knew for certain that what she was truly experiencing was world-shattering. Maybe this method was no less painful than being eaten alive. Even so, Ina didn't make a single sound. Leonel watched in silence, but his expression was very serious. Lost in thought, he thought about the fact that his was a simulation once again. Anything that could appear in here was, in all likelihood, available in spades to the outside world. If this orb was really so useful toward changing their fate, they wouldn't be in their current situation. The same went for dimensional cleanse that had appeared in here, no? But Ina was a bit unique. She had Brazinger blood flowing through her veins, so her family line was from outside of this simulation. In addition, she had a unique ability index that allowed her to subconsciously understand the best path to take her body down. He wondered, if he allowed Ina to separate her soul from her body, would she be able to naturally understand how to make herself perfect? Chapter 2126. Nothing made sense. Chapter 2126. Nothing made sense. Veins popped up all across Ina's body, her power fluctuating wildly as her blood force threatened to break free of her control. But after several moments, it finally seemed to calm down. She took deep gasps, however. Before she had even caught her breath, she gasped in shock, her expression changing again and again. She felt as though her body was levitating at the moment. Her ability index had become sharper than she had ever imagined it becoming. It was as though rather than just being able to see one step ahead, she could see two. Usually, she would have to identify a problem or a roadblock she faced, and then go through a database of information she had within her mind to find the perfect solution. But now she felt that she didn't just see the problem that she was facing currently, but she could see ahead to the problem she would face after they were resolved, or even branching problems that might manifest irrelevant of these matters. It was like the road ahead had been cleared, the fogginess that had blocked much of it lifting up a great deal. Now she didn't just see enough to take a single step forward, but 2 steps. That was a 100% increase in her ability index, and all because of a little stone? She looked down at the stone, quite speechless. Only then did she focus and find what had fundamentally changed within her. Whereas before her body had felt like both the engine and the car body, it was now just the car body, while a mysterious bundle of energy that could only be said to be the engine had separated. Suddenly, Ina understood. The core of her ability should come from this bundle of energy, but while the bundle of energy was fused with her body, it was too difficult to distinguish what was fundamentally herself and what were problems that should be corrected. As such, that limited the options she could take. But now, she gripped and released her fists, her golden irises shimmering. Check. The stone's crack shocked her awake, and she looked at it with a bit of pity. It would be amazing if everyone could have such a feeling, but it seemed that this stone could only be used a limited number of times. Leonel looked toward the stone and shook his head. From his understanding, it could only be used 3 times, and each subsequent usage would force the person in question to undergo more pain than the last. That was because the stone had to work harder due to its imperfections, placing the body under greater stress. That aside, Leonel doubted that anyone would receive the same great advantages that Ina had. Her ability index was very unique. It had to be remembered that there was a point where even Ina herself couldn't tell where her ability index stopped and where her lineage factor began. They had too many overlapping abilities, and the cloudiness made it difficult to take perfect advantage of the two. While this was good for continuing down a singular, unified path, it was bad for comprehending the inner workings of a singular power. Now, however, with it separated from her body, the ease had become far greater. Whatever benefits Ina was receiving now was just the tip of the iceberg. It had to be remembered that the lineage factor was rooted in the body and changes within it. Whether it was bloodline, additional organs, or changes to existing organs, these were all categories of lineage factor. Ability indexes, however, were bestowed by the regulator, and they were matters of the soul. Now that they had been separated, Ina's comprehension of both would become as clear as day. She was so happy that she almost squeezed all the air out of Leonel's lungs with just a single hug. Leonel coughed heavily. Okay, Miss Guinea Pig, your husband needs your help. What did you call me? Ina squeezed tighter. Mercy, it's a joke. Ina nodded with satisfaction, and then quickly came to understand what Leonel had meant. It seemed that she would be testing to see how one might form a perfect body after separating the soul. After some hesitation, Leonel shook his head and then passed down the layers of dimensional cleanse up to the 6th dimensional layer to Ina. Now that he had fully comprehended all the layers he had, he wasn't restricted to passing it down in the slightest. The knowledge had truly become his own, and he didn't have to rely on anyone else. It was a long shot, but he thought that maybe it was still worth exploring. His dreamscape had never stirred him wrong before, so maybe he would get a pleasant surprise this time. Even so, Leonel wasn't very optimistic. That was because things weren't adding up. This simulation had likely been created for the sake of something their creators feared. If he had to guess what this threat was, he would probably guess other races, and specifically the demon race, but the answer was unimportant. That was because all that mattered was the fact that they needed to get stronger. An excellent way to get stronger would be precisely something like dimensional cleanse, if it was capable of surpassing the issues of being born with a fused soul. So if it was really possible for it to do such a thing, why did they need this simulation? That aside, even if they knew about this secretive dimensional cleanse, why would they create humans who weren't aware of how to circumvent this weakness of theirs? Why would they allow inferior examples of humans to propagate? If they already had this technology, what use were weak fused soul humans to them? Clearly, they could simulate better versions, after all. Weren't there spirituals here too? Leonel suddenly felt a headache coming on, not a figurative one, but a very real one. His mind was fatigued. No matter how he forced himself to think, there were simply too many questions and not enough answers. That was right. If they could create spirituals, then why would they fear the demons? Nothing seemed to make sense. Chapter 2127, Time Force. Chapter 2127, Time Force. Leonel took a breath and closed his eyes. Although he had more treasures to go through, he directly shook his head. He needed rest. Without another word, he entered a pod and entered a deep sleep. It wasn't until 3 hours later, the equivalent of almost 2 weeks, that he finally stepped out. His mind felt far sharper, and he was also much calmer. These questions weren't things that he allowed to bother him any longer. The answer didn't matter. All that mattered to him was that Ina wanted their babies to be little princes and princesses. Simulation or not, real world or not, did it matter. He would just conquer it all and enjoy the smile on his wife's face. With a sharp gaze, Leonel went through the remaining treasure in the spatial ring. As expected, none were as world-shattering as the first 3. He didn't really want to waste his time with these things because there was nothing here better than simply training with the segmented cube. The segmented cube? Leonel's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, why hadn't he thought of that? He had been looking for something to strengthen his most powerful combatants. In his mind, his top priority currently was the improvement of Ina, James, Emna, Elorin, and potentially Amory, depending on how things went. He had already greatly helped the first 3, but Elorin had stumped him. He had hoped to find some inspiration, but how could families weaker than even the Morales and Swayard families have something as rare as a treasure that could help a time ability index user? And, even if they did, they would likely take such a thing to the grave. How could they allow others to know when they could use the facade of their weakness to avoid its reveal? But Leonel had forgotten that he had the ultimate treasure right with him. Whether it was the snow globe or the suspended animation pods that had spun off from them, both were a spectacular application of Time Force. There was nothing else that could be used to describe them. It was very likely that Anastasia knew something about this force that others simply didn't. Anastasia. Leonel called the little cloud spirit over again. The analysis of the bronze disc was still going, although he had given James, but Anastasia could multitask quite easily, especially since this was a question that should be within her purview to answer. You're ordering me around a little bit too freely, don't you think? And didn't I sense your father? That bastard is actually so close and won't come to say hello? How dare he? Anastasia seemed to have been holding in this belly full of anger for quite a while, but finally couldn't anymore. She had wanted to play it off and be as uncaring as Velasco was, but clearly that wasn't within herself to do. Leonel smiled bitterly. That old man was too busy sucking up to his mom after his past as a pervert was exposed to focus on anything else right now. How could he have the time to remember Anastasia, especially since he had already given the segmented cube to Leonel to control? Humph, humph, humph. Anastasia's lower half, formed of clouds, bristled and shook, even darkening as though she would begin to shoot out lightning bolts. Okay, I'll bring him here to see you, promise. That aside, what do you know about Time Force? Do you think that it's possible for you to pass on any of that knowledge to someone else? Anastasia froze for a moment, then looked toward Leonel. You don't have any talent in such things. Just like Dream Force, if someone without affinity tried to mess around with Time Force, they'd only hurt themselves. The consequences for messing with Dream Force might be devastating in that you'll forget yourself, but there's always a small chance you could come back. If you mess around with Time Force without affinity, you won't just figuratively lose yourself. The devastation would be very real and there would be no coming back. Death would be the easiest and simplest outcome. Leonel wanted to explain that this wasn't for him, but then he suddenly became curious when Anastasia said this. What would be a worse outcome? How about being caught in a perpetual loop where you can only experience that same death again and again? Anastasia said, somewhat annoyed. Leonel sucked in a cold breath. He had experienced being eaten alive once before, but what if he had to experience that again and again? The causalities you have to deal with when using Time Force can easily trap you unless you have a talent for telling the difference between reality and constructs. Only death awaits you. Why do I feel like my spear can kind of use Time Force then? Leonel suddenly asked. Anastasia looked at Leonel deeply before shaking her head. Everyone has Dream Force in them. Can they use it? Everyone has Soul Force, but can they freely wield it? In truth, calling it Time Force is incorrect. It's more accurate to call it Causality Force, Reality Force, even Creation Force would be more accurate. Time Force is the foundation that gives everything else meaning. Even space, location, and size are all irrelevant before time. Without time, there is no existence. You can describe a being without describing their location, but you can't separate them from the causality they're tied to. There was nothing before time came into being, and there will be nothing after it vanishes. The so-called Time Force you're controlling is only you taking control of the causality of your spear. You've gained enough understanding of it to begin to shift and change its very being with your spear force, but don't mistake that for controlling Time Force. These aren't the same things. Leonel's eyes widened. Anastasia had never spoken so much in one sitting, but when she finally did, her words seemed to hold the weight of a world. Chapter 2118, Mistake. Chapter 2118, Mistake. Leonel took a breath and exhaled. He seemed to gain a deeper understanding of his spear force and the direction it was going in. You don't need to worry, Anastasia. I wasn't asking for myself. I already have too many things on my plate dealing with forces I do have affinity for, let alone ones I don't. I was asking for someone else. I thought of the snow globes and the pods and realized that you must have some comprehension of such things, and it seems that I was right. Anastasia snorted. Every world spirit do. Anastasia, seemingly realizing that she had made a mistake, suddenly stopped talking. Her not speaking much wasn't a mistake. Usually, she was quite talkative. It was just that she knew her own habits and thought to control herself using this path, but she had accidentally let something she had held close to her chest slip just like that. She looked toward Leonel, hoping he hadn't heard anything, but before she could sigh a breath of relief, he was blinking in shock and she blushed with shame and embarrassment. She had really let such an important piece of information go in such a stupid way. Stupid Velasco, idiot Velasco, this is all your fault. If I wasn't so agitated, I wouldn't have spoken so much and I wouldn't have made such a mistake. Leonel remained silent for a long time and didn't answer immediately. He was still processing what Anastasia's words could mean, but in the end he smiled bitterly. He didn't have enough information. He actually didn't know what this could mean at all. All right, never mind that, Leonel said lightly. I don't know why you want to hide that you're a world spirit from me, but I assume it has something to do with the fact this is a fake, simulated world, huh? I would blame you for thinking I'm too fragile, but then again, I did have a mental breakdown a couple of days ago. Anastasia froze. What did you just say? Leonel waved a hand. I'm what you would call a genius. Deducing these things is child's play. Leonel looked up and suddenly started, finding Anastasia right before him. She surprised him, but she didn't say anything for a long while. Indeed, she finally mumbled, a pair of monster father and son makes no sense. Is this the miracle of the randomness of life? Leonel raised an eyebrow, but he let this little world spirit sort out her own emotions. Finally, she retreated, floating into the air again. Fine, depending on how this matter goes, I might tell you other things, she said lightly. For now, sure, I can help this person you speak of. Time Force comes naturally to me. Does that mean my mother can use Time Force too? Leonel asked. He wanted to ask Anastasia to help his mother as well, in that case. Although his mother already had a world spirit, a complete one at that, something was telling him that Earth's world spirit and Anastasia were on two completely different levels. To his surprise, Anastasia shook her head. It's not that I don't want to help, but I truly had a slip of the tongue back then. World spirits that are more than blobs of instinct are incredibly rare. In all of existence, there are probably fewer than 10 like me. While one can help you comprehend the laws of your world, Time Force isn't something they can pass down. Even for me, such a thing is impossible. Even if you fused with someone? Leonel asked. I have a mind of my own, although that makes me far more powerful than most world spirits. It also limits me as well. I cannot fuse with someone for the benefit of my world. That would suppress me rather than helping me. What I need is someone to partner with me and help me find precious resources. Once I succeed in entering the 9th dimension, I'll finally mature, and my world will fully take shape. Only then can I try to skirt some of the regulator's rules by passing down such knowledge. Leonel nodded slowly. I see. I understand. After a moment, he tossed over a snow globe. He's in here. We don't have much time, so I hope that you can train him in a time-dilated state. Try to see if you can make him obedient as well. Anastasia nodded, and her eyes lit up. Indeed, Aloran had a strong Time Force affinity. This was indeed perfect. Obedient? Her head suddenly popped up. Let's just say he's a bit unruly. His parents were killed due to a decision of Old Man Fox. His own grandfather stood in his way, and he was enraged enough to cut him down. So maybe being unruly isn't exaggerated enough for this person. His parents died? Indeed, they were likely to become invalids, so they were killed before the metamorphosis. I see. What, you can do something about that? Well, in the real world, no, but this world is more pliable, and it's even easier when the people in question have weak causalities. Third-dimensional beings without even ability indexes are about as easy as it gets. It would be helpless if they had entered the God path, or the 8th dimension of the conventional path, but this is too easy. Leonel was stunned. He suddenly realized that maybe there were a lot more things Anastasia was hiding from him so that he wouldn't realize just how special she was too early. But now that he had exposed these matters, her misgivings were much less. She directly spoke about resurrecting 2 people who had died more than 30 years ago as though it was a trip to brunch. After a moment, Leonel grinned. After this, would Ellarine still dare to disobey him? Now that he thought about it, Hutch was in the 7th dimension of the conventional path at best, and his ability index was just as broken as his grandson's. If not for familial love, it was unlikely that Aloran would have had a chance to win at all. Since you're busy being a god anyway, Anastasia, how about someone else? Chapter 2129, Don't. Chapter 2129, Don't. The person that Leonel had thought of first was, of course, Ina's mother. Of course, he had Hutch in mind as well, but the one he most wanted to see happy could be no one else but Ina. The weight that Ina had carried all this time had started from that very day her mother was executed for having the audacity to bear her as a child. It wasn't just rage, but it was also helpless, exasperation, and, most importantly of all, guilt. If she hadn't been born, then maybe her mother would still be fine. Maybe she wouldn't have to suffer such a cruel fate. Maybe she and Ina's father wouldn't have been found out and so severely punished. But there was already no going back to reverse all of these things. There was only one thing left, revenge, and she could only hope that it would be enough to fill the void in her heart. However, before long, Leonel's eager smile had faded. He looked toward Anastasia, who had a furrowed brow, and his heart sank. He didn't seem to need to hear the reason because it was of little importance to him now, but he still asked. You can't do it? Leonel asked softly. When he had heard that resurrecting those that had only been in the third dimension was easy for her, Leonel had immediately thought of Ina's mother. But how could it be that there was still a roadblock here? What could possibly be stopping it? I can't know, Anastasia slowly shook her head. Are you sure you have the right person? Leonel asked. All he had told Anastasia was that it was Ina's mother he wanted to resurrect. He hadn't given her any other details because even he hadn't had any other details. Plus, although he had confidence in Anastasia, he didn't want to alert Ina in case something went wrong, and time had proven that his caution was correct. Even so, he had to ask. Was it possible for Anastasia to be 100% certain of who she was targeting when things were just like this? Anastasia shook her head. A parental relationship is the easiest causal relationship to see through. If I had to look for a distant cousin, maybe there'd be a small chance I could make a mistake. But since Ina is here, and it's her mother that's in question, it's practically a one-to-one relationship. I wouldn't make such a mistake. It's definitely her. But Ina's mother died before the metamorphosis. She's also in the third dimension, just like Ellerin's parents. Why is one possible but the other isn't? I don't know. I can only speculate. Someone with a far greater causality is interfering with Ina's mother's own, entangling it to the point that I wouldn't be able to extract her perfectly even if I tried. If I forced it, what came out the other side wouldn't even be her mother, it would just be a woman who carried a similar form. Leonel's heart shuddered. Hearing this, he realized that resurrecting people wasn't nearly as easy as he had thought it would be, but at the same time he felt somewhat empty. He had spent so long looking for the meaning of life. Why was it that this world didn't allow him to rip off the Band-Aid in its entirety? Why couldn't life just be completely worthless through and through? But now he was hearing that those with lower value lives could be more easily resurrected than those that were more powerful. It was as though his worldview that all lives were equal was being spit at and smacked across the face time and time again, and yet he couldn't even benefit from it. It was frustrating. Would this be because she married Ina's father? No, this isn't enough. But Anastasia hesitated. Tell me, Leonel said firmly. Remember how I said finding a parent through Ina was exceptionally easy because it was a one-to-one relationship in causality? Well, the reverse is true as well. It's difficult to affect someone else's causality, but the closer you are to that person, the easier it is. And, having literally given birth to a person, Leonel paled and he sat down. There were very few things that could make him react like this, but he felt like he was feeling Ina's emotions for her at the moment. If Ina knew that her mother couldn't be brought back because she had grown too strong, how devastated would she be? No, even beyond that, wasn't it because of revenge that Ina had put in so much effort to increase her strength? And now, because of that strength she had worked so hard for, she would never be able to see her mother again? How cruel was a fate like this? What Leonel didn't know was that there was something else that Anastasia hadn't told him. If she was correct, things might have still worked if Ina was still in the sixth dimension. One would enter the God path upon entering the sixth dimension, but because her mother was one step removed from her causality, the impact was lessened. However, the moment she entered the seventh dimension, it was just one day. Just a single day was the difference between Ina being able to cry in her mother's arms or not. Just a single day. Leonel took deep breaths and slowly managed to calm himself. Don't resurrect them, Leonel suddenly said. What? Don't resurrect Ellerin's parents. Leave them as they are. Leonel didn't say anything else as he stood and left. Anastasia could only look toward his back with a complicated twinkle in her eye. She understood. If Anastasia resurrected them, then Ina would learn about it one way or another. Ina was quite intelligent. She wouldn't believe that Leonel would put in the effort to resurrect the parents of others, and yet not her own. If she realized this, then she would only be one step away from the truth. Leonel refused to see that kind of pain on the love of his life's face. Chapter 230 Fortune from Misfortune. Chapter 213 Fortune from Misfortune. Many minutes later, Leonel finally managed to calm down. This matter was far more complex than he had expected, and it felt like the world was playing a practical joke on him. So close and yet so far away. Just a single step away, and yet miles away. He suddenly heard the echo of a familiar laughter in his mind. He didn't remember having laughed like this in the past, but for some reason he was certain that it was his own laughter. The laughter sounded quite heroic, and yet there was an undertone of sadness and helplessness hidden within, an echo that grew louder and louder until his vision suddenly went white. When Leonel came to, he was still standing in the same spot. His body was drenched in sweat, but other than that, he seemed like the same person he had always been. Taking a breath, he returned to the living setting and entered his and Ina's personal bath. He had already reached a state of cleanliness where he could spend months, even years, without a shower and still be fresh, but right now, he felt like he really needed one. He slipped into the cleansing waters after stripping down his clothes and lowered himself into the water. The water slid around him until he had submerged even his head, sinking to the bottom of the large pool. He breathed deeply, ignoring the waters around him. When the cleansing waters entered his lungs, rather than flooding them and leaving him gasping like one might expect, it immediately became vapor, dispersing into his body. Leonel hadn't expected this. In truth, he had just made a mistake. He had wanted to do what he had recently begun to do in the water, filtering out wind force from the water force and inhaling that. But in his absent-minded and somewhat fatigued state, he had forgotten that cleansing waters were the purest form of water force. There was no wind force within it at all to filter out and breathe. Just when he thought that he would be drowned by his own foolishness and was prepared to rush up to the surface to expel the cleansing waters from himself, this had happened. His body suddenly began to tremble. Deep-seated and hidden imperfections began to be pushed out one after another. Leonel was rendered speechless. He hadn't expected that things would actually end up like this. He had been thinking about how to help his body approach perfection, and he had actually stumbled into the method in such an unbelievably stupid way. Quickly, Leonel calmed down and accessed some things. Only then did he realize that this wasn't a natural state of cleansing waters, or most accurately, not just anyone could inhale cleansing waters like this. If someone else tried, they might truly drown themselves. The sudden vaporization of the cleansing waters he inhaled was a result of his new lineage, or rather a result of his previously evolved metal synergy lineage factor evolving once again. Leonel's new lineage factor built upon the 4 components of the metal synergy lineage factor quite beautifully. The first component was the one all Morales had access to, and that was the ability to absorb the life of metals and make it their own. The second, the one the Radix family had received, was the reverse, to take one's life and bestow it upon metals. The third was what was given to the Midas family, and that was the ability to swallow flames and gain endless life force from them. The fourth was given to the Flora family, and it was ultimately the ability to bestow life once again. The way Leonel had seen it, although these were separated into 4 more complex bits, they were ultimately 2 larger halves, one that could take life and make it one's own, and the second was to bestow it and grant power. One relied on refinement of external sources to grant oneself power, and the second relied on refinement of internal sources to grant an external object power. Both formed a yin and yang sort of balance, and there were all sorts of techniques that could branch from it. But what Leonel benefited from the most was the nigh-infinite pool of longevity. Somehow, after the evolution, Leonel had gained the ability to refine more than just metal and fire. Even water seemed possible now, and he had gained the largest store of unrefined waters right before him. Even if he tried to refine all of these cleansing waters, he wasn't sure if it would truly be possible unless he reached the 9th dimension. But by then these waters would expand once more, as Anastasia would definitely reach that level as well. As his pores dilated, Leonel found that his body had far more imperfections than he had thought. What was being expelled from him wasn't impurities per se, but was rather like foul force. This force would be the kind that stopped normal force crystals from becoming pure force crystals. This sort of force, impeding those born with fused souls, was precisely what stopped them from reaching the perfect state of body and mind. These cleansing waters were only 8th dimensional, so Leonel wasn't sure if it would truly be able to allow his body to reach that state of perfection that only few geniuses of other races and a handful of spirituals had. But what he was certain of was that it would allow him to get much, much closer. I guess this can be counted as a disaster turning to fortune, Leonel whispered to himself softly. The complexity of a pie forming in the sky, only to land right in his face, and then for another one to form soon after, had brought him through a roller coaster of emotions. Suddenly, Leonel gripped his fists. The complexities of life were something that smacked him in the face every time he tried to gain an inkling about what truth may lie behind the doorway. But he felt that maybe he was going about this all wrong. He had always felt like he should have an answer first before he decided what road he should take, but did he have a right to gain such an answer at his current strength? Maybe instead of that, he should do the reverse, work to strengthen himself so that maybe one day he too could laugh like that. Chapter 231, Not Quite. Chapter 231, Not Quite. As Leonel was meditating in the depths of a pool of cleansing waters, the situation in the Void Palace was only getting worse with every passing moment. The domain-ranked disciples that remained had worked their whole lives for this matter, and they carried resolute faces as they faced off against legions of otherworldly beings. But their resolution did nothing to change the fact of the matter. They were entirely outmatched. In the past, the humans had at least had the advantage of numbers. There were so many roads that they cultivated that there was bound to be at least one a person could excel in. This was about the only advantage humans had over the other races. However, the Void Palace had suffered devastating losses due to the cataclysm, and, to make matters worse, even if they hadn't, they were facing the combined numbers from several races at once. Not that they were also missing so many of their own. What chance did they stand? The Nomad race, the Cloud race, the Rapax race, even the Dwarven race and the Beast domain were attacking. It seemed that every single one of them wanted a piece of the pie, and they weren't willing to take even a single step back. They flooded in from 5 different directions, assaulting the humans on all fronts. They were stretched thin, and there was simply nothing that could be done, and this was before even any ancestors showed up. With the way things looked, it seemed as though the human domain would fall without the 8th dimensional experts of the other races even having to lift a hand. However, there seemed to be good news. Even after the first line of defense was breached and the second was halfway through falling, the spirituals had still not shown up. The spirituals rarely participated in conflicts, and they didn't seem to care for the land of others. There were a rare few stragglers who came out from time to time to remind the world of the power of their race, but other than that, there was absolutely nothing. That said, it had been a long while since the last eighth-dimensional world had appeared. It would be hard to tell what they would be willing to do in this situation. As a result, they became like a lingering guillotine in the air. But so long as they didn't appear, the situation wasn't helpless quite yet. On the side of the humans, the Void Elders stood outside the tallest peak of the Void Tower, their expressions solemn and their wrinkled faces contorted. They could see that the second line was about to fall. The prestige of the Void Palace has fallen too far. It had already been half a day, but there were no signs of those families appearing. The Void Palace wasn't worried that they wouldn't show up, but rather worried that they would show up far too late. They were waiting for everything to be perfect for them to make their appearance, not realizing that there would simply be nothing left to be perfect if they were any later. But it couldn't be helped. The prestige of the Void Palace had taken a huge blow after they failed to protect so many of their disciples. Many middle-of-the-pack families had sent their own hope in generations to the Void Palace, only to lose their child forever. Now, those families were being called again, and it was hard to tell how they would feel. There's no choice. If they don't appear, the entire human race will be enslaved. It's already helpless, Void Elder Lisbeth said softly. What did you say? Void Elder Gallienne, a drill sergeant among them, snapped almost immediately. I said that it's helpless. Who cares how many of them appear? What will they do when the ancestors of the other races start appearing? Even back when we had such a huge advantage in the number of seventh-dimensional existences, our number of eighth-dimensional existences couldn't match up to even one of the races, let alone so many of them. We have many paths to reach the seventh dimension, but none of them are excavated deeply enough to allow a large number to enter the eighth dimension. We are finished. Hearing a Void Elder say such words, the others were shocked, so shocked in fact that they couldn't even react to what happened next. Void Elder Gallienne, who had just seemed to be reprimanding Lisbeth, turned around and swiftly attacked. It wasn't just him, but Lisbeth and Void Elder Weimark attacked all at once as well. The other Void Elders were caught off guard, many of them having their chests pierced and hearts shattered in a single swift move. YOU. Cornelius, who had only recently managed to become a Void Elder himself, was instantly enraged. He had never imagined that the people he had spent his whole life looking up to would suddenly do this. The remaining Void Elders suddenly recovered as well, but just when Cornelius was about to attack, he froze. He looked down, finding an arm piercing through his chest. He struggled to look back, but he never managed to see who it was. He had never expected it to be a two-layered plan. Only a part of the traitors had acted in the first rounds while the rest pretended to be shocked along with everyone else. Then, just when it seemed the traitors were clear, the second group attacked. Cornelius didn't even know what to think in his final moments until his thoughts suddenly settled on a particular one man for some reason. That young cub had given him such a headache in the small time he had known him for, but he had always seemed to pull out victory from the jaws of defeat. Cornelius slipped down, falling from the hand of the person who had attacked him, through the clouds below and toward the ground. The hand pulled back, slowly wiping their hand of blood as their features began to change. Do we attack now and finish it? Lisbeth suddenly asked. The person shook his head. Not quite yet. If Leonel had been here, maybe his heart would have stopped beating entirely. This man was someone he knew all too well. He was none other than Leonel Morales. Erdul's notes, for those who are confused or don't remember. Leonel Morales is the savant from Earth that thought he was Leonel. He should be dead, but I guess not. Also, the author says maybe Leonel would have his heart stopped beating, but let's be real, bro just realized his world is a simulation and that people can get rezzed like it's nothing. I don't think this would surprise him. Chapter 232, Mercy. Chapter 232, Mercy. Leonel opened his eyes, feeling a strong surge of power flooding his body. The odd part was that he didn't feel as though his strength had changed a great deal, but for some reason he still felt far lighter than he ever had before. He didn't know what to say about that matter, but he slowly made his way out of the pool. Unfortunately, because he had spent so long out of the pod, he didn't gain the 100 days others likely had, but even so, he felt that it was worth it. After some thought, he had finally touched upon what that odd feeling was. It was like his body was a treasure and it was being slowly refined toward the life grade. It was like his body already had all the building blocks, but it was missing the impetus to fuse into a perfect product, becoming one. Leonel had experienced this before. This was the feeling he had had before he succeeded in crafting his first life grade treasure. When he connected the two, he was quite speechless. It felt quite crude to think of his body as though it was some kind of inanimate object. But when he took a step back, wasn't it exactly that? Earth had a dividing line between inorganic and organic materials, and the body was obviously formed of the latter, but higher in dimensions. That line blurred more and more. Plus, Leonel had already had a huge breakthrough in his Earth Force that was caused by his realization that the body was quite reliant on Earth Force to survive, or else where would the important minerals that kept them healthy come from? Everything had a balance to it, and there was no reason to treat his body any differently than he would a treasure. In fact, his body was almost irrelevant. What was most important was its use as a medium to allow his soul and ethereal glabella to display their strength to the greatest degree. As expected, Leonel's body didn't reach the level of perfection that he was looking for, but the change was still quite substantial. There was still quite a long process left. He would have to be patient, waiting for his cells to turn over and then undergo the process again. The more times he did this, the better his body would be at producing cells that were closer to perfection, and the closer to perfection he would be overall. His force flowed through his force nodes much smoother. At that moment, Leonel looked up, only to find that Ina had suddenly rushed in. He smiled. "What's wrong? You're actually in such a rush." "Cleansing waters," Ina suddenly said. "I think it would be very useful for this." Leonel smiled meaningfully. "You already figured it out?" Leonel chuckled. "Sort of. It was a bit of an accident, but it's crude right now. I'm only able to do it by breathing the water in. Someone else would end up drowning themselves. Do you have a better method?" Ina nodded. "I can use the cleansing waters as a binder in a force pill to amplify the effects. The other materials would just be supplemental to act as a binding agent to allow it to pass into the blood, the organs, and the cells effectively. It would take several treatments, but it should have a strong effect given enough time. The results would be better the more pain someone is willing to withstand." Leonel's eyes brightened. "We'll revisit this after this war." "After?" Ina's brow shot up. Why did Leonel sound so confident? It didn't seem like they were in a very good situation right now. It would probably be better if they held back now and only came forward when they had all their ducks in a row. When one took a step back, what were they worth in the face of the whole human domain? 1 billion warriors? That was a drop in the bucket. It might be enough to target a solar system, but even if one's target was only a galaxy, it wouldn't be nearly enough, let alone a sector or facing off against several domains at once. Leonel grinned. "Don't you think this is a good opportunity?" Ina's expression changed. She understood what Leonel wanted to do. The air wars put Leonel on the map, but if he performed well in this war, or if he actually won it for the human domain, how much easier would it be to unify it in the future? In fact, he might even succeed before the air wars were even through. It was a wild plan, that was all she could say about it. She couldn't help but hesitate. Was Leonel doing this because of her words about wanting their children to be royalty? But Ina's eyes wandered, feeling nervous. She couldn't just take these words back now, or else the weight of her words in the future would diminish. She also didn't want to see Leonel without drive and ambition. She felt that the world deserved to know his talent. In her stupor, she didn't even notice Leonel lean forward and kiss her forehead. "You should trust your husband a bit more." Ina frowned, responding subconsciously as she wiped her forehead. "Who's my husband? Why don't I see a ring?" Leonel grinned. "A ring, you say?" Ina's heart skipped a beat, her frown suddenly vanishing into a panicking expression. However, it didn't last long because the mood was interrupted by Leonel's wheezing laughter. Ina turned beet red, her fists suddenly beginning to rain down. Usually she held back, but Leonel truly felt the pain this time. "Mercy, mercy," Leonel howled. "Obediently take this beating. How dare you tease me about this?" Despite his cries, Leonel was practically grinning ear to ear. A ring for his wife? How could he give her something casual? His aspirations were grand. What was a diamond before the keys to the Void Palace? What about the head of a spiritual? Or maybe he would make the dimensional verse kneel at her feet. Leonel suddenly sprang up and wrapped an arm around Ina's waist, lifting her into the air and planting a kiss on her lips. Chapter 233, Retreat. Chapter 233, Retreat. These humans are actually so worthless. What was all this preparation for? A nomad young man yawned. This young man mumbled to himself, watching the carnage without much care. He leaned back on his own floating hands, reclining in the skies without a care. He was well known among his race, but this went without saying since he was chosen to lead his own legion. He was Prince Gregwin, and was quite known for his laziness. He was probably the only nomad who would use his extra hands in such a way. The nomad race's standout feature was, of course, their 3 pairs of hands, 2 of which were attached by their wrists to their arms, and the remaining 4 of which floated around their bodies as though they had minds of their own. Then there was, of course, the gems on their foreheads, a protrusion of their ethereal glabellas. Gregwin looked off to the side. 2 of his floating hands acted as his seat, and the remaining 2 acted as his backrest. He looked quite comfortable, and yet he seemed to want more from the occasion. Did he feel bad about attacking the humans like this? Of course not. He only lamented that they weren't strong enough. The humans weren't unique in this matter. Every domain that formed an 8th-dimensional world like this would be invaded. Well, aside from the spirituals. That said, the humans were unlucky in the fact that so many were attacking them at once. Back when their nomad race had experienced this, only the Beat domain had invaded. The only race that had experienced a similar level of pressure was the Dwarven race, and right now the Dwarven race had ironically sent the most experts. Clearly, the Dwarven race still held a grudge from being kicked out of the human domain back then. The worst part was that the Dwarven race were full of archery experts that were especially lethal in this density of anarchic force. Anyone who could expel their force over large distances was a huge asset in this void battlefield, and the Dwarven race happened to have the largest percentage of such existences. It'll probably only be another day before the 2nd line is breached, and then just the 3rd line would be left. By then, the entire human domain will be open to us and the war will basically be over. It would be impossible for them to defend more from entering from the void battlefield and deal with the wildfire spreading in their territory. The dwarven race was dealing with their own problems, so they didn't want to overextend themselves by entering the human domain fully before, but now they won't have such scruples. Their defensive measures have grown too tough for others to continue to attack them now. It seems that the humans will be the new heel. Gregwin laughed uproariously. On the side of the dwarven race, a pair of brother and sister stood in the air, the wings flapping. Their gazes were surprisingly cold despite their somewhat adorable appearances. Each of them held a bow in their hands, directly following traffic below. The gray skies were practically blackened by the number of arrows that were flying. The humans couldn't even get close before they were mowed down. It was a truly devastating sight. The humans could only form barricades to try and defend from the volleys, but with half the second line having fallen, the defenses simply weren't very great and could only be hastily put up. This pair of brother and sister were likewise nobility of their race. This could be seen by the fact that they looked more like short humans as opposed to dwarves in the eyes of most. The Princess Ularora and the Prince Malcahorn. What was far more interesting, though, was the fact that the city they were currently besieging was one that Leonel would very easily recognize. It was the very one he had first run into when he returned from the Cataclysm Zone, and, as expected, it was none other than Rowan. This was the very same young man that had almost killed Leonel after he had helped them to escape the Rapak's nest. Rowan Cancer had surprisingly not participated in the air wars and had remained with the Void Palace. He hadn't told anyone why, but if he had said it, no one would believe him. The reality was that unlike others, he could see through the danger Leonel posed, and he wanted no part in it. It was, of course, due to his special ability index that he was so certain, and he had felt that he was quite smart while watching the broadcast, but who would have thought that he would end up so unlucky in the end? Suddenly, Rowan got an order that made his brows jump up. Retreat? What? Rowan couldn't even believe such a ridiculously stupid order. If they retreated from the position, they'd be completely finished. There was nothing to retreat back to but the first line, but the so-called first line was just the Void Palace itself. It was incredibly difficult to defend because the palace was only meant to be used as a life support. As difficult as it was to attack, it would simultaneously be hard on those who took it upon themselves to defend. To make matters worse, there was a forward legion below. Their blows from within the city weren't effective enough, and if they allowed the dwarven race to approach too closely, they would lose the city too swiftly. If they retreated now, how many of them would die? Rowan hesitated. This order was definitely official. It couldn't just be ignored because he disagreed with it. For all he knew, they had a better plan than he did. After another round of hesitation, it wasn't even Rowan himself who acted. He was yet to become a domain-ranked disciple. He realized at that moment that it wasn't up to him in the first place. The domain-ranked disciples were the true pillars of the Void Palace. They held the most authority. A domain-ranked disciple he knew as Avalair handed down the orders. Prepare for retreat. Ready the cannons for one final blow. Hurry. The words had only just fallen when the air trembled. Rowan's head snapped around to find a starship had suddenly appeared behind their city, shocking him into silence. Erdul's note, 2 chapters today, none tomorrow, and 3 on Saturday. Author's words, not mine. Chapter 234, Defend. Chapter 234, Defend. I just remembered that I promised 3 chapters today, but when I promised I forgot that I had certain obligations this weekend. I'll find another date to make it up. This was a completely unexpected change. Something so large should have been alerted to them in advance, but the fact that it hadn't made Rowan's eyes narrow. He felt that there was something big going on right now, and he felt far too small to handle it. The very purpose of the Void Palace was to act as a defensive gate to the human domain. This defensive measure worked in both directions. It was impossible to just casually enter the Void Palace from any direction whatsoever. The only ones that could even think about doing so were ancestor-level characters. The only way to the Void battlefield was through the Void Palace, and the only way from the Void battlefield to the human domain was, once again, through the Void Palace. For this starship to reach this location without a word from the higher-ups, it meant that it was here without permission. But anyone in the human domain with access to a starship was impossible high up on the food chain. Did that mean that the humans had traitors already? But news of the fall of the first line should have only been sent to the most powerful of families. But then again, only the most powerful families would have access to such a starship. Rowan felt his head spinning. No matter how much he thought, he could have never guessed that the traitors had come from the Void Palace itself. The Void Palace was the pinnacle of humanity. The Void Elders that led it had prestige surpassing all. They were the experts that had sacrificed their lifetime of happiness for the sake of the human race. Even Rowan, who was quite jaded about most things, would never suspect them. But when he saw who stepped out from the ship and onto the bow, his own expression couldn't help but change. Leonel Morales? As impossible as it was for the Void Elders to betray humanity in his mind, it made just as little sense for Leonel to do so in Rowan's opinion. It had to be remembered that the only reason they had survived the cataclysm and returned home in the first place was because of Leonel. Although Rowan hadn't known this before, who wouldn't be aware of this by now? Just what is going on? Domain Disciple Avalair frowned, but before he could say much, yet another domain-ranked disciple appeared, and he was yet another person that Leonel was quite familiar with. This young man was none other than the very impetus for Leonel's falling out with the Void Palace. He was the one who moved behind the scenes to link the Leonel of the Milky Way to the Leonel for the Void Palace, raising his fugitive status and causing Shield Cross stars to come to the Void Palace to apprehend him, Ronan Sith. Ronan was a member of Shield Cross stars, but more importantly, a member of their Sith-led assassin unit. His position was extraordinary, and the grudge he had with Leonel wasn't small at all. Back then, Ronan had been stalled by Leonel's aunt, while he and Ina slaughtered much of Ronan's faction. Due to that, what had once been a powerful faction well on its way to becoming a legacy faction as Ronan promoted to the Void Senate crumbled before everyone's eyes. Ronan wasn't able to do anything as Leonel and Ina vanished, but now he seemed to have become an official domain-ranked disciple, and he very clearly stood on Avalaire's side in wanting to follow orders and complete their retreat. Seeing Leonel, he seemed to have seen red, but he quickly regained his calm, coolly ordering that the retreat continue. However, it was then that Leonel took a step, his figure flashing as he landed on the top of the city walls. He was only a few meters from Ronan, but it was as though he hadn't seen anyone else. Sheesh, the Void Palace is getting more and more pathetic these days, huh? Leonel looked up, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. Anyone who retreats dies, Leonel's voice thundered. It came as a completely unexpected change. The level Leonel's mind worked on was completely different from others, but this time his action was purely based on his endless trust in his father. His father had attacked the Void Palace all those years ago. To Leonel, that meant that there were definitely traitors within them. It was that simple to him. If he accepted that as the truth, then it was impossible to do anything exactly to the wishes of the Void Palace. In fact, the reason Rowan and the others didn't receive any information about their arrival was because Leonel had directly shot by at the highest speed his craft could muster. They hadn't even been able to react. Everyone was stunned by these words. Those that had been following the orders of the domain-ranked disciples were caught in the crossfire, not knowing whether to continue or retreat. On the one hand, there were the domain-ranked disciples, but on the other, there wasn't only Leonel who had saved them all from the Cataclysm Zone, but even more importantly than that, there was a starship even ancestors feared in the skies behind him. Ronan was completely taken aback. Leonel actually dared to say these words? At first, he was speechless until he was so enraged that he laughed. Do you think that because you did well against some little kids that you can do as you please now? Leonel's head turned toward Ronan, his gaze as deep as the depths of the starry skies. No, I can do as I please because the power I wield is greater than yours. The starship suddenly rumbled as a piercing beam shot forward. Ularora and Malcahorn's expressions changed at the same time. Defend. They roared. They had set their moving formations to a standard that could deal with the cannons of the fortified city, but they hadn't expected for the cannons of a moving ship to be even better than a fortified city. It made little sense, and yet, boom. Chapter 213.5, Closer. Chapter 213.13.5, Closer. Leonel's gaze flickered. The moving formation of the Dwarven race was incredibly unique. In his studies within the Void Library, Leonel had learned a lot about the warring habits of the various races. Usually, when launching a siege like this one, most races relied on siege towers that double as formation foundations. These foundations would become the core of force arts that would help the army to move forward and attack while they defended themselves. These defensive measures tended to be weaker than unmoving force arts for obvious reasons, but the one exception to this rule seemed to be the Dwarven race that managed to have formations that were no weaker at all. The cannons of the fortified city weren't to be taken lightly. These cities had no less investment in them than starships did, and their attacking methods were no weaker, but the Dwarven race had managed to weather them with their siege towers without the slightest hiccup. And then Leonel suddenly appeared. The beams of light winked out after their power was exhausted. The siege towers of the Dwarven race shook a great deal, and some of the power leaked to the army below, causing many of them to die. But ultimately, the casualties were only in the few hundreds. Even so, this loss of a few hundreds was more than the city had been able to accomplish in several volleys. It was clear that this starship was on a completely different level. This was a true success, but there wasn't a hint of happiness on Leonel's face. He knew that if he fired again without changing anything, he would be lucky if a few dozen died, let alone a few hundred. In exchange for a slowed pace, the Dwarven race could adjust the strength of their formations. They were caught off guard, but they wouldn't be caught off guard easily again. However, their speed had plummeted by more than 50%. Leonel had bought the fortified city a great deal of time. This seemed to be the perfect chance to retreat, but Leonel had no intention of doing so. In fact, the cannons of the starship were already revving again. At the same time, a second starship appeared, but this one was far larger. The first was only a few kilometers across, but this one was the size of a planet, and it dwarfed the entire battle, casting a shadow over everything. That said, this shadow didn't change much about the terrain. The Void battlefield was an endless, foggy, and dull atmosphere to begin with. They were just swapping one form of darkness for another. Soon, it began to fire on the Dwarven race as well. The beams are about 3-folds weaker, Leonel quickly calculated. The larger starship is even worse, only being about 20% as powerful as usual. That should be due to both the anarchic force and the distance of separation. That's enough, Ronan barked. Did you think you could change the situation on the battlefield with a few starships? Do you know how many the Void Palace has on their own? What did you think you could accomplish? Don't come here to make a fool of yourself. Continue the retreat. Bang. Ronan had hardly finished talking when he felt a huge pressure suddenly crush his chest. He was sent flying like a broken kite. He only managed to stop himself a long while later and could only feel lucky that whoever had hit him had done so across the city walls and not to the ground below. Unable to hold back, he coughed up a mouthful of blood holding his chest. He looked up weakly to find a beauty with long, flowing black hair standing by Leonel's side. He didn't even register when she had appeared. Ronan coughed again, taking deep breaths. To be a domain-ranked disciple, he had to at least have the strength of most Tier 7 7th-dimensional experts. He, himself, was only Tier 6, but with his talent, this was a difficult but not impossible feat. But just now, he had been slapped so far away by a single palm from a Tier 1 existence. Demoralize the human race again, and I'll have my lovely wife pierce through your heart next time. Watch your mouth. Leonel looked back toward the battle below. The humans, having gained some relief thanks to Leonel's actions, were able to reverse the situation somewhat. The siege towers were only designed to take on powerful, large-scale attacks. They weren't wasted on small-scale attacks from the army's men and women below. As such, that battle was far more level. It was just that the humans were far too outnumbered. In terms of direct combat, there was no large difference between the geniuses of the human race and the dwarven race. But a disparity so large, Leonel, however, seemed to be entirely focused on the siege towers, trying to look for a weakness. At least it seemed so until he suddenly snapped his fingers. The starships opened up one after another, billions of armored warriors making their way out. Their weapons clanged, and the sound of surging energy whirred in the ears of the spectators. Their armors began to glow, and they were quickly linked with one another. The human domain had seen Leonel's special armors before, but those armors had been created on a whim based on a sea creature he had only seen for a small moment before he began. These armors, however, were crafted to perfection. They were on an entirely different level. I need to get closer. Suddenly, Leonel's body flashed and his divine armor formed. There was a hint of a frown on his face because it didn't feel nearly as comfortable as it had in the past, but oddly enough, despite this, its strength had actually risen a great deal. He extended a palm and his black rod appeared. He stomped his feet hard, launching himself from the very walls Ronan had been fearful to fall from. Aina frowned as well, but she stayed put, realizing that Leonel wasn't asking for her to participate. It seemed that Leonel didn't treat this domain war much differently than he did the air wars he had just conquered. Chapter 236. Soaring, Chapter 236. Soaring, a single aura of the 6th dimension, was completely out of place in a sea of 7th-dimensional monsters. Even more so when these 7th-dimensional monsters were geniuses of other races, or the best geniuses that the human domain had to. Oliver. And yet, Leonel didn't seem to feel the weight of the matter at all. In fact, his gaze flickered with fancying crimson lights that danced like embers within his irises. Beneath the helmet of his divine armor, a wild grin spread. The human race was weak, huh? He would be the judge of that. Bang! The ground beneath Leonel shattered. A roar filled the skies as his soldiers landed behind him, the earth rumbling and tumbling beneath their weight. And yet, in front of this monstrous tide, a singular young man who was nothing more than a speck of dust before the vastness of the void battlefield seemed to become the center of it all. Leonel's black rod rose, his 10 stars appearing to his back, one part hidden in darkness and the other bathed in a blinding radiance. His foot sank into the earth, countless cracks and devastating bowing boulders of earth raising from the ground as he exploded forth. He crossed the distance between the city and frontline warriors of the Void Palace in an instant. He soared above their heads, a flourishing pair of fiery wings appearing around him as he crossed the no-man's land toward the dwarven race. He seemed to have entirely lost his mind, too excited by the prospect of war and battle. He had done maybe the most foolish thing he could have, entering a piece of land that only left room for death. This no-man's land had formed after the dwarven race's pace slowed due to the roaring lasers of the 2 starships. This kind of region was absolutely deadly under normal circumstances, let alone when facing a race of marksmen like the dwarven race. The eyes of Ulurora and Malcahorn flashed at once. They didn't even need to give the order. The archers had already raised their bows, nocked them, and fired. Their movements were smooth. It was an action they had lost track of the number of times they had completed. In truth, only one of them needed to act, but they had all reacted so fast that hundreds had fired at once. The rain wasn't exaggerated to the point of blotting out the skies, but it was simply too fast and too vast. There was nowhere for Leonel to dodge. But it was right then that the people of the fortified city seemed to remember something. Leonel's grin became wilder. Using archery against me? It seems I need to introduce myself to you invaders. Leonel's heart seemed to blaze with an undying fire, his voice booming. The anarchic force seemed entirely incapable of stopping the spread of his presence. His scarlet Star Force wings expanded, and then expanded again. He came to a sudden stop in the air, his spear sweeping out before him. However, it wasn't aimed toward the coming arrows at all. Instead, it drew a perfect arc on the ground below. It didn't seem to serve a purpose at all other than to display the sharpness of Leonel's blade even from afar until the arrows tried to cross it. One after another, the volley disintegrated to ash. It was as though the dividing line Leonel had casually drawn had laid down a law of causality, an unbreakable rule decided by the man standing high in the skies. Leonel was entirely unmoved by the failure of the arrows. The ash that remained of them continued to float in the air, dancing like the dead embers of a fallen hope. The tip of his spear trembled and he vanished. When he appeared again, he was standing before the front line of dwarven race members and his blade flashed. In an instant, dozens of heads flew into the skies. Leonel took another step and vanished once more. Everywhere he passed by, his spear force would sparkle for just an instant before fountains of blood would fall. The bows and arrows of the dwarven race were entirely useless against him. Every time one tried to target him, it would disintegrate even before making contact. As for the close combat skills of the dwarven race, they were worse than trash. They were smaller than him, weaker than him, and in such a large group, their level of agility was entirely useless. Leonel's wings alone left a trail of death and destruction. He hardly tried, but every flap would send out a wave of heat and destructive aura, shattering protective armors and forces that were already struggling beneath the anarchic force in the surroundings. He was a one-man grinding machine, and then his army caught up with him. Streaks of lightning filled the air as several large eyes appeared in the skies. The dwarven race, which was already thrown into disarray by Leonel, was suddenly faced with an unending tidal wave of oppressive might. No matter how fast Leonel killed, he was still one person. He could at most kill 2 or 3 dozen per second. Against an army of tens of billions, it would take him decades to kill down to the last man. However, if Leonel was the Swiss army knife that disrupted their formation, and his army was the butcher's knife that ground down what remained, how much faster would his killing speed be? It simply couldn't be compared. Leonel's roaring laughter filled the skies. Indeed, the great dimensional verse didn't know the name Leonel Morales, but starting today, much like he had put the human domain on notice, he would make sure that they were aware of him as well, because he was coming. Leonel flickered and vanished, or so he thought, but he quickly found that the siege towers had changed once more and his spatial force was restricted. Even so, the wild grin on his face didn't fade at all. He unleashed a roar, his spear spinning in his hands as a wild wheel of flames took shape, surging in all directions a single sweep. And wiping out over 100 dwarven race members he pointed his spear toward the skies, toward the pair of prince and princess. A soaring battle intent surged out from his spear. Chapter 237. Exposed. Chapter 237. Exposed. Billowing plumes of royal blue fog came from Leonel's divine armor. Standing in the middle of a region that had been entirely cleared by him, he looked like a war god descended from the very skies themselves, untouchable and noble. Bang! His gravity field seemed to activate on its own. The dwarven race members that were rushing to fill in the gap were crushed instantaneously. Their faces were driven into the ground before bursting into a puddle of flesh and blood. Leonel's free hand grasped out at the air, space itself solidifying to the point he could run his fingers through it as though it was the surface of a calm lake. Suddenly, his hand, which had been moving slowly, pressed down with great force. The gravity field's range expanded to double its original range. The carnage was devastating. From hundreds, thousands of dwarven race existences were compressed from the head to their feet, falling into condensed bags of meat. Ulurora and Malcahorn finally couldn't stay still any longer. They raised their bows, attacking in unison. They had a beautiful tacit understanding, their arrows spiraling around one another and suddenly fusing. They didn't seem to believe that Leonel could ignore any and all arrows. Unfortunately, bang, Emperor's Edict. Leonel suddenly disappeared. The lockdown of his spatial force vanished, the siege towers having been rendered useless within the range of his Emperor's Edict. Leonel's slaughter only became more devastating. Every time he appeared, his gravity field only seemed to get stronger, its range getting wider and wider. It had never been this powerful before, but it seemed to be drawing on an endless store of energy, descending down toward the world as though the core of its plane of existence. The devastation of dying for simply being within range of a person began to fill the dwarven race with fear. Without their bows and arrows, their strength was far beneath that of their tiers. Even those well into the middle tiers of the 7th dimension, and even some of the higher tier, couldn't last a single strike against Leonel. For the first time since the domain war began, one of the other races seemed to see the downside of their actions. It had seemed that there would be nothing but benefits to gain in their future at almost no cost to themselves. But now, although the number Leonel had killed was nothing more than a drop in the bucket, it was as though they could finally see their own mortality. Leonel's body spun, and the arc of his spear force seemed to gain a new sort of character to it. The line of a force art appeared around his feet. 1 stroke, then 2, then 3. His laughter filled the air as he seemed to be dancing all alone, each stroke of his spear force shooting out for dozens of meters and cutting down those that managed to escape outside the range of his gravity field. The accumulation of his momentum seemed to be getting faster and faster and faster. The rumbling roar of a beast slowly crescendoed. Leonel's words seemed to echo in all of their ears. My name is Leonel Morales. Welcome to the human domain. Roaoaor. A towering violet dragon manifested from the foggy energy around Leonel. His spear swung, carrying the momentum of the world as it suddenly thrust forward. A trench was torn through the battlefield, the violet dragon roaring forth as it took out hundreds of dwarven race members a second. There was no escape, no refuge to take, no amount of togetherness and teamwork that could block it. Everyone in the line of Leonel's spear strike was wiped out, left without body and corpse, their final moments spent in awe. Bang! The butt of Leonel's spear slammed into the ground, his 10 stars growing another size as the light of day and night flickered back and forth. The current Leonel, just by virtue of his improved universal force, was on a completely different level. But when this was paired with his new lineage factor, he seemed to have become a beast in human skin. He turned his back on the battlefield as though he couldn't be bothered to fight anymore, as though his boredom had taken hold and there was nothing left that could interest him. Ularora and Malcahorn were infuriated. He had just pointed his spear at them and provoked them before he entirely ignored their presence. However, what could they do with their archery being useless? Without it, they weren't much more powerful than their race members. Even so, it was impossible for them to do nothing. "Rise!" Malcahorn roared. The siege towers whirred to life, a beam of light connecting them in a line. Malcahorn swapped his bow for a staff, using it as the center to connect the siege towers before pointing it down toward Leonel. Leonel had put in a lot of work to clear out the surrounding dozens of meters around him, but this only made things more convenient. They could target him without harming any of their own. However, at that moment, Leonel suddenly looked back. Malcahorn couldn't see his face, but he still felt a cold shiver run down his spine. "Your little siege towers, I've already figured them out." Leonel suddenly vanished, appearing atop a siege tower in an instant. Malcahorn frowned before relaxing. Approaching a siege tower was maybe the most foolish thing a person could do. Leonel's actions now were akin to trying to attack a fortified city wall with nothing more than a fist. However, Leonel only raised a hand and snapped his fingers. It was a snap that echoed much further than it should have. The ground beneath the siege tower trembled, and some sort of rhythm seemed to have been disrupted. The beam that had been accumulating on Malcahorn's staff vanished as Leonel casually swung his spear blade down. The siege tower, meant to be indestructible and unmovable, was split in two down to the base, a blood mess falling to the ground as well as the dwarven race members within collapsed along with it. Leonel raised his spear once again and rested it on his shoulder, softly landing on the ground. The cannons of the starship took aim, and the entire dwarven race felt exposed. Chapter 238, Ancestor, Chapter 238, Ancestor Ularora and Malcahorn were shaken by what they had just seen. There were without a doubt ancestors hiding likely in plain sight, but all of them had similar reactions. They didn't understand what it meant for Leonel to simply snap his fingers and for their highly touted formations to just collapse as though they were never a big deal. What they didn't know was that Leonel had been getting familiar with the dwarven race's force arts for over a year now already. His first exposure to them was within a subdimensional zone, and it went to show why existences like the Silver Empire went so far out of their way to distort their zones. Leonel had actually gotten so much information out of what was essentially a lingering remnant of the dwarven race long since past. What Leonel learned in that zone was twofold. First, he had learned that zones were almost entirely constructed of dream force, a realization that laid the foundation for his sudden understanding that everything around him now was nothing more than a simulation. The second thing he had learned was a concept that resided with him to this day, and that was the concept of resonance. Resonance was an ethereal concept that was difficult to grasp, but just by understanding tidbits of it, Leonel was able to do a great deal. He was able to amplify his battle strength when fighting alongside Aina. He was able to bring his spear force to the current level, and most importantly to the given situation, he was able to grasp the weakness of the dwarven race. The dwarven race loved to build underground. They had a fascination with being close to earth and nature, and their force arts were built upon this. The reason their traps and defensive measures were so great was because they could resonate with the very ground they stood upon and pull upon both its strength and its concealment. This made the dwarven race's force arts incredibly powerful, and it had also allowed them to resist the invasion of other races. However, before Leonel, who both had a deep understanding of force arts and an earth force affinity that was quickly flying off the charts, they were worth nothing more than a snap of his fingers. While Leonel couldn't dispel all dwarven race constructs so easily, the siege towers were especially vulnerable to him. That was because their foundation was compromised for the sake of gaining mobility. They simply stood no chance against him. The cannons began to glow and were already prepared to fire. However, it was then that the ancestors of the dwarven race couldn't seem to sit still any longer. There was a very obvious tacit understanding amongst those participating in this war. So long as the ancestors of one side didn't appear, neither would the ancestors of the other side. However, with their army facing extinction in the face of these laser cannons, what choice did the dwarven race have? They could only attack. But to their surprise, their action didn't receive the sort of retaliation they were expecting. It was as though the ancestors of the Void Palace elders hadn't appeared just yet, nowhere to be seen in one of the most crucial times. The disciples of the fortified city all paled at once. They thought they had a clear grasp of the situation because Leonel had stopped them from retreating. Of course, the elders wouldn't be present to help stop this situation because they likely already expected to sacrifice a number of them in exchange for giving up the city. The dwarven race ancestors immediately spread out into a formation of their own, their gazes steely as they prepared to block the coming lasers. They didn't have the luxury to guess at why the Void Palace elders hadn't appeared just yet, because even a single starship was a huge threat to an ancestor, let alone a pair of them like this. That said, not all of them were like this. Taking advantage of the situation, one peeled off from the group, his gaze malevolent as his wings flapped, bringing him near Leonel in the blink of an eye. He didn't even bother to use his bow and arrow, not knowing whether Leonel had a method to dispel even his. Instead, he wanted to end this matter as swiftly as possible. A sixth-dimensional existence capable of killing seventh-dimensional geniuses as though they were trash? That was unacceptable enough. He couldn't allow such a genius to grow in another race. He didn't know whether Leonel was responsible for the collapse of his formation. In his eyes, this must have been something the human race as a whole had figured out recently. After all, the dwarven race was well aware of the danger that the zones they had left behind posed. They just hadn't expected for the humans to find a method of dealing with them through it. If he had known that Leonel had figured it all out on his own, nothing would change. At most, his killing intent would be even sharper, but he was already going all out to kill Leonel as soon as possible so that none could interfere. Leonel sent a gaze toward the oncoming ancestor. Unlike normal sixth-dimensional existences, he was capable of sensing this sort of speed clearly, and his speed of thought was fast enough to keep up. Unfortunately, his body was not. The gap between the sixth and seventh dimensions was already enormous, let alone the gap between the seventh and eighth. This man didn't just seem to be in tier 1 of the latter either. Even so, Leonel remained exceptionally calm, unmoving. The ancestor believed that this was because Leonel didn't even realize he was in danger yet, but at that moment a palm suddenly manifested from thin air, appearing right before the ancestor. The ancestor was taken off guard and hurried to defend, striking out with a palm of his own. Bang! His figure shuddered and he was sent flying back dozens of meters before he stopped in the air. From afar, a woman with flowing golden hair and sharp green eyes stood on the bow of a ship, looking down toward the battlefield. Chapter 21399, Glow. Chapter 21399, Glow, boom, boom. The lasers collided with the formation of the elders in the skies. They all grit their teeth, defending against the volley. At the same time, the pair of prince and princess hurriedly commanded a retreat, having no choice but to leave behind the siege tower that Leonel had split in two. After a small bit of hesitation, Leonel didn't follow after them, his gaze only narrowing. He was truly aware now of the scale of these wars. Unless he was supremely powerful, it was impossible to make a dent against so many people. He must have killed thousands already, but that wasn't even 0.1% of the enemy's army. They were simply an endless swarm. His own army didn't get a chance to be very effective because the dwarven race was simply too decisive. Normally, another race might be too arrogant to throw out their ancestors just because a sixth-dimensional existence was stirring trouble, but this must be why the dwarven race had managed to survive for so long despite their weakness. They were decisive, they weren't scared of being called cowards, and they cared for their own. For the current Leonel, this was the most troublesome type of opponent because they were too cautious. The moment they felt that things were going left, they vanished. Even the ancestor that had attacked him, after his mother had forced him into a retreat, he vanished without a trace as well, not even trying a follow-up attack. Ultimately, the losses for the dwarven race were more than acceptable. They had exchanged basically a few thousand lives in exchange for breaching the first line of defense and causing no small bit of damage to the structure of the second. They would probably regroup and prepare for another attack, or try to benefit off the back of another race's attack. Leonel looked down at the siege tower beneath him, his gaze flickering with some thoughts. In his preparation for war, he had created quite a number of things. The armors, or what he called the linked resonation armors, were only just one of these numbers. He had also created his own siege towers. The segmented cube made these matters so much easier on him since he only needed to create one and provide the resources while Anastasia handled everything else. But one thing he had neglected in their creation was the possibility of incorporating the force arts of the dwarven race. This siege tower might give him some clues toward improving it. He tossed the siege tower into the segmented cube, then threw these matters to the back of his mind. Then he ordered his subordinates to return before looking toward the disciples of the Void Palace. Return to the city. I don't want to hear talks of retreat. The disciples hesitated, but then they looked toward the woman on the bow of the ship. They didn't recognize her by face, but they could guess who she was, and they had all heard the rumors about what had happened at the Air Wars. This woman should be Leonel's mother, and with her here, even if Leonel's intention was to betray the Void Palace, there really wasn't much of anything they could do. The gap between their dimensions was far too steep. Even if the current Leonel was in Tier 9 of the 7th instead of the 6th, no one would just assume that he would be able to battle an ancestor. To put this matter into perspective, if Leonel had the means of an ancestor, it wouldn't take him decades to kill an army of billions. A few hours would probably be enough. The gap was impossible to fathom. Like this, everyone returned to the city obediently, and Leonel began to take inventory of everything. Of course, this wasn't for resources, but to rather understand what he could make do with and what was useless about the city's defenses. This was only one city of many. He couldn't just stay here, and there were likely other cities that had received the retreat order. If he was too slow, the entire second line would collapse, and by then, a single city would be useless. The second line of defense had by far the most cities of them all. The first line only had 3 cities, but the second line had 9, while the third line of defense was just the Void Palace, which, though large, technically just counted as 1, though no one would really see it that way. There were certain advantages. The first was that the cities were connected by teleportation platforms, and these platforms could accommodate large amounts of people at once, up to 1 million at once without issue. Of course, 1 million was a drop in the bucket in a war of this scale, but it was much better than others. Leonel, though, didn't plan on relying on this. Although it wouldn't be instant, he could transport more people at great speed with his starships. Then, he suddenly had an idea and grinned. Such a large teleportation platform, it would be a shame if he didn't use it. Back on Earth, he had dropped a city from the city relying on a force art similar to this one. Although he had completed so many great things since then, that still felt like a crowning achievement of sorts. Wouldn't it be a shame if he peaked so early? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the coolest story he could tell had happened when he was still a teenager? He was a grown man now, but he wasn't old yet. He still had some youth in these bones. Leonel grinned wildly. His mind swirled with thoughts of the Dwarven race force arts, his new comprehension of spatial force, his self-created Lotus domain. Then he thought about how this formation was quite unique in the fact that it could only teleport precisely to 9 locations, those being the other 8 cities, and the final being the Void Palace itself. Leonel double-checked and realized that there was truly no way for him to make it to all 8 cities at the same time. That was when his eyes began to glow, his dream force flourishing. Chapter 2140, Pure Radiance. Chapter 2140, Pure Radiance. Leonel looked like a madman. He stood before the empty teleportation platform while everyone else remained idle. He must have stood staring into space for what was at least 10 minutes. This was really only a small period of time, but in this kind of war where everyone felt as though they were sitting on tenterhooks, it was far too long. For Leonel, this sort of time was even longer. His dream force had experienced 3 enormous leaps during the course of the Air Wars, each time his ability index increased with it. But none was more exaggerated than after his future self seemed to connect with his current self. It was as though all of the shackles that had been holding him down were crushed into ashes all at once. For the current Leonel, thinking for 10 minutes without any other thoughts was akin to another person thinking for years. It was truly that exaggerated. In the past, Y-Star Order had been able to counter his split minds and speed of thought with pure speed of thought of his own. But the current Y-Star Order couldn't hold a candle to Leonel, and at the moment, even ancestors couldn't think even a fraction of a percent as quickly as Leonel could. For Leonel to spend an entire 10 minutes on this problem, it could only be said that it was the greatest project of his life. The problem with what he was trying to do was the fact that he only had access to one of the 9 formations. He couldn't do anything to the others. If he had access to all 9, it would be far easier, but because he didn't, he had to use the spatial tunnel that connected them all to transpose the changes in real time. He couldn't do this ahead of time, or else it would alert others and introduce variables. He had to do it such that everything would move in unison, at once, completing in the shortest time possible and executing all at once. At the same time, the movement through the spatial tunnels would introduce deviations, distortions, and margin of error. He had to account for this and correct it, but this was a tall task, not just due to the insane distances that were in question, but also the biggest elephant in the room, anarchic force. While it seemed that Leonel had reached the point where he could ignore anarchic force, this couldn't have been further from the truth. The reality was that he hadn't noticed a significant dip in his strength only because this was the second line of defense. If he had been at the first, he would have probably experienced at least a 10% dip. And with how things were, even in the second line, the further one's attacks or force in general traveled through anarchic force, the larger chance there would be for it to suddenly collapse. In order to account for this, Leonel had to wrap his calculation in a complex lotus pattern, like a transfiguration for his force that would account for the chewing up of anarchic force and leave behind just enough that everything would go perfectly. He couldn't make these defenses too solid or else there would be too much, and he couldn't make them too weak or else there would be too little. This was the reality of what Leonel was facing. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the toughest problem he had ever faced, and yet, in the face of such a problem, he was already grinning ear to ear in just 10 minutes. Leonel began to move. The first thing he did was stomp a foot, hard, shattering everything in his path and seemingly ruining the formation before him. But those thoughts only seemed to last for a moment before it became clear that the formation was untouched and undamaged. The only change was that the enormous platform had begun to sink into the earth. Many paled when they saw this. For one, this was their only route out, but the second issue here was that, wasn't Leonel's Earth Force affinity a bit too high? It was well known that Earth Force was one of the hardest forces to use at a high level, not because it was any more unruly than others, but rather because the higher the dimension of the world you were in, the more sturdy the ground and the more unmovable the Earth was. This matter was even more exaggerated in a world filled with anarchic force, and yet here was Leonel, casually stomping his foot and causing a platform kilometers in diameter to sink into it. It was ridiculous. Only Leonel knew how far he had come. The first time he stepped foot into the Void Palace, he couldn't even leave a white mark on a mere tree trunk, let alone take mastery over the earth. But now, the cracks in the earth began to become thicker. Not only did they become thicker, but they became more organized and mysterious. Just looking at them, people felt as though their souls were being sucked out from their eyes. It was a magical feeling that couldn't be described. And then, these lines solidified. The moment the earth stopped rumbling, the teleportation platform began to grow on its own, large swaths of anarchic force being dispelled as pure force moved forward, filling the trenches created by Leonel's stomp. It was then that it clicked. Those trenches, they were a large force art. By this point, the teleportation platform had already sunk deep into the earth for what must have been at least 10 meters. As it did so, all of the force in the surroundings surged toward it, growing thicker and thicker until the point of a dense white fog was covering the top of the teleportation platform and completely obscuring it from view. It was unlike anything anyone here had ever seen. It looked like the force was just moments away from becoming a dense liquid. And then, the entire city began to rumble. Leonel tilted his head up into the skies and began to laugh. A wild pillar of energy surged out and pierced into the skies. At that moment, all 8 of the remaining cities were in a heated retreat. Many of those in the vanguard were being slaughtered wantonly. The dwarven race could be considered the weakest of these invading races, so one could imagine the kind of devastation the others were facing currently. If Ronan's orders had been followed, this sort of slaughter would have been levied against the people of Leonel's fortified city, but they were spared this fate while the others weren't so lucky. The spirits of the invading races were high and filled with disdain while those the humans had hit rock bottom. It seemed that there would only be death or enslavement in their future, until their cities began to rumble and suddenly gave off an enormous pillar of light. One after another, their teleportation platforms sunk into the earth and exploded with force, deep trench marks identical to the ones Leonel had created taking shape one after another. The ground shook and quaked. Then, in a shocking scene, all of the anarchic force in the region seemed to be pushed away, expelled like waste blocked by a barrier of pure radiance. Chapter 21.1, Semi-Ring, Chapter 21.1, Semi-Ring. The sudden change shocked many. The dispelling of anarchic force wasn't rare. It was something that all those at the top echelon of various domains were capable of. Though it took effort and many resources, it wasn't impossible so long as the anarchic force was beneath a certain threshold of concentration. Leonel himself had been to many places capable of doing this, like the Spear faction of the Void Palace as one example. But for it to happen here on the second line of defense, and on such a large scale as well and seemingly completely randomly, it was a shocking change for many on the battlefield. And what was more important than even that was that it seemed that the shift of anarchic force wasn't a simple matter at all, rather, it seemed that this was just the byproduct of what was really happening. The cities suddenly began to absorb a large amount of force, and it was this rushing influx of force that was pushing the anarchic force away. It was then that a shocking realization settled in. The purpose of this commotion wasn't to shift the anarchic force at all. Rather, the true purpose was so volatile and taking place on such a large scale that it had formed a perfect semi-ring of anarchic forceless region that completely changed the landscape of the battlefield. And then it happened. The rumbling of the cities reached an apex and a strong fluctuation of spatial force began to accumulate. As the cities continued their loud commotion, it was as though the entire world was shaking. The vibrations of the earth seemed to hit a perfect tone. Like the sharp voice of a soprano treble echoing into shapely glassware, the city and the earth shook as one, each amplifying the other until they reached a crescendo. Fear took hold of the faces of several, both human and not. It felt like the entire world was coming to an end as one of the most dangerous forces in existence, spatial force, continued to increase in concentration. If this amount of spatial force suddenly went out of control, what it could cause was simply beyond imagining. Spatial ripples would be the least of one's concerns. Fissures in reality, cracks in the void, even the sudden onset of true black holes wasn't impossible. If any one of these things occurred, there would only be death waiting for them all. But at that moment, just when things had reached their greatest height, everything came to a grinding halt. The rumbling slowed, the pillars of light gently dispersed, and the quaking cities solidified upon their foundations once again. It was as though the world had regained its peace, however. The clear semi-ring of dispersed anarchic force remained like the dividing line between heaven and hell. It was then that many sighed a slight hint of relief, but their curiosity couldn't help but spike. Just what had happened here. Some races were trapped within the semi-ring, but the vast majority of them had retreated out of the range. As for the human race, they were the exact reverse, having been stuck in the middle of a retreat from the very start. But now, even they were wondering what was going on and just what had happened exactly. Unable to withhold their curiosity any longer, some attempted to approach the semi-ring of anarchic force-less regions. However, when their hands tried to pass through, they were suddenly frozen solid. Their hands, they couldn't pass them through. Even after putting in more effort, they couldn't seem to pass through at all. At the same time, those on the opposite side, on the side of the humans, fell right through. But to their shock, their bodies suddenly began to stretch as though they had entered a black hole. They didn't even feel any pain until they suddenly no longer felt anything at all. Dead. They were all dead. The hearts of those that hadn't had the courage to go forward lurched. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. How could seventh-dimensional existences die after just touching a formation for a split moment? How could they not even have the chance to resist? It was then that the races stuck on the human race side of the barrier realized that they were truly trapped. There was no going back. They could either be obediently captured or they would die to the last man. As for the races stuck on the invaders' side, they didn't have a quick method of moving forward at all. Ancestors started to come forward, and many attacked the barrier in full force, only for their expressions to change when they realized that even they couldn't make a dent. When had the human race gained such a protective mechanism? What was happening? The man who had made it all happen was still grinning, but the fatigue on his face was evident. He breathed heavily, his mind feeling as though it had been drained to the last drop, but even then he could feel himself quickly recovering at a speed that had been entirely impossible. Even so, he took a step forward, landing in the middle of the enormous, sunken teleportation platform. Force swirled around him, and suddenly his image was projected to all 9 of the cities, his grinning face appearing in the skies above the void battlefield. "Welcome, welcome," Leonel said with a light chuckle. "You all may not know me, but that time will come soon. Don't worry about this for now. I just have a little message for my fellow humans. This barrier will hold for 3 days. In that period, any attacks that come from our side will be concentrated and amplified. Your cannons will be easily 5 to 10 times more powerful than usual. I would suggest that you use this time to attack." Leonel spoke with a leisurely smile on his face, but his words were surprisingly sinister. At that moment, a starship had already suddenly appeared before a fortified city. Before it, there was an ancestor of the cloud race testing the strength of the barrier before himself. However, after throwing a punch, the world suddenly fell into silence. The starship fired a single time, and the ancestor froze, his body slowly falling backward and hitting the ground. Dead. Chapter 242 Ideas. Chapter 242 Ideas. Leonel's laughter echoed through the void battlefield. He seemed to take the death of an ancestor as a practical joke. The most shocking part of the attack was that the laser beam had started off wide and thick, but the moment it passed through the semi-ring anti-anarchic force barrier, it was stretched so thin that it became entirely invisible on the other side. It seemed that the stretching of the races that had entered the barrier wasn't a bug, it was a feature. Not only could it prevent those races from running away and forcing them to accept their punishment at the hands of the humans that now suddenly completely outnumbered them, but it could also be used to enhance laser attacks and any force-based attacks for that matter. Leonel had clearly taken inspiration from the end of the Air Wars to design this barrier. Why just have a barrier that could only allow attacks from one side when you could have a barrier that only allowed attacks from one side and amplified those attacks as well? It was only after the ancestor collapsed to an attack he couldn't even see properly that a small dot in the middle of his forehead was noticed. On that day, the first ancestor had fallen in the world, and the backdrop to his death was the laughter of a young man barely in his mid-20s. The shock that this caused spread across the battlefield and the other races quickly retreated. "Why are you running?" Leonel asked, jeering the invaders. "You all came with such fierce momentum. Don't leave like this. I've been looking forward to meeting you all for so long." The fury of the invading races seemed to reach an all-new height. They had never thought that they would come here just to be humiliated. The truly horrendous part of all of this was that the matters of one battlefield couldn't travel to another instantaneously, and definitely not faster than Leonel's starships. Before even a few minutes was up, 8 ancestors of various races had fallen, each one as tragically at the last, and each one regretting that they didn't take Leonel's near-maniacal laughter more seriously. The human race was stunned as they watched the other races flee, their frustration and agitation of the last day or so being reflected back to them in a way that had never felt more satisfying than now. It was like they had finally gained space to breathe. However, when they remembered that this would only last for 3 days, though their moods didn't completely dampen, they cooled a great deal. Looking up at the face in the skies, they didn't need to guess that it was Leonel that had somehow made all of this possible. "Fortify your cities," Leonel commanded, changing the resonance of his voice so that it couldn't be heard past the barrier. "Don't retreat. Anyone who retreats now, I will kill personally. That is a promise. The human race has more backbone than this. Act like it." The blood of the Void Palace disciples began to boil, and they roared one after another, rushing toward the straggling other race members and killing them one by one. This wasn't the kind of war they could take prisoners for. The only thing that was left was battle. Leonel disconnected and exhaled a breath, shaking his head. He was quite aware that he had just put a huge target on his back, but the smile on his face hadn't faded in the slightest. Aina appeared at the edge of the crater and shook her head. She really wanted to ask Leonel why he had revealed that this barrier would only last for 3 days, but she didn't know if this annoying man would actually answer her question. Leonel grinned, taking a step and appearing by her side. "What? Am I very handsome?" Ina rolled her eyes, barely passable. I'll take it, Leonel laughed. You don't need to wonder so much. They would figure it out anyway. Eventually, the barrier will definitely weaken over time. If I tried to play it off like we had more than 3 days, or even an infinite time, they wouldn't see it as strength, they would see it as a vulnerability. By candidly admitting that we only have 3 days, after the 3-day period is up, they'll second-guess attacking immediately. How many ancestors are there in the whole dimensional verse? Maybe a few hundred? I doubt it's much more than 1,000 total, but 8 died today when maybe 8 have died in the past hundreds of years in totality. They'll definitely think twice before they make a move. It couldn't be helped. This method by Leonel was genius, but it was crude. He relied on the innate spatial force accumulating ability of the teleportation platforms and then used the earth and concepts of the dwarven race to amplify this ability hundreds of folds over. But the problem with that was the fact that the platforms were taking the brunt of the punishment. These platforms were made with excellent, top-class, top-quality materials. They were rated to last thousands of years with minor maintenance. But now Leonel was burning through all of that durability in 3 days. It could be imagined the kind of pressure that was on these platforms currently. Ina could see that behind Leonel's confidence there was a hint of a spinning wheel. It was clear that he didn't have a solution for all of this. He at best had a minor stopgap, but it was hard to say how things would turn out in the end. He had given the human domain 3 days, so hopefully the other families would show up. The problem, however, was that the Void Palace was clearly compromised. It was hard to say what would happen. In fact, very soon, it might be the case that the Void Palace might try to come here to stir trouble, or they might ignore him directly out of fear of his father and target the other families before they could even appear. This matter would definitely be troublesome. However, Leonel was still Leonel. He had his own ideas. Chapter 24.3, Treasured Son. Chapter 24.3, Treasured Son. The dwarven race didn't know exactly what had happened. They had no idea how lucky they were that they had gotten off so easily. The other races all lost at least 1 ancestor, while some had even lost 2, with the worst being the beast domain, which had lost 3. In their ignorance, they were quite enraged by what had happened. But they were also hesitant. They were the weakest of the races, aside from the humans themselves, and they had only attacked because they felt that it would be an easy way to gather more resources and strengthen themselves. They were well aware that their current strategy of remaining holed up in their domain and constantly defending against outside attacks couldn't last forever. They would suffer greatly eventually if they weren't also improving. The only race that could afford to rest on their laurels was the spirituals. They didn't have such luxury. An ancestor of the dwarven race, Ancestor Barros, looked toward another, an Ancestor Ronkin with a questioning look. Ancestor Ronkin was the very same ancestor that had tried to quickly kill Leonel during the commotion. He was being questioned about what he had experienced. It was a powerful attack. I didn't feel like I could resist, but I don't understand it well. She attacked from at least 10 kilometers away through anarchic force. Her strength is not small. If she was closer, she could have very well killed me. Ancestor Barros and the other ancestors looked quite serious. Against such a powerful ancestor-level being, the dwarven race was at a disadvantage, especially if that child's ability to negate Bowforce could be extended toward them as well. More importantly, that brat who destroyed our siege tower, how is that he can dispel Bowforce? Isn't the Bow Domain ring with the spirituals? How is this possible? This is something beyond even the Bow Domain ring. The Bow Domain ring can only dispel Bowforce targeted toward the person in question, but this child can dispel Bowforce in a wide range, almost as though it's a domain of sorts. Is it an ability index? It must be. There doesn't seem to be any other explanation. It's just unfortunate that this is a perfect counter to our race's strength. I think we should consider our next step very carefully. The ancestors fell into silence and subconsciously looked toward Ancestor Barros. This man's opinion was highly respected, as he was the one who had convinced them all to take part in this war. It was in their nature to defend and hole up, so one could imagine the kind of influence this man had to convince their entire race to go against their usual stand. Before Ancestor Barros could say anything, the princess of their race, Ularora, rushed in. Greetings, ancestors. I've received a message from Gregwin, prince of the nomad race. There's a meeting of the races taking place to discuss the human race. The expressions of the dwarven race's people jumped. This wasn't something they had expected. Had something happened? What kind of change could warrant this sort of response? Not long later, Ancestor Barros entered a circle of ancestors. The nomad race, the rapax race, the beast domain, the cloud race, they were all here. The appearances of the nomad, rapax, and cloud race could be imagined, but the beast domain ancestor was different, as one might expect. The beast domain's representative was a 3-headed serpent beast. It had a huge body, spanning almost 20 meters in length. The section its 3 heads connected to thumped with the echo of a raging river. Every time its tongue slithered, a harsh whistling sound would fill the air, and it felt as though all the oxygen in the surrounding dozens of kilometers was taken over by it. The beast domain was really known as a wild zone. It wasn't controlled by any single type of beast, but rather had a myriad of races within them. However, each ancestor that was born among them was allowed to take over a region of their own, and this became their governing bodies. They didn't cooperate in anything but war because they all felt that more territory would only benefit them. However, having lost 3 ancestors already, it could be imagined that they were entirely enraged. However, this made what happened next all the more infuriating. The rapax will not be participating in this matter any longer. The language of the rapax was just as grating on the ears as usual, but it seemed to be perfectly translated in the ears of the ancestors present. Without any hesitation, the beast domain's representation raised its 3 heads and roared, its fury causing the skies above to churn. Ancestor Barros's expression changed, and he retreated. He wasn't the only one who retreated, but he was definitely the one that had the fastest. The rapax ancestor, however, didn't move. In fact, he waited for the 3-headed serpent beast to stop roaring before he swept it a casual glance and then turned to leave. Wait! The beast domain ancestor roared, its voice sounding like rumbling thunderclouds. Why you retreat? Its speech was very simple, and its language was nothing but a mixture of roars and grunts, but the point got across clearly enough. Because our race's treasured son does not want to participate any longer, the rapax said calmly before vanishing over the horizon. The other races were stunned. The rapax put so much stock in the words of their prince? If they understood correctly, this boy was barely over 20 years of age as well. The others looked toward one another, but it was clear they had no intention to retreat. They didn't know what the rapax were doing, but this wasn't enough to sway them. That said, aside from the beast domain, the rapax were the most suited to being the vanguard. Even so, with the rage of the beast domain representative seemed clear enough, this could be used. The nomad and cloud race ancestors looked toward one another, their thoughts unreadable. Chapter 244 could it be? Chapter 244 could it be? The choice of the rapax didn't make sense to the remaining ancestors. Their greater hatred told them that the rapax were just cowards, but the much greater reason told them that this was absolute nonsense. The rapax were a warring race. They were constantly attacking all of the domains at once. In truth, they were a bit of an eyesore due to this. However, they were so difficult to deal with that none of the domains had taken action until now. There was no race that was more prepared for war than the rapax. From youth, they were birthed on the battlefield, and from the moment they took their first breaths, they had already begun to acclimate to anarchic force, whereupon by the time they were mature, they were practically entirely immune. It also didn't help that they were entirely undetectable through usual sensory methods. Due to all of this, they were a race unafraid of provocation and loss. They were probably the least moved by the loss of their ancestors. So why were they retreating? Even with all of this being laid out before them, the ancestors simply didn't have a reason. They had no idea what had happened all those years ago, and maybe to them, even if they did know, they could never connect these two matters because it was simply too ridiculous. After a moment, the ancestors of the cloud race and the nomad race spoke. Even without the rapax, this matter can't be ignored. The human domain cannot be allowed to produce an 8th-dimensional world and advance within it. If these words were to echo in Leonel's ears, it was unknown how he would react. All this while, his assumptions toward why it was the human domain was being attacked was quite benign and normal. An 8th-dimensional world provided a world of resources. These other domains might not care about 7th-dimensional worlds because they had too many, but 8th-dimensional worlds, the pinnacle of the dimensional verse, were another animal entirely. However, these words seem to imply that this wasn't a war for resources, but rather an attempt to stop the humans from growing any further. But this didn't make any sense. In terms of geniuses and overall combat strength, these races were far beyond that of humans. So much so that when it was 1-to-1, humans would almost always lose against other races with the exception of the dwarven race. Even so, we will have to wait 3 days. Don't you think it's odd that this boy would make it so clear that it was 3 days? What's his purpose? It might be to lure us into a trap. It's possible that in 3 days they will control that mysterious formation to vanish, and then when we've let our guard down, they'll spring another trap, the nomad ancestor said coldly. How could your spies not know about this? The cloud race's expression was somewhat ugly when he heard this question. What is it? My race's members have been dying one after another in quick succession. Also, not a single one has sent reports about this formation. From the information I was fed before this war began, it's impossible for the humans to have such a measure, and it's even more impossible that it would be so well hidden. From my understanding, the greatest threat is, without a doubt, the Oman family's new starships, and one has already appeared on the battlefield. No news, that's impossible. Might I ask what is going on here? Ancestor Barros finally interjected, his brows locked into a frown. Even if these two looked down on the dwarven race, speaking as though he wasn't here after inviting him here was too ridiculous, no? It was one thing for the somewhat slow and unintelligent beast domain race ancestor to not speak, but shouldn't they try and integrate him into the conversation? The cloud race and nomad race ancestors looked over. They instinctually wanted to ignore the question, but they had already decided to invite the dwarven race, so they were needed. They quickly explained things, but the more Barrows heard, the more ridiculous he felt it was. But then, he thought of a certain body. My race was forced to retreat before these things occurred, so I was unaware. However, we experienced something similarly baffling. One of our siege towers was destroyed by a boy, likely the same boy you were speaking about. Indeed, he did say his name was Leonel Morales as well. The two ancestors were frowning, but when they heard this, they suddenly jolted awake. They had subconsciously ignored Leonel's name because they couldn't be bothered to give a sixth-dimensional existence the time of day. They all inwardly believed that Leonel was just the proxy for the actions of someone else and had ignored his name. But suddenly hearing it again, they linked it to another man, Velasco Morales. Their expressions turned serious. The reason they were taking the human race so seriously was because they were aware of the potential of the humans. Their efforts were scattered and unfocused, so they were weak, but that didn't mean that it would always be like this. Leonel wasn't the only one who felt that the human race and the spirituals were far too similar for it to be a coincidence. But if there had to be a second reason, it was definitely that man who had been rampaging across the dimensional verse as though it was his own backyard, acting as he pleased without a care in the world. The Morales name was of no consequence to them. They knew them as a family with a seventh-dimensional lineage factor. However, that had recently changed with the eruption and formation of their family's constellation. However, according to their understanding of that man, he didn't work with others, ever. But would he be so callous toward his own son? From what they knew, years ago, he had caused a commotion in order to save his wife's life. Could it be that woman had birthed him a child? Chapter 245 Idol. Chapter 245 Idol. The expressions of the ancestors continuously changed, and soon they became unprecedentedly determined. The silent beast domain ancestor growled, its scales lifting up as though they were peeling before settling back down. It looked as though it was breathing through its skin. They seemed to have made a decision right then and there. At that moment, Leonel wasn't idle. Much like the Cloud Ancestor had said, before he did anything else, he went through every human painstakingly, one by one. Every time he found a Cloud Race member, he slaughtered them without mercy. There was a limit to how many people he could control with his seals, and the Cloud Race was too skilled in these matters. He had to take his own cautions. After he had resurrected Maya after her death, she was far more obedient than she had been in the past. But this didn't make Leonel relax. If anything, it made him more attentive. It made sense for someone to change after experiencing death, but it was when things seemed the most calm that the greatest caution needed to be taken. Maya had never been so close to the Cloud Race's core since she began her mission. In addition, her uses to Leonel currently were limited. She was a great power in the Air Wars, but she was ultimately of little consequence here. The first day passed in a blaze, and it was only at its tail end that Leonel finally finished expunging the front lines of the Cloud Race. The harsh reality of this, though, was that once the other families came, it would infuse the army with another huge load of them. It was an infestation that would never give out. However, halfway through the second day, Leonel's expression was quite dark. These families that he was preparing for hadn't appeared at all. At first, Leonel had understood how slow they were being. After all, not all of them had had the luxury to come here directly from the Air Wars like he had. They had affairs to get in order and defenses to set up in case the final lines of defense were breached and the invaders poured into the human domain. But a day should have been enough. After that day, especially given the urgency of the messages that were sent out, they should have already appeared the day after. However, he was well into the second day after his arrival, and he hadn't seen a single shadow of even a single one of them. He thought that maybe the Void Palace had done something. This wasn't impossible, but then he shook his head. The current Void Palace should be in a peculiar state. It was obvious to Leonel that there were traitors, but it wasn't the same for everyone else. It was also in the Void Palace's best interest that they keep up this facade of being still on the side of good, which was why they hadn't done anything even after their orders for retreat were directly ignored. If they did something as ridiculous as command the large families to not come, they would definitely be exposed. But on an even deeper level than that, wouldn't they prefer those families to come? If the Void Palace was under the control of traitors, their goal was obviously to deal a blow to the human domain. If those families were scattered, how would they deal with them all at once? That might even be why the traitors had allowed the urgency message to be sent out about the first line of defense being breached. And yet now, those families had yet to appear. Leonel's gaze was practically spitting fire. He might have reacted with a cold sneer if it was just the usual suspects. But he, the patriarch of the Morales family, was currently standing on the front lines, facing off against the enemies of the human domain. And yet, the family he supposedly led was nowhere to be seen. He didn't receive a message, there was no communication, not even an attempt at once. It was as though they didn't feel the need to explain themselves to him. Leonel's gaze flickered with a crimson glow, an eerie grin spreading across his face. The second day came to an end, and the weaknesses of the formation were already becoming clear. Whereas before, it was impossible to push it even a single inch, those that were sent forward to test it, although meeting some resistance, could push forward a few feet before being repelled. Due to this, the races were able to confirm that Leonel hadn't been lying about the 3-day deadline, and they began to prepare. This wasn't something that could be faked. Leonel wasn't the only force art expert in existence. Although they couldn't replicate what he had done, or figure out exactly how he had done it, analyzing force arts was far easier than creating them. The third day began to be eaten into, and Leonel realized that not only would he not receive the reinforcements he thought he definitely would, but he wouldn't even receive a message from the family that he supposedly ruled over either. Chapter 246, a bit longer. Chapter 2426, a bit longer. The Morales ancestors hadn't had even a moment of rest. The moment they felt they understood the situation, they had given up all thoughts of going to the void battlefield and instead began to spend night and day fortifying their defenses and learning the new landscape of their territory. It was extremely difficult, and there was chaos across their world. There were countless force eruptions day in and day out as the force in the atmospheres began to raise themselves to an eighth-dimensional standard. This caused the wild evolution of various plants and wildlife, not to mention the birth of new force crystal mines and other ore deposits of the like that stimulated the greed of their people. They didn't even have time to think about Leonel. In fact, Leonel technically wasn't their patriarch yet because the coronation ceremony had yet to take place. For all intents and purposes, Adaworth's father was still their patriarch. Even so, at the moment, even Patriarch Alejandro was nothing more than a figurehead at the moment, the reins of the family having been taken over by the ancestors. A large portion of the ancestors had split off to focus on researching the changes to their lineage factor and how to quickly maximize the benefits that they could gain from it in the shortest amount of time possible. Using their knowledge and countless family records, they were already making great progress. It was lucky for them that the lineage factor seemed to have been amplified rather than mutated, or else the progress would have been even slower, and it would have taken an unknown number of decades and maybe even generations to figure everything out. However, after just 2.5 days, it felt to them that they had figured out about 20% of the new changes, and they were making faster progress the more they understood. Every time they made a large discovery, they released it immediately, knowing that there wasn't much time left. They wanted those that could take advantage of the changes to do so as soon as possible. As for the remaining ancestors, they were entirely focused on governance and policy. Namely, Ancestor Alvaro and Ancestor Isa took these reins. They didn't believe that it would take more than 2 ancestors to handle these matters. Ancestor Hito, as the most senior and knowledgeable, was entirely focused on researching their new lineage factor. Ancestor Alvaro and Isa were swift and decisive. They quelled greed with strict and even draconian policies. They directed large workshops of crafters to get to work on building defenses around their new 8th-dimensional world, and at the same time, they began to organize evacuation orders for the most vulnerable. They realized that defending their entire territory might be impossible as much as they wanted to. So while they set up strong defenses on the outer regions, they evacuated much of their population to the core regions of their territory. Trillions of Morales made their way swiftly, and it could be said that the organization was as good as it could be for such a large-scale migration. It was clear that the weight of an ancestor's words and appearance weren't small in the slightest. Whether it was the ancestors themselves, or even the citizens who had just been praising Leonel to the high heavens, none of them felt that this was odd. After all, Leonel was still young. It only made sense that such important matters would be handled at the whims of those that were by far his senior. This was just the way of the world. It was likely that no one expected that Leonel would be upset by this matter. Or maybe more accurately, they thought it would be ridiculous for him to feel such a way. "We haven't gone far enough," Ancestor Isa spoke in her usual cold tone. "We can't be too cruel to our own citizens, Isa." Ancestor Alvaro shook his head. "No, they aren't citizens. They are our family, no matter how distant. This family of ours has worked us to death in the last 2 days. Why haven't they realized we're family yet?" Alvaro didn't respond because he didn't have anything to refute with. This was true enough. The mob mentality of people in these sorts of situations was nothing short of annoying. Weren't they smart enough to realize that everyone would benefit very soon, and this wasn't the time for this? He shook his head before his eyes suddenly lit up as though he finally remembered something. "Right, we need to have someone call Littlest Nova back. It's a good time to hold the coronation ceremony and officially crown him as patriarch. It'll help calm the people's hearts down. The more normal we can be, the better. He's an excellent uniting force. It'll be easier to control the masses with him here. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. We can also give him much of the credit for the organization of this matter. Give him a nice little boost to start his term." Ancestor Isa frowned. "Are we sure we want to do this?" "Do what?" Alvaro asked, confused. "This Leonel is just as unruly as his father, but he has ambition Velasco didn't have, and that makes him more dangerous. I'm afraid if we give him the family, he'll never want to give it back." Alvaro fell into silence before he shook his head. "Breaking tradition now isn't worth it. Also, can he even do such a thing with us here? It's a worthless worry. When the ancestors speak to have him step down, what will he be able to say?" Isa's gaze flickered, but this time it was her turn to remain silent. "Okay, we'll wait a bit longer to call him back. Your words aren't without merit. He may need a little reminder of what the position of patriarch represents." Leonel looked up into the skies, standing silently. The third day's light was waning, and the formation was already beginning to flicker. Suddenly, the formation ring collapsed entirely, and anarchic force began to rush forward. The third day had ended and there were no reinforcements in sight. Chapter 2147 Assimilate 1 Chapter 2147 Assimilate 1 Ina appeared by Leonel's side. She knew him well enough to know why the smile had disappeared from his face even if he didn't spell it out for her. After the matters related to what seemed like Leonel's future self, he had been entirely carefree. But in these last 3 days he had become serious once more, entirely silent and unmoving. It felt like every time she looked for him, he was standing in this very spot. Without a word, Ina took Leonel's hand, looking out toward the failing formation. His hand felt sturdier than usual. It seemed as though, despite what his expression might show, he was still the same steady hand. This serious expression of his was nothing more than him keeping receipts, remembering this moment quite well. His impression of the Morales family was still overall quite good. It was probably difficult for old folk that had been doing things one way all their lives to suddenly change. It probably also had to be remembered that they were probably just as arrogant individually as Leonel was. After all, to step into the 8th dimension, which of them weren't the absolute geniuses of their era? In fact, the only reason they didn't get a fancy name like the Cataclysm Generation was one because they hadn't experienced such a disaster, and second because in their day, only 1 or 2 of them appeared at a time. How could you name an entire generation when there were only a couple of stars among them? But this only made these ancestors even more arrogant. They were used to not having any opponents at all. In their view, in their youth, they were probably no worse than Leonel. They glanced over the details, ignoring the things that made them uncomfortable and focusing on what gave them confidence. It was human nature and something that even powerhouses of their stature weren't immune to. Ultimately, they still had the intention to crown Leonel their patriarch. They still saw him as a Morales. They still felt that he was the pride of their family. They only wanted to remind him that in the past, they too had once been the pride of the Morales family. The Leonel of today, in their eyes, was just a younger version of them. And yet, not only were there multiple of them, but they had had the time to grow and reach the extent of their potential. Why would they defer to a youth? Leonel understood all of this. He even felt that it made sense on some level if you ignored the details of what he had accomplished. He just didn't care. If his arrogance had been a vague, amorphous being that only partially directed his action in the past, right now it was like an oppressive, shining beacon that refused to be restrained. It was as though he was both the same and an entirely different person at the same time. In the past, he might have been enraged because the Morales family didn't show him the due respect he deserved. Even when he was at his most docile and the most lacking in ability, back then when he first met King Arthur and casually took a knee to bow because he didn't care much, his limit of patience toward those who didn't give him his due respect was limited. But now, even this small slight of not even bothering to contact him was burning like an inferno within his heart. Even so, after a moment, he grinned. It was his first smile in 3 days, and as the barrier he had formed continued to weaken, and the teleportation platform to his back began to crack and collapse in on itself, he spoke some words that didn't seem to make much sense at first. It would be a shame if the human domain didn't witness this matter, right? I can't have old fogies thinking that they can just be so casually compared to me, right? Leonel looked toward Ina, who looked back with a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't quite know how to feel. Her gaze was a cross between confusion, worry, and a hint of support, as though she was trying her best to put on a strong front. However, she couldn't hide the fact that hearing these words of everything come from Leonel in this matter had left her not quite knowing what to feel. However, when she saw the brightness in Leonel's gaze, it seemed to illuminate the darkness within her thoughts. It was as though a galaxy of violet was hidden within, expanding with the grandeur of the Big Bad and the beauty of a nebula that held the very kernels of life and future possibilities within them. Leonel's Emperor's charm seemed to overflow out of his control, roaring with the arrogance of a mythical creature never before seen. With a thought, Leonel snapped his finger. At that moment, an echo flashed before quickly vanishing. A dispelled connection that had ended after the air wars concluded suddenly fired up once again, but this time it was of something entirely different. The projection of the second line of defense appeared, and to the shock of many of the powerhouse families who had more information than the general population, it was actually still holding on firmly. Leonel waved a hand, and the corpses of several ancestors fell to the ground. His eyes opened wide, and his hair fluttered wildly. These were corpses that should have long since disintegrated, and yet they were laying at Leonel's feet. What others didn't know was that this had been a fodder raid from the very beginning, and now these dead ancestors had fell in the hands of Leonel Morales. The wild grin on his face became more menacing as his hair whipped about. He wasn't on the same level as ancestors? Was that so? There was nothing in this world above him. No one worthy to be compared to him. Emperor's command, arise, Leonel roared. Chapter 248, Assimilate 2. Chapter 248, Assimilate 2, 2048, Assimilate 2. The 8 corpses before him trembled. A shuddering might came from Leonel's mind, and he even deployed his 10 stars. Day and night fluctuated to his back, the rushing impact of a roaring wave of Dreamforce descending. His 3 Dreamforce stars began to rotate so fast that harsh winds threatened to flatten the entire city. It felt as though the world was coming to an end, and yet the young man at the center of it all was at the mere 6th dimension. There was absolutely nothing that could have prepared the human domain for this. The death of 8 ancestors was already enough to shake them. Even after so long, they didn't quite believe what they were seeing. However, after a double take and a triple take, they had no choice but to believe what it was they were seeing before them. However, before they could even settle down to accept this sort of reality, these changes began to occur. What happened in the air wars suddenly shook them all awake. It couldn't be that he would take control of their souls as well. At that moment, the impossible seemed to have become the exact opposite. The shadows of 8 ancestors took shape, each armored in gorgeous violet armor. One was a tiger beast, a menacing creature with teeth alternating between a dense black and a glowing, vibrant red. Its gaze flashed with endless killing intent, and when it lifted its large head to roar into the skies, the whole of the void battlefield seemed to be collapsing at the seams. The second was a rhino-type beast. It had 3 horns, each larger than the last and aligned in a straight line up its nose. Its body shimmered with radiant silver scales, and even in death, it looked as though it could illuminate a night sky. As a soul, its radiant scales were mostly obscured, but this didn't dim its radiance at all. In fact, it only amplified it. The violet armor and silver scales seemed to have fused into one, acting in synergy with one another and feeding off the strengths of one another. The third was a vulture. It was a grotesque, wrinkled creature from the neck up. And yes, from the neck down, its majestic bearing seemed as though it could compete with any creature in all of existence. Its individual black feathers looked like they had been crafted by the most elite of artisans, carefully and individually. In its soul form, much of its grotesque head was obscured by its violet armor, and much like the rhino, the armor accentuated its body, giving it an elegant bearing that it had never had in life. These 3 were the 3 ancestors of the beast domain: the blood tiger ancestor, the radiant rhino, and the majestic vulture. However, they were just 3 of 8. There still remained 2 of the nomad race, 2 of the cloud race, and 1 of the rapax race. They looked just like the others of their races. The nomad ancestor, Ancestor Naidi, was an older woman but carried a beauty even in her elder age. All 6 of her hands were fair, delicate, and dainty, and yet they carried a strength that caused the air around her to tremble. She was the strongest of the 2. The cloud race ancestor, Ancestor Ofina, was yet another woman. Her cloud figure was the largest Leonel had ever seen, extending out from the back of her head like a long, flowing river of hair filled to the brim with complex runes that would make even the strongest of crafters dizzy. She was also the strongest of the 2. And finally, there was a rapax ancestor, Ancestor Sepex. He stood tall at almost 3 meters. His tail looked like his spine had continued out from its back, covered in a metallic silver skeletal structure. He stood on his digitreed feet, his pill-shaped head splitting to reveal a glistening row of transparent, drool-covered teeth. Each and every one of these existences were legends of their races, but one after another, the instant they appeared, without even the slightest hesitation, they turned toward Leonel and bowed. Ancestor Sepex, Olfina, and the other humanoids all dropped to their knees. The radiant rhino ancestor and the blood tiger ancestors lowered their heads until their foreheads touched the ground. The majestic vulture ancestor prostrated itself to the ground, even allowing its chest to press down. Emperor! They all roared out in their various languages, the echo of their voices echoing like a clap of thunder. The reverence in their eyes couldn't have been any clearer. Leonel waved a hand, and the 8 of them immediately vanished. However, it was soon clear that they hadn't truly disappeared. Rather, they had moved so fast that the tracking system lost track of them for a moment. This was inevitable. Leonel had commandeered the projection method of the Morales, and it was designed to follow 7th dimension existences. How could it keep up? However, the one person who was easy to follow was Leonel. It was then that it was clear that Leonel had hopped into the cracking foundation of what remained of the teleportation platform, letting go of Ina's hand. He raised his hands and pressed them together. His Dreamforce stars, which had calmed down, began to roar to life once again. Emperor's Might, Assimilate. Chapter 24-9, Assimilate 3. Chapter 24-9, Assimilate 3. At that moment, the images seemed to have finally caught up. The human domain realized that the ancestors hadn't vanished. They had moved exceptionally quickly, and their destination was actually the 8 remaining cities. When Leonel roared out, they too had appeared on the teleportation platforms of the 8 fortified cities with Leonel on the 9th. At that moment, the cracking teleportation platforms began to crumble even faster. But rather than this being a result of the crumbling formation, it became obvious that it was because of Leonel's actions. One after another, the residual force of the teleportation platforms surged into Leonel and his 8 ancestors' bodies. The weakening formation weakened even faster as this began to happen, but Leonel didn't seem panicked in the slightest. Emperor's command, Arise, was quite straightforward. It was able to take control of the souls of the dead and force them into submission. Depending on the stamina of the one who awoke them, they would basically be undead warriors, unfazed by injury and death and completely loyal to their emperor. It was a fearsome ability, and one that struck fear in the 4 great families. This alone was enough to explain the collapse of the Fox family. This sort of power was likely the kind of thing that even the spirituals wouldn't be able to remain idle in the face of. However, Emperor's command, arise, was only one of three. There was still assimilate and breathe. If Emperor's command, arise, was able to handle the souls of the organic, Emperor's command, assimilate, was able to handle the souls of the inorganic. Assimilate allowed Leonel to find the kernel of life within natural resources and take control of them. He could then assimilate with these resources or allow those awakened by arise to do so. When Leonel learned of this ability's capability, his entire expression changed. That was because it was simply too heaven-defying. Even if it was the case that it was temporary just like Arise was, the implications were massive. It had to be remembered that natural resources were where the inspiration for the life grade came from. Natural resources were akin to the universe's hand at crafting a life grade existence. It was seamless, perfect, and carried its own sort of life. This was why it was so dangerous for Leonel to have so little control over his Scarlet Starforce innate node. But assimilate allowed Leonel to sense that kernel of specialness that made a natural resource unique, tap into it, and then extract it. Once he did, and he absorbed it to himself, he could gain the benefit of clarity that resource provided. It would cause a sharp spike in his affinity for it for a span of 24 hours, just like Arise. However, gaining affinity was just one of the possibilities. At that moment, the violet armor that covered the 8 ancestors began to warp and change. It was as though the ores of the teleportation platform were becoming a part of them, but not just that, they seemed to all connect them all across the cities. This wasn't just an example of assimilate, or rather, Leonel was applying it in a way that maybe no one of the Fox family ever had before, and if they had, it was something that could have only been accomplished by the most talented of them all. Not only was he integrating the remaining strength of the teleportation patterns into them, but he was also using their innate link to fuse the changes into one. To make something complicated simple, Leonel was creating the strongest linked armors he had ever created before. From the very beginning, Leonel had had this plan in his back pocket. It was rather that he didn't know if it was worth it to expose at this moment, but his rage had spilled over. Rather than letting the platforms run out of strength on their own, he changed his mind. He instead used assimilate on them, sucking in the last of their power. This was absolutely perfect because assimilate had its limits. If he had tried to assimilate them in the beginning, even the ancestors would have exploded and died, not to mention him. But now, it was absolutely perfect. The 8 ancestors raised their heads and howled into the skies. The other races were alerted to the sudden change immediately. Although the third day had ended, it looked as though the barrier would still persist for a while, which made sense since it was just an imprecise estimate. But just now, it had suddenly blinked out, a huge change from the previous steady decline. They immediately sent out their orders, preparing their armors to attack, but that was when something shocking happened. 8 figures, no, 9 figures, charged past the second line of defense, rushing toward the first line the invaders had been using at their headquarters. They were erratic and hard to track, moving at a speed so impossibly fast that it seemed as though they were practically shuttling through the bounds of reality. Leonel felt a power booming through his body that he had never touched upon before. However, he knew that it was nothing more than an illusion. What wasn't an illusion, though, were the 8 ancestors under his control. Leonel appeared high in the skies above the base the cloud race called home. He didn't seem to have the disposition a sixth-dimensional youth should have, and why should he? He raised his hand high into the skies. At that moment, something odd happened. It was as though the shadows of the 8 ancestors that were nowhere near him stacked atop of his own, appearing as illusions to his back. Linked armors worked best when the people using them were of one mind, but there would always be flaws. That said, what if the links were formed between a man and the souls under his control? Wouldn't that be a completely infallible link? Leonel roared, pooling the strength of 8 ancestors into the force above his head and lashing out. His palm descended from the skies, covering the whole city. Boom. Chapter 2150. Time. Chapter 2050. Time. A raging torrent of energy fell like the collapse of a mountain. It was sudden and ferocious, barbaric and uncontrolled. It was as though Leonel had released this attack, venting out everything in his chest all at once. The savage grin on his face practically rose from the depths of hell, an abyssal sort of unbridled darkness spilling over. The crimson within his irises threatened to spill over. The balance was entirely broken. Hundreds of thousands of Cloud Race members died all at once, falling in droves. They didn't even understand how it was that they had died before it was too late, and never could any of them had thought that it would happen at the hands of a 6th-dimensional expert. 8th-dimensional experts weren't supposed to make moves easily. This sort of change could lead to terrible losses on all sides. But what could be done if a 6th-dimensional expert seemed to have suddenly gained the strength of an 8th-dimensional one? The ancestors of the Cloud Race rushed out all at once. They seemed to be the only ones that could withstand such an attack without dying directly. Their faces were all contorted in shock and horror. Even for an ancestor, causing this amount of damage wasn't a simple matter. They wanted to lash out, but when they saw that the one that stood before them was actually Leonel, their hearts lurched. What was going on? How could a 6th-dimensional expert have such strength? It didn't make any sense. However, there was no time to worry about such matters. They rushed forward, trying to target Leonel and kill him as swiftly as possible. But just when they thought that they had succeeded, Leonel suddenly vanished. The nomad race had no idea what had just happened. Just a moment ago, an ancestor had appeared in the skies above the encampments they had formed, but the oddity was that this ancestor wasn't a member of their race and was instead the majestic vulture ancestor. The beast domain ancestor had never communicated which of their ancestors had fallen, so the first assumption was that the beasts had something to communicate with them. The nomad ancestors appeared one after another, prepared to receive a message. But just when they had, the majestic vulture ancestor vanished. Before the nomad race could react, Leonel had appeared, but compared to the beast ancestor, he wasn't even a tenth as large, his body vanishing and appearing above the city. A roar escaped his lips as he struck down with all his might. Boom! He didn't have any regard for life. After luring the ancestors out, the number remaining that could resist his strike plummeted. Whereas the cloud race had lost hundreds of thousands to his singular strike, the nomad race lost millions. The devastation could only be described as carnage, the destruction leaving only blood, flesh, and ruins behind. The nomad race ancestors were so stunned that they couldn't even react properly. What had just happened? However, before they could do anything, Leonel had already vanished once again. The void battlefield was an impossible large place. Even with the starships, it took several minutes to hours to cross from one location to another, but the current Leonel treated it like a playpen. He skipped from location to location, leaving death in his wake. He toyed with the invading races as though they were nothing more than children before a wild beast. In just a few hours, he had killed more than the total number that had fallen in several days, all on his own. The gap between him and the rest of his generation seemed to only be growing wider and wider. In fact, it seemed that even those in elder generations couldn't hope to compare to him. The nomad race, the cloud race, the dwarven race, and the beast races found themselves unable to retaliate. Eventually, they saw nothing but red. There was only one way in their minds to deal with Leonel, and that was to unleash the devastation he had unleashed upon their races against the human race. Since the rules of the 8th dimensional experts seemed to have been ignored, they would ignore them as well. They wanted to see what Leonel's face would look like whenever everything he had been protecting was razed to the ground. Their fury rose up to their heads as they directly abandoned the 7th dimensional experts of their races without a care, shooting toward the second line of defense again with their greatest speed, each and every single one of them with nothing more than murder on their minds. The only one that didn't seem to react like this was Ancestor Barros. Looking toward his dead clansmen, he felt heavy of heart, and he commanded a full retreat. He didn't know just how much he would appreciate this decision in the future. Leonel suddenly appeared high in the skies of the second line, breathing heavily. His body couldn't handle the influx of so much energy. He was using the materials that he had absorbed as a proxy, but even then he didn't want it to wear out too fast, so most of the energy he had taken control of was used externally, placing a great deal of pressure on his mind and draining his dream force at an extreme pace. Even so, the brightness in his gaze didn't diminish in the slightest. He had already known that these invaders would react like this. They felt humiliated. A 6th dimension expert was leading them by the nose and forcing them to suffer losses they maybe never had in their entire lives. However, Leonel didn't care about their feelings. All he cared about was making a point. He suddenly flipped a palm, revealing the trembling body of his spear. All this time, in order to limit the amount of drain his mind experienced, he had only used the simplest attacks. If he tried to filter so much energy into his real skills, the formation would collapse within a few minutes, which was why he had only used his fists and palms. But now, it was time to see just what he could do. Chapter 2511, 7 minutes. The flying ancestors looked like laser beams streaking across the skies. They moved so fast that the air combusted and space trembled. As Leonel had expected, they had gathered together, forming a pack. Although they could cause more devastation to the humans by separating and attacking all 9 cities at once, this would put their lives in danger. They had already come to understand that Leonel could somehow use the corpses of ancestors to strengthen himself in these few hours. They couldn't risk any more accidents. When they saw that Leonel was waiting ahead of them, their faces almost lit on fire for more reasons than just the combusting air around them. They wished that they could eat this child alive. Not a single one of the races had experienced losses less than 1 billion. For the largest of them, this was at least a 5% loss on their numbers. For the smallest, it was already as much as 10%. To lose so much in just a few hours was completely unacceptable. This boy needed to die. They didn't care if he was relying on someone else to do all of this. They didn't care if he was just a figurehead used in an attempt to humiliate them. Both things they believed in their hearts to be the truth. All they cared about right this moment was crushing Leonel and forcing whoever was at his back to come out so they could crush them as well with their full force. That was right. They had come all together like this not only out of caution toward what other tricks Leonel might have up his sleeves, but also because they felt that once they targeted Leonel like this, they might accidentally trigger the final stages of the battle. In such a situation, they would crush the ancestors of the human race with all their might. However, even after they closed the distance to just a few dozen kilometers, nothing more than a few seconds to the likes of them, there was still only Leonel, standing in the skies with his spear pointed toward the ground. He seemed to be completely focused. He didn't manifest his divine armor because he knew it couldn't withstand the kind of strength coursing through his body at the moment. But the rush of force didn't stop. His hair fluttered in the wind, his bare torso exposed to the world, covered in sweat, his pants simple and soft, rolled to his calves. He looked like he was in the middle of a training session rather than about to face off against a legion of dozens of ancestors as a boy of the sixth dimension. Suddenly, when the distance was less than 10 kilometers, his eyes opened. His smile was gone, and all that was left was an endless abyss of cold. The sharpness of his blade seemed able to cut the hardest of gems, the howl of his spear force shredding the air around him to pieces. He took a step forward, and 8 flashes manifested around him. All 8 ancestors had returned, their auras blazing along with Leonel's. A pride shone within their eyes, as though they felt there was nothing they could do in their lives better than fighting on the same battlefield as Leonel. Leonel's spear trembled, and a crisscrossing, hazardous wasteland of spear blades shot through the air. The ancestors who had been charging forward with all the momentum in the world suddenly found themselves having to stop to defend themselves. The strength of this attack was beyond their expectations. 7 minutes, Leonel said lightly, his voice emotionless. The ancestors didn't know what this meant, but Leonel had already moved, his squad of ancestors following to his back. They shot across the skies, intertwining around each other with a tacit understanding. The majestic vulture took the helm, its wings spreading so far and wide that all 8 behind him had been perfectly obscured. Before the ancestors could rely on their internal sight to find the true locations, an orb of darkness, within Leonel as the starting point, suddenly erupted. In the skies, an orb of darkness as large as a small moon appeared. Not even a few seconds after it had formed, a body flew out like a flying meteor. It landed on the ground heavily, and the nomad race ancestor who owned it coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. However, just when it seemed that he would be fine, his chest exploded with countless crisscrossing blades. Just like that, his body was shredded to pieces, the only thing barely remaining intact being his head, and his eyes opened wide to the world. One after another, ancestors were thrown out like rag dolls, the shocking devastation that Leonel had left in his wake leaving the human domain in silence once again. But while in the past it had been due to Leonel's potential, they now realized just how not vague they were. This wasn't just a future monster, this was a monster. This wasn't a young man that was a devastation to the younger generation, he was a devastation to anyone that dared to slight him. The orb of darkness suddenly burst. Leonel appeared drenched in blood, his left arm gone from the shoulder down, and his right leg vanquished from the knee down. All around him, the shattered corpses of his 8 ancestors were struggling to pull themselves together again, but he simply didn't have enough dream force left. Even so, the wild, surging spear force around him didn't seem intent on stopping. Below his feet, a gorgeous force art had taken shape. In direct contrast to the darkness that floated around him, it was bright and untouched by imperfection. It seemed like that star of the world, a sun of worlds, a radiance of the universe, untouchable by even the regulator itself. With his singular arm he raised his spear, the intent in his eyes as lofty as the skies above. The ancestors couldn't support him at the moment, but it was their momentum that had allowed him to complete his force art. This strength was beyond just 8 ancestors. 7 minutes, Leonel said lightly. The tip of his spear trembled, and the radiance beneath his feet took over the world, swallowing everything in its path. Without hesitation, the ancestors that remained turned, running for their lives. Chapter 252, My Seed. Chapter 2522, My Seed. Leonel's spear dazzled the world, but his body cracked apart just releasing it. The roars of rage and helplessness of several ancestors echoed like a symphony to his ears. The surge overwhelmed everything in its path, and it was only after seeing this that Leonel's body couldn't sustain itself, falling to the ground. He barely held himself up, leaning on his one leg and the butt of his spear as he looked forward. He didn't even bother to use instant recovery. He knew that it was helpless against these kinds of injuries. The blows of 8th-dimensional ancestors weren't something that he could handle. When the lights faded, the world fell into an endless shock. Dozens of ancestors had come, but only 3 heavily injured ones remained. The leader of the nomad race, Charnos, the leader of the cloud race, Lufiel, and the leader of the beast domain, the Cerebos serpent. They looked as though they were standing on their last legs, but the devastation on their faces when they saw the death around them was hard to put into words. It all felt like a dream. They had come with such momentum, only to end up like this? How was that even possible? It was all him. It was all him. No matter how much they thought that Leonel had relied on others before, they didn't feel that it made sense to continue on with these thoughts. If he wasn't at least a part of these matters, why would the human domain put such important power in his hands? If they had done this with an actual ancestor, would even they be able to survive? The worst part was that they realized they had all been lured here. From the very beginning, this was Leonel's goal. He wanted them to lose themselves to rage, to abandon their people, and to come here in full force, and most importantly, together. If they were scattered, it would have been much easier for them to escape, and much fewer would have died. But because of their choice, Leonel was able to round them all up and slaughter them as though their lives were as worthless as cannon fodder. The image was something that the human domain would never forget. The Cerebos serpent roared into the skies, its fury causing its scales to lift up and retreat again and again, as though its body itself was inhaling and exhaling. It wanted to shred Leonel to pieces, and when it saw that Leonel could hardly hold himself anymore, it couldn't hold back any longer. Leonel took deep, heaving breaths. That battle had only lasted for a short moment, but it was the most intense one he had ever been a part of. With the speed of ancestors, 7 minutes was the equivalent to days to lower-level dimensional beings. The amount of exchanges was too many to count. When he saw that the Cerebo serpent was going to attack him, he chuckled. He really didn't have anything left. That said, bang! The Cerebo serpent was sent flying. Before Leonel, a gorgeous woman with flowing golden hair had appeared, her expression livid. Her son had been just fine when he entered the bubble of darkness, but when he came out, he had practically been half dead. The moment she saw this, Alienor couldn't see anything else but red. She had wanted to interfere earlier, but this son of hers was an enigma. She didn't want to disrupt his plans, but she hadn't expected him to be so absolutely reckless. She threw out 3 more palms in quick succession. The 3 heads of the Cerebo serpent burst with a rain of blood and flesh. Its body was thrown back even further, but it was actually buried into the ground at the same time, causing it to remain much closer to Alienor than it should have. Maybe in its peak state, the Cerebo serpent wouldn't be left in such a sorry state. However, after withstanding that attack from Leonel, it had already been on its last legs. Against an enraged Alienor, it seemed that it could do nothing at all. Seeing this scene, without hesitation, the Nomad race and Cloud race ancestors rushed off into the distance. But they couldn't even make it far before Alienor appeared before them, striking around twice. Alienor had hardly finished her attack when her pupils constricted. Without hesitation, she clapped her hands together, a large bubble of green instantly forming around her. Bang! An attack came from seemingly nowhere and crashed against the barrier, shattering it into pieces. Leonel's expression changed, but his heart settled down immediately as his mother appeared by his side. Before Leonel could understand what had happened, a blazing aura suddenly pierced the skies. To his astonishment, the cloudy grayness of the void battlefield that had never once dispersed was split, revealing an endless dark abyss above as this aura continued to grow. Who the fuck dares to attack my wife? A beam of light pierced through the skies, the very fabric of the void battlefield tearing in two as though reality itself was being split. The beam disappeared into the distance, and there was suddenly nothing but silence. Alienor frowned, placing a hand on Leonel's shoulder. A green bubble formed around Leonel, and all of the 8th-dimensional force he couldn't handle was expelled. Instant recovery. As Leonel recovered, he tilted his head into the skies and watched as his father appeared. Velasco was completely enraged. Every step he took shattered the ground beneath him, despite the fact he had to be several kilometers in the air. He grasped out, the folds of reality that were quickly repairing themselves suddenly shattering again. All at once, countless figures that had been hiding seemed to have been ejected from their hiding places. Even if they were countless kilometers away, they were all brought forward. These were individuals that Leonel couldn't recognize in the slightest, most of them anyway. But there were 2 that caused his eyes to narrow. The first was a lovely woman protected to the back of an expert that must have stood at least 4 meters tall. She was a woman he had only met once before, but the impression she had left was deep. Anya. The second was a man that should have long since been dead, however he had had his own thoughts about this matter. When he had taken out Monkey from the snow globe and he had immediately died, he realized that someone must have interfered. If they could interfere to kill Monkey, they could definitely interfere to save someone with a soul as powerful as this man's. He was none other than the savant of Earth, the so-called Leonel Morales. However, Leonel's father didn't seem to care to see any of them. Even 8th-dimensional experts were beneath his notice, let alone 7th-dimensional existences like Anya. This number of experts was even greater than the number that had appeared across all the invaders. These people could only be of one group, the scholars of the Three-Finger Cult. But once again, Velasco didn't seem to notice at all. His hand continued to grasp at the air, and one of the scholars was ripped forward out of his own control. He was sucked into Velasco's palm and crumbled to pieces before even making contact. Velasco only now seemed to notice that there were others around him. The sneer that hung from his lips showed disdain for the very world itself. Sending this sort of trash to face me? Even my seed just killed over 50 of you. What do you think I can do to you? Erdul's note, El Mao, Velasco is the goat. Chapter 2533, A Perfect Creature. Chapter 2533, A Perfect Creature. The scholars of the Three-Finger Cult outnumbered even the number of invaders that had appeared earlier. Each of them wore scholarly red robes, their shoulders graced by ribbons that made it look more like they were on their way to graduate from a prestigious college rather than about to unleash a slaughter on the human domain. Leonel's face couldn't help but contort with disdain. What trash uniforms. Seriously uncool. Who decided on this design? Don't you all feel embarrassed? The atmosphere was quite tense at the moment, especially after the momentum of Velasco's strength settled in. These people had spent their lives hearing stories about this man, many of them even disparaging him as a weakling behind closed doors. However, standing face to face with him now, they couldn't seem to find those words ridiculous. When that feeling was suddenly fueled by Leonel's disdain-layered words, these stone-faced scholars almost blushed with shame. If it wasn't for their supreme control, many really would have shown such an expression, but they just barely managed to ignore Leonel. Velasco looked down toward Leonel, shaking his head. If there was one thing this son of his was good at, it was pissing people off, and that apparently included even him. He had just said such a cool one-liner, and yet the show was stolen by this brat. Leonel grinned when he saw his father's gaze. There's quite a lot of corpses here, old man. How about you tell them to bring King out? I could probably deal with them all on my own. Your bones are getting a bit weak. Maybe you should go back and relax with Mom. When Leonel said the word king, the scholars that had been trying to ignore him all had a change in expression. Is that a name that you can say? The sudden roar came from a scholar who stood at the helm. The ripples of his voice left trails through the air. This person was without a doubt a powerhouse even amongst ancestors. However, before the echo reached Leonel, Eleanor raised a hand, her frown deep. Leonel's gaze landed on his mother's wrist, noticing just how much effort it had taken his mother to do that despite the casualness of her actions. His gaze flashed with a dangerous light as he looked up. I've yet to come to collect the debt the Three-Finger Cult owes me, but it seems that you're actually so eager. Someone actually dares to call themselves king when I exist in this world, and you're mad that I said his name? That's about as much respect as I have for that sore loser. The eyes of the scholars opened wide. How could they not know what Leonel was referring to? What else could it be if not the love triangle of the Silver Emperor, King, and the Demoness? They had all been alive for more than long enough, and been part of the Three-Finger Cult upper echelon for enough time to be aware of these sorts of secrets. But they didn't even dare to say King's name, who would actually dare speak about such things aloud. However, they were focused on the wrong thing. Bang! The head of the scholar who had just roared suddenly exploded. It came without warning, the only marker being the simple flick of a finger. Velasco slowly lowered his hand, his expression indifferent. The most powerful of the scholars was crushed in a single movement, as though he wasn't worth more than a single glance. The gap was so exaggerated that the remaining scholars explosively retreated, their expressions turning heavy. It seems you all take my presence too lightly. That's strike two already. The scholars fell into silence, the beating of their hearts being the only thing they could hear. The rushing of their blood seemed to encapsulate their entire world. Velasco took a step forward, and a scholar was shattered to pieces. He took another, and yet another fell. He took a third step, and a third body exploded, filling the skies with a rain of blood. Even Leonel had forgotten that there was a broadcast to the human domain currently. When he finally did, he clicked his tongue. He had put so much effort into looking cool, and it was all ruined by this old man. Who would remember him after this? The legend of Velasco, which had been brewing in the hearts of many for countless words, suddenly exploded. It was one thing when Leonel relied on the help of other ancestors to defeat others, but it was a completely different matter to kill with such casualness. Another step, and a fourth died, then it was a fifth, then a sixth. It hadn't even been more than a few minutes, and yet 10% of their people had fallen. It didn't even seem like Velasco was in a hurry to kill him. It felt more like he was on a leisurely stroll, moving through the world without a care and taking lives for no other reason than the fact it felt convenient to do so. Leonel, however, was thinking about something else. His father seemed to be trying to lure something out. There were many things about his father's actions that he didn't understand. Many of those matters also happened to revolve around the Three-Finger Cult. His father was so intelligent and powerful, and he seemed to be mowing down the Three-Finger Cult as though they were worthless. So why did the Three-Finger Cult still exist? There was something else at play here. All of a sudden, the skies were filled with a blinding golden flash. Leonel looked up and past where his father had been standing and watched as maybe the most perfect creature he had ever laid eyes on slowly appeared. This creature was a man wearing golden robes. He stood unblemished and untouched by nature, and yet as one with it at the same time. The anarchic force around him dispelled naturally for no other reason than his very existence. Leonel had thought the most handsome man he had ever seen was Wise Start Order, but now even he felt wholly inferior. A spiritual? Chapter 254 Emperors? Chapter 254 Emperors? Leonel's gaze narrowed. The spirituals hadn't shown up for the invasion, but had shown up now, and it was just one man? What did this mean exactly? Were they related to the Three-Finger Cult, or was this precisely the king he had been asking for? But that didn't make any sense. Leonel was over 90% certain that King came from the Cataclysm Zone, or more accurately, the so-called True World. This was why he and the Demoness could have lived for so long. It was all a matter of relying on the huge time dilation between the two regions. Over a year had passed since Leonel had exited that zone, but maybe only a few fractions of a second had passed over there. That was the reality. Why did this mean it made little sense for this man to be king? Leonel didn't know what race it was that had created this simulation, but if he had to guess, it would definitely be the humans. The reason for this was the way this world was set up, and how all of the other races seemed to have perfectly set and defined paths to take, while the humans were meandering and somewhat aimless. If one had to run a simulation, constraining the variables made no sense. They would be looking for something that could change the status of their current situation, and constraining the subjects would make little sense. Rather, they would more so want to allow the simulations as much freedom as possible, allowing the chance for spontaneous mutations that could result in changes that they could take advantage of to help them out of their current situation. Leonel was even more certain of this because of what had happened in his last moments in the Cataclysm Zone. Back there had been many seventh-dimensional experts present trying to stop him, but not a single eighth-dimensional expert. That event was far too important for not even one eighth-dimensional existence to show up. And given what Leonel had done and said about the ancestor who had brought Aina, it was even more impossible that she would do nothing. So where had she been? With the sudden breakthrough of his mind, he had a secondary experience of what he had gone through the very first time he had awakened Dreamforce, and that was an amplification of his memory. Suddenly, the snap. Sound that everyone could seem to hear, but it became like a dream in Leonel's mind, a lingering memory that he was faintly aware existed, but he couldn't quite grasp, and he also remembered that harsh sound had echoed while he was in the trial alongside Aina. Could it be a coincidence? The likelihood of that being the case was near zero, so why was all of this important? It all went back to proving the fact this simulation was likely created by humans and that King couldn't possibly be a spiritual. What was the implication of the Dream Project, created by humans, being infiltrated by spirituals of the true world? What chance would the humans stand? Leonel's expression changed. Was that the truth? Was that the reason the Three-Finger Cult was created? Now that he thought about it, was the demoness human? She should be exactly what her namesake claimed her to be, a demoness, an empress of the demon race. Didn't that make two races now that had infiltrated? Leonel frowned. He couldn't understand why he had muddled such an obvious deduction. Why was it that he was so sure that this man wasn't king when it made perfect sense that he would be? What was wrong with him? He raised a palm to his forehead, pressing it. He felt an aching in his head all of a sudden, and it was making him feel more and more annoyed, agitated even. He was finding it difficult to stay still. He suddenly really wanted to kill something. Little lion? Alienor's concerned voice echoed. She didn't seem to care about what was happening around in the world at all as she took care of her son. At some unknown time, even Aina had appeared, ignoring the danger to approach Leonel. I'm fine, Leonel said much more coldly than he had wanted to. His mother was a bit stunned and her eyes dimmed, but the care on her expression didn't change as she rubbed Leonel's cheek. It felt cold to the touch, but the warmth of her palm seemed to be pouring into him. Aina's expression was especially worried. Leonel seemed to be going through, but she couldn't even begin to understand what it was. The worst part was that she didn't even know how to ask Leonel about it. She wasn't sure if he would even have an answer. In the far-off distance, very few were paying attention to Leonel anymore, and even fewer were paying attention to the small figures of the Three-Finger Cult, namely, Leonel. However, Leonel's current gaze was practically spitting fire as he watched Alienor take care of Leonel. That was his mother. Just as he was about to lose control, the reality around him warping, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. He looked to see Anya wearing that same carefree smile on her face. Soon, she said in that voice as sweet as honey before looking up. Velasco sent a casual glance upward and yawned. The Emperor of the Spirituals, he said casually. Still not enough. Who said you could stand higher than me? Velasco pressed his raised hand down and suddenly, the lofty spiritual's head distorted. A strong golden force appeared above his head, but it was useless. Bang! In one moment he was in the air, and in the next he was buried deep into the ground. Leonel frowned. The gap between his father and this so-called Emperor of the Spirituals was indeed large. But he had noticed something immediately. His father had killed all the others with a single strike. But this spiritual, the ground rumbled and an unblemished golden figure slowly walked out from it, had actually survived. Almost on cue, the skies split again. One after another, existences that could only be said to be the emperors of their kind appeared. Chapter 255 Imperatress. Chapter 255 Imperatress. Leonel looked forward. He didn't seem to notice the appearance of the other emperors because his eyes were still on the spiritual's emperor. He slowly stood from the ground. It even looked like he had simply descended all by himself, his legs hardly bending when he hit the ground. He stepped out from the crater, rising into the air once again. The dust that fell around him couldn't seem to reach his body at all. This man was, indeed, the Emperor of the Spirituals, Emperor Ridrin. This wasn't a man who had been seen by his own people in hundreds of years, and yet, oddly enough, he had appeared here, and maybe even more odd than that, Leonel's father had recognized him in a single glance. Was this about Dad the entire time? Leonel thought to himself. These people had begun to attack the human domain immediately, but if that was their goal, why did they wait so long to appear? Why was it that it took Leonel killing so many for this to come to fruition? This might have still been acceptable, after all. Maybe they were biding their time and waiting for the right moment to expose their true strength. But then why did none of them pay much attention to Leonel? Someone else might answer that Leonel was too insignificant, but would Leonel think about himself that way? Also, could someone insignificant kill more ancestors in a day than the number that had fallen for centuries? Leonel pinched his forehead harder. He felt like his thoughts were meandering, like he was constantly thinking about worthless, meaningless things. Somehow his mind both felt sharper than it ever had, and slower, as though it was something other than his intelligence that was impeding the flow of his thoughts. Damn it. Leonel's aura fluctuated wildly. He was getting more and more frustrated, but he didn't know where this frustration was coming from. Only Alienor and Aina seemed to realize that there was something wrong with Leonel. Well, there was one other person, a particular white-haired beauty that stood high in the skies with a careful and gentle smile on her face. You are indeed dangerous, Anya thought to herself. She had asked herself a question long ago. If you knew what someone would become, the kind of heartache and carnage they would cause, should you kill them while they were still in their cradle? Would that make you a moral person, or would that make you more evil than the person you were trying to put a stop to? She still didn't know the answer to that question, but seeing Leonel now, she felt that maybe she wouldn't have to answer it. After all, that dangerous bloodlust would be picked up by her from worlds away. Ho ho, Velasco chuckled. Personally, I would be embarrassed if I were you, but this is still not enough. How about you all stop playing around and get serious? The Emperor of the Nomads, Kiafir. The Empress of the Cloud Race, Venzina. The Emperor of the Spirituals, Ridrin. The Emperor of the Beast Domain, Abyss. Even the Emperor of the Rapax was present, Asirax. It seemed that the weight of their little prince's words might be enough to sway the lower reaches of the Rapax, but those at the very top still acted as they pleased. However, Velasco was most definitely correct. This wasn't everything. At that moment, in the skies, 4 colored bridges appeared, arcing through the air in a fine mist that made them look like rainbows. One was blue, one was green, one was yellow, and the final was red. When these bridges faded away, slowly but surely, 4 figures appeared. This time, Velasco didn't recognize them at all, but he knew exactly where they had come from. Blue-haired and blue eyes. Green hair and green eyes. Golden hair and golden eyes. Red hair and red eyes. These could only be one group of people. They were none other than the 4 great families. The Aderna family in blue robes, the Crutus family in green, the Lavis family in gold, and finally, the Brazinger family in red. When they appeared, it was as though they were above the world itself. Leonel's head felt as though it was splitting into 2. No matter how hard he tried to use his healing, even resorting to dream sense to split the pain he was experiencing several times, it wouldn't vanish. There was one explanation he could think of, and that was that these symptoms were purely psychosomatic. It didn't matter how many times he split the pain because his brain would always make him feel it to the same level. That woman in red, the one with flaming crimson hair and a pair of ruby eyes that looked like rubies carved from the gems of hell itself, he subconsciously knew her name, or rather he subconsciously knew her title. This was a name that Simeon had spoken before while his soul was under Leonel's control. This was the woman who was responsible for the cruelty of Ina's mother's death. Imperatress Anselma. Chapter 256, Instant Chapter 256. Instant Leonel had no reason to draw this conclusion, and yet he felt that it was the obvious answer. Nothing that he thought of could shake this belief. The more agitated Leonel became, the more the burning sensation in his kidneys grew, but he didn't even seem to understand until something suddenly clicked. 4 auras flourished and Leonel's expression changed. 9th dimension. He didn't know why he knew this. He couldn't even differentiate the strengths of ancestors yet and could only make vague guesses based on the varied pressures they put on him. But right now, he couldn't have been more certain. Those 4 men and women that had appeared, each and every one of them was an existence that surpassed the 8th dimension. However, almost the moment they appeared, that flourishing aura suddenly collided with something. Their faces paled somewhat as foggy chains latched onto their bodies, wrapping around their arms, legs, and necks. Still, they had come prepared. Their skin began to glow with various colored runes, these runes matching the colors of their hair and eyes. When these runes solidified, the constricting effect of the black chains that seemed to have been formed of concentrated anarchic force weakened and slowed, though it did not disappear in the slightest. Not many understood what they were seeing. They simply felt that these 4 were the most powerful 8th-dimensional existences that they had ever seen. They stood on a level all to their own. But as though this wasn't enough, the skies suddenly shook once more. Another bridge appeared, but this time it was a blinding silver, and more shockingly than that, it wasn't Leonel who understood what was going on first, but it was rather Ina's expression that changed first. That was because she was intimately familiar with this aura. It was the very aura she had sensed after she entered the Silver Empire's zone, the very same aura that was in line with the inheritance she had received. In the skies, a man donning radiant silver armor stood. The armor was constructed of so many pieces that it looked more like an elaborate work of art than anything else. This man's aura was no weaker than the 4 of the great families, but what was different this time was that the chains didn't appear. Leonel's pupils constricted. What did this mean? What was going on? He had learned from Simeon that the people entering through the Ascension Empire form, the 4 great families, were very restricted. Even little Nana, who was only a great genius of the 7th dimension, couldn't use her full strength, let alone these 4. So why was this man fine? The Silver Emperor? Leonel was certain that he should have been from the true world too, so why was he just fine? And wasn't he dead? How was he here? That was when he saw it. The gaze of the Silver Emperor was entirely vacant. It didn't carry any emotion, any light, any life. A puppet? Leonel shuddered. He seemed to catch a glimpse of how others felt when they saw his lineage factor. There was something about that vacant abyss that shook him to his very core. At that moment, Velasco was grinning ear to ear. Good, good. This is more like it. His black hair fluttered in the air. He seemed to grow to twice his original size, despite the fact his body was most definitely the very same. It was like his aura itself simply demanded more space. It had been a very long time since he had faced any sort of challenge. His sights were impossibly far beyond these words. He couldn't even talk about these matters with his wife and son. But This is still not enough, Velasco growled, his irises turning red. If the man who dared to lay a hand my father doesn't appear, I will just kill you one by one until he does. Arrogant. Imperatrix Anselma's sharp voice echoed. Do you believe you would even have the right to stand before me if not for the restrictions of this world? Die. She struck out with a palm. The entire world seemed to lose its color. In the blink of an eye, a formless energy wrapped in a translucent fog appeared before Velasco. Leonel couldn't even track it properly. Even his senses seemed to have been distorted by it. Bang! Velasco's body disappeared beneath the raging torrent of force. Anselma snorted. She wasn't happy to have to come here just for the scum of this world. To have such a lowly being actually speak to her was even more unacceptable. If this matter could end so simply, that would be even better. She felt uncomfortable all over. However, at that moment, the volatile force cleared and Velasco appeared. He seemed unscathed, his robes fluttering in the air and his gaze as bright as torches. At that moment, his eyes seemed to carry far more of a golden color than bronze. Without a word, he suddenly punched out. He felt that the time for talking was over. Right now, he was nothing more than an enraged son. His fist landed on Anselma's chest before she could react. Her body curved and shot out like a speeding bullet. Velasco took a step forward, ready to pursue, but before he could, a blinding silver light descended. Velasco responded with a punch. The skies split, a vast cavern of darkness taking shape. Velasco and the Silver Emperor stood both close and worlds apart, neither taking even back, the gap between their fists enveloped by a black hole that could shred a solar system to pieces. The Emperors and the four great families' experts acted at once, all of them surrounding Velasco. Leonel was suddenly agitated, and he took a step forward. His mother stopped him before he could even move very far, but before she could say anything to comfort him, several auras locked onto them. Too many of the scholars still remained, and aside from them, Anya and Lionel seemed to be focused entirely on Leonel. The situation had flipped on its head. Chapter 257, no. Chapter 257, no. Anya landed on the ground far more softly than one might expect. As the colors in the sky changed, a battle of proportions far too world-changing and epic to describe began. She didn't seem very affected by it. But at the same time, Leonel seemed to have noticed her at all either. While Anya had been focused on Leonel the entire time, Leonel himself had only faintly noticed her appearance before ignoring her entirely. At this moment, almost all of Leonel's computing power was trying to find a way out of this. His gaze was frighteningly cold, the space before his eyes seeming to freeze a great deal. However, no matter how he racked his brain, nothing seemed to be enough. The scale of the battle above him was far too much. Leonel had thought a lot of times that maybe he would one day run into this sort of situation. But he didn't expect it to actually appear. Maybe he was too arrogant, maybe it was just a confidence that he had earned, but he had truly believed that there was no situation his mind couldn't get him out of. He had defeated a squad of sixth-dimensional existence in the fifth. He had entered a world where even those on his same level were tens of times more powerful than him and still came out alive. He had fought demons, been eaten alive. He had just crushed legions of seventh-dimensional geniuses while still in the sixth dimension, and even slaughtered over 50 ancestors due to his mind alone. He had felt invincible, untouchable, infallible, as though everything in the world could exist on the palm of his hands and be flipped on its head with a thought. It wasn't an arrogance that had come from nowhere. It was a confidence that he had built with his own hands from the ground up, a level of prestige that he deserved. He had accomplished what no other existence could, and just when he was flying high, he had crashed headfirst into an immovable wall. His eyes were glued to the skies, his teeth set so hard against one another that it felt as though they might crack at any time. His father was entirely surrounded by an existence that wouldn't even need to raise a finger to erase his own existence. Just a single one of their attacks seemed to overturn the world itself, the battlefield entering a state of chaos. Maybe if not for his mother by his side, he would have already been crushed by the battle before him. For the first time, he knew it was useless. There was no path out. There was no sudden plan he could pull out from thin air to claim victory. He felt a sort of helplessness from the depth of his soul, a helplessness that he should have experienced long ago when the metamorphosis just began, but also one that had been delayed to this point. This was a wall that many learned to overcome early on. Anyone who had grand aspirations should have run into such a roadblock in their early years. One might be able to say that it was technically still quite early for Leonel. He wasn't even 26 years old yet. But even in his young age, he had reached a level that others couldn't imagine touching even in their old age. The agitation was bone deep, and the wild fluctuations in his body were only growing. The frigid region before his eyes seemed to have been sparked. Like two rocks banging against one another, the sharp lines of red-gold sparks flew through the air, and yet the temperature only continued to plummet. I really didn't expect you to ignore me on our first meeting in so long, Leo, Anya said lightly. She still wore a smile, barely visible behind that veil she wore everywhere. Though her words seemed to be reprimanding, and even carried a faint touch of a wronged expression, her smile never faded, and her voice was as gentle and beautiful as ever. Aina frowned. She was very worried about Leonel's current state, and she didn't want to have to deal with this sort of nonsense. As for Eleanor, her expression was serious. Of course, this wasn't for Anya, nor was it for Lionel. Rather, she was focused on the scholars. That said, the scholars didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. The warning Velasco had left echoed in their ears. It was likely they didn't even dare to attack for fear that the rage of the battle above would turn on them. At that moment, none of them had any illusions about Velasco's weakness. All of those harsh words they had spoken about his cowardice had long since been thrown out. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, only silently encircling Eleanor, Ana, and Leonel. Leonel didn't even seem to hear Anya's words at all. "Mom?" Leonel spoke with a somewhat twisted expression. Eleanor frowned, sweeping a glance over this boy before her. "Mom?" There was only one person in this world that could call her that. She would know better than anyone. "Don't you remember me?" Lionel asked, his expression becoming more and more agitated. Eleanor looked away from this boy, her expression becoming more and more serious. She could have maybe 2 or 3 of these scholars at once. Maybe if she had more time, she would have a greater chance of dealing with them all. But she was simply too young. She wasn't even 100 years old. Compared to these other ancestors, she hadn't even had time to grow yet. Just when Eleanor was about to make a decision to take Leonel and Ina away, a powerful pressure descended. Eleanor's expression changed. "Father, no!" It was too late. A pillar of emerald enveloped Eleanor, and even Leonel couldn't react to the sudden change. Leonel seemed to finally wake up, but when his head snapped back, his mother was gone. It wasn't just his mother, but Ina had disappeared as well. He frowned. "Father? Emperor Fox?" Chapter 258, Relief. Chapter 258, Relief. Leonel actually sighed a slight breath of relief when he saw this. In truth, he felt that he had underestimated Emperor Fox even more than he knew. To be able to directly snatch people from the void battlefield as though nothing at all had happened, he couldn't even fathom what kind of strength it would take to do that from Earth. At the same time, though, with his mother and Ina safe, he really could breathe a sigh of relief. Even though he still felt completely helpless, he still felt freer to move as he pleased. If only he could grasp onto something, anything, even the faintest hope, he could take action. "Bring me back." Eleanor's roar shook Earth itself. The oceans rolled and the Earth split. It looked for a moment as though the supercontinent that the Ascension Empire had so painstakingly put together was about to split into pieces once again. It really would have happened if an emerald energy didn't suddenly heal everything, stitching the very land back together and filling the skies with beautiful green northern lights. Emperor Fox sat on his throne calmly, his gaze flickering when he saw his daughter's rage, but he didn't say anything. Ina stumbled back, her ears bleeding due to Eleanor's roar. She had only barely entered the 7th dimension. How could she handle such a thing? "Bring me back." Eleanor's roar shook Earth itself. The oceans rolled and the Earth split. It looked for a moment as though the supercontinent that the Ascension Empire had so painstakingly put together was about to split into pieces once again. It really would have happened if an emerald energy didn't suddenly heal everything, stitching the very land back together and filling the skies with beautiful green northern lights. Emperor Fox sat on his throne calmly, his gaze flickering when he saw his daughter's rage, but he didn't say anything. Ina stumbled back, her ears bleeding due to Eleanor's roar. She had only barely entered the 7th dimension. How could she handle such a thing? Eleanor's expression warped when she saw that her father had no intention of responding. Maybe if he said something, she might be able to convince him. He had always listened to her, doted on her, without exception. But he could also be stubborn about a great many things, and when he got like this, it was impossible to change things. Tears fell from Eleanor's eyes like the rain. Her father never interfered with Velasco, even if it was related to her protection. This showed an implicit sort of belief in Velasco's strength. But the fact that he was doing this now made Eleanor, who had had reason to believe that her husband would pull through like he always did, second-guess herself. Eleanor's head suddenly snapped around. Her expression changed when she saw the state of Ina, and she quickly waved a hand to help her heal. But when she looked again and saw that Leonel wasn't here, her emotions that had been turning from rage to worry reversed once more. The agitation in her heart practically exploded, and her chest heaved. "Little lion, where is my little lion?" Eleanor looked toward her father, not roaring again. This time, her gaze was filled with a pleading light. This time, Emperor Fox couldn't quite meet his daughter's eyes. He looked away, gazing off into the distance. "If I brought him here, the fuss he would cause would be much more than yours." Eleanor's expression changed. What kind of nonsense was her father saying? She was in the 8th dimension. Her son was powerful, but he wasn't even in the 7th yet. Was this really just an excuse? Was Emperor Fox tired of Leonel defying him and had chosen to do this? "Father, father, father, please, he's my little baby. I'm sorry I wasn't here to introduce him to his family, to help him meet his grandfather, for him to know that he could rely on you. Please forget about any rude things he said. Please bring little lion here too." Eleanor looked as though she would completely lose it. She was only moments from falling to her knees and pleading. She didn't want to believe that her father would do this. Emperor Fox, who had been calm and somewhat awkward from the very beginning, suddenly became enraged. Boom! His palms slammed onto his throne as he stood to his feet. Earth vibrated, pillars of ocean water piercing the skies and tearing holes through the atmosphere. They escaped Earth's orbit as suddenly covered half the planet in a rushing river of raging waters. Eleanor was stunned. Her father was the calmest man she knew. Nothing ever fazed him. He never so much as raised his voice. He was prideful, but it was almost impossible to see it from his exterior. She had never seen him react like this about anything. Do I seem like a petty man who would do such a thing because of a few words? Emperor Fox's voice rumbled with a deep tone. The echo made Eleanor feel as though her bones might shatter at any time, the suffocating sort of feeling overwhelming her. Don't mistake my softness toward you for anything more than what it is. My grandson, my son-in-law are two men I respect the most in this world. My leaving them on that battlefield is nothing more than a sign of this. Whether they live or die will be decided by the weight of their own spears. Emperor Fox flicked his sleeves and vanished. The vigorousness of his aura only seemed to be increasing by the day. The last time Leonel had seen him, he already looked no different from a middle-aged man, but now he only looked like a man in his 30s. Maybe soon he would look no different from any other young man. Eleanor stood in stunned silence. By her side, Ina's lip trembled, but she remained silent. She hadn't wanted her own words to sway Emperor Fox one way or another. She knew too little about this man. But if even Leonel's mother couldn't do anything, what would her words mean? However, this didn't change how helpless she felt. She fell into her old habits once more, nibbling at her lip. She didn't even realize when she had drawn blood. The pain in her heart was far more than what the pain of her lip could match up to. Maybe if Leonel had been here, he would do what he usually did. Picking her chin up with a finger, he would wipe her blood away with a finger and reprimand her with a smile. How could you ruin such beautiful lips, he would say. Ina's tears welled up in her eyes, but she bit her lip harder, refusing to allow them to fall. Chapter 259, Two Favors. Chapter 259, Two Favors. Leonel turned back. His heart couldn't calm, but its beating had slowed somewhat. That roadblock ahead was as tall and thick as it was before. In fact, the more he observed the battle above him, the more he felt that he was still underestimating things. The scholars' eyes narrowed, the apprehension in their hearts increasing. They had no idea how this had happened. How could they just disappear right before their eyes? If there had been some sort of spatial tunnel formed, then they would have been able to take action to cut them off. But how could you move someone such a large distance without spatial force? More oddly, who would have the willingness to save Ina and Eleanor, but not Leonel? What sense did that make? Anya's gaze flickered, seemingly thinking of something. But she didn't say anything about it. It was Leonel instead who seemed to have lost his mind. He roared out, his expression warping. Not only had his mother ignored him, but she had disappeared not long after. He had finally seen her after so long, and yet this was what had happened. His dream force peeled off into countless layers, twisting and warping the space around him. It was truly the stuff of nightmares. Werebeasts, monsters, twisting distortions of fear and animosity, all bundled up into a single, towering tapestry of twisting dreams. Anya frowned slightly, her lips parting as though she was preparing to say something. But it was actually Leonel who spoke this time first. "Shut up!" Leonel's roar echoed like a clap of thunder. All at once, Leonel's dream force seemed to have been forced back into a bottle. In a flash, Leonel had appeared before him, his fingers shooting out like a spear and ripping Leonel's throat through. Leonel's wrist flickered and his hand wiped off to the side, the motion causing a disc of crimson blood to erupt from Leonel's throat, separating his head and neck. Anya's brows jumped. Their strongest savant had died, just like that? What? Leonel kicked out, his eyes lit with fury. Leonel's entire body exploded to pieces. He grabbed out at that air. Rise. Leonel's soul was ripped out from his body. Assimilate. Leonel's soul didn't even get a chance to show its loyalty. In fact, he wasn't the only one that was too slow. An odd and mysterious force seemed to rush forward, but it was far too late. Leonel knew exactly what it was. It was that odd force that had appeared after he captured Monkey, the very one that appeared after he took him out and he died right before his eyes. But this time, Leonel was even faster than it. The rush of violent violet aura surged and Leonel's hair fluttered into the air. He grasped at the skies before him and the atmosphere changed. Anya's foot tapped the ground and she glided backward, out of reach of Leonel's influence, or so she thought. She looked down and her expression changed. Why was she still standing in the same area? She could have sworn that she had moved back. "I've already returned the favor I owe you. Right now, I think that you should just die," Leonel said coldly. He reached forward at the air right before him. There was still quite some distance separating himself and Anya, and yet her neck magically appeared in his palm. Anya's pupils constricted, but her face was surprisingly calm given the situation. She just hadn't expected this change to be so sudden and for her life to be in danger so swiftly. But since she had dared to take control of Leonel, why would she be afraid now? Her pupils slowly relaxed and a ring on her finger trembled before Leonel's hand could squeeze. At that moment, a figure appeared to her back. A domain spread out in an instant and all the dream force that had been at Leonel vanished into thin air. Anya's body was enveloped by a pure white light and she vanished into motes. Leonel cast an indifferent glance toward the one that had appeared from Anya's ring. It was actually yet another savant, one with the ability to disperse force and nullify ability indexes. Anya appeared by the savant's side, but before she could speak, Leonel pierced forward with 2 fingers. A strong pulse of bow force took shape. Her expression changed, but it was much too late. The savant's head burst like a watermelon, the rain of blood splattering toward Anya, who had been by his side. A white light shielded Anya from being spoiled, but the savant was deader than dead. Anya's heart leapt into her throat. She didn't understand what she was seeing. First, the dream force of a savant was directly suppressed. Then, a savant who should have had the ability to nullify all force, ability indexes, and lineage factors had suddenly died to force? However, Leonel didn't even take it seriously. When he first met savants, they were existences that he found hard to fathom, but now he had long since come to know that they were just as fragile as everyone else, if not more so. If not, why were they strategic resources that powerful families could take control of? If they were so invincible, wouldn't they have a rising power of their own that could exist outside of the shadows? What right did a mere savant have to suppress his sovereign force? Leonel waved a hand. Rise. That mysterious energy appeared again, but Leonel was even faster. This kind of soul soldier would have been far more useful to him as a separate entity, but it couldn't be helped. Leonel knew that if he didn't assimilate these souls instantly, whatever that mysterious energy would, it would step forward and scoop these savants up. Leonel's dream force, which had vanished, appeared once again in full force. By then, Anya had already calmed down. She sighed lightly. How about you return my sister to me, Leo, and accept the guidance of the Three-Finger Cult? It's still possible for you to turn a new leaf. You're following down the wrong path. Not everything in life can be calculated. I've told you that one before. Trying to treat life like it's something that can be weighed on a scale is something only a narcissist would do. You aren't as special as you think you are. Also, I believe you've forgotten. You owe me 2 favors, not just one. Anya spoke lightly, her voice light and gentle. She had told Leonel these things once before, but this time her words were far more direct and forceful. Leonel truly looked at Anya for the first time. He didn't just look through her, he looked into her. The first favor was returned when I didn't kill your sister. The second favor was returned when I didn't use your sister to find you and take your head. Anya's gaze flickered. How arrogant. She was always with the people of the Three-Finger Cult. Did he think killing her was so easy? Her gaze couldn't help but become colder and colder. Every word Leonel spoke was as though he was looking at an ant, an insignificant figure that would be buried 6 feet deep in the blink of an eye. Now, my patience has run out. Chapter 2160, What Right? Chapter 2160, What Right? Leonel's body swayed and suddenly vanished into a stream of mist. He looked like an image dashed away by rushing waters, floating away and into the wind as though his body had lost all of its form. He didn't even bother to respond to Anya's words. The response she received was a danger sign tingling up the length of her spine. Anya's expression became unprecedentedly serious, a familiar twin pair of horns appearing on her forehead. There was no doubt that this was the Death Pulse deer, the highest lineage factor provided by the silver tablet of the dark side of the Northern Star lineage factors. However, Leonel had already seen it once before. He was entirely unmoved. Bang! A scythe appeared in Anya's hands, barely blocking Leonel's fist. Even so, she took a strong step backward, her wrists trembling. She felt as though her arms might collapse beneath the strain at any moment, but just when she wanted to use force to stabilize herself, it vanished into thin air, Leonel's fist stripping it from her scythe's body. Her body lost control of itself, and she was sent flying back. The expressions of the scholars that had formed a circle froze. Anya was the greatest genius of their Three-Finger Cult. They had never expected for such a thing to happen in just a single exchange. Leonel appeared above Anya, his gaze as cold as an abyssal hell. He didn't seem to see the gorgeous features revealed under her fluttering veil. If he couldn't crush this woman, what right did he have to think about helping his father? He felt that she should just die. Leonel's fist descended. Anya tried to block again, but it was entirely worthless. Leonel's arm deformed, countless arms growing out from the right side of his body in a truly grotesque sight. But regardless of how impure and gut-turning it was, what it was most definitely was effective. He didn't care about looking pretty, he only cared about destroying this woman before him. Anya's scythe couldn't even begin to block them all. Her body was barraged by a rain of fists, each one more powerful than the last. Her body's clothing was torn to pieces, her bones breaking and her limbs shattering. Before she even hit the ground, she was beaten to a bloody pulp. Leonel flexed his fists, and they vanished one by one until just a single arm was left. Wasting his dream force on creating elaborate reality-warping phenomena was just a waste of stamina. Since he could bend reality with his dream force now, he would use it in a way that fool Leonel had never considered. He stepped through the void, his body appearing above the beaten and broken Anya. He rose even higher, his fist raising above his head and multiplying to several times its original size. It wasn't just a cosmetic change, but rather a multiplicative effect, one that twisted space and dispersed anarchic force. Die. His fist descended, falling like a meteor from the skies. Sparks of flames flew, a cocoon of wind forming around it as it shot downward. Anya could barely see straight, but in the final moments her finger barely twitched, 2 more figures appearing from within her ring. One moved quickly, appearing before Leonel's fist and crossing his arms. Bang! Leonel's arm trembled for a moment before it suddenly exploded, his bones shattered to pieces, his blood and flesh falling like rain from the skies above. The destruction was so devastating that in one moment his fist seemed to cover the skies, and in the next he was left with nothing more than a shoulder stump overflowing with rivers of crimson blood. Even so, Leonel's gaze didn't shift in the slightest. One might have thought that it wasn't his arm that had just been torn to pieces. The second figure that Anya had manifested pressed her hands together and cast a light over Anya before quickly disappearing. It was clear that she didn't trust herself to remain safe, so after healing Anya, she vanished, not staying behind for even 1 moment later. Leonel only took note of this as Anya stood. Without any more hesitation, he took out his bow as his arm grew back under a mysterious force. He didn't have the time to waste. He drew his bow and fired. Anya's expression changed, but the arrow she thought was aimed for her suddenly vanished. She sighed a slight breath of relief. To her, Leonel was clearly targeting the defensive savant that had just protected her, but if he thought it was so easy to deal with him, he would be sorely mistaken. This savant was the oldest in her possession, and also the one with the highest survivability if Lionel was ignored. The irony that Lionel had long since died to Leonel's hands didn't settle in until it was far too late. Anya's expression, which had just settled, shook once again as she looked down at her ring in horror, but there was nothing she could do. Shrack. The ring on her finger, a protective item that carried her greatest trump cards, cracked and then shattered into pieces. It was then that it dawned on Anya. Leonel's arrow wasn't aimed at her or the defensive savant. Somehow, he had breached the boundaries of reality, peeling back the layer of space that her spatial ring called home and attacking its structure directly. In that moment, it wasn't just one savant that perished, it was all of them. Anya didn't have time to recover before the defensive savant, standing before her in a protective stance, froze. He stood there for a moment, seemingly at peace, before, bang, his head shattered like a watermelon. This time, in too stunned a state, Anya was splattered from head to toe in blood, her pristine image, already shattered by Leonel's fists, falling even further. Leonel took a step forward, his fist piercing forward. It ripped through Anya's chest as she stood frozen, her body shivering as she looked down at the hole going through her chest. What right do you have to speak to me about morality? What place does trash have to pass judgment on my actions? Chapter 2611. Why? Chapter 2611. Why? Leonel waved a hand, his gaze sharpening. He could already feel the movement of the scholars. The only reason they had hesitated was because of Velasco. It could be said that Velasco was only ignoring them now because they weren't worth much in the grand scheme, something that was difficult for these ancestors to accept. But that moment of hesitation had actually caused their genius to fall. Despite this, their reactions were odd. Rather than being torn or inconsolable, they were actually worried. This was an emotion that made sense, but the trouble was that it was a bit misplaced, and it didn't seem severe enough given the situation. Anya fell from Leonel's arm. Seemingly feeling that something was odd, Leonel also waved a hand, severing Anya's head from her neck and then sending 2 fingers forward, a sharp bow force taking shape and attacking the location of her ethereal glabella directly. With his current dream force, seeing through this only took a small amount of effort. He wouldn't make a mistake like he had with Ameri, missing the ethereal glabella after his first attack. However, even after Anya's head shattered, his eyes remained narrowed. The reaction of the scholars was still off. That was when it happened. A blinding pillar of light rose from the starship in the distance. The vessel had been completely ignored by Leonel. It was because it was far too impractical for this battle and not nearly powerful enough. If he wanted to make a difference with the starships, he would need a whole fleet of them, but he only had one, not even counting the second and larger of the 2. In addition, it was better that he did ignore it. After all, his brothers and many of the geniuses of the humans had retreated back to them. Not using the starships could count as keeping them out of the line of fire. However, there was someone else that was on the starship, a woman that Leonel had found practically useless after defeating her, Harmony. Harmony was unable to participate in the air wars because she was only in the 6th dimension and far too weak. Of course, that was just by the standards of Leonel. Compared to other 6th-dimensional existence, she was even beyond the so-called Cataclysm generation. It was just that Leonel and Ina were on a completely different level. But there was something else that clicked for Leonel in that moment. Back when he was fighting Harmony, there was an odd and sudden boost to her strength that occurred not long after she communicated with Anya. 2 sides of the same coin, Leonel's eyes narrowed. From the location where Anya's corpse had collapsed, another pillar of light formed, forcing Leonel back a great deal. The rage in Leonel's heart was only growing. He wanted this matter to be over and done with, but bullshit kept coming. It was like the world was telling him that his power alone wasn't nearly enough, as though it was trying to remind him just how insignificant he was. The more he thought about it, the more furious he was. He clenched his fists, his pores suddenly dilating and beginning to spew out small streams of flames. His body was completely coated, but he didn't seem to have noticed at all, his patience wearing thinner and thinner and thinner. The 2 pillars of light combined, a shadow of Harmony and a streak composed of Anya's corpse shooting into the skies and melding into one. Their auras began to soar, growing fiercer and fiercer until they reached the very pinnacle of the 7th dimension. But even this didn't feel like it was enough to describe it properly. It was an aura no weaker than an ancestor's despite the level it was stuck out. It felt like Anya, or maybe it was Harmony, or maybe both, could cross the dimensional barrier and battle it out with ancestors whenever she so pleased. Anya stood in the skies, power overflowing. Her horns were twice as large as they had been before, the death force that was under her control spilling over from all sides. Leonel didn't even give her more than a glance, his rage continuing to spill over. Rise. His roar echoed, the corpses of ancestors that had fallen under his father's might and his own spear beginning to rise out from the ground. However, just when it seemed that he would succeed, Anya cast a glance downward and her death force fell like a torrent. Trying to control death before me? Your arrogance will be your downfall, she said lightly. The connection Leonel had formed was stripped away. It felt like the souls that had just been in the palm of his hands were accelerated on their path to the underworld, not giving them a chance to resurrect at all. Anya looked toward Leonel, seeing the flames raging out of control around him. She shook her head. Indeed, it seemed that this answer she was going after didn't matter. Clearly, it was already much too late for Leonel. It wasn't a matter of when it would happen anymore, because it already had. He felt that the whole world was beneath his notice, as though he could act with naked abandon and not be expected to care for the consequences. He didn't understand the kind of good work she was trying to do. This world was designed to go down a certain path. Whether it was Leonel's grandfather, his father, or Leonel himself, they all tried to deviate from this path. For the greater good, for the people that called this place home, they had to take a step back, and if they refused to do so, they deserved to die. She raised her hands to the skies, her palms facing upward. Even beneath the carnage of the Battle of Velasco and the four great families, she seemed to have carved out her own piece of the skies. The phantom of a death-pulse deer took shape and her aura reached its peak. Her scythe flew up from the ground as she stretched out a hand. Without another word, she slashed downward, aiming for nothing more than to take Leonel's hand. However, she had only just attacked when she froze, looking down at her chest again. Why was there an arm in her again? Chapter 2562 Valiance. Chapter 2562 Valiance. Leonel looked Anya in the eyes, his flaming arm burning through her chest. Her mouth opened slightly, but nothing other than a puff of black smoke came out. All of her arrogance, all of her condescension, all of the prim and proper words she had spoken, vanished into the wind along with the ashes of her body. Just because Leonel hadn't used elaborate illusions before didn't mean he was incapable of it, it just meant that he couldn't be bothered to waste his dream force on her. But since she wanted to continue to push and push, speaking as though she was on the same level as him, above him even, he chose that there was nothing more to do than to properly put her in her place, forever. Assimilation worked very specifically. It was best used with souls, but if Leonel wanted to use it on himself, there were restrictions, namely, he had to be compatible with what he was assimilating to receive the best possible results. This didn't mean that he couldn't assimilate certain things, but rather that doing so would weaken them a large measure. For example, when he assimilated Leonel, the results were immediate and extremely powerful. But when he assimilated the force-canceling savant, it was much weaker, so much so that he had to be in direct contact with Anya's spear to dispel its strength. These restrictions were far lesser when he used them on actual souls, but he clearly wasn't a soul. He also had a body to filter things through. This was another reason why having a fully separated soul was such an advantage. It gave one the purest chances to be powerful. This aside, the combination of an illusion and Leonel's attack was far too much for Anya to handle. The moment he got into her range, her strength was meaningless. Everything his fist contacted dispelled her force. She didn't even have a chance to protect herself. When he looked toward the scholars this time, their reactions were fierce. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Clearly, they had known that Anya and Harmony were truly just a single person. This was none other than Anya's ability index, an interesting method of cheating death. However, this death right here was the truest death. There was simply no coming back. Rise, Leonel said coldly. Anya's ashes had barely dispersed when they were suddenly ripped out of the air, a powerful torrent of violet force rising as she took shape once again. A valiant soul of a beauty untouched by blemishes appeared, donning a Valkyrie-like armor that seemed to be the only like in the skies. My king! Anya's voice bellowed as she took a knee in the skies, her face filled with reverence. Every ounce of her holier-than-thou attitude had vanished, replaced by an undying loyalty to battle by Leonel's side until she drew her last breath. Leonel reacted coldly, looking down on Anya without a word as his flames flickered around his body. Even so, Anya didn't dare to look up, waiting for Leonel's motion to rise. Leonel, however, had his eyes set on the battle in the skies. Even the scholars didn't seem to be worth his attention. His father stood amidst a tide of enemies, his aura valiant and not weak in the slightest. He hadn't suffered even a single injury, but the armor of the Silver Emperor was beaten and broken. The four members of the great families all had blood trickling down the corner of their lips, and the emperors of the various races were in an even sorrier state, many of them missing limbs. Even against so many, he seemed to be in a league of his own, using nothing other than fists to crush all that were in his path. His laughter rang through the skies, his clothes without a single wrinkle, and even his glasses remaining firmly upon his nose as though he was leisurely reading, as opposed to fighting a battle to decide the fate of the very human domain. However, this sort of scene only made Leonel feel more agitated. Despite getting beaten back again and again, these people didn't show any signs of retreat. Even the arrogant Imperatress Anselma had simply fallen into silence, not saying a word. Leonel didn't know where this uncomfortable feeling was coming from. He simply wanted the world to burn to the ground. It was then that it happened. The skies split, a spear appearing for just a moment. The instant it did, it had already begun to collapse. It was clear that the laws of this world didn't allow it to exist, but the residual force that came with it didn't show any signs of slowing, the lag of the regulator unable to keep up with its speed. Velasco looked into the skies instantly, a wild grin on his face. He seemed to have expected this, his body glowing with a radiant bronze light. He grabbed out with one hand, a spear appearing. With the other, a gauntlet formed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, an armor of silver, gold, and black took shape. Even without the imaging ability of the ancestor Hito, this armor was projected all across the dimensional verse as though it was a constellation all to its own. The moment before Velasco's helmet took shape and his visor snapped down, whether by coincidence or not, he looked down at his son, a look that Leonel had never seen in his life appearing in that moment. It was a gaze filled with pride, but this pride wasn't for himself like it usually was. Rather, it was a pride in his seed, in his son, his own flesh and blood. It was only an instant, but Velasco knew that Leonel had seen it. "This spear is for my father," Velasco said in a voice filled with unprecedented calm. His aura soared. Leonel's expression changed, his mind working too fast. That aura, it surpassed the 8th dimension. It surpassed the state that the regulator felt was tolerable. Velasco pierced out, the stroke of his blade more beautiful than anything Leonel had ever seen in his life. The descending force was torn to shreds, but Velasco's spear force continued, piercing through the veil of the skies and tearing toward the one that had attacked. A roar of pain echoed. It didn't sound human. It didn't sound demonic. It didn't even sound like it had come from the living. Golden blood flowed from the skies, dyeing reality in a sheen of death. The instant this blade fell, Velasco raised his head and laughed to the skies. One after another, black chains descended, slapping against his armor and cracking it. A second fell, and his armor shattered completely. A third fell, and his flesh and bone were nearly torn to pieces. His father didn't have the same protections against the regulator that the 4 great families did, and how could he? The 4 great families were the ones that had created this world. His father was meant to be just another one of their pawns, a pawn that had broken free of their control, until now. When the final chain fell, Velasco's spear shattered as well, but his laughter didn't stop. Coated in blood, covered in chains, he raised his hand with the last of his strength. "Son, watch closely." He gripped his fist, and another spear appeared. Although much weaker than his first, it shone with a radiance no fainter beneath his valiance. Urdiel's note, "Nah, bro. Awespec ain't about to do what I think he's about to do. Nah, bro. Nah." Chapter 263, Steady Blade. Chapter 263, Steady Blade. Velasco raised his spear, his gaze red. But it was hard to tell if it was because of his emotions, or if it was because of the blood flowing across every inch of his body, only obstructed by the black chains that layered atop of it. Even so, the tip of his spear was as steady as could be. Maybe one of the first things a new spearman would learn was how to raise and hold their spear. Those that learned fast would learn the importance of a steady blade, one unmoved by fatigue and imbalance. It was the foundation of the fundamentals, both the most basic and the most perfect. It could be said that there were absolutely no flaws in Velasco's form. When he raised his spear, the world itself grew steady as though influenced by his calm. The expressions of the ancestors and 4 great families changed. The Silver Emperor took action first, moving swiftly. His face as placid as ever, he didn't seem to notice the danger that stood before him at all. He couldn't feel the hidden sharpness or the soaring spirit. He moved like a puppet would, emotionless, uninspired, plain and ugly, a contrast so completely against everything Velasco stood for. Velasco took a step forward, his body swaying with weakness, but the tip of his spear just as steady. Velasco's spear and that of the Silver Emperor's clashed, the latter crumbling to ash. It was the simplest of stabs, but it tore a gaping wound in the Silver Emperor's shoulder, shredding apart the dominant arm on his spear. The others, broken and shaken, realized that they couldn't stand idly by. They didn't know what had happened just now, but if things continued like this, there would only be one path remaining for them. Velasco's laughter echoed when he saw them coming. The Silver Emperor was thrown back, a slight tremble of his spear nearly shredding him to pieces. He raised his spear with one hand and fixed his glasses with the other, the bloodstain that appeared not seeming to impact his vision in the slightest. He moved with a complete lack of agility, a stumbling sort of inelegance that looked like a poor reenactment of a drunken fist. And yet he swayed out of incoming attacks, his spear thrust forward once again, shredding through the head of the nomad emperor. The latter only trembled once before his head burst to pieces, his body collapsing to the ground below. Vixina of the cloud race crossed her fingers, her cloud figure raising higher and higher into the skies before she suddenly slapped down. Her palms seemed to layer atop of one another across time, fusing one another's afterimages until they suddenly snapped into place and attacked Velasco all at once. Velasco was too slow to react, his body stumbling and broken. He took the full brunt of the attack, but his lips remained in a grin even as more blood seeped through his teeth. He didn't even move, his back straight and tall. It looked as if even the emperors of the various races couldn't touch the hem of his clothing, but Leonel knew that this was simply his father's pride. He didn't want to give them the satisfaction. Even if it meant taking the full brunt of the attack, never being able to take advantage of his flight to disperse some of the strength, he would still take it head-on. He was Velasco Morales. It wouldn't be these people who gained the right to see his weakness. Velasco's spear thrust forward once again, yet another simple thrust. The blade glided through the air in a steady stream. Like beautiful flowing water, moving with the grace of laminar flow, it appeared before the Empress's eyes, severing her face in two. Her head burst apart, falling to the ground below. The tail of the Rapax Emperor, a Syrax, whipped across at Velasco's waist, its blade shimmering beneath the gold-clouded skies. It looked like he had every intention of shredding Velasco into two. Velasco was once again too late to react. The blade cut into his hip, ripping a path toward his spine and seemingly carrying the momentum to split through to the other side. However, just when it was halfway through, Velasco's body flashed with a bronze light. He once again remained in place, grabbing onto the tail with a steady hand. The expression on his features was one part mocking and another part sinister. He looked down on these so-called emperors from the bottom of his heart, the very depths of his soul. His hand squeezed down and pulled. He ripped the Rapax's tail through his body, pulling the Syrax closer to him and piercing out with his spear at the same time. The Rapax's sturdy carapace was like wet paper. Every time Velasco attacked, another would fall. Every time he attacked, it would be the simplest of strikes. They didn't even seem to carry any force, but the world itself reacted. It was as though he was doing something he never did. He was explaining. He was simplifying his strength, dulling it down to its very roots, extricating only the most important points and shedding light where there was once only darkness. The Silver Emperor suddenly appeared once again, having finally flown back from the far-off distance he had been stuck in. He closed the distance between Velasco and it in the blink of an eye, punching out with its only good remaining arm with an expression as cold as ice. Velasco was ready this time. The Silver Emperor was the one he paid the most attention to. However, at that moment, Ridrin, Emperor of the Spirituals, had raised his hands high into the skies. A strong, surging, metallic-like earth force took shape as countless hiltless blades appeared, each as powerful as the last. With a sway of his hands, they all descended, moving toward Velasco the instant he had attacked the Silver Emperor. Velasco had expected this, though, and circulated his force in that moment, striking out a palm at the same time as his spear descended. However, midway through his palm strike, his force seemed to have caught a snap in his nodal pathways, a mouthful of blood flowing out of his mouth as his aura was disrupted. Chapter 2264, Sonon Watch Closely. Chapter 264, Sonon Watch Closely. Velasco's grin didn't fade. The Rapax Emperor's blade had severed quite a number of nodal pathways. He could still deal with it when he was only attacking once, exhibiting a level of control others couldn't even begin to fathom. But it seemed that two streams were beyond his limit at the moment. His spear and palm halted for just a moment before they blasted forward again, but the timing was already off. His spear wasn't fast enough to repel the Silver Emperor completely, and his palm wasn't fast enough to disrupt the casting of the Spiritual's Emperor. Ridrin couldn't dodge the palm strike, but he had already sent his attack forward. His tattered golden robes fluttered and solidified, bracing for impact. But even so, he was sent flying into the distance with an even greater speed than his attacks had come. The Silver Emperor's head shattered completely under Velasco's spear, but his fist energy was now too close for Velasco to dodge. A hole was blasted through Velasco's chest, causing his body to shudder. His spear tip trembled uncontrollably before his wrist flexed and he stabilized it. His grin subsided somewhat, his mouth parting so that he could gasp for air with what parts remained of his lungs. Right then, the blades of the Spiritual's Emperor descended, peppering his body through as though it wouldn't leave a single inch unscathed. The four great family experts stood in the far-off distance. Although there was only a line of blood trickling down the corner of their lips, only they knew how truly ravaged their inner organs were. The only reason they only looked somewhat harmed was because their pride didn't allow them to show anything more. Maybe in a superficial sort of way, they were similar to Velasco in that regard, except for the fact that Velasco would never rely on numbers like this. This is a worthless waste of our time. Those fools died because they're too stupid, the ninth-dimensional expert of the Lavis family said. The moment the regulator's chains fell without protection, he was destined to die. The only difference is whether it'll be in a few seconds or a few minutes. The gazes of the other three flickered, but they didn't speak. They knew that this was true as well. Without the runes they had relied on, it was impossible to survive. Those chains weren't a suppression, they were a death sentence, an execution. The fact that Velasco was still standing at all was enough to shock them into silence. They had been stunned enough that they hadn't even dared to move. But the reason they didn't leave was also due to pride. They wanted to take this man who had humiliated them down with their own hands. Seeing him standing there, his spear tip no longer able to remain steady, a hole in his chest, his gaze lowered and dark, they felt that this was the most perfect opportunity they could ever have. And yet, none of them dared to move. Imperatrix Anselma didn't dare to move either, but she was so agitated the veins bulged across her forehead. She wasn't a patient person and had never been humiliated like this in her life. How could she take such a thing lying down? Suddenly, she remembered something. Her gaze shifted and landed on Leonel, who was standing in a complete daze. His eyes were blank, his body so relaxed it looked like it could collapse at any time. He truly looked as though he was in the greatest state of shock he had ever experienced. "Son?" Anselma's gaze turned sinister. She raised a palm. "Dead man, before you go, take a nice look as your son dies." Anselma had already struck as she spoke. She wanted to see Velasco's despair, but she also didn't dare to stay even a moment longer. She, along with the other three, all activated their own treasures, their bodies already beginning to fade by the time her words had echoed out. "Both father and son will die together. What a fairy tale." Anselma's disdainful words echoed through the skies as she finally vanished. Velasco looked up, his gaze bloodshot. This time, it wasn't due to the pouring blood of his body, but rather because he had truly reached the end of his limits. But he had yet to do everything he needed to. There were still far too many scholars still left alive, and now his son was in harm's way. "So long as I breathe," Velasco said lightly, "there is no one that can stop my spear." Velasco raised his spear once again, the trembling tip becoming as straight as a javelin, as steady as a mountain, as undeniable and eternal as the starry skies themselves. He spoke the words with a steady voice. In his life, he had always taken his own path. He had disregarded much of the Morales' teachings and built his own. He had ignored the ways of the Void Palace and set out to see the world at his own pace. He had ventured across the dimensional verse and unearthed the secret of worlds. His blade was unmatched and his legend unblemished. The only shame was that he had been born in the wrong place. Even when it came to his spear, he had refused to take on his own father's teaching. But it was unironic. In these last moments, when he spoke those words, he felt the spirit of his own father. That beautiful sort of harmony of words, a symphony of syllables that caused the world to tremble one final time. "So long as I breathe, there is no one that can stop my spear." Velasco thrust out his spear once more, his absolute domain expanding to the point it seemed to encompass the whole of the dimensional verse. Everyone, no matter who they were, felt the boundless vastness of Velasco's heart. It was imprinted into every soul. That unbridled arrogance, the confidence to stand atop of the world and to look down on everything, and most importantly, that fiery, undying will to protect his son. It wasn't just his spear that transferred through space this time, but even his body. His tall back appeared before his son as he thrust his spear one final time. His voice, spoken several minutes ago, echoed through time as well, filling Leonel's ears. "Son, watch closely. Chapter 265, The Weight of a Father's Love. Chapter 265, The Weight of a Father's Love." Velasco's spear descended, the last of his force piercing through the world. Everything in its path was shredded to pieces. Nothing it touched could remain unscathed. It was a strike that carried the purity of fatherhood, casting light onto the shadows and brightness upon the dark. Even compared to the strike he had used to kill King, Velasco knew that this was the greatest spear strike he had ever levied in his life. It was his greatest pride. Anselma's attack never touched even a single hair on Leonel's head. Velasco fell into silence, the last echo of his laughter filling the skies. His spear was steady, his back was straight. But at that moment, his pair of glasses, a pair that he had begun to wear the day his son was born and did until this very day, fell from his nose, clicking as it landed on the ground below. At that moment, the seemingly normal pair of glasses began to flash with images. One after another, memories that even Leonel could only barely seem to remember began to play through their lenses. He saw his father pick him up with the biggest smile on his face. It was the first time he had seen his son. He had never thought that he would want children in his life, but he had actually found a woman that he truly loved, a woman that he respected, and she had repaid that trust with the most beautiful of little boys. He saw the absolute fury of his father after his innate node was taken away. His father, who never seemed to care about his safety at all, almost destroyed the planet entirely. If not for the pleading of his grandmother, and the state of sickness his mother was in after giving birth to him, having only just barely begun to recover after their trip, the Luxnick's family would have been wiped from the face of the earth at that time. He watched as his father got used to raising a baby on his own. This confident man, unmoved and untouched by everything, couldn't even seem to put a diaper on properly. He read the instructions again and again, looking back and forth between a small, giggling Leonel and the package in his hands, stumped at what to do. He could see the change as he grew older. He saw his father fighting with himself to be sterner, to be stricter. He bundled up his care and affection, storing it away. He bought Leonel his first bike and watched from the side, cross-armed and unmoved, as the small Leonel tried and failed to ride it again and again, refusing to lend a helping hand. What Leonel hadn't seen was his father bandaging his wounds in his sleep, carefully cleaning them so that they wouldn't be infected, and changing his bandages so that they wouldn't bleed through. He watched as his father pored over dense texts, how he spent years in the lab, subordinating himself to scientists that he could have killed with the snap of the finger, all for the sake of learning a discipline that didn't exist in the wider dimensional verse, all so that he could fully design the vomit brew Leonel had drank every day for more than a decade of his life. The images flashed faster and faster, seemingly having no intention of stopping, and when they got to the end, they looped again, and then again, and then again, on constant repeat. Even after such a battle, they didn't have even the slightest crack on them. It was impossible to tell just how much effort Velasco had put into crafting them. These glasses were something that Velasco had created so that Eleanor could watch Leonel grow up. Stuck in the Void Palace, there was no other way for her to experience her son's growth than to do this. At least this was what Velasco had told Leonel. But there was an obvious flaw in his story. Leonel's mother had long since left the Void Palace, and Velasco had long since left Leonel's side. So, why did he still wear the glasses that he clearly didn't need? Velasco's back was all Leonel could see. The vastness of the world around him seemed so minuscule in the face of his father's figure, completely meaningless and without the slightest sense of importance. "Dad," Leonel called out, his dazed gaze seemingly having regained some of its focus. He called out to his father, hoping that he would answer, hoping that he would turn around, hoping that it was another one of his practical jokes. Another voicemail prank. That was definitely what it was. He just decided to up the ante a little bit because he was getting too good at seeing through them. That must be it. "Dad, it's not funny. The joke is played out, old man." Leonel reached forward and touched his father's back, pushing forward. His dad didn't budge even an inch. Strong and steady, an ancient mountain unmoved by wear and tear. But when Leonel touched his father, he felt like a jolt had been sent through his body. He looked down at his palm, a thick, sticky liquid dripping down it. It felt as though he had dunked his hand into a bucket of red paint. He couldn't even see a single inch of his own skin. There was just blood and more blood, endless and continuously flowing without pause. "Old man, I swear to God, if you don't turn around right now, I'll never talk to you again." Leonel had never been so enraged in his life. He had never reacted to his father's pranks like this. Even after he made fun of him after his and Ina's breakthrough, he had at most smiled bitterly. But right now, he was truly enraged. This was too far, much too far. He grabbed his father's shoulder and pulled hard, but he still didn't move. Leonel spun around his father's body, his expression livid but his lip trembling uncontrollably. It was then he saw it. That indifferent smile. Those pride-filled eyes. That spear as steady and calm as the surface of a lifeless lake. There was nothing else. There was no breath, no light. Leonel's world crumbled. His tears fell, his gaze turning entirely crimson. A banshee-like screech echoed across the dimensional verse, the void battlefield shattering into countless asteroid-sized pieces of rock. Urdiel's note, size. Chapter 266 die, 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 die. Chapter 266 DI, die, die. Leonel's roar was akin to nothing that had ever been heard before. The pain and devastation were undeniable, but it was more than just that. It was a fury toward everything, a fury that burned within the deepest reaches of his very being, a fury that wanted to destroy everything in his path. A violent wave of dream force spread out in all directions. It was a wave the likes of which should have only been able to be produced by a universe, a wave so large and all-encompassing that it was entirely inescapable. That was the most shocking part of it all. The void battlefield wasn't destroyed under some mysterious strength, nor was it some physical force. It was destroyed for no other reason than Leonel's will descending down, wanting to see everything in his path destroyed to the greatest degree. The Void Palace crumbled to the ground. The surrounding solar systems and galaxies quaked. Even the anarchic force before Leonel, the arbitrator of destruction, the force of the strongest beast of devastation to ever exist, crumbled to ashes. Leonel's twin pair of Scarlet Star Force innate nodes erupted with a blinding light, tearing a pair of holes through Leonel's body and forming two burning flames on either side of his hip. Cracks began to appear in his skin, jagged and grotesque, and colored in red and gold. It looked as though a virus was taking root in his body, but Leonel himself only seemed to continue to roar into the air. At that moment, within the deepest depths of his mind, a figure sunken into a lake of blood was collapsed face first within without even the smallest sign of movement. The chains that had bound him had already long since shattered, but this didn't seem to have been enough to stir him awake. Right then, though, his finger twitched. The dream force erupting from Leonel doubled. The figure stirred once again. The dream force erupting from Leonel doubled once more. It was impossible to measure just how large the difference was getting. Leonel had already somehow awakened his dream force to a level that surpassed a savant, despite not being a savant himself. But now, it seemed to be that he was pushing even further beyond those bounds, his limits impossible to see. The stronger his dream force grew, the more violent the destruction around him became. Even the scholars were forced to rapidly retreat, the shock on their faces evident. They hadn't moved initially just to make certain that Velasco was dead, but the moment they had the intention to do so, it looked as though Leonel had completely lost his mind. They looked down at the battlefield before them, their minds shaken. The void battlefield was the strongest land in all of existence. It withstood the wear and tear of anarchic force for countless years. While it was possible for them as ancestors to cause sweeping damages to it, that was still greatly limited by both breadth and depth. However, right this moment, they could see through to the end of the void battlefield entirely. Leonel hadn't just shattered a top layer, he had shattered the entire thing. Leonel's body continued to warp and change. The more the figure stirred, the more furious his roar became. The images projected to the rest of the human domain simply couldn't hold up. They only had time to see Leonel's head tilt up into the skies, and for a howl the likes of which they had never experienced before to suddenly bellow forth before the images crumbled completely. Their only conclusion was that this destruction had to do something with Leonel, but they had no way to confirm this, and their greater logic told them that this simply didn't make any sense at all. Leonel, however, wasn't in a state to care about the thoughts and feelings of others. The more the figure in the pool of blood stirred, the more violent his thoughts became. His body grew a size, and then another, until he was eventually over 3 meters tall. Horns that seemed as red as blood in one light and as dark as night in another grew from his forehead, piercing toward the skies above. His skin, cracked by violent streaks of scarlet starforce that looked like the tracks of molten rock, began to be covered in scales of alternating red and violet. If it wasn't for the fury on his face, it might even be possible to say that he was a truly beautiful creature. Every line of his scales was clearly defined, carved of the most gorgeous of gems, and carrying the reflection of the world within. The pulsing veins of scarlet starforce that flew through them only made them look more exotic and accentuated their beauty all the more. His hair had grown into a flowing river of twinkling violet-red light, seeming to have neither shape nor form. It looked as though he had stepped out from a dream. But Leonel didn't want beauty. He wanted death. He wanted destruction. Leonel's body vanished, his howl lingering in the air without the slightest hint of disappearing. The scholars felt their hearts jump into their throat, but it was already much too late. They didn't even realize when Leonel had appeared before them. It was as though he had always been there, as though he had twisted reality to make it so. He didn't need to move, he just needed to change reality into what he saw fit, and it would be. His claw swung out in a slapping motion and caught the jaw of a scholar that tried to dodge. The strength behind his swipe was so fierce and all-pervading that the scholar's head twisted on his neck, not stopping until it had completed 3 revolutions. By the time he had fallen to the ground, dead, Leonel had already appeared before 4 more scholars, killing them all as though he was shredding trash apart. D.I., D.I., D.I. For every word he spoke, yet another planet in the far-off distance would crumble to ashes. Chapter 267, Cease to Be. Chapter 267, Cease to Be 26C7, Cease to Be. Leonel's howls descended onto the whole of the dimensional verse. Those that were lucky enough to not be destroyed took cover, dodging out of the way of shattering glass windows and collapsing buildings. But the one thing they couldn't escape from was that sound, that howl that would haunt their dreams for decades to come, and even worse than that, the events that would happen afterward. The blood of scholars dripped from Leonel's fingers. His mouth had long since closed, but his howls continued to sustain. It was clear that these roars came not from his voice, but his very soul, an entrenched and impossibly deep pain that resonated through his very being. It wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly enough. There hadn't been enough death, not enough destruction. He needed more. He wanted more. He wanted to feel more blood drip between his fingers, more bones cracking beneath his claws, more cries of despair to drown out his own. He flashed and vanished, his steps moving impossibly quickly, and yet not at all. Reality warped around his being, and every movement he made was like another step on the hearts of those that were sitting and waiting to see just who he would target. The cloud domain was in shambles. The existence of an emperor to their race was like a pillar that held up the skies. It was impossible that they wouldn't know about her death immediately, especially since they were so skilled in matters of the mind and soul. They were in a state of both chaos and mourning when Leonel's howls reached them. The broadcast to the human domain had not been sent to them, so they had no idea about what had happened. Only the highest echelons understood the mission their empress had been on, and they had known the risks. But seeing the price they had to pay made it extremely tough to swallow. Now they had the responsibility to calm down the masses. What they didn't know is that they might never get the chance to. Leonel hadn't chosen the cloud race out of malice. He simply chose the closest domain he could. There was a reason the cloud race had been able to infiltrate them so deeply. He cared about nothing other than making the world suffer. He walked through the starry skies, walking across impossible distances. Every planet he walked by, whether inhabited or not, crumbled to ash. It took nothing more than a ripple of dream force and everything else followed naturally. He moved even faster than a starship could fathom. The news of the death and destruction spread fast, but not faster than his steps. Oftentimes, the news would come long after the planet had already shattered to pieces. The death count was already quickly approaching the hundreds of billions, and then began to push the trillions. These lower-level planets simply didn't stand a chance against him, and the barriers that protected lower-level worlds from higher-level existences entering them seemed to be entirely useless against Leonel. He crossed into fourth-dimensional worlds, fifth-dimensional, crossed that and entered seventh-dimensional worlds before going back down to sixth, seamlessly and without issue. The world was his to command. The eighth-dimensional world of the cloud race quickly got word of what was happening, their expressions warping violently. They didn't know about Leonel. They only believed that Velasco had survived and was now seeking revenge. However, the who didn't particularly matter. Their race was taking devastating losses every minute that this continued. They had to do something. But their preparation didn't mean a single thing. Leonel appeared in the skies above their capital, his howls growing so loud that many died just from the sound itself. It discriminated against no one, laying waste to everything in its path. Many died with their ears and eyes bleeding, their internal organs shattered to pieces. Dozens of ancestors began to appear in the skies one after another, many more rushing in from other worlds in order to close in on the gap. Leonel raised his hand. His scarlet star flames roared out of control. He was enveloped in a ball of fire that expanded wildly. It surged out in all directions as the fine seals on his second Scarlet Force innate node completely shattered, forming two enormous ninth-dimensional innate nodes in each one of his kidneys. He didn't even need to face the members of the Cloud Race. He fell like a meteor, crashing through their planet and straight to the core of their world. His flames erupted like a roaring tempest, taking over the magma veins of their world and causing all of their volcanoes to erupt all at once. The ancestors rushed after Leonel, but an eighth-dimensional world wasn't something that even they, as ancestors, could ignore. Leonel using their natural phenomena to attack them was like killing two birds with one stone, destroying their most important world and killing their most valuable citizens all at the same time. The eyes of the Cloud Race ancestors went red, but they didn't realize that this wasn't Leonel sparing them, nor was it him avoiding them because he couldn't face them. They were too used to being infallible. They didn't realize just how much danger they were in until it was too late. They weren't able to react at all when it happened. All they saw was a sea of red, and then the life that they had been so proud of was entirely snuffed out. Leonel's shadow appeared within a surging geyser of magma. His fist was raised into the air, but it was already on its way back to his hip as his second pierced forward. The speed of his punches felt both slow and somehow impossibly fast at the same time. Every time he punched, another flare of red gold would form, burning the bodies of the surrounding ancestors to ash. He punched again and again, even after they had all died. He was entirely relentless, his furious howls echoing through the skies. That day, the Cloud Race of the Dimensional Verse ceased to be as it was once known. Chapter 2168, Two Sons. Chapter 2168, Two Sons. 2168, Two Sons. The shock of this matter wouldn't truly settle in until much later. It was simply far too unfathomable, and worse than that, it was almost impossible for news to spread from domain to domain. While the Cloud Race had infiltrated the humans, this was a very rare instance of taking advantage of a very unique talent. However, there was one matter that couldn't be hidden, a matter so shocking that it wasn't a mere simulation that would be astonished, but rather the entirety of the Cataclysm Zone, or, more accurately, the Vast Bubble. The location was deep within the Vast Bubble, a region where only powerhouses could hope to step foot. The deeper one was, the more powerful the demonic attacks one would face would be. These sorts of places were rife with resources, but there was only a collection of a very few that would dare to step into this territory. This place was one where the four great families thrived: the Brazinger family, the Lavis family, the Aderna family, and the Crudis family. Soon after vanishing, it was this location that Imperatrix Anselma and the others returned to. This was the place they called home. But what they didn't expect was that the phenomena of golden blood filling the skies that had taken hold of the human domain and the void battlefield would be even more exaggerated in this location, so much so that even they, who were quickly replenishing their strength as ninth-dimensional existences, suddenly felt far too suffocated to breathe. Their expressions changed one after another because they knew exactly what this sort of thing meant, but they couldn't bring themselves to believe it. It was unfathomable to them, something that they were entirely unwilling to accept. It was a true death. When one entered the ninth dimension, they would practically become infallible to all others except other ninth-dimensional existence. But even then, a ninth-dimensional existence was extremely difficult to kill, so much so that they had to be classified in terms of false deaths and true deaths. A ninth-dimensional existence was more than just their being, they were also the sum of their comprehension. Given enough time, it was possible for a ninth-dimensional existence to regain their life slowly, even though their consciousness was indeed dead, or rather, in this case, dormant. This would be considered a false death. But when that line was crossed and there was no return at all, it would become a true death. A death whereupon there would be no coming back, no slow retrieval process, no chance at survival. When this happened, all the sum of what a ninth-dimensional expert had been would be released back to the universe. The strength of such an existence was truly unfathomable, especially when they reached a certain level that allowed them to look down upon even most other ninth-dimensional existences. There should have been only two ways to kill an existence like this and force them into a true death, and both of those ways should have only been related to a single existence, a regulator. Either such an existence had to offend a regulator in some way, or they had to be attacked by a person who could circumvent or supersede the rules of a regulator, but such existence were either legend or acting in small bubble worlds. In reality, the death of such an existence was a great boon. It would give many others a chance to rise. But to the four great families that wanted to be in control of everything, this was the worst-case scenario, and for more reasons than just this. A supreme of the human race had just died, and not long ago, the final seal on the barrier had shattered. The vast bubble was on its deathbed. They all paled at once because they also came to another realization. The person that had died, there couldn't be such a coincidence in this world. There was no doubt that this person was King, the strongest expert of the vast bubble, an existence unfathomable to them, and the only reason they would lower themselves to enter that small world. The creator of the Dream Project, the man who loomed in the shadows of the Dream Pavilion, a bestower of abilities, a man even called God by others, had died to the single spear of such an insignificant existence? They had seen the spear strike, they had seen the blood, they had heard the cry of pain and unwillingness. However, the legend of this man was so firmly imprinted into their hearts that they never once considered the idea that he might die. At the very worst, an extremity of his was injured and he had roared out in humiliation. But dead? Their bodies shivered from head to toe. Such a man was killed by a single spear stroke, one stroke of the blade, a single chance in an infinitesimally small window of opportunity, all at the hands of a man who had been forced to suppress himself at the 8th dimension and only suddenly broke through in that one brief instant. How was this possible? No, the answer to this question didn't even matter. What would they do now? How would they respond to this situation? The demons were already coming, demons that they couldn't even fathom defeating. The so-called rankings that they had formed were nothing more than a political plow to trick the smaller families of the vast bubble to believe them to be infallible, the only existences at the very top. It was what the great families were best at, manipulating public opinion and pulling everyone along on puppet strings. But now the real demons were coming, the truest of the demons, the most powerful of them, and the one man that should have been their frontier of hope had died to a single spear? The plight of the vast bubble took a shuddering pause as they came to a realization. Velasco had never cared about them. They were entirely insignificant in his eyes. He had only wanted one thing, revenge against the man that had killed his family. At that moment, a howl filled with grief and indignation echoed through their reality, and they shivered from head to toe. The first son they had enraged had killed their greatest expert, and now his son after him, even though they didn't quite realize it now, would become an even worse nightmare than the first. Chapter 2169 possible? Chapter 2169 possible? Blood dripped from Leonel's claws. A sea of beasts stood before him, but there was a single one that wasn't prostrated to the ground, quaking in fear. Beasts always had a higher sensitivity to certain things. With their intelligence being lower on average, they relied almost entirely on instinct to reach the level they had. But that was also their downfall. While they were more instinctual and thus speedier in improvement, they, who should have been maybe the greatest challenge to Leonel, couldn't even raise their heads. They bowed them low to the ground, not even looking up as their hearts were ripped from their chests, as their heads were severed from their necks, as their blood was forced to run in reverse, and their inner organs ruptured within their bodies. Every step Leonel took, millions would die. By the time he had walked through to the end of the beast domain, he had no idea how many he had killed, nor did he care. But his steps showed no signs of stopping, entering the nomad race domain with those very same slow and yet impossible fast steps. It was as though nothing in this world could stop him from massacring all that there was. The nomad race, being the third furthest away, had already felt that something was wrong. After their emperor had fallen, they had been alerted as well and were quickly trying to deal with and handle the situation. When the howls began, their entire population was shaken and it made it much harder to control the situation. How could the common nomad not believe that the end of the world was coming? First, their emperor had died, and now they were facing an unknown enemy whose enraged howls made their blood curdle. They sent out scouts to gain an understanding of the situation, but without fail, each and every single one of them died. Whether it was a mere 7th-dimensional existence or a monstrous existence of the 8th dimension, it was all the same. It was then they understood just the level of danger they were in. Rather than being caught off guard like the cloud race had been, they hurried to evacuate. They didn't have full information on what had happened, but the snippets that they had caught from the messages sent back by their people was more than enough for them to understand just the kind of monster they were facing. The faces of those of the upper echelon warped. Not all of them had been on board with the actions of their emperor, but he was too much stronger than them. Usually when he made a decision, they could only nod along. None of them had thought that such a decision would put their race on the brink of annihilation. But that was the harsh reality facing them all. Gregwin, that is enough nonsense. I told you to go, so go. Gregwin, the little prince of the nomad race, was speechless. He had never been reprimanded like this in his life. He was usually quite a laid-back person, and hadn't done much even during the domain war, but he was a genius for a reason. When he saw his race losing in such humiliating fashion, the first thing he had wanted to do was go out to seek revenge. But before he could do that, he was sent back here. And then, before he could even get over the first humiliation, their entire race was evacuating? To where exactly? This was their home, their domain. What the hell was this? Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to say anything more. With a wave of the ancestor's hands, he was sent away with the others. As for where, even Gregwin wasn't aware. Not long after he disappeared, the ancestor stood in the skies with those that had chosen to remain. It was simply impossible to evacuate everyone. They knew quite well that their people were still being massacred. Those from 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th dimensional worlds simply didn't stand a chance even if they had chosen to evacuate. This sort of humiliation wasn't something that they could forget, even given an entire lifetime. As such, they had chosen to remain behind. Whether to appease the rage in their own hearts, or for the sake of hoping that their deaths would appease the monster that was coming for them, both seemed like viable reasons for these old men and women to hold their heads high. And then they saw it. They didn't know what they had expected. They had thought of the legend of void beasts, and thought that maybe one had gone on a rampage. They had also considered Velasco, thinking that the failure of their emperor was tied to his success and willingness for revenge. What they hadn't expected was for the creature before them to be so beautiful, so utterly mesmerizing. If it wasn't for the blood that ran from its claws, they would have felt like they were in a wonderful dream, one they didn't want to extricate themselves from. However, this wasn't a dream, it was nothing more than a nightmare. The ancestor that had sent Gregwin away didn't even have time to blink once before he found 5 bloodly claws running through his chest, pinching down and ripping out his ribcage, lung, and heart. He collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading. He could only barely listen to the horrible screams of the men and women he had been by the side of for countless centuries. He could distinctly remember each one of their faces with each one of the cries he heard, his chest pulsing even without his heart. That sort of pain went beyond just a physical organ. But then he heard that howl once again. It seemed to fade back into his consciousness, and he wondered if his own pain could match up. Their emperor had gotten involved in something he never should have, and it seemed that their race would have to pay the price for it. The eyes of the ancestor flashed with unwillingness. This sort of monster? Could their descendants hide from him? Was that even possible? Chapter 27 Easy Rational. Chapter 27 Easy Rational. Leonel dropped the final skull from his hands. It looked so small in his palms, so insignificant. His head tilted up to the air. The white of his eyes had become entirely violet, his irises a deathly sheen of crimson. His face looked just as demonic as the rest of his body, his vision sharper than it had ever been. The ancestor was right to worry. It only took a moment and a single glance for Leonel to see through what he wanted to see through. He took a step forward, ready to pursue them, but before he could, his raised foot stopped, slowly lowering back to the ground. Before him, a man wearing valiant golden armor had appeared. That stalwart face, that determined expression, that complex look, there was only one person it could be. It was none other than Leonel's Uncle Montez. Leonel didn't say anything. He simply looked at the man. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. Time wasn't an issue. He had all the time in the world to send everyone in this dimensional verse to hell. He didn't need to use much effort to find them again, and then again. There was no one that could hide from him. Nothing. It seems you haven't lost your rationality, Montez said lightly, realizing that his nephew had no intention of speaking to him first. He didn't blame him. He had done nothing as his own elder brother died, but there was truly nothing he could have done. He wasn't as good as Velasco. He wasn't as strong. He was always chasing after his elder brother's footsteps, and yet continuously only able to watch him get further and further away. Leonel had seen that frustration on his Uncle Montez's face before. It happened the day he taught him his grandfather's way of the spear. He had tried to paint a spear, and it had looked beyond perfect in Leonel's eyes. But after he had finished, drained and sweating, Montez shredded it to pieces, enraged by the result. Back then, Leonel could tell that if not for the fact his nephew was right before him, Montez's reaction would have been one of even greater frustration. Not long after that, Montez had left Leonel to his own devices, going off to who knows where, and now he had suddenly appeared before Leonel once again. I'm perfectly rational, Leonel spoke slowly. His voice carried an edge of biting cold to it that didn't quite seem to be human. But just hearing it made Montez completely shocked. He had truly thought that Leonel had completely lost his mind. Even the echo of the howl still reverberated in his ears. Just to stand so close to Leonel, over 50% of his force was used to protect his orifices so that he didn't vibrate to death. But this made the reality worse than he had originally thought. He thought that maybe he could try to risk his life to wake Leonel up, or maybe help him to awaken enough rationality to stop this madness. But reality was very much different. Suddenly, he understood. The closest domain to Leonel hadn't been the cloud race at all. In reality, it was the human domain. If he had lost his mind, why would he go to the cloud race first and now the human domain? If all he wanted to do was kill indiscriminately, what point would there have been in going so far away? He had never lost his mind at all. He wanted to kill. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he didn't care much about the innocence of those that fell beneath his blade. Leonel, you're killing women and children. So what? Leonel asked. Montez didn't know what to say. He had never been good with words. Someone like Leonel was already far beyond him in this regard. The only saving grace was that it seemed that Leonel didn't have any intention of killing him, but even that was still up in the air. Someone so cold, so distant, so unfeeling seemed to be the kind of person that could do anything. Why not just target those responsible? I've heard about what you've done in the past before. I know the kind of young man you are. You gave up the chance of having 2 ability indexes all for the same because you saw the humanity in the child of another race. What you're doing now is not like you. Wrong. I didn't kill that child because the ability was worthless to me. I had no need for it. It served me no purpose, no function. The trash of the Void Palace would never be able to match up to me regardless, and it was more worth it to gain a favor from the rapax than it was to obtain something I didn't need. Montez was shocked by these words. Looking into Leonel's eyes, he didn't know how much of it was true and how much of it was nonsense. But what struck him was that Leonel didn't seem like the type that would lie in this sort of circumstance. What would be the purpose? Montez shook his head, gritting his teeth. He was on his back foot. He was very much used to interacting with Leonel as the one in the superior position, but now he could hardly tell who was the uncle and who was the nephew. He almost felt that Leonel had simply casually allowed him to take the lead in the past because he felt that it was what most others would do. Just how much of his nephew's personality was real, and how much of it was manufactured for the sake of appeasing those around him, how much of his charisma was real versus fake, how many of his actions were just calculated chess moves to make those around him feel the way he wanted them to. Montez didn't know what to do or say, his flustered appearance only growing as Leonel raised his foot once more to leave. Suddenly, his mouth opened. Ina is pregnant. Chapter 271, Your Son. Chapter 2711, Your Son. In a deep crevice of the shattered void battlefield, a man lay beaten and broken. He continuously coughed up blood, but he found it very difficult even to move a single inch, let alone escape from this place. He had fallen into a fold of reality, albeit on purpose. He knew that his only chance at surviving was to do this. The regions between domains were quite volatile, and with the destruction of the void battlefield, the only real stabilizing force, it became even worse. These so-called folds of reality weren't just pockets of space, or else there was exactly zero chance that Leonel would have missed a chance to kill this man. That was because this man was none other than the Emperor of the Spirituals race, Ridrin. It had to be remembered that folds of reality were the substance used to protect lower-level worlds, and they were also what were used to keep third-dimensional and yet to mature worlds away from the devastation of the wider dimensional verse. In doing so, the dimensional verse was able to keep things organized and separated, and the regulator was able to maintain its control. This wasn't a normal fold of reality, it was one found in the void battlefield. It was stronger than most, and it was highly layered. Ridrin had allowed himself to fall through three, nestled within one another. Maybe if Leonel had been specifically looking for him, he would have found him. But Leonel's opinion of his father was far too high. In his mind, Ridrin could only be dead. Of course, Leonel had been thinking too much. Velasco had been heavily injured, and he had also only attacked with a single palm strike. In addition, Ridrin was most proficient in defense, as he was a metal-type spiritual. If Velasco had used his spear, there would have only been one result, but he had to use it on the puppet of the Silver Emperor at the time. Ridrin shook his head. He knew he stood no chance to get out on his own, and this kind of injury wasn't something that he could deal with easily. Usually, he would just cast this body away and rebuild a new one. Of course, such a thing would take a ridiculous amount of resources, but he was an emperor. Even if he didn't want to waste the resources, his people would never allow him to give up on himself like that. The issue was that Velasco was truly sinister. Something about that palm strike had not only heavily injured him, it had likewise heavily injured his soul, while simultaneously binding him to this body. Right now, he was like any other human. If his body died now, he would die. He had no choice but to call for help. Ridrin had no idea how long passed. It was impossible to tell the length of time while stuck in a fold of reality, but eventually a spiritual did come. When he saw who it was, he couldn't help but relax. It was his pride and joy, the best of his children. A young man stepped into the fold of reality, his body protected by a mysterious flickering chain around his neck. His expression changed when he saw the state of his father, but he didn't say much as he came forward, helping him up slowly. If Leonel had been here, he would have recognized this young man with incredible ease. It was none other than the very same young man he had seen projected from the Bow Domain Tower. It was only right for the young man to be shocked. He hadn't expected that his father could ever end up in such a state. "Let's return, Wrangel. Are you going to be all right, father?" "Yes, I just need—" Ridrin froze. He looked down at his chest, only to find that an arm had gone through it. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He hadn't thought much about who he asked to come back. He trusted everyone in his race. His position had always been unshakable. Although it was a bit weird that his son would come of all people, he didn't think twice about it. That was because even if he trusted everyone, how could he trust anyone more than his own flesh and blood? But of all the outcomes, he had never expected this one. "I don't know why you felt the need to lie to me, father," Wrangel said lightly. "I can see through your state with a glance. Your soul has been fused to your body. You'll be a cripple for the rest of your life. You've served the spirituals for long enough. It's time for you to rest." Ridrin's consciousness began to quickly fade. "Didn't try to lie to you. I only wanted—" Ridrin collapses, dead. He only wanted to tell his son that he hadn't tried to lie to him. He had just wanted to continue his front as a powerful father, unflappable and unmovable. But he didn't know that that image had already crumbled the instant Wrangel had seen his state. Ridrin looked down at his father's corpse. There was truly no better opportunity than this. It was as though a pie had fallen from the skies. He looked away and at the object in his hands. With a flick of his finger, the flesh and blood vanished, leaving behind nothing but a gorgeous, golden, innate node. Wrangel was the very same legendary genius that Y-Star Order had spoken about, the boy born with not just one, but 9 innate nodes. What others didn't know was that Wrangel wasn't satisfied with this. That was because he was just a single innate node away from accomplishing something that would flip this world on its head. Not only did he need a 10th, but he needed this very innate node in his hand. If he could have taken it from someone else, he would have. The trouble was that even though innate nodes were less rare amongst spirituals, that was only for the base and lower elements. This variant Earth-type innate node was special and had only appeared once in their history, and now it was his. Don't worry, Father. The fact that you ended up in this state could only mean that your potential wasn't enough to stand atop of this world. If you can't even conquer this world, then how insignificant would you be in the next? Your son will carry on this burden for you. Chapter 217.2 Better Lie? Chapter 217.2 Better Lie? Leonel lowered his leg once again and looked toward his uncle. He didn't say anything for a long while, and neither did Montez. It was completely silent, the scent of blood raising through the air as the countless corpses continued to bleed out. I can give you another chance to come up with a better lie, Leonel said lightly. Montez's lip twitched, but he didn't know what to say. He knew nothing about Ina's ability. In fact, the last time he had seen Ina was the last time he had seen Leonel. He had never actually been to Earth before, and when he first met Leonel, it had been nothing more than a projection. As such, when would he have even had a chance to see Ina recently at all, let alone know before Leonel that she was pregnant? Montez had been around the battlefield when everything happened. He felt that Velasco was too arrogant even to the point of disrespecting their own father by refusing to take on his legacy when he was clearly so much better suited for it than Montez himself. But how could Montez not understand the inner turmoil within Velasco? There was a point in the latter's life where he didn't care about anything other than gaining his father's approval. The truth was that despite the love that Montez and Velasco had for their own father, he hadn't been the best parent. The loss of their mother had led Ishmael down a road that seemed to have no reward at all, and though he never directly took it out on his two boys, he drifted away and apart from them until the day they received news of their death. Montez and Velasco reacted very differently to this news. Back then, Montez had only been in the sixth dimension. His progress was so much more similar to the Cataclysm generation than it was to his genius of an elder brother. He couldn't do anything but lash out and rage within the confines of his own home. Velasco, however, had strength, true strength. He left without saying a word and began to rampage, shedding blood all across the human domain. It was much different than what Leonel was doing now, but the difference was that Velasco had grown up within a power clan. He understood the inner workings and politics much more intimately than Leonel did. As such, he was far more interested in making those traitorous bastards die. The reality was that the only reason the Void Palace had survived to this point was because Velasco had already killed all those he had evidence for. He had gathered much more evidence in recent years, but he never took action because he had a bigger target in mind, the real mastermind, the man who called himself king. That event, and the things that occurred afterward, caused Montez to build up a lot of resentment. He felt that he was too useless, too small and insignificant in the face of his brother. He felt that as a son he should have had a part in revenge for his father, but he never got the chance, and he took that failure out on both himself and his brother. Even with his wife, he couldn't even bring himself to give her a child, that sort of trauma carrying forward and suffocating him. But watching his elder brother die the way he had broken him, not only had he lost the man who likely understood him more than anyone else, he had once again been far too weak to even participate and could only stand there and watch. Even afterward, he was too weak to stop his own nephew. He had only barely managed to catch up because Leonel had spent so much time slaughtering, and even now, he couldn't seem to come up with a good reason. Montez took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he exhaled. He regained his calm slowly and opened his eyes. Your father wanted me to give you something. Please come with me. Show me some respect as your uncle. Leonel remained silent. He looked off into the distance. He had enough time to slaughter the dimensional verse to his heart's content. But if he returned to the human domain now, this form would definitely vanish, and he would fall into a state of dormancy again. The moment he awakened this form, he remembered what had happened that day in the Void Tower. He had entered this state back then, but he had completely forgotten it. This wasn't because something had happened to him, but rather because his mind's capacity in this state was far too vast. If his mind out of his state was a grain of sand, the current him was an entire beach. Just a single second of thought was more than what he had pondered upon his entire life in his other form. As such, when he reverted back, his mind didn't have enough space for all of that information, so it was completely forgotten by him. His best understanding was that this was some sort of latent, hidden lineage factor within himself that he couldn't fully access. He didn't feel that this was just the nature of the lineage factor. Rather, he felt that someone had messed with his body, causing it to be like this. His first thought was his father. After all, that time he passed out in the Rapax nest, Ina had told him that his father had done something to his body. But he wasn't so sure, and after seeing his uncle in this state, he realized that his skepticism was correct. Leonel raised a hand, and his uncle's body suddenly flew toward him. Montez's expression changed, but it was already too late. Leonel's claws ripped through his chest, tearing by his divine armor as though it wasn't there at all, and piercing his heart from 5 locations all at once, squeezing down without mercy. Chapter 2173, played. Chapter 2173, played. Montez looked toward his nephew, but he didn't quite seem to recognize him anymore. That cold gaze that looked down at him without a single word, as though his life was just as worthless as all the others he had killed, it was heartbreaking. But Montez only felt this for a moment before his consciousness began to fade. Just when it seemed that his death was imminent, Montez's body suddenly erupted with strength. His force nodes were forcefully expanded, and the nodal pathways between them doubled in size and then doubled again. At the same time, his divine armor shattered one after another until, under a mysterious force, his soul was forcefully separated from his body. But rather than being pulled out entirely, it rather felt that he had gained a great amount of clarity in an incredibly short period of time. Leonel pulled his claw back, allowing his uncle to fall to the ground. Montez's aura continued to grow explosively, as though all of his potential was being unearthed all at once. Leonel observed all of this silently, as though he was watching a science experiment of sorts. He wanted to see what the result would be. Soon, his uncle actually began to change as well. A familiar set of dense scales, beautiful and radiant, took shape. Very quickly, he became a beautiful creature not much different than Leonel. In fact, he was taller and more magnificent, his power clearly beyond that of Leonel's. The difference, however, was that Montez had been fully awakened while Leonel's lineage factor was clearly very much still in a dormant state. This much was obvious, though. Even in this state, Leonel was completely unable to fully awaken himself, and yet he had done so with ease for his uncle. Montez collapsed to the ground, heaving for breath. His scales and horns quickly retreated, his body drenched in sweat. Clearly, he couldn't stay in that state for very long, but inwardly he was completely astonished. He kept his divine armor activated for every second of his life, rarely taking it off. It was a training method for his body, and one he took pride in since it was created by his father. But just a second in that form had left him completely gassed. He could barely find enough air to breathe. He looked up at Leonel, slowly getting to his feet, not because he had the energy to, but rather because his pride wouldn't allow him to stay down. "What did you just do to me? What did I do?" Leonel mumbled. "The better question is, what did I just undo?" "I didn't do anything. I just awakened what was already in you." "In me? That's impossible. I've spent too long analyzing my body to—" Montez trailed off because Leonel didn't even seem to be listening. It was as though he was in another world thinking about something else entirely. But Montez felt that he was correct. He was the only one who knew how much effort he had put into improving. It was impossible that he wouldn't have found such a large boost of power hidden within him. He couldn't even fathom what it would take to even begin to hide something like that. It wasn't as though the body was a vast and endless plane. There was a limited amount of space within it, and often one's talent was decided by how efficiently that space was used. And yet, I've heard of a demon race, one that's physically extremely powerful, and yet they prefer to use their minds to mess with people. It's an interesting story, don't you think? Wouldn't it be funny if two brothers were born, but just as talented as one another, or maybe there was just a small difference between them, and yet the talent of one was sealed away, never to be reached, while the other continued to soar? Leonel's gaze regained its focus as he looked down at his uncle. Would it be interesting? Interesting to watch that family crumble from the inside out, to watch as something that took so little effort on your part practically ruled the world of both of them? Maybe for a god, these sorts of things were the only way to brighten an otherwise dull day? Montez froze. Was he talking about him and Velasco? Leonel's gaze regained its focus as he looked down at his uncle. Would it be interesting? Interesting to watch that family crumble from the inside out, to watch as something that took so little effort on your part practically ruled the world of both of them? Maybe for a god, these sorts of things were the only way to brighten an otherwise dull day? Montez froze. Was he talking about him and Velasco? Don't speak nonsense, Leonel. Montez suddenly felt agitated. He had completely lost his bearing as an uncle. Leonel's words had pierced to the very depths of his soul. Something about his demeanor, his nonchalance, his casualness, had torn through what face rod he had left as a senior. If Leonel was correct, it meant that he had been played his entire life. He had lost connections with his brother for no other reason than the schemes of a third party. He hadn't given his wife the children she wanted, all because of the schemes of some higher being, snickering at his suffering. He hadn't been able to live the life he wanted to, the life he deserved, all because some god was bored. Leonel, though, didn't even care to respond to this. He was unmoved and unimpressed by the outburst. Instead, his mind was elsewhere. The last time he had entered this state, he did two things. The first was the change to his mage core. He turned it into a tree, filled with countless leaves, each one representing a different rune and a different discipline. It made digesting those various elements far easier for his suppressed self. The second thing he had done was seal the smaller of his two innate nodes, allowing it to naturally progress, once again making it easier for his suppressed self to improve. However, it could only be said that his suppressed self was far too stupid. He had overestimated himself. If others heard this evaluation of a Leonel was already too far beyond others, it was hard to say exactly how they would react, but this current version of him cared for nothing but the fact. Since his uncle had come to stop him, Leonel had already made the decision to return. Whether Montez was telling the truth about his father's remnants or not, even if there was only a 0.1% chance, it was more important than the rest of these people's lives combined. 274 Bonus Chapter 274 Bonus Chapter. He had decided to return. As far as he was concerned, whether he had this form or not, even if he forgot everything about entering it, it wouldn't make a difference. One way or another, these people would pay in blood, and that was especially so for the spirituals. but before that there were several of the human domain that he would make suffer for their inaction. The only difference to him was a matter of time. Using this form would take much less effort, but there was no one in this world a match for him given time. They would all suffer one way or another. When he made this decision, Leonel shifted his attention. He moved from thoughts of violence to thoughts of how to maximize his time in this form. Of course, his greatest reliance was his mind. The first thing he did was analyze this new lineage factor. His lineage factor had undergone 2 changes since he last entered this form. The first was his fusion of it with the Silver Empire's portions, and the second was the Constellation event. I see. There's 2 main changes and probably several dozen mid-level changes. Let's focus on... Leonel pressed a hand to his chest and closed. He drew 5 deep lines across his chest, but quickly, out of the center of his chest, 3 kernels of light appeared. Without much thought, Leonel squeezed a hand and shattered them. These 3 were none other than his 3 divine armors. It was a shame he didn't even get the chance to use his third outside of the massacre of the Oman family, but it didn't matter much to him. In his eyes, these products were far too inferior. He could make them thousands of times better, but what he could do now was worthless. He had to create a new design that was both far better but also within the ability of his suppressed self to comprehend, or else it would be all useless. After not even a split moment of thought, his hand began to draw in the skies and 3 blueprints formed one after another. He hesitated for a moment but didn't choose to form the 4th. It was better if his suppressed self did it. It would be a good opportunity to improve his dream force further, and that would give him a greater chance of remembering the things he had thought of in this state. If one looked closely at these blueprints, it would be possible to see that the armor wasn't the only part present. In fact, it wasn't just one extra part either. There was not only a spear to pair with, but a bow as well. Leonel waved a hand and the blueprints vanished. He immediately began to draw another blueprint. Those that were sharp would be able to see that it was actually a starship, but it wasn't just any starship, it was one based on the creation of the Oman family. Leonel was actually creating a blueprint of modifications that would make it far more efficient. He planned to destroy the Oman family soon enough, and he believed that they had definitely already created a fleet of these starships. Obviously, when things were said and done, those starships would be his own to have. This blueprint was like killing 2 birds with a single stone. It would inform his suppressed self about all the obvious deficiencies that could be taken advantage of, while also strengthening himself a great deal the moment those starships landed in his possession. It took him no more than a few seconds to finish, and he put this blueprint away as well. After he finished this, he pressed 2 hands to either side of his hips, right over his flaming kidneys. With a thought, they were suppressed and sealed. Soon, the flames flickered out, and they returned to their original states. Everything flowed smoothly, but to Leonel, this was simply too easy. Because he was keeping the level of his suppressed self in mind, he didn't need a lot of time to do things to a standard that his suppressed self would understand. These things were as easy as breathing. He turned his attention to his ethereal glabella. Within, the glorious mage core stood tall and proud, almost entirely unused by his suppressed self. It was astonishing how dense he could be sometimes, but there wasn't much he could do about it. Instead, he turned toward his 10 stars and waved a hand. They began to tremble and quake, solidifying and becoming purer and purer. His vital stars, the only a minimal number of runes, began to quickly catch up with the others. His void star force also began to swiftly gain nodes. Soon, they came to a stop. If he did too much, it would have the reverse effect. This was at a level his suppressed self could easily comprehend, thus making things flow far more smoothly. Leonel turned his attention to his body and shook his head. More stupidity. His blood churned and he shattered the barriers holding back his Northern Star lineage factor just like he had done in the past. Before, when Leonel lost consciousness, he had suddenly awakened with the starry-tailed fox lineage factor. You would have thought that he would have taken the hint, but apparently he was truly too stupid. While it was true that a lineage factor could suffer without having the appropriate paired techniques, the gap between a 7th-dimensional lineage factor and a peak 8th-dimensional one was so large that it didn't matter, especially when 2 peak 8th-dimensional ones could interact and benefit one another greatly. Unfortunately, he didn't have any golden tablets to reach the true pinnacle of these 2 halves of the Northern Star lineage factor, but this would have to be enough. The roar of a majestic tiger and the proud shadow of a deer with fur as dark as night and eyes as bright as the starry skies appeared. The tiger had gorgeous white fur and stripes of the brightest gold. Just a single one of its roars seemed capable of collapsing the bounds of reality itself. The golden tiger and the death pulse deer had appeared. Author's note: Leonel and Ina are slipping further and further away from first place in the event tiers. I was going to wait until later to say this, but if we can make it to first place overall by the end of the event, I was going to upload 4 chapters a day again for a 5-day period, so essentially 5 bonus chapters. Anywho, let's just try our best Erdiul's note. Author is talking about the main character event on WN. You can find it by logging into your account if you have one, and vote with coins on your FOVMC and FMC. Chapter 217.5 Go. Chapter 217.5 Go. The strength in Leonel's body seemed to reach another level, but his reaction was quite benign. He didn't seem to care very much at all. To him, this wasn't very impressive at all. In his current state, whether his Northern Star lineage factor was 7th or 8th dimensional didn't make much of a difference. It would only make a difference if he had the golden tablets for both. In reality, just the fact he had the Death Pulse Deer's blood running through him right now was even more impressive because of one simple fact. He had never seen the Dark Side Silver Tablet before. He had instead given it up the chance to Aina, who had gained the Blood Sovereign Tablet. So how did he have the Death Pulse Deer bloodline now? The answer was quite simple, Anya. After he had lost himself to rage, Anya's souls had been shattered. She was completely unable to withstand that kind of force, and he didn't care to save her either. However, all of his souls had an undying character. They wouldn't die unless he wanted them to, but that was reliant on his stamina and his intention. After Anya had died, he vanished. The kernel of her soul, or the root that could be used to allow her to resurrect, was with him. He just hadn't made any attempt to deal with it. However, just now, he had used Assimilate on it, and then he had used Breathe, the third and final monstrous ability of the Emperor's Might lineage factor. Assimilate allowed one to fuse a soul construct with an external item, or fuse a soul into oneself to gain its abilities. Either one worked, though the second had far more restrictions under normal circumstances. However, Breathe was very different. With Breathe, someone could take a soul, sacrifice an item, and give it life again. This life, however, was very different from the normal, as this soul would remain highly loyal. This was akin to gaining a death sworn by one side, and the most important part was that they were far more permanent than the original 24-hour period that limited Arise. Although, the more powerful the soul, the more powerful the sacrifice required. However, there was a second method of using Breathe, and that was similar to the second method of using Assimilate. By using Assimilate and Breathe in unison, Leonel was able to sacrifice a portion of himself in order to give himself the permanence of Anya's ability. In the end, he had chosen to sacrifice the Aurora Panda bloodline within him. Of course, there was a very important issue here. How could he sacrifice an inferior bloodline in order to gain a much stronger one? And that was where the genius of the current Leonel came into play. The potential of the Death Pulse Deer was already within Leonel's body. What was missing was the catalyst. Normally, that catalyst was the comprehension and use of the Silver Tablet, but with Anya's soul, he didn't need to. He just needed to catch a small spark of the Death Pulse Deer lineage factor. Once he did, he could catalyze the Northern Star lineage factor within his body to force it into being. The short of it was that his Aurora Panda bloodline indeed wasn't enough, but what it was enough for was causing a small fuse to be lit, and before this fuse burnt out, Leonel stimulated it with the rest of his bloodline, forcing it into being. This matter was explained quite simply, but if this was explained to others, the amount of awe they would experience wouldn't be small in the slightest. Leonel had essentially casually figured out a workaround for the need of the tablets. It had to be understood that these tablets weren't just existences used to bestow power, they were also used as a means of control. You weren't meant to be able to access the next unless you were of a certain standard. Without reaching this standard, you would never be able to touch upon this level in your entire life. This was what the Umber family had experienced until Leonel gave them the bronze tablet of the Dark Side Northern Star lineage factor. And yet, in just a brief few seconds, Leonel had already figured out a method to circumvent this without even the slightest of effort. He had just broken a code that had left countless generations helpless with little trouble at all. And yet, he didn't seem like he was done. The three-headed panda construct that had once been so strong for Leonel had already begun to fall by the wayside. This was the reason he was using it less and less recently. The self-created techniques that he had formed and that paired with it so well were too casually constructed. His Lotus domain, for example, was created off the back of a low-level research paper from the Void Library that the current Leonel felt was nothing more than trash. Its construction was shoddy and it didn't have staying power at higher dimensional levels. He could do much better. Whether it was the Golden Tiger or the Death Pulse Deer, they both had exceptional combat prowess. Leonel had already taken this into account when he had created the blueprints for his divine armors. They would take great advantage of this. But in order for it to work, he had to fuse the two first. His body began to change and he grew even taller. His scales vanished beneath strong tufts of white fur, his eyes becoming a sparkling golden color, his horns becoming even more prominent and powerful, shimmering with a black luster. The Death Pulse Deer controlled Death Force. The Golden Tiger, however, controlled Golden Force. It was a very special variant Earth-type force known for its astounding offensive power. Golden Force was constructed of variant Earth Force, Spatial Force, Star Force, and Light Force. It was considered to be the force with the greatest piercing power in all of existence, aside from weapon forces mastered to an extreme. Death Force, of course, spoke for itself. Now, Leonel had fused the two halves into a perfect whole. His eyes regained their focus, and he looked back down toward his uncle, who was still in an agitated state. He grabbed his shoulder. Let's go. Chapter 2176, I swear. Chapter 2176, I swear. Not long later, Leonel had appeared before his father again, his uncle by his side. His gaze flickered as he looked at the man, his rage threatening to bubble up again. Montez's gaze flickered with its own complicated light. The words that Leonel had spoken had truly weighed heavily on him. His relationship with his elder brother had once been very good. If he thought about it, it was indeed his fault that it had reached the state it had. He clenched his fist. "I swear I'll kill whoever did this to us." Although he thought this, the amount of self-blame was palpable. He didn't say anything for a long while, and it was only after he felt the coldness emitting from Leonel that he remembered how things had reached this point. He actually hadn't been lying. Velasco had indeed left something behind. The only lie was that it wasn't exactly meant for Leonel, although it would benefit him greatly. "Your father," Val said, "that after a ninth-dimensional expert died, there would be a great phenomenon. The land they stood within would gain a great boon, even more beneficial than a world entering the 8th dimension. Depending on the strength of the expert, it might even be better than a world entering the 9th dimension. I didn't have much of a reference for that until recently, but if he's right, the change would be enormous. Do you know why there isn't a phenomenon here?" Leonel wanted to hope, but his uncle's eyes painted a completely different story. There was truly no use in him having hope. His father was indeed dead. "Your father has always been a selfish man. How could he allow others to benefit from his death?" Montez opened Velasco's shirt with shaking hands and revealed a necklace. He slowly took it off and handed it to Leonel. "Give this to Anastasia. Tell her that Val said he always keeps his promises." Leonel's jaw clenched as he took the necklace. It looked as though an entire universe was spinning within the gem that hung from it. In this state, he could vaguely remember some things. Back when he had lost to Ameri, Anastasia had nursed him to health, swearing about how he was holding her back and how he was just as useless as his father. She had also mentioned something about his father promising to bring her back to the 9th dimension, implying that she had once been there before. What happened to Anastasia? I'm not sure, but when she fell into Father's hands, she was already heavily injured. But after Val lost himself to rage after Father's death, Anastasia fell even further, descending to the point that she was barely at the 3rd dimension anymore. She even had to fall into a deep sleep. Your father was slowly nursing her injuries until he left her to you. Montez hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he decided to speak. Your father has been very powerful for a long while. Back then, he had already broken free of the restrictions of the world. Leonel frowned. You're wondering why he died this time, but not back then? I think you're already smart enough to know the answer. Montez looked down at the necklace. Suddenly, Leonel understood. His father had already broken free of the restrictions of this world, but if he had continued to do so, he would have died that day. He probably relied on Anastasia to avoid punishment back then, causing her to be heavily injured and almost die. Thinking about how angry Anastasia was when his father hadn't come to say hello after so long, Leonel felt he understood his father even deeper than before. It wasn't that his father was so aloof. He didn't want to see Anastasia so that she would remain angry, continuing to ignore him. That way, when he acted this time, she wouldn't do something as foolish as trying to protect him again. Because this time, if she really dared to interfere again, she really would die. Leonel clenched the necklace in his hand. Without a word, he sent it into the segmented cube and crushed it before Anastasia could understand what happened. A large amount of energy rushed forward. As though the skies were filled with golden blood, what once were blue and expansive became bold and beautiful. Anastasia rushed out, seemingly focused on something in the lab. She looked into the skies in a daze before her senses extended outside of the fingersleeve Leonel always wore. She had indeed not been paying much attention, but when she saw the state of the void battlefield and then rewound the events play by play, she froze. Her little face became ghastly pale, and her big, larger-than-life blue eyes reddened. Even the adorable little blue cloud that made up her lower body darkened, rumbling with arcs of lightning. Her aura surged, quickly approaching the pinnacle of the 8th dimension and then shattering a path through to the 9th. But this only caused the tears she was holding back to spill forth. Idiot, idiot, ID. Her small body rushed out of the fingersleeve, her little fists pounding against Velasco's body. Unfortunately, Velasco's body had already lost all of its strength. The power holding up was no longer there, the necklace having already been taken. Anastasia panicked when the body began to fall, forgetting all about the huge amount of power at her fingertips. She bawled her eyes out, helpless and weak before the changes. Leonel took a step forward, barely catching his father's body before it crashed, catching it. His gaze carried a frigid cold within them, looking off into the distance. He seemed to peer through the veil of reality, looking toward the enemies and marking each one of them in the heart. Whether it was the invaders or the cowardly humans who remained on the sideline, I swear I'll kill them all. Leonel barely had this thought himself before he too collapsed, his body exploding with clouds of blood. Chapter 217.7, Sharper. Chapter 217.7, Sharper. Leonel's eyes snapped open. It was probably a common occurrence among normal people to be partially confused about where they were, or maybe forget about what had happened recently, especially after being asleep for so long. But while the events of his transformation were blurry to Leonel, it was much less so than it had been in the past. In addition, his mind was far too fast to fall into such a trap. In the end, he remembered it all instantly. He didn't get the hope of a few seconds of bliss. The instant his eyes opened, he was plunged into a pit he didn't know how to get out of. He simply stared blankly at the ceiling. But even this was short-lived. Not even a few seconds later, Leonel stood to his feet. He had work to do. He didn't contact Ina. He didn't go to see how his mother was doing. He didn't even try to communicate with Anastasia, despite the fact he was already aware that he was within the abode setting. Instead, he directly entered the lab and pulled out 3 blueprints. His mind's capacity was far beyond what it had been in the past. As such, the gap wasn't as exaggerated as it had been back when he had first entered Void Tower, and he was able to remember bits and snippets. At the same time, his more enlightened self had been ready as well, sealing off much of what it could and leaving behind only what he felt that the current Leonel could handle. As such, Leonel remembered the most important points. He remembered the blueprints, whether that was his divine armor or that of the modifications to the starship. He also understood some of the changes that had been made to his body, and he was aware that he had awoken 2 new lineage factors, though they now seamlessly acted as one. He was also aware that he needed to pay more attention to his mage core in the future and understand it to a greater degree. But for now, he was focused on these blueprints before him. What astonished him was how simple the materials were, and the path they took was even more curious. There was very clearly a heavy emphasis on his new lineage factors, namely the Golden Tiger and Death Pulse Deer lineage factors, but it hadn't completely abandoned the path of vitality that he had laid out either. It used concepts of death and life to find greater life and vitality than even Leonel thought possible. At the same time, it opened up a door toward a fusion of his talents that Leonel had never considered before. The way Leonel saw it, Ina had always been able to keep up with him because her ability to focus her talents into a single path was simply unmatched. Even without much effort on her part, all of her skills, whether it was ability index and lineage factor, all came together seamlessly. In fact, there was a very long time where Leonel couldn't even tell where her lineage factor ended and where her ability index began. His more enlightened self had seen through this problem clearly and gave him a solution: his divine armor. Now, his divine armor, or more accurately, his metal body, though even this wasn't wholly accurate any longer, could accommodate both an armor and 2 weapons. This gave him a level of flexibility that hadn't been there before. This added flexibility opened a door of possibility that, if he should walk through, he would be able to become an entirely new person, one that could stand toe-to-toe with Ina in terms of how streamlined and perfectly meshed his talents were in one. There was some bad news, though, unfortunately. As great as an idea that this was, there was a huge elephant in the room: his spear and bow sovereignty. In the past, it was his spear domain ring that didn't allow him to touch inferior spears. He had never even attempted to craft a spear before because it would have been a useless effort. He didn't quite understand where that kernel of worthiness stemmed from. It made sense that he was confused. After all, the spear domain ring was filled to the brim with swords of all kinds, from those formed of the most inoffensive and cheap wood to those constructed of the holiest and most precious materials known to man. There didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it outside of a mysterious something that set them apart from everyone else. One might say that Leonel no longer needed the ring. He could just set it aside now that he had sovereignty of his own. Plus, the spears within were useless to him as they wouldn't mesh with his divine armors perfectly. It would be better to set them aside. However, therein lied a problem. Because he didn't need to rely on the ring anymore, the source of the trouble was no longer external. If he tried to craft an inferior spear now, or even an inferior bow as well, for that matter, the result would be the same: failure. It wouldn't be a ring that destroyed the spear anymore, but rather Leonel's aura itself. The only past this was to figure out what that kernel was and finally forge a true spear for himself. But all he had here was a blueprint, and he didn't even need to try to know that just following it wouldn't be enough to reach that standard. It was almost too silly. He was a spear sovereign, a true spear sovereign, and yet he had no confidence in forging a spear. His gaze turned colder and colder until it reached such an abyssal absolute zero that he couldn't quite even see clearly anymore. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes. This sort of agitation wasn't helping him in the slightest. It was only wasting his mental strength on useless emotion. When his eyes opened once more, they were several fold sharper. Chapter 278 Intent. Chapter 278 Intent. Leonel tossed another aside, his expression indifferent. He felt by this point that maybe his enlightened self had created a blueprint that used such cheap materials, anticipating that he would fail so often. Even though he was only working on a 4th dimension blueprint right now, even 4th dimensional materials, when piled up to a high enough degree, would make him feel a pinch, especially since he was in a stage where he was completely focused on saving as much material as possible for the coming battles he planned to fight. Leonel tossed yet another aside, not even bothering to continue it. He already knew that it was a failure. The design of this spear he was attempting to craft was ingenious. It used the simplest elemental ores, sticking to the basics and using them to create something new. Their power would only show when they came together as one, entering the true life-grade realm. Often, ores like these ones were used in amplification force arts, ones that could increase the concentration of certain forces in a given area. This was something that the Void Palace had quite a lot of. In fact, they had so many that they wouldn't even bother with 4th-dimensional materials like this one, or even 6th-dimensional ones. They directly began at the 7th, which was why these materials were seen as so cheap in Leonel's eyes. Thinking back to how many of his points he had wasted back in the Cataclysm Zone, gathering the most expensive of materials, Leonel realized that he had been going down the wrong path of crafting, or at the very least, life-grade crafting. Life-grade crafting was meant to create new life from the materials that forged it. The more dominant the material, the more resistant it would be to change. Using high-class, high-level materials was actually the antithesis of what he really wanted, and he was actually holding himself back. That wasn't to say that you weren't allowed to use high-class materials, but the issue was that he had overstepped his bounds in some respects and underappreciated himself in others. He had overstepped his bounds in the regard that he had only just entered the life grade. He could be considered a fledgling to the discipline. What right had he earned to already be working with the best materials already? As for how he had underappreciated himself, one only had to ask one simple question. What point was there in using the highest class materials of the fourth dimension? What about the fifth or the sixth? It had to be remembered that the entry of the life grade by many was seen to be the eighth dimension. This wasn't a coincidence. After one entered the gold grade, it didn't matter how great the materials were, even if one used ninth dimensional materials. Of course, only if you were able to refine such materials despite only being in the gold grade. There wouldn't be a qualitative leap in terms of treasure strength unless one understood the concepts of the life grade. This was to say that materials less meaningful at the lower level of the life grade. How could it matter much whether you used a low-class or a high-class fourth-dimensional material when your aim was the life grade anyway? It was a waste of effort. It was better to simplify things, to go back to the basics, to choose materials one comprehended to their very roots and bring out the best in each and every one of them. Go back to the basics. Bloop Leonel's fingers flickered, and little Tali went into action, moving with swift speed. Leonel's action seemed far sharper, and his true spear sovereign aura towered. He thought back to what it would take to forge a wooden spear, carefully picking out a branch, checking its sturdiness, letting it dry, then carefully beginning to carve it with a knife. Each one of your strokes would carry your intent, the thought of forging a spear. Was it long enough? Was it sturdy enough? Was it flexible enough? How did it feel in your hands? When using a metal spirit to forge an item, it was easy to forget these things. You were detached from the material, the spirit becoming the medium of your efforts, and disconnecting you from the process of the spear's creation. In such a situation, how could you gain access to its truest strength? How could it feel the dignity of a sovereign? At that moment, Leonel understood. He was trying to form a life-grade spear. The life grade represented new life, a new creation. If he just threw the materials together, following the blueprint, would this new life-grade spear even have the understanding that it was now a spear? Or would it feel that it was a rod, a glaive maybe? Leonel had always had this question in his mind. There were many so-called spears in the spear domain ring that looked a lot more like other weapons. Some looked like glaives, some could be separated into two pieces and wielded like twin swords, some looked like tridents. Even his favorite spear in recent memory looked like nothing more than a long black rod until its foggy blade took shape. So, what was the separation? What decided what was a spear and what wasn't? The answer was obvious now that he thought about it. It was the intention. If he wanted to create a life-grade spear, he had to have the intention to do so from the very beginning. But that begged a question. Why were there bronze, silver, and gold grade spears within the ring then? There were even black grade spears as well. But Leonel felt there was an answer to this too, and it was related to the reason why the higher in quality one went, the further one traveled into the spear domain ring, the more spears of these higher caliber could be found. Leonel retrieved little Tali, and a pulsing light radiated. The roar of a tiger and the proud prance of a deer king echoed, flashes of light and dark piercing outward. He had succeeded. Chapter 2799, Return. Chapter 2799, Return. The answer was quite simple. When those spears began their life, they had no intention of becoming the weapon of sovereigns. It was only after a long journey and a life by their side that they evolved and entered the state they were in. However, most normal spearmen probably couldn't even notice how special they were. Even Leonel couldn't grasp it until now. Holding his forged spear in one hand, Leonel extended his other, and a wooden spear appeared. Leonel remembered this stinger-like spear quite intimately. It was the second ever spear he had gotten from the spear domain ring, the first having been destroyed due to his carelessness. Usually, the spear domain ring could repair damaged spears, but this was only up to a point his first spear had passed, unfortunately. This spear, however, was owned by a female spearmaster. She was quite crafty in her bearing, and the way she used a spear was light and agile, quick and sharp. She had taught Leonel a lot about cautiousness and precision in battle, not to mention cleverness. Without even noticing, she was probably a large reason why Leonel's battle style had become the way it was, even aside from the state of his ability index. It was one of the spears he was most familiar with, intimately so, and yet, in his hands right now, it felt completely different. It had soul, it had heart. He casually pierced outward, and the spear seemed to sing. Leonel stood in silence for a very long time. That feeling, he had seen it before. His father's last spear strike, it was much weaker, by an impossibly wide margin, but he was certain that they shared the same roots. At the same time, his spear force, which had been at the third layer, transcended to the fourth, faintly touching upon the next level. That spear strike that had taken him 333 strokes to complete could now be executed casually by him. If he executed his spear dance, he might be able to take a half step into the impetus state, a level of strength that was practically an infinite distance from the fourth layered state. It had to be remembered that the impetus state was the requirement for entering the ninth dimension, and now Leonel was just a step away. However, he had no plans on relying on this. That was because he had no intention of suppressing his spear force. Once he entered the seventh dimension, he would allow it to smoothly enter the seventh dimension as well, and as a result, his spear force would fall back from the fourth layered state to the third layered state. Even so, the feeling of the fourth layered state in his hands right now made him feel invincible. The power to use such strength so casually made him feel like a completely new person. With this kind of strength, defeating Ameri, or at least the Ameri he had last battled, would be a matter of a single stroke of his blade. Even if he entered the seventh dimension, he wouldn't suddenly weaken, he would probably actually become a slight margin strong. After all, the gap between the sixth and seventh dimensions would make up for the gap between the third and fourth layered state. Leonel slowly put the stinger spear away and gripped his self-created spear. It was truly beautiful, and it radiated a unique aura. It felt better in his hands than any spear he had ever touched, as though it was created for him, and that it was. It sparked with what looked like muted lightning, its shaft filled out with hexagonal scales that shimmered with a golden light between their bodies. Its blade had a dark gold body, and its sharp edge was like a radiant black light, even looking somewhat purple and ethereal. The next progressions of the spear looked similar. The only real difference was that the fifth-dimensional one was 3 meters long and far more flexible, similar to a wind spear he had used in the past. As for the sixth-dimensional one, it was 4 meters long and had twin heads. Now that Leonel had succeeded with one, he was far more confident that he would succeed with the others. He closed his hands tight and the blade disappeared into his body, a shuddering strength shooting within him as the fusion process completed. He had never experienced this before when fusing, or rather, the effect was always minimal, but this time, it felt as though everything had changed. Without much more thought, he began to work on the others, moving swiftly as though he didn't have time to lose, and he truly didn't. Every time he thought about his father's final moments, the fire within him burned fiercer and fiercer. He wanted to destroy everything, to watch the world burn. That fire spurred him on, and he worked faster and faster. In just a day, he had finished all of his armors. To his surprise, no one had come to bother him, but he also didn't mind. He preferred it this way. He didn't want to socialize, to speak to others. It would only delay his revenge. After he was finished, he entered a pod even though he didn't absolutely need to. He had rather done it because he knew exactly what kind of workload was facing him. Once he finished modifying the starship, he would start making plans to return to the Morales family. But the kind of return they expected was most definitely not the one he would give them. However, before he even thought about that, he would most definitely enter the seventh dimension. Of all the kernels that his enlightened self had left for him, this was probably one of the more important. If he had to find a key to enter the dimensional cleanse trial world, and then wait for the other keys to be found and everyone to be ready to enter, who knew how much time would pass? Luckily, his enlightened self had left behind enough of the deductions he would need. Once he entered the seventh dimension, he would return to the Morales as Patriarch Leonel. Chapter 280 Real Mother. Chapter 280 Real Mother. The starship could be considered to be Cynthia's magnum opus, the greatest blueprint she had ever constructed and the best craft that she had ever been a part of. Even so, there were many faults with it, most of which surrounded its shrunken size. A regular starship was capable of lasting without a replacement of its core for at least a decade without issue, but Cynthia's could only last a single year. This was still not bad, as a year was a relatively long time in the scale of a war at least. However, this 90% drop was something that hurt quite a bit. The reason for this was that because the core, a fusion core, was an object that simulated the power of a star, it was extremely powerful. The amount of power within it was obscene. If it wasn't like this, how could it power such a large vessel? But it was also ironic because of this that the fusion core lasted a shorter time on this modified starship, rather than longer despite its smaller size. There were a few reasons for this. The first was cooling, the second was capacity, and the final was size, this time referring to the core's size instead of the ship's. The cooling of the fusion core didn't just happen within the engine room, but rather throughout the entire ship. The main method used was also the easiest and most effective, and that was diffusion. By using special cooling pathways more effective than even copper could hope to be, the heat was evenly distributed throughout the ship. The problem was that because the size of the starship was a handful of kilometers, as opposed to the thousands of kilometers of the original starship, the change in size was far too drastic to accommodate the original fusion core. The second problem was one of capacity, and that was that the smaller starship simply didn't have enough mechanisms that could be powered. Fusion cores had a great amount of volatile energy, and it could only calmed and parsed to a certain degree. After a certain point, it would refuse to split. As such, a much smaller starship could be easily overloaded. In order to deal with these problems, Cynthia had chosen to shrink the size of the fusion core, and the method she used was actually quite ingenious, but it unfortunately only further exacerbated the problem. Now that the fusion core was also smaller, there was less overall energy, and ultimately there was the trouble result of a shorter shelf life. This was the trade-off that had come with a smaller core, and this was just one of the major problems the starship faced. The second issue was one of defense, and this unfortunately fed into more of the size of the vessel. The main mode of defense for both starships were their protective force-arts. However, for the smaller of the two, this was basically the only mode of protection, and it wasn't as good as the first. It required access to much more energy to complete the same tasks. Of course, since the starship was smaller, the area its force art took up was much smaller as well, but that also meant that it had much less area to take up. When it took on attacks, there was much less room to disperse said attacks, and as a result, it took more energy to deal with the same trouble, once again resulting in a decrease in its shelf life. The larger a force art, controlling for quality, the more powerful it was. This was a simple rule. But even more importantly than that in this case, the more material used as the foundation of a force art, the more powerful it was. But this was unfortunately another problem that the smaller starship had to suffer in to gain the benefits it had. The third and the final major issue was speed. In truth, the smaller starship was both far more agile and far faster. Where it suffered was in using space jumps. Its personal gravitational pull was highly limited due to its much smaller size, and as such, its size couldn't be used as a personal shortcut to opening of a spatial tunnel. As a result of this, it took a great deal of time for the smaller of the two starships to move across large distances, even though in confined spaces, it far outstripped the larger one. In order to make up for this deficit, the smaller of the two starships once again had to compensate with more energy usage, once again placing it even further behind. These were the three most major issues, while the rest were more miscellaneous. Leonel planned to not only fix this, but he also planned to improve upon the starship's strengths as well. In fact, he planned to use the material of this one starship to craft 3 more. He would also use the much larger of the 2 starships to construct an entire fleet, but he wouldn't be able to do that until he finally brought little Tolly beyond the 5th dimension. However, in order to help little Tolly evolve, he would have to find a force eruption, and there was only one place that he could guarantee would have one, and that was none other than the Morales' territory, which was currently undergoing a huge evolution. For now, he would focus on this matter. "Let's do it," Leonel said lightly, taking little Tolly along with him. This would be a large project, even larger than the creation of his divine armor, but soon he would be ready. Right outside of the segmented cube, a trio of women sat. The atmosphere was quite somber. Empress Fox gently rubbed her daughter's back, her eyes slightly puffy from crying. She didn't want to see her daughter like this either. Alienor was always cheery and full of life, but now she could only be said to be the complete opposite. "He's awake?" Alienor asked. Ina, the third woman among them, nodded her head slowly. Slowly, Alienor's gaze went from downcast to sharp, and then from sharp to sharper. "Let's not bother him. Tell me when he comes out. It's about time I was a real mother to him." Chapter 20181. Foreign. Chapter 20181. Foreign. Leonel exhaled a long breath, his face marred with fatigue. Even little Tolly, who Leonel had never seen exhibit such signs before, also seemed to be worn out. It was clear that this was already pushing the little guy's ability. If others knew that Leonel had accomplished so much with a 5th-dimensional metal spirit, it was hard to say how they would react. However, this was meaningless to him. What was important was that he had succeeded. In a spacious field of the segmented cube, 3 ships, each exactly a kilometer long, large. They were all sleek and powerful, and yet despite hovering in the air, the grass beneath them only swayed gently, as though a delicate gust of wind was passing by instead of the behemoth-like starships they really were. In Leonel's estimation, this starship was at least twice as strong as the previous one in terms of both offense and defense, and in terms of speed it was 3 times faster and more agile. On top of all of that, it would last 5 years instead of the previous estimation of 1, despite having had its fusion core separated into 3 pieces, and on top of that, it could not only form space tunnels, unlike the larger starship, it could cancel mid-flight and avoid an interception. Leonel believed that this ship was no worse than the Tier 1 starships of Shield-Cross stars, despite the fact it was made only of Tier 2 materials. On top of that, it was far more versatile and stealthy. If Leonel ever got his hands on a Tier 1 starship, he wouldn't need his enlightened self to return. With what he had learned building these 3, he would be able to modify any that came across him. What was maybe the best about this starship, though, was the fact that it could be controlled by a single person. Usually, Leonel had to make hundreds of clones, thousands for the larger one. Only then could he barely control one at great cost to himself. But now, even someone far inferior to him in terms of mental capacity could control these ships. This starship was truly on a level of its own. Leonel dragged his body to a pod and remained inside for half a day. This was the equivalent of an entire 48 days, but when he came out, his aura was primed and powerful. A large rush of auspicious air manifested around him and his 10 stars appeared. He closed his eyes, the sweatpants he wore fluttering in the air wildly as he continued to take deep breaths. Dimensional cleanse had always been a unique technique to Leonel. It almost felt that it had come to him by choice rather than him conspicuously picking it out after exiting the Mayan tomb. There was clearly a tie between it and the Cataclysm Zone. This was something that Leonel had only casually concluded in the past, but the more he learned about the Cataclysm Zone, the more he felt that Dimensional Cleanse wasn't as simple as he thought it to be. Dimensional Cleanse had opened up the world of true universal cycles to him, teaching him the uniqueness of it all and giving him a peek into a power that exceeded himself. As a result, his own universal cycles were extremely powerful. By this point, especially considering his enemies, the heavenly body realm he had once been in should have been useless, but he was still able to use it to fight against the likes of Ameri. Now that he had entered the natural light realm, he felt that it too was somewhat connected. The sounds of a shattering barrier resounded, and Leonel's body pulsed with a wild light. His body expanded and contracted wildly, seemingly growing to as much as double his size before shrinking back down to his original again and again. It was an incredibly odd feeling, and it was the kind of breakthrough he had never experienced before. An overwhelming power ascended from within the depths of his body, his strength leaping to tens of times his original in an instant before beginning to double continuously as though it would never stop. Leonel exhaled a slow breath as it all came to a stop. When he opened his eyes, the world seemed simpler, less involved, easier to manipulate. His dream force affinity seemed to have increased again, and he remembered even more of what his enlightened self had experienced, albeit still a fraction of a fraction. "It's time to go," Leonel said lightly. His first destination wouldn't actually be the Morales family. Instead, it would be the Umbra family. It was about time he cashed some checks. He didn't even bother to think about the Skies family and the likes. He felt they were too inferior for what he needed to do, and though they were currently benefiting from the evolution of their land under Earth's influence, it would take at least a generation for those benefits to truly settle in. By then, he would hopefully be on to other things. The moment Leonel stepped out from the segmented cube, though, a gust of gentle wind formed a beautiful woman appeared before him. A familiar fragrance assaulted his senses before he even looked down to find Ina. She had a complicated look in her eye, not quite certain of what to say or how to say it. She was also worried about how Leonel would react to her presence. She felt like she was walking on eggshells. She was faintly aware that it wasn't normal to feel this way, but there was also nothing she could do about it. In the end, she simply wrapped her arms around Leonel tightly, burying her head into his chest. She didn't say anything. She had lost her mother as well, and she knew just how much Leonel cared about his father. This was a pain that she understood all too well. She felt Leonel hesitated slightly, but she relaxed when she felt his arms wrap around her as well. At that moment, a golden-haired woman emitting an air of maturity appeared. She looked quite dignified and sharp, an aura familiar to her and those that had known her for many years, but one completely foreign to her son. Chapter 28T2, Your Plans. Chapter 28T2, Your Plans. Leonel met his mother's gaze. He didn't really react very much. Usually, he could be quite charismatic, but that wasn't because it was his true personality. It was rather because he could analyze a situation and understand the best way to respond. But he simply wasn't in the mood. It could be said that he was rarely his true self, but right now, he very much was. He didn't have much to give, and he didn't really want to take either. But given his mother's expression, it seemed that she was well aware of this, something that surprised Leonel. If he had known that she had been a bundle of emotions just a day prior, he probably wouldn't believe it. However, this sort of reaction suited him just fine. He wasn't in the mood to console others. If he had to, he might very well just directly leave so that he wouldn't say something he would come to regret. "What are your plans?" Eleanor asked. "Kill," Leonel replied simply. "Okay," Eleanor replied simply. "Mom will help you." Leonel's gaze flickered, but he didn't say anything else. He simply vanished out from Ina's arms, disappearing from everyone's sight. Ina lowered her arms, feeling somewhat helpless. However, she knew Leonel well enough to know that he dealt with things his own way. Remembering the words that his other self seemed to have spoken, she regained some of her calm. The fact that he had spoken those words meant something clear. This wouldn't last forever, and that was all the confirmation she needed. When Leonel had first begun to pursue her, he had been the one that was extremely patient. Because she never said no and gave him no signs of direct refusal, he continued to ask. That was his own sort of resolve, and it was because of her own complicated feelings that she had strung him along for long, but not once had he ever complained about it, nor had he ever held it against her. He had just lost his father. If she didn't even have this much patience, then what good was it for her to be in a relationship at all? Leonel took control of one of his starships the moment he entered Earth's orbit, zipping out of Earth's solar system in the blink of an eye. Yip, yip. An adorable little mink appeared above Leonel's shoulder, slithering down and curling in his lap. Leonel took a glance down before looking away. The small bit of warmth on his thighs, silent and guarded, was all he felt he needed. The starship appeared within Umbra family territory with a great amount of speed. Leonel descended and sent the ship into the segmented cube's fingersleeve before descending. He didn't wait for anyone and directly entered the Capitol building of the Umbra, or maybe it was more accurately a palace. It wasn't long before people reacted, and even more quickly, Radlis's aunt, Selton, appeared before him. "Leonel," Selton greeted, though her expression was a bit weird. She, along with many others, had seen what had happened that day, at least vaguely. The system was only designed to follow lower-level 7th-dimensional battles, so one could imagine how many details had been missed when observing a battle nearing the 9th-dimensional level and even directly entering it. However, it was still enough for her to understand the gist of what had happened, at least up until the death of Leonel's family. Leonel nodded faintly. Selton frowned inwardly, feeling that Leonel's attitude was a bit too disrespectful. Her strength level wasn't something the current Leonel could fathom. She was well aware of what had happened in the Air Wars. She had watched attentively along with everyone else. After all, they had sent some of their best inside and wanted to be ready to take action in case any of them were exposed. However, Selton restrained her true inner thoughts. She could imagine what Leonel was going through. She too had lost many people she cared about, many at the hands of the Three-Finger Cult. So she didn't blame him too much and simply waited for him to explain why he had come, but what she heard next caught her completely off guard. I will give the Umbra family a choice now. There is no in-between, and there won't be time to regret later. Stand by my side in a war against the greatest powers of the human domain, or don't. What will your choice be? Selton froze. Of all the things she had expected to hear, this was the very last. Hadn't Leonel just become the patriarch of the Morales? Was that why he was asking? Did he believe that the Morales were about to be attacked by the rest of the human domain? That was possible, but it shouldn't happen for a while, though. Who would attack right after a domain war, especially right after it was a Morales' death that had pretty much protected them all? You mean you would like to ask us whether we want to help defend the Morales? She probed. This was a much different ask than the meaning behind Leonel's words, but she felt that she had to ask anyway. I meant exactly what I said, Leonel replied plainly. Selton's frown deepened. By this point, the rest of the upper echelon had realized that something important was happening, but their reactions were much fiercer than Selton's, and they were much more unable to hide their expressions. We can't just— the Three-Finger Cult's upper echelon has been almost entirely destroyed. All that remains are likely their variant Invalids and maybe a few hidden branches. There is no reason for you to continue to hide. Selton's heart skipped a beat, but her resistance seemed to only grow. All right, Leonel said coolly. The bronze tablet, return it. Selton froze, and her resistance reached its peak. Leonel didn't seem to want to waste any time. The moment he saw Selton's hesitation, he knew what the answer would be. However, when he saw her reaction to the returning of his property, his gaze became frighteningly cold, so much so that Selton seemed to be snapped awake. It didn't feel like she was facing a youth any longer. Chapter 283, Indifference. Chapter 283, Indifference. Leonel didn't move. He only continued to look at Selton. His expression didn't seem to have changed in the slightest, but the frigid aura emitting from him was palpable. At that moment, Radlis and Patriarch Silum both appeared. Radlis had long since returned to the Umbra family, and the latter felt quite helpless. Silum was nothing more than a figurehead. He was only in the 6th dimension, and he wasn't in a position to truly lead the Umbra family. But Leonel's strength was something that was deeply imprinted into him. Although he couldn't use his full strength at the same, Leonel, a boy at merely the 5th dimension, and not even the peak of it, but rather only at Tier 1, fought several patriarchs all on his own, killing most of them and forcing the rest to heal. There was an imprint of Leonel deep within his heart, an imprint that Selton clearly didn't share despite having been present for Leonel breaking through 2 tiers of the 6th dimension in a single bound. The Umbra family had been on the sideline for too long. If Silum had to be honest with himself, although their stated goal was to gather their strength and eventually eliminate the Three-Finger Cult, the reality was that they weren't doggedly pursuing this goal every waking minute. They had grown complacent, and now that the Three-Finger Cult had been dealt such a devastating blow even without them lifting a finger, they were even more so. Many had changed their goals. They felt that they could finally appear in the outside world once more, competing for hegemony in the human domain and even the wider dimensional verse. As for the bronze tablet, they had never had any intention of returning. Their ancestors were part of the founding of the Three-Finger Cult, and though they had to escape, if there were any remnants of the cult, then it was rightfully their own. Of course, they didn't know that this bronze tablet wasn't from their cult at all. Rather, it was a reward that Leonel had taken for himself from the Cataclysm Zone. It had nothing to do with them outside of the fact it happened to complete the same function. But even if Leonel explained this matter, something he couldn't be bothered to, would this change their position? At most, it would just make them more shameless. 3, Leonel said lightly. Selton frowned, understanding what this meant. 2, she froze. Suddenly realizing what Leonel was doing, the humiliation and pride within her chest exploded. How dare he? 1. Leonel suddenly punched out. Anti-Selton! Radlis roared out, but it was too late. Bang! Leonel's fist shot through Selton's chest, shattering her heart into pieces. It was so furious and fast that Leonel's knuckles and wrist were entirely untouched by flesh and blood, a hole around his arm forming large enough for it to pass through unobstructed. Selton froze, looking down and not quite believing what had just happened. That was impossible. There was still so much to do. She still had so much talent to unearth. She hadn't even brought out her greatest strength. She hadn't even— Her eyes dimmed and she fell back, crashing into the ground. Leonel! Radlis roared. He couldn't believe what was happening. There was still room for discussion. Why did he attack without saying anything? That was his aunt, a woman that had doted on him since he was a child. Although they weren't that close, he still saw Leonel as somewhat of a friend, just that they were unfortunate enough to separate before their relationship could deepen. But now, Leonel couldn't seem to hear him at all. He stepped over Sultan's corpse as though it was worthless, moving slowly into the Umbra family's territory. His internal sight flourished, and he locked onto a certain location. There simply wasn't anything in the whole of this planet that could escape his senses. The elders in the surroundings had been stunned into silence, but when they finally processed what had happened, their eyes turned red with rage. Several manifestations rose into the air. Some were still shadow tails, but many more were dusky steel bats, and even more than that were aurora black pandas. Sultan was a woman they all respected to the bottom of their hearts. Although she only led the surface of the family, it was only a matter of time before she entered the true core of the family and became one of their pillars, but now she was dead far too early. Their fury reached a tempest, but for everyone that charged forward, Leonel would only punch out once. Chests caved, heads burst like watermelons, cries of agony and pleas of murder echoed through the skies, the thick scent of death filling the skies and rising like a tide before washing down like a tsunami. Leonel didn't have any leniency, he didn't have any mercy, he killed indiscriminately. The moment he had taken Sultan's life, there was already no more room for negotiation, and he didn't care to negotiate either. You were either with him, or you would die. There was no other option. At that moment, truly powerful auras began to approach one after another. The majority were infinitely close to the eighth dimension, definitely in a quasi-realm of sorts, but at least 3 of them were true ancestors. It was clear with the thought that the Umbra family had indeed been hiding away their true strength, but this was something that had been obvious to Leonel the moment he had learned that they were in fact once a part of the Three-Finger Cult. "Stop!" One of the ancestors roared. He was a stalwart man and seemed to look like a panda himself, even having dark, deeply sunken eyes. His words were forceful and powerful, but his expression was ugly as he looked at the carnage before him. Just what had happened here. Leonel looked up, his expression indifferent. Chapter 284, First Casualty. Chapter 284, First Casualty. When the panda-like ancestor's eyes landed on Sultan's body, his expression became even uglier, but he struggled to force himself to calm down. How could he not recognize Leonel? He knew that this man was the current patriarch of the Morales family. If they were to do something to him, it would be about as good as declaring war, and if they were ready for something like that against such a behemoth, they would have already attacked the Three-Finger Cult to get their revenge. But at the same time, he couldn't just let things go like this. That was impossible. They had their own bottom line as well. The panda ancestor, a man named Gefnor, took a breath trying to calm himself. He didn't interact with the world much for obvious reasons, so these types of matters weren't what he was good at, but he was still sharp and astute. He immediately thought of a solution. "I know that you're able to revive people. Bring them back to life, and we will pretend like this matter never happened. My tablet. Return it. Now," Leonel said coldly. Gefnor's expression darkened. "So this was what this was about? Revive her first? Then we can discuss this matter. She will remain dead." Gefnor and the others were stunned into silence. They thought that maybe Leonel would demand to see his tablet first. Maybe he would talk about not trusting them to keep their word. Maybe he would try to work out some other deal. But what they never thought was that he would respond like this. He didn't want to revive her. He would revive her. He had given her 3 seconds, and she didn't cherish it. What right did she have to live after offending him? What right did she have to revive when he couldn't do the same for his father? The dead should remain dead. Gefnor didn't know how to reply, but his fury did. It continued to bubble upward, threatening to spill over. Whether he interacted with the world or not, he understood the kind of weight the title of ancestor brought, and he understood even greater than that what a gap between strength levels represented. No matter how talented Leonel was, even if he had been at the pinnacle of the 7th dimension, bridging the gap to the 8th was absolutely impossible. That was only an understanding that one would gain after touching upon the threshold. How could he allow a child to talk to him like this? But before he could say anything, Leonel nodded. "You can all die then." At that moment, 3 starships that had been hovering in the skies made their presence known. They rumbled just a single time, and then their lasers shot out, piercing forward. The laser whizzed by Leonel's ear, a searing heat erupting that would have burned practically anyone else to ashes. The laser was too quick for Gefnor to react. A hole was torn through his head, and his gaze became vacant almost instantly. The remaining 2 ancestors were shocked away, quickly reacted to pull their strengths together, but Leonel had already spoken again. "Rise." Gefnor shuddered, and a violet spirit came from his body. It didn't even get a chance to bow to Leonel before it was forced to attack. Tragic cries echoed once again. The 2 remaining ancestors were entirely occupied with waiting for the next strike of the starship. By the time they realized the rest of their family was in danger, it was far too late, and over half of their quasi-8th dimensional experts had been crushed to death beneath Gefnor's might. Leonel continued to walk forward, slipping by the 2 ancestors as though they weren't worth much and entering the depths of the Umbra family compound. By the time he came back, bronze tablet in hand, only Gefnor and the 2 ancestors remained. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't easy to deal with an ancestor who could endlessly regenerate. The 2 were on their back legs and struggling mightily against Gefnor's suicidal attacks. He had already been the strongest amongst the 3 of them, which was why he was the first one to speak, and now they were suffering an obvious fate. "Fight to the death," Leonel said indifferently, stepping out from the palace and preparing to leave. He didn't have the time to waste here, and he didn't feel like using more of his power on something so insignificant. However, when he stepped out, he found a red-eyed Radless kneeling by his aunt's corpse. He cared about his aunt greatly, and their relationship had always been extremely close. Although the latter was always teasing him and saying ridiculous things about her beauty, it was exactly that made Radless love her so much. It could even be said that most of his perversion came from the influence of his aunt. She had practically molded his personality. But now she was dead, and at the hands of a person he had thought was a friend. When he met Leonel's gaze, he thought he would see some helplessness, maybe an understanding that they were simply standing on two separate sides and that this matter was inevitable, maybe a certain level of understanding for his pain, maybe even a little remorse, but he saw none of that. There was only an endless depth of indifference, as though he saw Radless's emotions as nothing more than a fixture in his life that would pass away given enough time. There was no humanity in there, no care, no sympathy. Radless was in a complete daze. Could that even be a gaze that a human could have? Did he not understand human emotion? Did he not have a heart? By the time he awoke from his daze, Leonel and his 3 starships had vanished. The Umbra family, filled with hope and expectation for the future, had been razed to the ground. Those that remained alive were only those Leonel felt to be insignificant existences, and of those that were important, only Radless and Silum remained, their silence palpable. They were only the first casualty of Leonel's wrath. Chapter 20185, Army. Chapter 20185, Army, how do you get to the spiritual's domain? Leonel called out "Why Star Order," asking him a straightforward question. But this sort of question threw the latter completely off guard. Why Star Order had practically been ignored by Leonel, so he spent his time training his 2 disciples. He had thought that maybe Leonel would ask them to help during the war, but that time never came. In Leonel's opinion, it wasn't yet the right time to use them, and they wouldn't have been much help to begin with. They wouldn't have changed the outcome. Savants were secret weapons that were best used when the enemy knew nothing about them. Otherwise, it would be possible to plan for their abilities and counter them ahead of time. Once their abilities were countered, savants were no different from mortals. But to call him forward so suddenly and for this reason, Leonel's enlightened self could make it to the spiritual's domain with ease. But that was also because Dreamforce could envelop an entire domain. It was easy to find entrances to other domains like this. But without this ability, travel was much more difficult. The Void battlefield wasn't just a battlefield. It was also a buffer between regions, and it was incredibly difficult to cross without the right tools. Leonel didn't want to go to other domains now, but he wanted to understand what he had to prepare first. Since Y-Star Order had spent quite a bit of time in the spiritual's domain and had even hidden a great amount of treasures there, he definitely should know how to get there. As expected, after regaining his calm, Y-Star Order gave a brief explanation. It was also about as complex as Leonel had expected, but it wasn't just because of the anarchic force, but rather because the spirituals had gone out of their way to corner themselves off as though they were some sort of untouchable existence. But it was greater than this for Leonel. They know something. From Y-Star Order, he had gained something he hadn't expected, and he could see a bit of why the spirituals acted the way they did. He could also see just how rare it was for one of them to exit their world, and how much importance they had placed on his father for one of them to show up, especially since I was their emperor. Leonel slotted this to the back of his mind. Given what his father had done to King, there would very soon be huge changes to these simulations. However, due to the time dilation between the worlds, where even a few split seconds was years, it was hard to tell when exactly it was this would happen, or it might very well be possible that they could adjust the time dilation at their will to mitigate these factors. Regardless, he had to be faster, sharper. Leonel waved Y-Star Order off and left swiftly, not looking back and leaving the extraordinarily handsome man in a bit of a state of shock. In the blink of an eye, this young man had caught up to him, but it was worse than that. Y-Star Order felt that now, even if he racked his mind for schemes, catching Leonel off guard would be absolutely impossible. All he could see was death. If he even tried, the afterlife was all that awaited him after all these years of living. Leonel didn't even feel the need to worry about him anymore, and that was despite the fact his father was no longer here to ensure his safety. Y-Star Order sighed. He wasn't sure what to do. Did he really have to give up all of his hopes and aspirations? Leonel entered the lab setting. But the region had stepped into was one that only himself and Ina had been in. No one knew what was here, and even if it was explained to them, they would likely never believe it, and yet here it was. Before Leonel, countless human-sized tubes filled to the brim with light blue liquid floated. There were easily millions of them. The space simply felt endless. But what was more important than these fluid-filled tubes was what was within them: demons. As far as the eye could see, countless demons rested within these test tubes, waiting to be awakened. At the very forefront of these demons was one that Leonel recognized intimately. It was a beautiful, blue-scaled demon with a flesh hood that connected its shoulders and the top of its head. Every time it breathed, a tongue would slither out, snapping at the air and colliding against the body of the tube, causing it to shake and quake despite the fact it was formed of nigh indestructible materials. That was right. This was none other than the Cobra Demon, the very demon that had eaten him alive, not just one of them, but over 10,000. And this, what nothing more than just a single one of Leonel's troops, each of which he had forged a special unit binding armor for. This was the handiwork of the tentacle womb, a process that had taken many years to finish. This was an army that he had planned to unleash to protect the Morales family from the onslaught of the wider human domain, but now their purpose had changed. The Morales had pissed him off greatly. If the Umbra family had seen this army, it was hard to tell how they would react. If they were paired with the starships, it was hard to say if there was a single army in the human domain that could deal with them properly. They were existence that were nigh undefeatable in the seventh dimension, and now they were about to be released on the world. If such an army just had the backing of a handful of ancestors, just how powerful would they be? Leonel took a step and exited the lab setting. He found Ina standing, seemingly waiting for him. "Let's go, we're returning to the Morales family." Ina didn't say much and only nodded, the two of them vanishing. Alienor followed along, the family of three moving toward a behemoth of the human domain. Chapter 2186, Encirclement. Chapter 2186, Encirclement. The atmosphere of the Morales family was odd. The death of Velasco wasn't lost on them. It was only after he was gone that they seemed to understand just how much of a looming presence he was. Long before Leonel, there was Velasco, and it could be said that the amount of pride and joy he had brought the Morales family despite his personal attitude issues was impossible to measure. How long had he been the symbol of the Morales, the untouchable expert who stood above them all? Even though he didn't hold any power in the family, he was subconsciously understood to be their most powerful expert, and as a result, he was likewise a badge of projection. The Morales family was powerful enough in their own right, but anyone who wanted to do something to them needed to think twice, and then thrice, not just because of them, but because of what that one man might do. The day of Velasco's rampage was something that had left a scar on the whole of the human domain. It was something they all remembered profoundly, and it was something that the Morales had hung their hat upon for the longest time. And now, that man was gone. Subconsciously, they all felt a little less safe, a little less confident, a little less prideful. That sort of emptiness wasn't something that even the ancestors could immediately contest against. Despite their best efforts, the somber atmosphere was heavy, mixing into the once happy and jovial atmosphere and creating an odd mixture. It was impossible for there to be 100% acceptance of a matter in a family that was so large, and there were of course some who simply didn't care, and even some who felt that a scourge was finally gone, many of those being members of the older generation. Leonel didn't feel anything different when he entered the Morales family. He wasn't very familiar with it, nor did he have any close feelings of familiarity with it. It was already much different from the first time he had been here, but once again he didn't seem to care much. Rather than reporting to the central region of the Morales family territory, Leonel had other plans, and that was of course to finally allow little Tolly to evolve. In order to pick the perfect evolution path for the little one, he needed a force eruption. Force eruptions were the method by which worlds evolved. They pumped a world with a large amount of higher quality force than it was used to, but as a result, they were also quite dangerous. The last time Leonel had been caught up in the force eruption, he had to fight tidal waves of beasts, and because he had been on an island at the time, oceanic beasts got involved and caused a great deal of damage to the land. He didn't think about those memories much though, mostly because the friends that he had made on that island had all died due to the terrain invasion. War was a cruel thing, and people died. It was a blunt and all too obvious truth. But Leonel had always been good at ignoring it, at least when it didn't involve the people who had large pieces of his heart. Clearly, there was no avoiding it now. These matters, though, weren't on Leonel's mind at all. He didn't care about the danger, nor did he care about those that had died all that time ago. Instead, he was more interested in finding the location of such a force eruption. Luckily, they weren't hard to find at all. The Morales world had been a seventh-dimensional world previously for many generations. It had long since reached the end of its potential, and if not for Leonel, it would have never crossed over to reach an eighth-dimensional world. It had to be remembered that Earth was supposed to be the only world in the human domain with eighth-dimensional potential. This aside, as a result of this, the Morales world was impossibly vast, covering several sectors. In order for such a large region to enter the eighth dimension, the number of force eruptions necessarily was uncountable. It wasn't long before Leonel was able to find one. He just needed to map out the regions of force from lowest concentration to highest and move toward the flow of the latter. Once the force eruptions ended, the force would equalize. But for now, things were still very much imbalanced. Controlling the segmented cube shuttle, Leonel whizzed toward the force eruption. The segmented cube's shuttle mode was sleek and powerful. Formed of jigsaw pieces of black and radiant blue, it looked like an enigma racing across the skies. The moment Leonel got into range of the force eruption, though, he sensed that his shuttle was locked down upon by several auras. Leonel didn't need to think very hard to understand what was happening. In such a situation, especially one so unexpected, there would of course be many bad actors. Evolving into an eighth-dimensional world involved much more than just force, but resources as well, and many of these resources were concentrated in regions of force eruptions as well. If the Morales were smart, they would of course leave guards in these regions, stopping both fellow Morales and bad actors from other families from taking advantage. However, Leonel simply didn't care. He was the patriarch of this family supposedly. He didn't feel any sort of guilt. Though, even if he wasn't the patriarch, it would be hard to say if he had the capacity to feel such a thing at the moment at all. The segmented cube was much too fast after entering the ninth dimension. Leonel knew without a doubt that there was no one in this world that could catch him in this shuttle, so how could he not get by a mere encirclement of a few? He zipped by, leaving them in his dust. However, it was clear that this matter wouldn't end so simply. And maybe Leonel didn't want it to either. Chapter 287, Who Cared? Chapter 287, Who Cared? Leonel landed, the raging force eruption spewing like a geyser before him. Go, he said lightly. Leonel had never forgotten the innate instinct of little Tolly, and that was of course to consume, and then to consume some more. If the little one's food intake wasn't regulated, it was quite easy for it to go on a complete rampage. So, when he saw how excited little Tolly was, he wasn't surprised at all. It seemed that the little metal spirit was happy that it could finally release. Leonel didn't say or do much. He had already prepared everything long in advance, and little Tolly had been ready for this evolution for even longer than that. It had to be remembered that Tolliver had waited for Leonel for over 20 years. It could be said that they were over-prepared. Better than that, the Morales seemed to have set up some sort of barrier to stop outsiders from interfering with this region, or maybe more importantly than that, beasts. As such, all he really had to do was stand here, but that sort of leisure could only last for so long. Soon enough, the auras that he had sensed previously quickly closed in. But in a comical scene, the three that had appeared were stuck out of the barrier that the Morales had erected. All three had thought that Leonel would be stuck outside as well, but who would have thought that he would be just fine? There were 2 men and a woman, all of them wearing the bronzed and somewhat rustic and brushed armor. This armor also seemed to carry some rust on it, but it was impossible that the Morales would dress their guards in such shabby attire on purpose. There was either some historical significance to this, or there was something special about the armors themselves. These 3, though, were part of the Morales Divine Guards. They were all well into the 7th dimension, and they had the sharp eyes of spearmen and the valiance of warriors. Despite the fact they felt somewhat humiliated by the situation, they calmed down quickly, realizing that Leonel could only leave this region once he was done. They just had to be prepared to intercept him. From this vantage point, they could only see Leonel's back view, but all Morales had bronzed skin, darker to bronze hair, and dark to bronze eyes. Even when they married out, the genes of the Morales were so strong that this would always be the case. Unless, of course, they married into a bloodline of equal standing, but this had never happened in the history of the Morales. Due to the hidden 5th door of their lineage factor, even Morales who had illicit affairs with Swayard family members or even other races never experienced anything different. This was such a hard rule that many had just become used to it, and their first assumption was that Leonel wasn't a member of the Morales at all, something that made their killing intent much deeper. But then they frowned. That hair color, Leonel's hair color, was extremely unique, and it didn't even seem to be a color alone at all. It was rather like a negative light. It appeared white in some light, an extremely pale pink in others, and a fierce violet in others. It moved in the wind as though it had no weight to it, and it seemed to be made up of countless strands of fiberglass material instead of hair. It was truly beautiful, and it only seemed to become more so the longer one looked at it. But it was also due to this uniqueness that it was very familiar. That hair color, they had seen it before. Their patriarch, Leonel Morales, that man's son, didn't he have the same hair? The 3 looked toward one another, not knowing what to do immediately. There were some odd rumors circulating about their patriarch, but it was hard to verify them because it hadn't come right from the mouths of the ancestors. But for them as divine guards to learn of this information, especially considering the kind of circles they kept, it was more likely than not that there was some truth to it. The first rumor was that their patriarch had been called back by the ancestors over a month ago, but he still hadn't appeared. That was all the rumor said, but if it was true, the weight behind it wasn't small in the slightest. Leonel was ultimately still a junior, and the greatest power of the Morales was in the hands of the Council of Ancestors. Plus, Leonel had yet to have his coronation ceremony, so technically, Adawarth's father was still the patriarch to this point. The second rumor, though, made the first even worse, and that was that Leonel was like his father. The only difference was that he didn't mind using others to reach his goals. And if that was true, then would Leonel abdicate from the position like all others before him had? It was impossible to know who had started these rumors. It was done too cleverly, and things were to the point that even these divine guards believed them. But that was the thing. These matters were the truth. These rumors weren't lies at all. Leonel had indeed received a summons a month ago that he had completely ignored. Although he had been in a coma at the time, even if he had been awake, he would have directly ignored it. As for the matters of abdication, it was less that Leonel had intentions of spitting in the face of tradition, and more so that he felt that by the time enough time for abdication had passed, the situation of the Morales would be so different that these old and ancient rules likely wouldn't be worth a damn at all. At that moment, the ground quaked and the earth rumbled. Leonel raised an eyebrow, but then he shook his head. He didn't care. It was just one mind. Who cared if little Tolly swallowed it all? Chapter 288 Roar? Chapter 288 ROAR? Shit. The female Divine Guard cursed. They were all Morales, and they were well aware of the existence of metal spirits. Though Divine Guards were part of the Spear Domain faction, they had enough interaction with the Metal Synergy faction to understand what they were seeing. This was a textbook example of a rampaging metal spirit. Just what was this young patriarch of theirs doing? Was he trying to get revenge on the Morales for something by destroying their resources? No, this didn't make any sense. He was already caught after the first time. One mine wasn't enough to even put a dent into the Morales. But then they remembered that shuttle that Leonel was using. It was so fast that they barely caught wind of it. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Leonel had slowed to so that he could detect the flow of force more clearly, they might not have been able to track him at all. Even so, now that he had been found, did he really want to continue? Stop! Don't do this! The female divine guard could only say this. It was happening too quickly to explain anything else. Under normal circumstances, a patriarch would be able to control something as insignificant as a single mine. But setting aside the fact that Leonel had yet to be coronated, the Morales were currently in their own state of martial law. Their alert state gave power over most decisions over to the ancestors, and it also made even petty crimes that would usually be dealt with a slap on the wrist far more severe. These rules were put in place to control the population and to also keep bad apples from poisoning the well. It only made it worse that although this mine was fairly insignificant in the grand scheme, for it to have 3 divine guards guarding it, it wasn't too bad either. Suddenly, a geyser shot into the air, overshadowing the force eruption. But very soon it became clear that it wasn't a geyser, but rather the roaring form of a rampaging metal spirit. The expressions of the guards changed once again. Run! Leonel. No matter the situation, they didn't want to see a young genius of the Morales to die just like that, but Leonel didn't move at all. Leonel looked up, his gaze calm. Mother Nature didn't make mistakes, or more accurately, it couldn't. Given enough time, any existing creature would tend toward perfection. That was the simple fact of evolution. Those with defects, those that were inferior, would die off, while those that were strong would continue on. For the metal spirit, one of the most ancient of creatures, for it to have such a tendency within it, could it really be a mistake? Or was this just how metal spirits should be? The Cataclysm Zone gave Leonel the answer to that question. Or, more accurately, it had given him the clues he needed to reach his own conclusion. He needed little Tali to be stronger. He needed a way to bridge the gap and deal with his own current weakness. And this was that way. Leonel was of course choosing the jack-of-all-trades path for little Tali. However, being a jack-of-all of course came with being a master of none. That was the catch, but he would also be able to improve upon these weaknesses. It would just require a great deal of effort and resources. Unless, of course, this worked. The 4 paths of the metal spirit were straightforward. The first allowed the improvement of ores, helping them tend toward perfection. The second allowed the fusion of ores to create new ores that combine the abilities of both. The third allowed them to swallow universal force, supplementing their crafter and helping their stamina while also increasing the chance of success. The fourth was, of course, what Leonel was choosing, but with a twist. After reading the method of breaking through, Leonel got an inkling that something was missing, and he felt that intuition was very correct. The original breakthrough method had a great deal of precaution around the potential rampaging of your metal spirit. In fact, most of the so-called method was actually a series of force arts that could suppress this wild ambition of a metal spirit. However, the reason Leonel was standing here, arms crossed, doing absolutely nothing, was because he had cast away all of those methods. The only things he had prepared were what he needed to force little Tali onto the 4th path. And now, it was time to see if he was correct or not. Maybe if he was in another state of mind, he might feel nervous, maybe feeling a bit of fear, or maybe a bit of hope. But the current him looked forward quite coldly, watching as little Tali got so big that the once little guy could be seen across the entire hemisphere. The divine guards had already retreated a great deal, feeling like they understood, Leonel all the more. They felt that this was his plan all along. If he allowed his metal spirit to rampage, then it would only be a matter of time to swallow up everything. Soon, there would be no one but the ancestors that could stop it. A metal spirit that had swallowed up such a large amount of condensed 8th dimensional force, but swallowing up an entire 8th dimensional mine on top of that wasn't a level of existence that they could deal with confidently alone. The commotion grew so large that the planet began to rock back and forth. Without a choice, the divine guards hurried to report this matter to the ancestors. They had had some thoughts of maybe turning a blind eye so that this situation wouldn't become too complicated and they wouldn't get caught in a whirlwind of what seemed to be an internal conflict, but now they simply had no choice. Chapter 2899 Success? Chapter 2899 Success? Little Tali's roar shook the skies. It was hard to believe that an adorable blob of silver could make such a sound, but this was the reality before them all right this moment. The once little one raised into the skies like a roaring dragon, snaking through the skies, but even that form didn't last for long. Tali couldn't seem to decide on a form, shifting through countless mystical creatures. Sometimes it was a dragon, sometimes it was a Keelan, sometimes it rose into the skies like a majestic silver phoenix, and yet some other times it became something far more sinister, a vast, endless, and casting net of silver that seemed prepared to swallow up the entire world. Something is missing, Leonel thought to himself. If things continued like this, he felt that he would fail. He felt that his general idea was correct, but it was impossible for things to go perfectly just because he had this idea. Just think about it for a moment. In order for this method to be created, others had to have failed before. They had all likely witnessed a rampaging metal spirit and decided that it couldn't be allowed to happen. That meant that if he did nothing and simply continued to observe, whatever terrible outcome the people of the Cataclysm Zone had wanted to avoid would be exactly what happened here. It was just unfortunate that Leonel hadn't figured out what that was ahead of time. He felt that he was still missing something to complete his deduction, and the only way to do that was to observe the process in person. But he only had one metal spirit and there was nothing else that he could observe in its stead, so he chose this approach. It was either he succeeded here, or he would lose his metal spirit. Tolliver was a precious friend of his. It couldn't communicate, and it hadn't even chosen an identity for itself, but the teachings of his father was something that Leonel took up with the utmost seriousness. Now that he thought about it, he had never seen his father's own metal spirit. In all likelihood, that was related to exactly why his father was so serious about the matter. His father had lost so much in his life, and maybe his metal spirit was just yet another sacrifice on that path. Leonel closed his eyes, the net of little Tali expanding to the point that it crashed against the barriers that the Morales had set up, pushing against it and causing it to crack once, and then crack again. It seemed that even this barrier designed to stop the most powerful of the seventh dimension could barely resist against the current Tolliver, the rampaging metal spirit having lost its mind entirely. Suddenly, Leonel's eyes opened. That's it. With calm movements, Leonel slowly took out something that he had been saving for a long time. In fact, he had never thought that he would come to find a use for it, and even if he did, he thought that maybe it would be used in one of his final divine armors, but it seemed that all of that preparation had instead led up to this very moment here. In his hands, Leonel held up none other than his very own strand of hair. Leonel didn't know why, but every time he had a great boost in strength, his hair would likewise grow. After recent breakthroughs, his hair became like flowing rivers, extending outward for dozens of meters, even hundreds recently. What was most shocking about this was that if it wasn't for his Emperor's Might lineage factor, he would just have to let it be. The reason for that was because his hair was truly indestructible. He thought that maybe it was just because he was weak in the past and couldn't gather enough strength, but even now, he was unable to do anything to the hair that had grown back when he was still merely in the third and fourth dimensions. In fact, even his enlightened self couldn't do it. Luckily, his hair was attached to his body. It was a part of it, and thus he had perfect autonomy over it. Using his king's might to allow him to cut it was as easy as breathing, but it was also the only way to do so. It was truly an anomaly. The other Morales didn't seem to have this problem at all. Leonel actually felt that due to his lineage factor deviation back when he had originally tried to open up his first set of doors, he had caused this mutation within himself. Either way, right this moment, Leonel felt that this was somehow the very best solution to the problem. He needed something to ground Tolliver, something that made their connection even stronger. Another person might be helpless in this sort of situation. What part of themselves could they feed to a metal spirit if not their own flesh and blood? However, Leonel had a true solution, one he felt had a better than 90% chance of working. He threw his long strands of hair into the air as little Tali dove toward him. Sensing the powerful metals coming his way, Tolliver was immediately distracted, swallowing it all up. But to both their surprise, Tolliver couldn't seem to absorb it all instantaneously like it had done in the past. The little metal spirit bundled up, wrapping around the long strands of hair until it was nothing more than a small silver ball that landed with a plop upon Leonel's hands. Corrosive, Leonel had long since gotten used to touching Tolliver directly, but it seemed more dangerous now than it ever had been. Even so, he didn't seem to mind. He nodded to himself, watching as Tolliver pulsed, slowly digesting his ore-like hair. It was hard to believe that this same bundle of silver had just been about to swallow a planet, but here it was. He had succeeded. Chapter 299, He S.A. How many? Chapter 2990, How many? The rumbling earth and the collapsing skies came to a pause. The divine guards, who had escaped into the distance, thinking that everything for this planet had come to an end, were stunned into silence. They truly hadn't expected that things would actually end like this, and so, simply at that. They had heard tales of rampaging metal spirits. Although it hadn't happened in a very long time, there was a special alert placed on divine guards like them to watch out for them this time. That was why they were so quick to report things. During a force eruption-dense region like this one, the metal spirits that were native to their world could very easily go out of control. Luckily, this hadn't happened yet, or rather not until now, but that was beside the point. What they were more keen on was the fact that things shouldn't have ended so easily. A metal spirit was a force of nature. The more it observed, the more powerful it became, and in the end, the worst of them could even stand toe-to-toe with monstrous existences like the Void Beast. Of course, that was only in the most extreme of cases, and unlike the Void Beast, such metal spirits would usually not have their minds intact when they reached such a state, but it was a huge worry nonetheless. Often, it took the efforts of an entire seasoned army, at the cost of many, to reel in this sort of enemy, so how had Leonel done it all on his own? At that moment, several auras that both matched their own and even surpassed them rushed in from the distance. In the lead, there was an ancestor Issa, but this wasn't too surprising to them. Most of the ancestors were still focused on elucidating the secrets of their new lineage factor to worry about other things. So, currently, only Ancestor Isa and Ancestor Alvaro were heading the charge and leading the family currently. However, when they approached, ready for battle to deal with the metal spirit, having responded quite quickly at that, they found nothing? Ancestor Isa frowned. Her time as an ancestor was very precious. She couldn't just move around as she pleased. If it wasn't because the fluctuation of force in the air was a bit odd, she would have already turned around and left the punishment to the forces beneath her. However, since something seemed off, she turned to the female Divine Guard. Divine Guard Elilin, what is the meaning of this? Seeing the flustered appearances of not just Elilin but all three of them, Isa's gaze narrowed. What was happening here? In the end, Elilin could only just describe the happenings to the best of her ability. A force eruption? Littlest Nova? Metal spirit? Isa mumbled, looking down. But why was it that there was no force eruption here, and there was no mine either? There was Leonel, she noticed, looking down toward the earth below, but he didn't seem to have acknowledged their appearance at all, remaining entirely focused on little Tolly who was in his hands. In fact, after several moments, he put little Tolly away and caused the segmented cube's shuttle to appear before him with a wave of the hand. It really seemed like he would just leave like that. Ancestor Isa frowned and she waved a hand, clearly having plans to seal Leonel in place. But the moment her force moved, a rippling barrier of the segmented cube seemed to have deflected it, as though it stood in a world of its own that Isa couldn't interfere with. Leonel finally looked over, a sharp coldness in his eyes that made Isa's pupils constrict. She saw Leonel as nothing more than a child, but at the moment he was anything but. It even felt that he had the ability to kill her if he truly wanted to, an illusion that she couldn't shake no matter how many times she tried to reset her mind. Her frown deepened, but she soon relaxed. What kind of nonsense was all of this exactly? They had summoned a child of the Morales back, and yet he had ignored him. Then a month later he shows up, and rather than appearing with an explanation and an apology, the first thing he does is plunder their resources? What kind of joke was that? Arrest him, Ancestor Isa said lightly. The other Divine Guards had heard the story clearly enough. They made a move to apprehend Leonel immediately, some more hesitant than others, but none daring enough to show so physically. In the face of an ancestor, Leonel's prestige wasn't nearly enough, and that was doubly so since he had yet to be coronated and his father had died. However, they had only moved a small measure when a golden laser suddenly whizzed by. The heat seared their faces, their bodies going taut before they could even fight against the instinct. Isa was the most frozen. An entire half of her long hair had been sliced off at the ear, her earlobe bleeding just the faintest bit before the wound quickly corroded under heat. Leonel took a step into the segment cube and almost vanished from view. But before the hatch closed, he looked up. If the Morales family wants to take the patriarch position away from me, feel free to do so. Just know that I'll then treat you like every other family in the human domain. Don't test my patience. I'm not a child that you can order around as you please. How many ancestors have you killed in your lifetime, Ancestor Isa? Leonel asked coldly. Isa, still in a state of shock, seemed to have been frozen cold all over again. No answer? Leonel spoke lightly as he looked away, the hatch slowly closing. Well, I've personally killed over 50, a sight I'm sure you personally witnessed. That number seems to be more than the amount the Morales have in total. Click. The hatch closed and the shuttle shot off into the distance, closing in the central city of the Morales. Chapter 291, His Own. Chapter 291, His Own. A silence fell over the skies. The Divine Guards didn't dare to look toward Isa. They didn't dare to disrespect an ancestor, but Leonel's words couldn't help but echo in their ears again and again, sinking into the psyches and rewriting what they had come to know. The images of Leonel forcing the souls of ancestors to rise and the slaughter of the invader ancestors replayed in their minds. It felt as though they had conveniently forgotten this had happened. Or maybe it was that it had seemed too far and out of the norm that it was easy to ignore it as though it had never happened at all. It was hard to rewire their minds, to understand that dimensional strength wasn't just everything they could see on the surface. It probably also didn't help that they all came from Spear Domain faction. The Morales had two main factions. Only the heirs were born with both of their lineage factors, so often from birth people were separated into two main camps, those born with the Metal Synergy bloodline and those born with the Spear Domain bloodline. The Morales had some clashes in philosophy and culture as a result of this, and they of the Divine Guards, all born with the Spear Domain bloodline, valued personal strength over everything. Seeing Velasco strike down that entity with a single spear strike was something they could see, something they could feel. But Leonel's soul-controlling abilities and scheming nature was something that they were less accepting of. This was something that was deeply ingrained, something they weren't even consciously aware of, and they actually managed to expunge something so significant from their minds. However, no matter how much they wanted to ignore it, no matter what kind of biases they had, when it was laid out before them like this, it was absolutely impossible to ignore. Ancestor Isa's expression was frighteningly dark, but she didn't say anything. She wasn't a fool. She remembered quite clearly what Leonel had done. It might have very well been part of the reason she had sent others forward first. Leonel's weakness was all too obvious. He needed to kill an ancestor first before he had the strength and power of one. The second weakness was that in order to kill one, he needed to rely on a starship. These were two things that could be easily exploited, or so she thought. Where had that laser come from? She had already scanned the area. Could it be that it came from the shuttle? This would be extremely troublesome. There had never been a patriarch of the Morales family that didn't have fear and adulation for the ancestors. If he couldn't be controlled, Issa didn't know if there was any recourse for this sort of situation. The only solution she could see was staying in this current martial law state. That way the greatest power would remain in the hands of the ancestors. The rules placed her in the right. But what did you do with someone who had no care for them? This was more than just a little troubling. Third Nova, ancestors, Issa thought, her gaze flickering. Return, she commanded. You three report back and be reassigned. There's no longer a force eruption here. Usually in such a situation, the leader might say something about keeping this matter a secret, but Issa said no such thing, simply taking a step and vanishing before all of their eyes. The Morales capital city was bustling, even more so than usual. Due to the evacuation, the concentration of individuals in this solar system had reached its peak. Usually the population would be far more spread out, but that obviously wasn't the case now. The result was these cities being far denser and more populated than ever before. Looking at the state of things, one would never guess that the Morales were in a state of high alert. It could be said that Ancestor Isa and Ancestor Alvaro had both done an excellent job. At the very least, they had their own reasons for trusting their own personal strength and experience over Leonel. This move made it possible to use the whole of the Morales territory as a battlefield if it came to it, and in all likelihood, the reverberations of any war that did happen would likely never reach this place. This was the power of a large family. Leonel zipped through the air, moving too fast for most to catch even a trace of him, but there was one person who didn't fall into such a category. Unfortunately, even he was too slow to react. Leonel's shuttle landed right before the grandest building of the Morales, a majestic building visible even from orbit. It was thousands of kilometers tall and easily just as deep. It could be said that the entire planet was co-opted for the sake of this building, and it was also the location that carried the only entrance to the Morales Holy Land, and it was also the location where Leonel's coronation would take place. Stepping out from his shuttle, Leonel's aura was towering. Familiar robes of violet and gold wrapped around his body, his every step causing the planet to quake as though he was announcing his arrival. His king's might aura rose from his body, the image of a man rising taller than even the building before him appearing to his back. It seemed to be similar to the manifestation of the four great families, and yet oh so different at the same time. Leonel came to a stop as Ancestor Alvaro finally caught up, rushing out from the building. But it soon became obvious that Leonel hadn't stopped for him at all. Rather, he had stopped so that he could raise his hands. The manifestation to his back moved at the same time, its hands rising as well, and a powerful tremor shooting through the territory of the Morales. The constellation of the Morales appeared once more, each individual star shifting and changing until their colors, too, radiated a blinding violet. Boom! A rippling wave of force surged, starting with Leonel from the center and rushing outward until it reached the very edge of the Morales' territory. Leonel slowly lowered his hands, the constellation from above shimmering as beams of light descended, landing upon his body. Without even his personal effort, his bronze aura manifested, his halo appearing above his head and slowly turning into a pulsing crown. Whether the Morales wanted it or not, this territory was his. He waved a hand, and an ancestor hidden deep within Morales territory shuddered. A blinding light came out from their chest, the ancient world spirit of the Morales shaking out of their control and soaring through the layers of the Morales Holy Land and piercing toward Leonel. Leonel opened up his palm, and the world spirit landed gently within. It obediently bobbed within Leonel's hand, somewhat intelligent and yet somewhat not. It wasn't exactly what Leonel had expected, if a world spirit could choose its own owner, so why was this one so dull? Then he seemed to understand. The stars above, descended to form his crown, shone even fiercer when the world spirit appeared, pouring into its body and increasing its strength by leaps and bounds. A coronation, he could hold his own. Erdiel's note, Mye Emperor. Chapter 292, A Better Idea. Chapter 292, A Better Idea. When a world entered a state of dimensional descent and their metamorphosis began, a world spirit would be born. Upon the birth of the world spirit, a world would make a bet on a certain group of youths and bless them, allowing them the chance to enter zones and fight for the right to earn a piece of the world spirit. Of course, in this case, the world spirit would be split into four. On Earth, for whatever reason, the world spirit was awoken ahead of time and it chose to take on Leonel's mother as its host. As such, it never split into four. Of course, the reason for the usual choice of the world spirit was quite obvious. It wanted to select a group of talented youths to fight for hegemony over the budding world. These four youths would usually establish families or organizations that would carry a great deal of influence through the history of the world. Sometimes these organizations and families would be defeated one by one, leaving just one hegemony, much like what had occurred in the case of the Morales. Or, in many cases, the world spirit would remain in 2, 3, or 4 pieces, controlled by several powers. This was what had happened in the case of the Three-Pillar Sector, the former stomping grounds of the Luxnix family, the Viola family and company. Most of the most powerful families and organizations had managed to successfully fuse their world spirits into one, giving them a great deal of staying power and giving themselves a great advantage while battling within their own territory. It could be said that a large part of why the other families were still hesitant to take action against the Morales was precisely because of this. At the same time, though, it could be said that there also had to be a reason they still dared to do so despite this obvious disadvantage, and Leonel believed that he had found this reason. Just why was this world spirit so weak and haggard? And was it because it was so weak that other families still felt that they had a chance? Leonel could think of a few theories. The first was that the world spirit was just old. It seemed to be a living, breathing existence, so it was possible that the Morales world had existed for so long that it simply couldn't be in its prime any longer. Leonel didn't know how he felt about this thought. That would mean that even these worlds had their limits, and it was only a matter of time before it came crumbling down. That said, the good news was that this didn't seem to be the case, or else it wouldn't have been so easy for Leonel to reverse its weakening. Or, at the very least, it couldn't be the only explanation. The second thought he had, and the one he felt had more of a chance to have at least a kernel of truth, had to do with what the Morales had likely gone through to fuse the world spirits in the first place. The Morales were a family of crafters who knew if they had the ability to restrict or curse their own world spirit. He wasn't sure. Maybe in order to deal with their competitors in the past, the Morales had dealt a blow to their world spirit that they had not found a method to reverse in all these years. Then there was the third reason, control. Leonel had read all of the research papers of the Void Library, and among maybe the most researched phenomena was none other than the world spirit. As such, when it came to understanding the rules of world spirits and how they functioned, Leonel was likely among the very best. Due to this, he knew that it was very well a possibility that a world spirit could reach the end of its lifespan and a world could die along with it. However, he also knew quite well what happened after the owner of a world spirit died. When this happened, a world spirit would simply choose another person. Most often, this person would have some relation to the person that died, but it wasn't a 100% certainty. There had certainly been examples in the past of prominent families losing their world spirit to smaller existences of their world, but it was usually a simple matter to retrieve it. However, what if it wasn't? Or, what if those that controlled the world spirit only wanted to see it fall into the hands of very specific members of even their own family? This was where the theories of control came into being, and almost all of them necessitated the weakening of a world spirit and the lulling into a state of dullness and stupidity that could be easily manipulated. Of the three theories Leonel had thought of, it was possible that each one had a small kernel of truth to it, but there was no doubt that this one was the most likely to be 100% true. But it didn't matter now. The world spirit was in his hands, but he also had no intention of keeping it for himself, like he had said. He had read all the research papers there were to have on world spirits, all of the cumulative thoughts and understandings of countless generations of people. Plus, he had Y-Star Order and Anastasia to test his understanding with. So he had an even better use for this new and improved world spirit. Before Ancestor Alvaro could even say a word, Leonel squeezed his palm lightly, condensing the world spirit into its purest form and then tossing it into the air. The world spirit shot out like a ball from a cannon, roaring into the air and suddenly becoming like another star in the skies. But then it dispersed, spreading out wildly and fusing into the Morales constellation. At that moment, every Morales in the territory suddenly felt a mysterious power coursing through their veins, feeling far more powerful now than they had ever felt before. Chapter 293, Patriarch. Chapter 293, Patriarch Leonel lowered his hand, his gaze indifferent and unmoved. He already expected much of this to happen, and none of it surprised him. However, this sort of commotion was the kind that could easily catch the attention of an entire family. Even while so focused on understanding all of the secrets of their new lineage factor, the Morales ancestors couldn't help but be alerted by this matter, and even the deepest reaches of them, existences that hadn't appeared in the light of day in centuries, came forward. Obviously, this was caused by one very important reason. The world spirit had vanished. Ancestor Alvaro landed not far from Leonel, his brows knitted into a tight frown. He had witnessed everything with his own eyes, and the shock within him wasn't small in the slightest. He didn't quite know how to react. Should he be angry, impressed? Should he reprimand Leonel and try to punish him? Or should he pretend as though he hadn't seen anything? But the problem with the latter choice was that there was simply no way that others would let it slide, and it seemed even less likely that Leonel just planned to leave things as is and stop causing these things to happen. Littlest N, gather the various elders and ancestors of the family. I have some things I need to say. I will make some things clear first, though. This is the one and only chance that I'm giving the Morales, and for no other reason than the fact half of my blood comes from here. If it was another family that cowered in their own dens while others fought for the safety of the human race, there would be no negotiations at all. Leonel walked by Ancestor Alvaro, leaving him far too stunned to speak. He in one part couldn't believe that a junior was talking to him like this, but on the other hand, he didn't quite know how to refute. Staying here and adding to their fortifications seemed like the obvious and natural thing to do, but when he heard Leonel describe it as a cowardly act, his old face became a bit red. The Morales were naturally straightforward and valiant people. They knew what it meant to be brave and what it meant to lead a battle with the tip of your spears. It should have naturally been they, who were among the strongest humans, who led the forefront of the battle. Instead, though, the human army had been made up of juniors and a hodgepodge of geniuses from lesser families that had worked their way up to the pinnacle of the seventh dimension. Not a single of the human domain's most prominent families had appeared, and it seemed that they had taken the fact that Leonel had repelled the invaders for granted. But what else was new? Leonel reversed the entrapment of countless geniuses in the Cataclysm Zone, saving the hopes of countless families, and yet this seemed to have been forgotten. He had become the patriarch apparent of the Morales family, completing a shocking feat and defeating seventh-dimensional geniuses while only being in the sixth, and yet this seemed to have been forgotten. He had killed dozens of enemy ancestors, he had crushed the scourge of the human domain, he had wiped out threat after threat, and yet this had been forgotten. And why exactly? Because he was too young? Because his feats were too ridiculous? Because it was easier to accept the status quo? Because others felt that he was too arrogant? Or maybe it was because they felt they could do with him as they pleased now that his father was dead. Amusing. Leonel walked into the grandest room in Morales territory. It was embroidered in gold, brass, and bronze, the workmanship of the Morales on full display as ancient depictions of battles long past were etched into the very walls that seemed forged of dozens of meters thick bricks of metal. Every step he took was resonating, and Ancestor Alvaro's actions seemed completely unnecessary. One after another, the pinnacle existences of the Morales appeared. Whether it was those of the Spear Domain faction or those of the Metal Synergy faction, they arrived in full force, originally believing that their family was in danger, and only now understanding that littlest Nova had appeared. Without a hint of ceremony, Leonel reached the throne and sat upon it. The floors rumbled and the planet shook, a surge of king's might taking hold of the Morales land. At that moment, even without making a single move, the Morales ancestors seemed to feel that none of them stood a chance against the current Leonel. Sit, Leonel commanded coldly. The elders and ancestors subconsciously moved. Many of them were able to resist and continue to stand, hidden in the shadows or in plain sight, but the majority could not, following along one after another until the hall was completely filled. In a daze, they didn't even realize what had happened until they had already sat down. And now, most were far too embarrassed to even stand once again in a fit of rage, feeling that it was better if they pretended that this was their intention all along. At that moment, Ancestor Issa caught up, her expression twisted. What had happened? How had things ended up like this? She had faintly heard Leonel's earlier words, and she couldn't quite believe it. Many of the ancestors were more than a little unsatisfied, feeling as though a junior was trying to step on their heads, but the current Leonel's presence was too suffocating, almost like he could snuff out their lives with a single word. Littlest Nova, what is the meaning of this? A certain ancestor Wenro spoke, his distaste clear in his voice. That throne can only be sat upon by the current patriarch. You've yet to be coronated. In addition, when all ancestors are present, the level of the throne must be brought down in order to show respect to those that came before you. There are several here who've served as patriarch before. You aren't the first, and you won't be the last. Are you finished? Ancestor Wenro froze. Now, I have some things I would like an explanation for. The family made a decision to hole up and retreat from the battlefield without my consent. Why? Silence fell. No one knew how to answer this question because they felt it was too ridiculous. Chapter 219.4, Overlord. Chapter 219.4, Overlord Leonel didn't seem to pick up on the reaction of his elders. He sat on his throne stoically, his eyes even partially closed. It didn't seem like he cared at all about their response, and yet he didn't say a word after. It was as though he was just fine with the silence, just fine with letting this sort of atmosphere brew and breed, just fine with allowing the pressure to slowly and steadily rise, pressing down upon the shoulders of these ancestors in a way they had simply never experienced before. The silence was deafening and persistent. Many thought that Leonel would eventually fold, but eventually it looked as though he was simply taking a nap, his aura dormant, rumbling like a sleeping dragon. Eventually, it was Ancestor Alvaro, the very one who had witnessed this process from start to finish, that spoke. The others were aware that something big had happened, but they had no idea just how big it was. However, even Alvaro never guessed that he wouldn't be able to speak. An aura the likes of which these ancestors had never felt before descended. The expressions of several changed, as though waiting for an oncoming enemy. But those that were in the know and recognized this aura all too well felt their faces go pale, just what had occurred for this individual to be stirred. The most senior of the ancestors was Ancestor Hito, or so it seemed to be so on the surface. The truth was that the true depth of a large family's prowess was more than even deeper than most of their upper echelon knew, let alone outsiders. There were two separations of such existences within the Morales. The first were the Deathsworn. These were individuals born and bred their entire lives to give up their very breath for the sake of the family. Often, even to their former family members, they had died long ago. It wasn't until the day they were needed that they would step forward, but most often they would die of old age, never able to take up their role they were meant to. After all, for such a large family like the Morales, how many could threaten them enough that such a trump card would need to be used? For many powerful families, the so-called Deathsworn were mostly made up of savants that were taken and raised from birth. Such was the fate of savants in the dimensional verse, a sad fate for many. Normally, though, these Deathsworn savants would be used in ways much more cleverly than Anya had used hers. Anya used her savants as though they were her personal attacks, throwing them out like tamed beasts. But a family like the Morales would only use them in key areas and they'd be highly protected. For example, as the core of a large-scale force art, the second were the overlords, the truest and deepest reaches of the family and existences that stood beyond the ancestors. These were existences that, while still in the 8th dimension, had abilities that approached the very limits and sometimes even surpassed it. These were old men and women so ancient that many thought that they had already died of old age, but due to the use of special methods, they were able to extend their lives, special methods like the use of a world spirit. It seemed that Leonel's deductions were both correct and incorrect. It was true that the world spirit was weakened due to the actions of the Morales, but the purpose wasn't just control, it was to extend the lives of these overlords of theirs. It took far too long to practice to the extremities of the 8th dimension, and by the time that happened, many would be at the end of their lifespans. Only the most powerful of families could circumvent the tides of times, and it could be said that one of the reasons world spirits didn't play a prominent role on the largest stages was precisely because they were the most useful in this role. As for why the Void Library didn't talk about this sort of thing, it was obvious. Why would these large families allow such a thing to be casually shared? Leonel realized all of this the moment he sensed the aura of death around the man who descended. His face was filled with a countless number of wrinkles, so much so that his eyes were barely visible. His eyebrows were overgrown and a densely packed gray, while his hair was sparse and his skin filled with aged spots. When he descended and touched down, the ancestors who knew who he was kneeled down immediately. They didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance and loftiness on their faces any longer. This was the same even for Ancestor Issa and Alvaro, both of them bowing their heads low. The more regular elders of the Morales, many of whom were getting on in age and were stuck at the pinnacle of the 7th dimension, didn't understand what was going on at all. However, they knew that if an ancestor was kneeling, they had no right to stand on their feet. As such, they immediately followed suit without the slightest hesitation. The old man continued to walk forward as though he hadn't seen anything. It seemed, though, that every movement he made only caused the aura of death to thicken. He stopped before the throne, seemingly unsurprised that Leonel hadn't kneeled. Like father, like son, the world spirit of the Morales, return it. The old man's words startled everyone but Alvaro, who had seen what happened. But even more so than that, his voice shook their hearts. It felt like walking on a gravel road, but in their ears instead. Their eardrums themselves felt uncomfortable, like they had been aged to the same level as this man in an instant. Leonel didn't respond. It was as though he hadn't heard the old man speak at all. He, the patriarch, had asked a question, and yet no one had answered it, but now they wanted him to answer to other things? He didn't have the patience for it. The atmosphere grew dense, and the old man chuckled. Indeed, just like the father. It was odd for him to be laughing in such a situation, seemingly moment away from death, but here he was, having the time of his life. He didn't seem to be laughing out of rage at all, but rather out of true amusement. He hadn't seen the world in a long time, but he had actually run into such a scene the moment he did. What was that question he asked? Indeed, the old man looked toward Ancestor Alvaro. You and Issa should be in charge. Explain. Leonel's eyes suddenly opened, but he could only now see the back view of the old man. He had already looked away, completely focused on Alvaro. This, Alvaro, who was still kneeling, was taken aback. The family entered a state of ancestor rule. All decisions were made by us. In addition, little Nova wasn't yet the patriarch. It is still technically First Nova's father. There is no protocol or need to communicate with him at that moment. Logical, the old man nodded and looked toward Leonel, but it seems like there's more to the story, no? As far as I'm aware, when the family enters a state of ancestor rule, every member should be informed of the current situation and understand that the patriarch has been stripped of their power. Is littlest Nova not a member of the Morales? Alvaro froze. This was true, but back then, they had felt that Leonel was a bit too arrogant and they could feel his ambition seeping through, especially when he refused their order to release Third Nova. As such, they had thought of teaching him a small lesson. The only purpose was to show him how well the Morales family functioned without him, nothing more, nothing less. What they hadn't expected was for this to come back and bite them like this. They didn't know what the Overlord was trying to do, but wasn't this a bit too biased? If he really wanted the world spirit from Leonel, couldn't he just snatch it back? Why did an Overlord have to say so many words? At the same time, though, the old man looked toward Leonel. It seems that this little one has far too much ambition. What is it that you want to do with my Morales family exactly? Leonel looked into the old man's eyes, the scent of death permeating the air as the Overlord seemed to wilt right before their eyes. After a long while, Leonel waved a hand and a strong surge of force appeared before flooding into the old man's body. He, who had just been on the brink of death while he wasn't suddenly young, looked as though he could live several more years with ease. The Overlord's pupils constricted, but he remained silent, seemingly still waiting for Leonel's answer. In the end, Leonel answered simply, "The Morales family will go as far as I take it." Chapter 295, Haven't He Realized? Chapter 295, Haven't Realized. The Overlord looked toward Leonel, his expression changing from its baseline for the first time since he had appeared. While his old age wasn't suddenly cured, it felt like his life force had been stabilized in a way that he had simply never imagined to be possible without the help of the world spirit. And there was a very obvious elephant in the room. Just how had Leonel done this? Leonel hadn't originally come to the Morales territory knowing of the existence of these overlords. He was sure that his enlightened self had likely battled it out with these individuals, but he simply didn't remember enough details to know for certain. However, the matter of this overlord's life wasn't too difficult for Leonel to handle because in this territory he was practically invincible. He even had ideas on how to make this matter more permanent by using methods of separating soul and body and the like, though he held off on these matters for now. Much like his grandfather and the Ascension Empire, the Morales territory had become the domain of Leonel's king's might, and as a result of that, there were several benefits to be had. For one, he could draw on the strength of the entire world, and that was world spirit aside. It was simply impossible for even an overlord to match him within the walls of this territory, so long as his mind was fast enough to keep up with the battle and his mental strength didn't fatigue. This was precisely why he had directly given up on the world spirit. A world spirit had limited amplification to strength outside of one's territory, which was why the young generation of smaller families didn't suddenly enter and become little overlords of the Void Palace. To Leonel, he didn't need a world spirit to access such strength within Morales territory, because he had the function of his own lineage factor for that, and it could even be said that his King's Might lineage factor was far better than a world spirit in this regard. That said, that didn't mean that he had lost access to the strength of a world spirit either. It was just that it was distributed across the many rather than the few, while likewise being amplified through their constellation. Helping the Overlord to stabilize his life force was as easy as redirecting some of the strength of the distributed world spirit and concentrating a bit more of it on the old man before him. In fact, the results were even better now than they had been in the past because the world spirit had been strengthened several times over, on top of evolving into the 8th dimension. Whereas in the past the world spirit would struggle to maintain the life of an 8th dimensional existence, now it was as easy as breathing because they were on the same level. This simple action by Leonel made the Overlord realize that he had still underestimated the young man before him. That said, he still had several questions, and this matter couldn't just be allowed to rest as it was. No matter what rules Leonel was using to wiggle his way out and be placed firmly in the right, the obvious truth was that Issa and Alvaro's worries were very much warranted. It was true that Leonel wanted to do away with the former system of the Morales. It was true that he likely would have no intention of abdicating when the time came, and it was true that he would have ignored this so-called ancestor rule even if they had taken the steps to contact him. Leonel wanted far more than most of the Morales elder generation were willing to give him. "Littlest Nova, I hope that by this action you aren't hoping to buy my acceptance," the Overlord spoke slowly. "With all due respect, Senior," Leonel spoke slowly. "What the ancestors and elders of the Morales family are worried about is that I will refuse to comply when necessary, and that I'll refuse to abdicate when the time comes. The reality is, by the time this worry is playing out in the present, the situation of the Morales family will be so far different than what you know now that these worries will all seem like worthless sophistry. Do you believe me?" "No," the Overlord replied simply. "And it's also not just a matter of what will come in the future, it's also a matter of what actions you might take now that will come to shake the family in the future. The internal structure of the Morales is complicated, but what it has always remained is whole and balanced. It is not lost on me just how much ambition you have, but even further than that, how good you are at scheming and planning. What if you are wrong and the matter of abdication remains a big deal in the future? What reason does the family have to believe that you won't have left several countermeasures to ensure your success one way or another? You've already displayed the ability to kill ancestors now. What will it look like in 10 years? We cannot skip a generation of patriarchs, or else it will cause an imbalance in the family's future that won't be easily corrected. Because the Nova generation was stuck in the Cataclysm Zone, your time of rule must be cut down and shared with the Comet generation. This has already been decided. And yet, you still talk of how much the family will change in that shortened time frame. Just how do you expect others to believe you?" Indeed, the ancestors had already decided to compensate the Comet generation in this way. Both the Nova and Comet generation would serve for shortened sentences. Maybe if Leonel had the normal reign, he would be believed. But with the length of time shortened so considerably, how could they? They felt like he was just saying anything he could to get his hands on the position. Then he would likewise do whatever he could to guarantee himself a position into the future. But toward this explanation, Leonel only responded lightly. "It seems you haven't yet realized. The Morales family has already changed beyond your recognition. What need is there for 10 years, or even 5 or less? Chapter 219.6, Cowardice. Chapter 219.6, Cowardice. The Overlord frowned, not quite understanding what Leonel was trying to get at. But in a rare moment of patience, maybe due to the attitude of the Overlord to begin with and how he had approached matters, Leonel chose to explain. How have heirs been chosen in the past? The Overlord's pupils constricted into pinholes. It seems that you understand already, Leonel continued indifferently. An heir is a man or woman with both lineage factors of the Morales. It's always been easy enough. There are billions born to the Morales in every generation. Deciding a ruler among them would be a ridiculous task to take on every few decades. So, instead, this route was chosen. It was also a method to bring together the two bashing heads of the Metal Synergy and Spear Domain factions, allowing them to unite under one person. But is that even possible anymore? The ancestors and elders who were still kneeling on the ground were shaken. They had spent so long trying to make clear the new changes of their lineage factor that they had forgotten one very important thing. There were no longer two lineage factors. The two had been fused into one supremely powerful lineage factor, and on top of that, every currently living Morales had been granted it under the power of the stars. If the rules of the past were taken literally, the Comet generation had no heirs. If they were taken loosely, then every one of the Comet generation was an heir. This was a huge change that they hadn't even considered until this moment. They were too focused on other things, so much so that they had neglected something so obviously right before them. How would they even begin to deal with this? Hold an air war with them all? But there weren't even remotely enough powers in the human domain to do such a thing, setting aside how difficult it was to set up such an event. What if they forgot about the leadership part of the air wars and just had the Morales fight amongst themselves? But that wouldn't work either. For one, it would breed a lot of animosity, and it would also result in various factions helping their descendants in one way or another, the very matter that the original rules were supposed to stop. To make matters worse, the Morales didn't want to choose an heir just based on battle prowess. Not only would that greatly dissatisfy those of the Metal Synergy faction, it wouldn't be smart on their part either. They wanted someone who could lead, and this was especially important for the members of the Morales family who were all too used to being free-spirited and hot-headed. They needed a steady hand. The more they thought about this matter, the more of a headache they got. They suddenly understood that Leonel was right. This was already a version of the Morales that they had no understanding of. It had completely changed, and it was mostly because of the young man right before them. If not for his performance in the Air Wars, their constellation would have never awoken. While it was a headache, would any of them choose to go back to the old way? While it was extremely rare to have a single family with two lineage factors, what was even rarer than that was having such a powerful and synergized lineage factor like this new one before them. The Overlord looked toward Leonel deeply. This is still not enough. We figured out a method in the past, we can figure out a new one now. Once the new lineage factor is understood, it will be easier to pick out those with great talent and those with less. We can simply create a new standard. And by the time you do that, how many more changes do you think there will be? Leonel asked. The Overlord fell into silence. It was hard to tell a young man that had already done so much what he could and couldn't do, no matter how unlikely it seemed. Beyond that, I think you're wrong about something. I do not need 10 years. It took me not even 2 years to go from the 6th dimension to the 7th. I could kill ancestors at the 6th dimension. What do you think I can do now? The Overlord's eyes narrowed. Are you trying to threaten the Morales? I should be. The pupils of the Overlord constricted. He suddenly felt a very dangerous aura coming from Leonel, one that could snuff out his life with a thought. The Morales have greatly disappointed me. Weakness, I can tolerate. Cowardice and inaction, I cannot. The ancestors and elders had a fierce reaction to this. Yes, they had chosen not to go to the void battlefield, but it wasn't out of fear or cowardice. They were Morales. They didn't have such a bone in their body. Unwilling to admit it, ask yourselves why you chose to remain behind. You wanted to protect this land. You feared that if you left, you would be vulnerable, that the Morales you left behind would be taken advantage of by others. You would rather allow the human domain to be broken into, to be plundered, to watch the weak from families you probably feel superior to fight the battle for you. Is this not a form of fear, of cowardice? Leonel never raised his voice, and yet the Morales ancestors couldn't seem to raise their heads, their throats constricting and their chests feeling heavy. Would you like to know what I want to do with the Morales? That matter is simple enough. You're welcome to stay and listen to the changes I'm about to make. The Overlord frowned, but he didn't say anything else. Technically, Leonel wasn't allowed to make any changes while they were in an ancestor rule state, but it was also clear that Leonel didn't care. Currently, the Overlord was more interested in what Leonel had to say. The first is the most simple. From now on, no member of the Morales will enter the Void Palace. Chapter 219.7, A Pride Beyond. Chapter 219.7, A Pride Beyond. These words weren't as crazy as what they expected, but the more they thought about the implications, the heavier they felt. The Void Palace was the symbol of humanity. Sending their descendants was more than about training. If it was just this, they would be able to train their own descendants far better. After all, they had the deepest understanding of their lineage factor and how their bodies worked. Figuring out a training plan for just a single kind of person was far easier. No, sending their disciples was in one part to remind the human domain of the kind of potential the Morales had, making their prestige greater and making it so that it was even less likely that others would have designs on them. But, more importantly than that, it was to forge a united front. The humans had an obvious weakness. They followed too many paths as a race. It was easy for them to butt heads and to push and pull in all sorts of different directions. The Void Palace was needed. While smaller families fought for a place in the Void Palace, for larger families, it was almost a tacit mandate, one accepted by them all. If the Morales truly decided not to send anyone, it would be adjacent to declaring themselves an enemy of the human domain. Looking at the indifferent Leonel, they felt that this was truly what he wanted. His sights were set beyond the Morales. They faintly gained the understanding that when Leonel said that he would change the Morales, he didn't just mean them, he likely meant the entire human domain. The second thing will be a replacement for the Void Palace, whether that is in battle, crafting, or force pill crafting. The Morales were shaken when they heard this. They had never had many force pill crafting talents. It could be said that part of the reason it was so important for them to remain on good terms with the rest of the human domain was so that they could continue to be supplied by such things. But then they remembered, this littlest Nova's woman, wasn't she one of the only few life-grade force pill crafters in the human domain? After they thought this, though, they felt a sense of shame. Leonel's words about cowardice and fear rang in their ears once more. They should have cut ties with the Void Palace the moment Ishmael died, but they hadn't. Now Velasco had died, and anyone who wasn't a fool could be certain that the Void Palace had some hand to play in this matter as well. Would they still swallow that sort of insult just for the sake of some pills? The crafting curriculum will be designed by my father. The force pill crafting will be designed by the best elders you have here. The battle curriculum will be decided after the secrets of the new lineage factor are fully understood. Confusion colored the faces of the people here. Some thought the worst, and even thought that maybe Leonel and Ina were no longer together. But Leonel explained the matters quite simply. My woman's ability index is the reason that she can enter the life grade of force pill crafting. This isn't an ability that she can casually hand off to others. Before the elders could be disappointed, Leonel continued. However, what she can do is provide many life grade recipes, from the 4th dimension to the 7th. It will lay a foundation that can allow those who are close to the life grade to cross over the final barrier. The hearts of the elders skipped a beat. 4th dimensional life grade? Suddenly, they remembered Leonel's armors. Could it truly be that a life-grade treasure didn't have to be 8th dimensional? Just this information alone was groundbreaking. Recipes to force pill crafters were just like blueprints to force crafters. Leonel's words seemed to imply that Ina could actually provide many, and it didn't even sound like a handful or just a few either. This was something that was hard for them to fathom. For force pill crafters, as rare as they would often just have a single life-grade pill that they could craft. The idea that Ina was so far beyond this made it difficult for their heads to wrap around. The third thing is a return to the status quo. The Morales will not live in fear. Those that are here, once the force eruption is through, will be sent back to their homes to take care of the land. These words were ones that the ancestors had the fiercest reaction to. However, it was only because of Leonel's words about force pill crafting that many of them only frowned, not immediately lashing out. Still, it was clear that they didn't like this decision at all. Leonel's actions were akin to placing the commoners of the Morales in the line of fire. They would be vulnerable and prone to dying. It would also be harder to manage the resources as well. In a family so large, there were bound to be bad actors. If they also left these fringe families unprotected, that would breed a lower class and crime would ramp up, making this population of bad actors even larger. If a group decided to start smuggling their 8th dimensional resources to the outside world, what would they do? It was impossible to manage such a large group of people without extremely strict rules. There was no way other families wouldn't take advantage of this. If they could think of these matters, how could Leonel not? But his thoughts were quite firm. The Morales need a family of warriors, not a few warriors and a large group of commoners. You still think yourselves to be valiant men and women, willing to stand with blade in hand to face death, and yet what decision did you make when it counted most? That identity of the Morales has long since been forgotten, and the people beneath you have forgotten how good it feels to fight and earn what you deserve. The most important part is that no matter how thorough you ancestors are, unearthing all of the secrets of a new lineage factor in just a few weeks or months is impossible. You need to give as many people as possible a chance to unearth new techniques and abilities you had never thought of. You need to incentivize them with rewards, and let them feel a pride that comes from being a Morales that goes beyond just a name and a skin tone. Do you understand? Leonel's indifferent words made the hearts of the Morales tremble. Chapter 298, Second Question. Chapter 298, Second Question. Leonel listed off many other things, and the elders slowly began to feel numb. They felt that everything he said was quite reasonable, but there was also another clear undercurrent to it all. This was especially so when Leonel spoke about creating an identity for the Morales. Everything he said was perfect, it even made their blood boil, but then old men and women were all savvy and well experienced. Everything about this identity that Leonel was trying to create existed outside of the Morales themselves. To put it bluntly, he was trying to create a culture that had nothing to do with their bloodline. As expected, his sights were far beyond the Morales. In fact, it seemed that the Morales were just a stepping stone to what he truly wanted to accomplish. When he succeeded in that goal and conquered other families, this sort of culture that he was breeding would be perfect for that. But what it also made clear was that Leonel's loyalty to the Morales was questionable. In fact, he had made it obvious that he wasn't very satisfied with them at all, but it was also this that made them fear this young man all the more. Not only did he not feel a need to fawn over them, but it even gave them the feeling that they wanted to prove him wrong. They, as elders countless years Leonel Sr., actually wanted to prove themselves to a junior. Just what kind of ridiculous situation was this? However, those here also knew that there were clear undercurrents in the Morales family that Leonel had most definitely not dealt with just yet. They wondered how Leonel would deal with these matters, but it also seemed that they wouldn't have to wait long to know. After everything had settled down and Leonel seemed to be finished, Ancestor Issa stepped forward once more. Littlest Nova, if you want to push the family in the right direction, a better, stronger direction, I can respect it. However, we need to deal with some ugly matters first. If we concede to you and allow you to take on the role of patriarch despite the rules you've broken, then you must concede in some facets as well. It's not lost on me that you seem to have a grudge with Third Nova, as you've still not released him from your captivity even until this point. Can I ask why and when do you plan on letting him go? There were two main factions within the Morales, but there were also many branches of families. These family branches weren't named for the sake of cohesion, an effort taken on by the ancestors and something that only became more troubling with every passing generation, but these solutions obviously weren't perfect. Ishmael, Velasco, and Leonel, along with his uncle Montez, represented one such branch. First Nova, the current patriarch, and First Nova's mother represented another. And, of course, Third Nova was the representative of yet another, a branch that Issa had obviously been a part of until she departed for the sake of serving the family as an ancestor, another measure that the upper echelon had taken for the sake of maintaining cohesion. However, this measure was obviously not perfect either, because this was already the second time that Issa had been the one to speak up for Third Nova, although her words were perfectly reasonable as well. If Leonel wanted cohesion, he couldn't be so biased. The point of the Air Wars was for all conflict to start and end with the rise and fall of its banner. If conflicts were taken outside those limits, how would the Morales continue to exist? The Overlord, who had remained silent all the while, continued to do so. He had obviously watched the Air Wars. He watched every single one, which was why he was familiar with how Leonel did things. But Leonel also wasn't the type to leave such a large flaw in his plans either, nor did he seem like the type that would rely on emotion to make decisions, at least not when it came to things other than his father. So the question was, what was his plan here exactly? The Overlord was obviously privy to a lot of information that others weren't, as were the other Overlords who had yet to appear. But it was also because of this that he didn't have a fierce reaction to Leonel's choice, while also waiting to understand how he planned to deal with it. Even those that weren't part of Issa's branch felt that she was correct. If Leonel didn't do this, then their resistance to other matters would be far greater, and he might not even be able to get off the ground. It wasn't lost on them that Leonel had yet to be truly crowned their patriarch. Leonel didn't answer immediately. Instead, he waved a hand. At that moment, a chained and almost far too scantily clad demoness appeared. As disheveled as she was, even the private and intimate parts that even she usually left hidden had quite literally fallen out, but she didn't seem embarrassed enough to try and fix it, or maybe she was simply too tired to do so. Do you know what race of being this is? Issa frowned. It could be a demon, but it could also be a human with a special ability index or lineage factor. It would be impossible to tell at a glance. Are you trying to incriminate Third Nova with this? You used Cloud Race members during your battle, did you not? Wouldn't you be incriminating yourself? There are no such rules in the Morales. Many nodded. This much was true. When did I say anything like that? Leonel asked. Usually, this would be a rhetorical question, but after several seconds, Issa realized that Leonel was forcing her to respond. You didn't. Good. Don't make assumptions about what my thoughts are. It makes it too obvious when you're trying to poison the well. I suggest a more subtle approach. Issa's gaze flashed with rage, but she quickly calmed down, looking toward Leonel indifferently. Please continue, she said lightly. Second question. Leonel replied unperturbed. Do you know what relation these demons have with the Silver Empire? Issa's pupils constricted into pinholes. Chapter 2999. Third Nova's Demise. Chapter 2999. Third Nova's Demise. Leonel didn't react much to Issa's shock. The line he was drawing was something others probably didn't expect him to know or to understand, but there were clearly many here who were shocked by more than just the fact he had said the words Silver Empire. What are you trying to say? Issa said with narrowed eyes. This woman has a relation to the Silver Empire. It was the Silver Empire's emperor that fought my father in his final battle, and this woman and your Third Nova are closely connected. What should I think about that? Issa's gaze narrowed further. You've simply said this with no other kind of proof. On top of that, even with such choppy visuals, it was clear to anyone with sharp eyes that the Silver Emperor in that battle was nothing more than a puppet on someone else's string. How can that matter even be blamed on the Silver Empire, especially when they died so long ago? Taking 1,000 steps back, the Silver Empire, like I've said, is long gone. Even if this girl is their descendant, how can she still be related to the Silver Empire of old? And even if she was somehow related to all of this, once again, the Silver Emperor you saw was nothing more than a puppet. Issa's words were once again reasons. Leonel had not shown any proof. He had just spoken as though his word was law. This was already something that the various elders didn't like. But on top of that, the Silver Empire wasn't clearly on the side of the wrong either. While the Silver Empire had been destroyed due to its connection with demons, these elders and ancestors knew that that was nothing more than a pretext. Powerful families didn't like other powerful families to exist, and the Silver Empire just happened to give them a good reason to target. Plus, since Leonel had made use of the Cloud Race, where was his moral superiority in this case? That would be a good rebuttal, if not for the fact that one of the 3 founding members of the Three-Finger Cult, the organization behind the descent of the Cataclysm Zone, and the very same organization that both sunk its claws into the Void Palace and took part in this domain war on the side of the invaders. Issa was shaken again, but she didn't have an immediate response outside of the fact that Leonel had yet to display any proof. Unfortunately, she was far more unwilling to say this now because she felt like Leonel was goading her into doing so, also that she could embarrass herself again. This time, Leonel didn't wait. He waved his hand and an old man appeared. He waved his hand again and another old man appeared, then another. The 4th time came an old woman, and then another, and then an old man again. This continued until the hall was filled with what looked like dozens of old-timers, each of them exuding powerful auras, and yet each one of them subdued and unable to do anything but look around with sharp gazes. "Do you know who these people are?" Leonel asked. Issa grit her teeth, but outwardly she looked just the same. "No," she finally said. "These people are the leaders of the families and organizations that Third Nova had under his wing. Do you know what they all have in common?" Leonel waved his hand, and a powerful spear force that made Issa's spine tingle manifested, shredding their clothing apart in various locations. One after another, a simple tattoo of an unadorned line of 3 appeared. The tattoo couldn't have been blander, just 3 straight, thick lines of black. And yet, with it appearing on them one after another, a pattern was revealed all too easily. The Three-Finger Cult. Each and every last one of them. How Third Nova had managed to get so many family geniuses to defect to his side was entirely unknown. But what was even more unexpected than that was that Leonel had actually gone out to find each and every one of them, bringing them forward just for this moment. Just with this alone, Leonel had no need to prove any sort of connection to the Silver Empire. It made others wonder just why he had it all. It was like he was trying to goad Issa into looking foolish, as though he was trying to make a point. For those that understood what was happening right before them, it was something they found a difficult time accepting, but they knew exactly what it was, a warning. Third Nova has broken the most sacred of Morales family rules. Over 20 years ago, when I first stepped foot into the Void Palace, I was sent into the Rapac's nest along with my fellow members of the Cataclysm generation. During that time, my woman was targeted yet again by members of the Three-Finger Cult. The ones behind that sudden change to the structure of the true selection was none other than the Unfettered Blade Party under the behest of none other than Third Nova. He tried to kill me once back then. Then he tried to kill me again during the Air Wars. He spat in the face of what it meant to be a Morales, even relying on such an evil organization for the hope of becoming the patriarch of his very family. "You tell me, what should happen to Third Nova under these rules?" Leonel asked calmly. Issa looked Leonel dead in his eyes before slowly responding. "According to the family rules, he should be executed." Leonel nodded. "Sounds about right. None of you have to worry, though. I've long since taken these matters into my own hands. Third Nova is no longer in this world." Issa's pupils constricted, her fists clenching, but there was nothing she could say. Of all the things she had expected to happen, this was the very last. But here they were. Leonel stood up and walked down from the throne, walking by the ancestors one by one until he disappeared from sight. He didn't even bother to say goodbye. Not long later, Leonel appeared within a certain section of the segmented cube, looking down at a chained individual with his hair drooping over his eyes. This man was none other than Third Nova. Chapter 2000 Novens LL, let me know. Chapter 2000 Rel L, let me know. Leonel had purposely left the various patriarchs and matriarchs of the families that Third Nova had made use of behind. It not only showed confidence in his story, but it also allowed the family ancestors to double and triple check his story. In the end, they would have no method of refuting him. He had even left Third Nova's favorite little demoness behind as well. But therein lied a question. Why did he lie about Third Nova's death? Really, he just wanted control. Lying about Third Nova's death was an opportunity he couldn't pass on because it would save him the trouble of dealing with other variables. So long as others thought that Third Nova was dead, they wouldn't ask to see him, or for him to be put on trial, and it would stop his branch and those that sympathized with him from finding a way to weasel him out of the situation. But that obviously left another question. Why hadn't he actually killed Third Nova? That answer was more complicated. Truthfully, in his rage, it seemed only natural that Leonel would do so. After all, someone with a connection to the Three-Finger Cult that had in many ways caused his father's death truly infuriated him. The problem was that the risk wasn't worth it, not now. That risk was, of course, the matter of information. There seemed to be an obvious solution to that, and that was to kill Third Nova, use his King's Might lineage factor, gain himself an obedient soul, and then ask this soul everything that he wanted to know. Unfortunately, this wasn't the perfect solution, and that was something that he had learned from questioning Simeon, the first important member of the Brazinger family that he had killed. Leonel had only managed to get rudimentary information out of Simeon, but this made sense. The four great families had once had a great fear of the Fox family, and this was also what led to their destruction. How could they not have countermeasures to deal with their strength, especially when they released that tablet into the world once more through that Gathering of Geniuses event? It wasn't certain that Third Nova had similar protections, but Leonel kept remembering how after the savants of the Three-Finger Cult died, their souls couldn't be controlled by him indefinitely, as though some power was pulling them away. He had no choice but to assimilate them so that he didn't lose their powers indefinitely, but this didn't allow him to gain the information he wanted. This ultimately meant that he had to question Third Nova the good old-fashioned way, or else he might not gain any information at all. But such a thing would take a great amount of patience. Of course, there was also the second method, and that was to find and undo whatever restrictions there might be on him and then do it the far easier way. But the unfortunate part was that the progress of the Cataclysm Zones was too far beyond that of the Dimensional Verse and Leonel's current understandings. Leonel could practically storm through the Dimensional Verse thanks to his self-created armors by his troops, but such armors were commonplace in the Cataclysm Zone, and that was just one example. He could only leave this matter up to Anastasia and hope for the best. At that moment, seemingly sensing Leonel's arrival, Exavnik slowly looked up, his gaze swimming with a gaseous green that slowly faded away. He revealed a menacing grin before lowering his head once more, ignoring Leonel entirely. At the very least, he had the heart of a Morales. Even in this situation, he had yet to show any weakness, but neither did Leonel care. He turned and left, going to see Ina and explaining to her what he needed her to do for the sake of his plans with the Force Pill Crafting Division. No problem, leave it to me, Ina said lightly. Thanks, Leonel said before vanishing. Ina smiled bitterly. You really don't need to thank me, idiot, Leonel appeared not long later before his mother. Mom, I need your help with something, Leonel said. Eleanor's eyes lit up. They had been in the Morales territory for almost a day now, but she hadn't done anything. She really wanted to support Leonel, but she also didn't want to be in his way. What is it, little lion? With your world spirit, you have a strong understanding of the Camelot magic system, right? Eleanor nodded. Have there been any other zones like Camelot in the time that I've been away? There've been some, but none as good or worthwhile. That said, we're quickly approaching the 8th dimension, and I can sense that another one is coming. That zone will probably appear soon. Leonel's gaze flickered. He didn't expect that his mother would be able to sense such a thing as well, but it made sense. It wouldn't be impossible that soon, the Morales family world that hadn't had to deal with subdimensional zones in a very long while might have yet another wave on their hands as well. But Leonel was far more interested in Earth's zones now that he was hearing that there may be some interesting ones. I see, Leonel nodded. Can you please make a comprehensive plan for how one would learn the Camelot magic system from simple to complex according to your understanding? I would like to give it as an option for certain members of the Morales. Okay, Eleanor nodded without hesitation. Her understanding of the magic system was better than anyone else's, even his enlightened self. It was practically an innate part of her. She was by far the best for this task. Also, please let me know when those zones start to appear. I'm a bit worried about Earth. Things are happening too fast, and I have a feeling that they'll speed up even faster. There likely isn't anyone on Earth outside of yourself who has the ability to clear 8th dimensional zones. Eleanor's gaze flickered with worry as well, but she nodded. This would be the first time that the human domain was dealing with such powerful subdimensional zones. While it was a great opportunity, it was also a great hidden danger as well. Whether it would lead to treasure or death would be decided within these next few years. One more thing, Mom. If you hear of any zones with the prefix Merlin's Prophecy, let me know. That person that called themselves God in the Joan Zone and the Camelot Zone, Leonel was certain that he was king. The very man that his father had risked it all to kill with a single spear strike. The very man with the ability to gift ability indexes through Force Arts. One had to wonder why such a lofty existence cared so much about treasures in a world he had supposedly created himself. It seemed backward and illogical. Why would someone who could create this world be interested in any it could produce? But then again, why create this world at all if there was nothing to gain from it? Leonel wanted to know why.